The Calling. Preface. Set in the post-war anime world of Gundam Wing, 6 months after the war's end. While settling into their new civilian lives, the Gundam pilots and some of their wartime comrades come together for a week-long vacation at Quatre's mansion, where Heero reveals a secret from his dark and somewhat cruel past. This unexpected revelation has a powerful impact on his friends, ultimately uniting them in a quest to bring about a final reconciliation and healing. The Calling. Chapter 1. Temperatures were high that day. The sun blazed with graceful intensity between wisps of cloud that sparsely peppered the sky. Quatre was used to the heat, being Arabian, and having spent half his young life in the desert, he thought nothing of the near 90-degree heat. Sally, however, was finding it just a little too warm to be completely comfortable, but she wasn't complaining. She had been looking forward to this day for what felt like an eternity. During the final months of the war, Quatre and Sally had become good friends, nothing romantic, just a really solid friendship between two young people trying their best to cope with the tribulations and horrors of the war. They had discovered a certain level of comfort in each other's company, and found themselves regularly sharing thoughts and worries over a soothing cup of tea. They had often talked about having a day out together once the war was over, and now, 6 months after the war's end, they had finally managed to find the time to do it. For Sally, this was also to be the start of a short vacation. She had agreed to be Quatre's guest at the winter mansion for a week after finally admitting she was feeling stressed and in need of a break from her hectic, high-pressure life as a civilian doctor. They decided a trip to the coast seemed fitting for such a beautiful day, so armed with a picnic, a Rolls-Royce and Quatre's faithful butler, James, doing the driving, they headed out from the mansion to a location known by very few people. 30 minutes later, after winding along numerous scenic country lanes, they pulled up beside an old wooden gate in what seemed like the middle of nowhere. "I do believe this is the location, Master Quatre," spoke James, applying the handbrake. Quatre leaned forward and scrutinized the gate through Sally's side window. "Yes, this is it, James. Oh, I remember it so well." He spoke quietly as thoughts of happier moments from his childhood flooded through his mind. Sally peered curiously out of the window at the field and woodland beyond the gate. "You've been here before?" Quatre nodded. "Many times when I was a boy," he replied, contemplating further into his memories. "My father used to bring my sisters and me here whenever he had the chance. It's so beautiful here," he whispered. He visualized himself as a child, playing games like hide and seek, and tag with his sisters, play wrestling with his father, running barefoot across nearby open meadows, flying a kite and swimming in the secret lagoon and ocean nearby. "Are we going to have a look, or just stare at it through the window?" She grinned, eager to get out and explore. "I'll fetch the hamper," spoke James, making eye contact with Quatre via the rear view mirror. The blonde Arab nodded to James and reached for his door handle. "Come on then, Sal," he said, "let's go and see. I think you'll like it here." They ambled to the rear of the car, where James was opening the trunk lid. Inside sat a large, rectangular, wicker basket. "Would you like me to carry the basket for you, master?" asked the gray-suited man, respectfully. "That won't be necessary, thank you," Quatre replied, "I'll take it from here." He started to reach for the basket when James put a hand out to stop him. "Then perhaps, if you'll forgive my presumptuousness, master, I have taken the liberty." He reached down and opened the wicker basket to reveal 2 pre-packed rucksacks. He lifted one out and held it up for Quatre to slip his arms into. Quatre beamed a big smile, chortling loudly. "James," he beamed, "what would I do without you? You're so resourceful and thoughtful." "Thank you." James smiled and nodded, acknowledging the compliment, then after helping the young Arab adjust his straps for optimum comfort, the loyal butler reached in and pulled out a second rucksack for Sally. "And one for Madam," he said, holding it up for her to slip her arms into. Sally smiled at him as she slipped it on. "Thank you, James," replied Quatre gratefully, "we will likely be gone until early dusk," He looked at Sally for confirmation. She nodded in agreement. Could you pick us up from here around then, please? But of course, master, was the humble reply. In the meanwhile, take the afternoon off. You're welcome to use the car and do whatever you want, suggested Quatre. That is most kind, master, came the respectful reply. No problem, just enjoy your afternoon, James, and we'll see you at dusk, replied Quatre. Very good, sir, replied James. Quatre slipped his thumbs under his shoulder straps and turned to begin the walk. James watched loyally as Quatre and Sally opened the big old gate and stepped through onto the overgrown track that lay beyond, soon disappearing out of sight around a bend in the path. They were both dressed for the part, in walking boots, long socks and knee-length safari shorts. Quatre's were sand-colored while Sally's were a military green, which also matched her military-style green sleeveless top. Quatre's shirt was more brightly colored with horizontal colored stripes. You're so kind to your staff, Quatre, Sally commented as they happily meandered their way along the enchanting green lane. Quatre smiled. I don't really consider James to be staff, he replied. He's more like family really, he's been with us since long before I was born. He's got a very dry sense of humor, I like that, she grinned, and he likes you a lot, Quatre, I can tell he's extremely loyal, and he genuinely cares about you too, I see it in his eyes. Quatre looked down at the ground and sighed, looking a little saddened. When my father was killed, James took it very badly, he was devastated. He looked up to Sally who was listening carefully. He was loyal to the core for my father, he admired and respected him so much. Quatre allowed his mind to conjure up vivid images of the past. Since then, James and I became much closer. I know he sees a lot of my father in me, and that's one of the reasons he chose to remain, so his loyalty to my family lives on. I always feel guilty for ordering him around and telling him what to do, but he insists he wants nothing to change, and that is how he loves his job, and his life to be. Sally nodded, quietly empathizing with the sadness she could sense in Quatre's voice. She knew it was still hard for him to talk about his father's death, so decided not to push the subject any further. She looked around at their surroundings. They were walking along a narrow, winding woodland path, now abundant with white blossom. She inhaled the sweet scents that filled the air. This is such a beautiful place, Quatre, she sighed, reaching her hand out to a tall blade of grass and pulling on it. Quatre looked at her and smiled, suddenly perking up from his slightly somber mood. You haven't seen anything yet, he beamed enigmatically. He looked ahead of them on the track. It's not far now, he said. What are we going to see? Asked Sally. A large, knowing grin appeared on Quatre's face. You'll see, very soon. Quatre was being a little enigmatic, not wanting to reveal too much about where they were going. Sally was intrigued, but she could also see he really wanted to surprise her. If it was one thing she'd come to learn about Quatre, it was that he loved to surprise people. He seemed to take his greatest pleasure from seeing the look on people's faces when he did things they weren't expecting. He particularly loved to give gifts to the people close to him. Not necessarily expensive or lavish presents, but just small, simple, thoughtful gifts, the sort that really meant something to a person at the time. She decided not to ask any more question about where they were going. She was happy just to go along with whatever Quatre was planning, and let him surprise her when the time was right. The small track wound its way through more woodland until, in the distance, they began to hear the sound of running water. The closer they got to it, the more it sounded like a large waterfall. Quatre was in his element. As they walked, he reminisced again about his previous visits when he was a boy. It's all how I remember it, he kept exclaiming excitedly to Sally, continually scanning his eyes all around. Hardly anything has changed, it's like going back in time. Sally smiled as Quatre continued to walk quietly a couple of paces ahead of her on the very narrow track. She was witnessing that very special side of his personality, something she found so endearing. He was radiating a charming innocence, an almost childlike presence of wonder as he took in his surroundings. As the sounds of the falling water got much closer, Quatre stopped and turned around, sporting a huge grin. What? she asked. "We're here," he beamed. He reached out and took Sally's hand. "You have to close your eyes now," he grinned, "and promise me you won't open them until I say." Sally knew he had been waiting a long time to show her this, so she complied without question. He carefully led her further along the track. "Now promise you won't peek," he said, "it will spoil the surprise." Sally could hear the smile in his voice. She was determined not to look. "I promise, Cat," she replied, her voice still a little giggly and nervous at the prospect of tripping on the undergrowth crisscrossing the track. A few moments later she knew they had reached a clearing because she suddenly felt the warmth and brightness of sunlight on her face. The sound of the cascading water had also got a little louder. "Are we out of the forest?" she asked. "Sort of, yes and no," came the reply. "What do you mean?" "See for yourself," replied Quatre in a strangely subdued, almost whispered voice. "Open your eyes, Sal." The Calling, Chapter 2. Sally opened her eyes and blinked a couple of times. As she saw what lay before them, her face lit up with astonishment. She exhaled a loud gasp, beaming a huge, wondrous smile. "It's beautiful!" she gasped. They stood, elevated, on the edge of a sloped, circular clearing in the forest. Nestled on the forest floor below them was a small lagoon, its emerald-tinted water sparkling in the sunlight. On the far side of the lagoon was a sheer cliff face that towered high above them, down which cascaded one of the most beautiful natural waterfalls she had ever seen. Colorful, tropical-looking plants and lush green, wild vegetation dominated the entire scene. Blossoms seemed to grow everywhere in abundance, particularly in deep reds, yellows, and whites, with the sweet smell of nectar being carried throughout the entire area by the subtlest breeze. "It's a paradise!" she gasped, her jaw agape, still struggling to find the words. "We used to call it the Secret Lagoon," said Quatre quietly, smiling, still looking out across this heavenly place. Suddenly a movement caught his eye. He quickly pointed to a large flowering bush growing out of the sloping ground below them. "Look, there!" he whispered excitedly, his face beaming in wonder. A small, fantastically colorful bird with a long bill skillfully hovered around the foliage, delicately poking its head into each of the trumpet-like flowers for a few seconds, before moving on to the next. Sally looked back at Quatre, her face radiating joy. "A hummingbird," she beamed excitedly, "I've never seen one in the wild before." Quatre began to feel a warm glow inside as the memories from the better days of his childhood continued to come flooding back. Seeing Sally's reaction was a bonus. He was so happy that she could see why this place was so special to him, and even happier she was so touched by its beauty and mystique. They could have stood there all day, continuing to be awestruck by its beauty, but Quatre was keen to explore further, curious to what other memories he could stir up. He scooped his arm under hers and pulled close to her side. "Come on, Sal, let's go down there." They negotiated their way down the sometimes precarious slope, until they stepped from the shadows into the warm sunlight that filled the clearing. The whole place was glowing with radiance and life. Soon they were stood at the edge of the small lagoon shore, staring in awe at the cascading waterfall towering above them. The water looked so inviting. She tugged at Quatre's arm. "Come on, Cat, let's go for a paddle." Minutes later, after discarding their rucksacks, boots and socks, they were stood barefoot in the crystal clear, warm water. Sally began exploring, following the shoreline to see how near she could get to the waterfall before the water got too deep. Quatre stayed put, just standing near to where they had first entered the water. He stared down at his submerged toes as memories of his childhood came flooding back to him again. He recollected himself being about 6 or 7 years old and standing in almost the very same spot, looking curiously down at his small feet being magnified and distorted by the crystal clear water, his first practical lesson in the laws of light refraction. As he drifted further into his memories, he could subconsciously hear the laughter of his sisters playfully swimming and splashing around in the water. On the bank sat his father, relaxing, and watching over his children as they played in this paradise without a care in the world. He remembered how he used to swim out about halfway to the waterfall and dive down into the depths of the lagoon trying to pick up pebbles from the bottom. Back then, the lagoon seemed so much larger. Just to swim out to its center seemed like an expedition in itself, yet now, stood ankle deep in the water, he felt like he could almost reach out and touch the waterfall. The thought stayed with him for a while. He pondered on why his memories recalled the lagoon being so much larger, until he remembered that he was very small as a child. At 7 years old, he was barely 4 feet tall, so the world would have seemed much bigger to such a pine-sized person. Only when he hit his teens did Quatre begin to sprout into the normal-sized teenager he had become today. He took a few steps sideways and quietly perched on a large boulder that protruded from the water. The abundance of the memories flashing back in his mind was beginning to make him feel a little melancholy. The last time he set eyes on this place, he was just an innocent child, without a care in the world. Now, some 8 years on, he was practically an adult, forced to grow up too quickly because of war. The same eyes that once looked upon this place as an untouchable, safe haven, where only magical and wondrous things could happen, now looked upon this place knowing that it could also easily be destroyed. From all the terrible things he had witnessed during the war, his childhood memories seemed tainted somehow. Despite the place being untouched and unspoiled by time, in a sense, it no longer felt like the magical place that his memories were so keen to hold on to. He felt a slight sinking in his heart, a strange, deep, inner sadness he could not easily explain, a bit like going to visit an old friend, only to discover that they had passed away a long time ago. As he sat, eyes half closed, contemplating his feelings further, he pulled his wet feet up onto the boulder and wrapped his arms around his drawn-up legs, pressing his chin onto his knees, trying to find comfort from the pangs of sadness he was feeling. He felt a pair of arms tenderly wrap themselves around his shoulders, waking him from his daydream state. He glanced sideways to see Sally perched beside him on the boulder, leaning toward him, looking at him with compassion. "Quatre, what's wrong?" she asked in a mellow voice. She could see the sadness in his eyes. Quatre sighed gently. "Just memories," he replied equally as quietly, "so many memories." Sally didn't push for answers. Still with her arms around him, she tenderly laid her head on his shoulder and joined him, quietly looking out across the water. They sat there in silence for a few minutes before Quatre put his feet back down into the water. With renewed enthusiasm, he smiled at her. "What?" she asked. "Come on," he said, standing up in the water and offering her his hand. She took it and he led them back to the pebble shore, then up to the open grass where they had left their rucksacks and shoes. "There's something else I want to show you," he said. Sally smiled at him again. "You mean there's more?" she asked in a surprised tone. Quatre beamed a knowing smile at her. "You'll like this, I promise," he replied. He gently led her, still both barefoot, along a dry track until they came to a tall rock face and what looked like a cave entrance. It was quite dark, but they could see light just a short way inside. "It gets a little narrow here," commented Quatre, "so watch your head." They cautiously shuffled through the entrance then followed a series of open narrow channels between tall rock faces with blue sky above them. Eventually, they came to one final narrowing. "After you," gestured Quatre. Without hesitation, Sally, keen to see whatever was on the other side, shuffled through the opening. Moments later, she was stood on a large, tropical cove beach. She looked at it in wonder. Quatre came through and stood beside her. "Yes!" he exclaimed excitedly, "it hasn't changed a bit." The sand beneath their feet was pure white. It lay unspoiled, right out to the clear, turquoise blue ocean some 50 or so paces ahead of them. The large unspoiled beach stretched for about a quarter of a mile in each direction. Plant and vegetation-rich rock faces capped the cove at either end, with dense, palm tree vegetation sweeping around the back of the entire cove, completing the wondrous picture. The place was completely deserted, devoid of even the slightest signs of humanity. "Very few people know of this place," said Quatre. "Oh Cat, this whole place is amazing, so beautiful. It really is a paradise." Quatre grinned with a playful look in his eye. "Come on, I'll race you!" he called as he began running off toward the sea. Sally grinned, and quickly took off after him. Moments later they were jumping about on the shore, splashing water at each other as they laughed and giggled like two playful little kids. Quatre was the first to fall over. After stumbling on a submerged boulder, he wound up sitting on his butt in a few inches of water. The shocked, but still grinning look on his face sent Sally into fits of laughter. He got up in time to miss the next incoming wave, but the damage had been done and he knew he would have to endure soggy shorts until they dried out. Still grinning, Sally helped Quatre brush the wet sand off before gently taking hold of his arm and placing it in hers. Then they began a slow stroll along the shoreline, taking time to just talk, and to be with each other while relaxing in the wondrous natural beauty and warmth of their surroundings. After walking the entire length of the cove, they arrived back at the lagoon, both a little tired from all the fresh air. "You hungry?" asked Quatre. "Starving." Sally sat down on the lush soft grass beneath one of the trees and leaned back against its trunk, whilst Quatre opened the larger of the two backpacks and peered in. Moments later he looked up at Sally with a grin. "You like champagne?" he asked, pulling from the bag a half-sized bottle and two crystal glasses. "Wow, champagne, I love it, that is whenever I get the chance to drink it." Quatre scrutinized the label on the bottle for a moment then laughed out loudly. "James, bless him!" He smiled, "It's alcohol-free champagne." A few minutes later they were sat next to each other, both leaning back against a wide tree trunk, enjoying a variety of gastronomic treats, like smoked salmon and cucumber sandwiches followed by some rather rich chocolate cake. Quatre picked up his champagne glass and held it out in front of them. He looked at Sally with a caring smile. "A toast," he said quietly. Sally reached down and picked up her own glass, reaching it out to join his. "To friendship, to comrades and to the secret lagoon," he said. Sally smiled, nodding in agreement, "and to many more wonderful experiences just like this one." Quatre nodded, "Absolutely. To lots more reasons to eat cake, drink champagne and propose toasts," he beamed. It was late afternoon when Sally stirred from a wonderfully peaceful doze. Quatre was still sleeping peacefully, laying on his back, stretched out on the soft warm grass with his head resting in her lap. She remained leaning back against the tree trunk. She couldn't remember another time when she had felt so deeply relaxed and contented. The sun was still beating its warmth down upon them both, although she could sense evening was not far away. She looked down at the blonde youth's head she was cradling in her lap. Quatre's hands were clasped loosely together resting against his stomach, elbows propped on the soft grass beneath him. She observed the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, his breath slow and deeply relaxed. Smiling, she reached down and affectionately smoothed the hair gently across his forehead with her fingers. He seemed to purr quietly with contentment as she then slowly traced her fingertip down the length of his nose to the tip. Taking a deep breath, Quatre slowly opened his eyes and looked up dreamily into hers. "Hey sleepy," she whispered calmly, continuing to caress his hair. Quatre closed his eyes in a slow-motion blink, and gave a contented hum, followed by a long, deep sigh. He didn't want the moment to end. "We absolutely have to do that again," said Sally as they strolled back along the forest path. Quatre nodded agreeing enthusiastically. "I've had such a great time today, Sally," he replied. "I couldn't have wished for better company. Thank you for allowing me to share this place with you." His tone was genuinely appreciative. "No Quatre, thank you," she replied, "the memories I have of today, I will cherish forever." A short while later they were back in the car heading for home. It was perfect timing. James arrived just moments before they reached the gate where they had first embarked on their memorable visit to the secret lagoon. They said very little in the car on the way home, mostly through tiredness. They looked out of the windows, watching the world silently glide by as the sun slowly disappeared below the horizon. Occasionally, they would glance toward each other, smiling as they both contemplated and digested the simple, yet wondrous day they had shared. Quatre kept discreetly glancing at his watch. He had one more surprise up his sleeve for Sally, but getting the timing right was crucial. The Calling, Chapter 3. Within half an hour the car pulled onto the long gravel driveway of Quatre's home. It was dusk, but the warm glow from the Georgian-style windows of the Winter Mansion was a welcoming sight as it loomed into view. The luxury car stopped at the base of the stone steps leading up to the main entrance. James opened Sally's door, and she stepped onto the white gravel drive. Quatre walked around and stood beside her. He offered her his arm and pulled her close, giving her a slightly mischievous grin. Sally looked at him. She suspected he was up to something. "What is it, Cat?" she asked, grinning at him. "Nothing," he replied dismissively. "Come on, let's get some dinner, I'm starving." Sally nodded and he led her up the stone steps towards the large, double oak front doors. As they approached, the doors were opened by unseen hands. They stepped into the darkened reception hall and Sally could feel Quatre's grip tighten on her arm. "Why is it so dark in here?" she asked. Suddenly the lights came on. "Surprise!" called the unison of many grinning and laughing faces stood before them, followed by a sudden torrent of exploding party poppers and paper streamers raining down mainly on Sally, although Quatre got quite a few of them too. "What the?" stuttered Sally in surprise, gripping Quatre's arm even more tightly as smiles and laughter filled the large echoey reception hall. Before them stood a small assembly of the people she considered to be her closest friends, allies and comrades. There were the 4 other Gundam pilots, Duo, Heero, Trowa and of course Wufei. Also present was Noin, Catherine, and Hilde, who was hanging onto Duo's arm. Even Relena had managed to attend. Noin was the first one to step forward and greet Sally. "Oh, Sally," she beamed radiantly, gripping her by the arms, leaning in to give her a peck on the cheek. "You're looking fantastic," she said, "happy birthday!" Sally eagerly greeted her back, smiling. "Noin, it's so great to see you again," she said, trying to engage in a brief conversation, "but how did you know it was my?" Before she could finish her sentence, the rest of the group, all sporting smiling, excited faces stepped forward and began jostling for the opportunity to greet her. "Happy birthday, Sally!" called more voices from the group. "Yes, happy birthday!" After many moments of exchanging hugs and kisses with just about everyone in the room, Sally stood back, beaming radiantly. She gave out a happy sigh. "A surprise party? For me? Oh, you guys!" She was a little lost for words. "I didn't think anyone knew when my birthday was." Quatre stepped beside her, placing his arm in hers once again. "Hey, you're not the only one with reliable intelligence sources around here, you know," he grinned. The others laughed. "Shall we?" he asked, gesturing his arm towards the dining hall. Sally smiled and nodded. They walked forward, and the small, smiling, gathering of friends stepped aside. As Quatre and Sally walked down the spontaneous aisle of people, everyone joined in behind them on their stroll toward the dining hall. As they approached, the doors opened, and Sally's face lit up with astonishment at the scene that lay beyond. In the dimly lit room sat a long banqueting table, set ready for a feast. Lit candles sat eloquently in golden holders placed along its length. A warm light sparkled off the seemingly endless sea of highly polished cutlery and tableware that formed the place settings for the whole group. James, Quatre's butler, stepped out from behind the door he had just opened. "Dinner is ready, Master Quatre," he spoke loyally, and respectfully. "Thank you, James, and excellent work on a speedy and flawless transition from the car to the dining hall," he winked, grinning. "I think we're ready." He looked to Sally for confirmation. She nodded eagerly, starving. A few minutes later the entire group were sat around the table, continuing to engage in light, enthusiastic conversation and laughter as attending staff began to serve the first course. Sally was still a little dumbstruck by the whole thing. Being the guest of honor, she was at the head of the table. Sat next to her on one side was Quatre, and on the other, Noin. Next to Noin sat Heero, Relina, Hilde, and Catherine. On the opposite side of the table, Trowa sat beside Quatre, followed by Wufei then Duo. The mansion's banqueting table was too large for the relatively small group to sit around without significant gaps between individuals, so Quatre had arranged for them to be gathered at one end of the table in a more informal, more intimate arrangement. "I can't believe you all went to so much trouble for me," Sally commented to the group. Most of the Gundam pilots verbally leapt to her defense. "Hey, Sal, we really wanted to do this," said Duo. "Yes, this was something we all really wanted to do," added Wufei. Quatre leaned in close to her. "We've been looking forward to doing this for a long time," he smiled. The main course was a delicious vegetarian dish with an amazing coriander and lemon sauce that everyone raved about. Quatre had employed his favorite chef to cook the meal. The room remained relatively quiet as they ate, and when everyone had finished the main course, Duo and Tro discreetly nodded to Quatre and got up from their chairs. "Excuse us for a couple of minutes, guys," said Trowa before they disappeared through the service door at the side of the room. Moments later, the room lights suddenly dimmed, the main double doors opened, and the two absent pilots appeared in the doorway holding a very large, ice cake, decorated with many lit candles. They walked carefully into the room and placed it on the table in front of Sally as the whole group stood up and broke into a rather tuneless and somewhat giggly chorus of happy birthday. Sally blew the candles out with one blow, while the others applauded. "Don't forget to make a wish!" called out Noin. The lights came back on again, and many of the group got their first real look at the cake in the light. There was a strange silence. Sally looked down at the cake. She wanted to express her surprise and gratitude, but something was holding her back. "Not the usual one or household standard," came an involuntary voice inside her mind as she examined the cake with curiosity. It was a rather squat, oddly shaped specimen in need of a total remake. It was trying very hard to be square in shape but was more, well, actually it didn't seem to be any particular shape at all. The dark chocolate icing was trying to be smooth but looked more like a 3D model of a mountain range, on which the small, round chocolate buttons were finding it extremely difficult to sit flat. The frilly decorative surround half disappeared under a thick overlap of icing on one side, while several parts of its surface didn't have any icing at all. Duo suddenly laughed out, breaking the silence as he took in the full extent of the poorest excuse for a cake he'd ever seen in his life. "It's funny, it didn't seem to look that bad when we were making it," he mused. "Yes, it did," replied Wufei dryly, in an attempt to disassociate himself with any part of its construction. Sally suddenly noted what Duo had just said. "You mean you guys actually made this cake, for me?" she asked, sounding a little taken aback. Quatre leaned in closer. "They made this today when we were out on our day trip. Slaved over a hot stove for hours," remarked Duo humorously, "just the four of us in a cookbook." "Well, you know the old saying about too many cooks," added Trowa. "Sorry about the finish, Sal, we'll try to get some more practice before your next birthday." Sally gave a quiet, appreciative coo as suddenly the cake's appearance became irrelevant to her. She loved it. Suddenly it became the most beautiful cake she had ever seen. "Oh, guys! It's wonderful! It's so wonderful, you actually went to all this trouble! Just for me?" she replied excitedly. "You actually baked me a cake, that's so sweet! Thank you!" She got up from her chair and quickly went to each of the pilots, giving each of them a brief hug. When she sat back down, Quatre handed her a knife. "Why don't you cut it?" he suggested. "Yes, put it out of its misery," said Wufei in a serious tone, to the amusement of the group. A few minutes later everyone had a piece of the cake on a small plate in front of them. As Sally started eating, the others followed suit, each taking a bite. First impressions were favorable, until, very quickly, everyone started crunching on a rather gritty substance that seemed to dwell within the sponge. There were several hums and sounds of slight discomfort as everyone started picking hard bits from their mouths. "Heero!" said Duo in urgent annoyance. Heero looked up. "What?" he replied innocently, When you were mixing the ingredients, and you got to the eggs, you did remove the shells from them first, right? Asked Duo in an annoyed tone. Heero thought back to earlier in the day when the four of them had been in the kitchen making the cake. He was adding the ingredients to a large mixing bowl while Duo was reading out instructions from the recipe book. Wufei and Trowa were bringing the ingredients to him from the fridge as Duo called for them. There was a pause. "You're not saying anything, Heero?" growled Duo, almost knowing what was coming next. Heero's face began to go red. "You didn't say anything about removing the shells," he replied defensively. "Ah, Heero!" came a cry in unison from the four other pilots as they put down their cake and pushed their plates away. "What?" replied Heero, "what did I do?" Duo was the one reading the instructions out. "Hey, give me a break, Heero, don't you go blaming me for this," replied Duo defensively. The rest of the group were glancing at each other, trying hard not to show their amusement, keen to listen in on the developing dialogue between Heero and Duo. "Hey, you just said add the eggs, you never said anything about taking the shells off!" protested Heero, desperately trying to defend his position. "Add 5 eggs, that's what you said, and that's exactly what I did. If you got to blame anyone, blame that stupid cookbook! Heero, anyone who's got half a brain knows you can't eat eggshells!" whined Duo. "Well, I didn't know, okay? Mr. Bloody Zen master of all knowledge! I've never cooked before!" growled Heero firmly, now more embarrassed than anything else at his blatantly stupid mistake. His last comments were more than the others could take. Starting with Noin, the whole group quickly burst into a wave of loud, hysterical laughter. Heero folded his arms, pouting, his face scarlet with embarrassment, but through the loudness of the laughter, Heero heard a single voice come from across the table. "Hey, don't worry about it, Heero, it was just an honest mistake." He looked up to see Quatre smiling at him. It was a simple reminder that he really was among true friends. Slowly the sides of Heero's mouth began to turn upwards, until eventually, he joined in with the laughter, laughing at himself for making such a ridiculous error. Wufei leaned toward Heero. "You might be one hell of a pilot," he said, "but you sure make a lousy cook." The meal continued into the evening, minus the cake. Everyone chatted enthusiastically, catching up on old times. For many of the group, the last time they had seen each other was at the tail end of the war. They were keen to learn how everyone was coping with civilian life. Coffees had just been served when James the butler entered the room and approached Heero. He leaned in close, his white-gloved hand shielding his lip movements as he whispered discreetly into Heero's ear. "Master Yui, your guest has arrived, sir, he's waiting in the study as requested." Heero nodded to the man and stood up. "Excuse me," he said, leaving the table and walking toward the side door, "I'll just be a few minutes." Quatre acknowledged him with a knowing nod as he left the room. Heero made his way down the hallway to the study and quietly opened the door. At the window, staring out into the darkness, stood a boy of around 12 or 13 years. He didn't seem to notice Heero enter the room. Heero paused, observing him for a moment. The youngster was tidily dressed. Beside him on the floor sat a small, rather tatty old brown suitcase. Heero closed the door behind him. As it clicked shut, the boy seemed to break from his solitary staring and quickly turned around. "Heero!" he gasped, suddenly beaming a smile from his notably cute and boyish face. "Fumio!" smiled Heero, walking quickly toward him. He reached out and cupped a hand affectionately onto the shoulder of the youth. "You're running late, I was getting worried." "Sorry, Heero, the lay people had prepared a going away meal for me. I didn't want to insult them by leaving early," explained the small-framed boy, his tone apologetic. Heero nodded, understanding his situation. "It's okay, I'm just glad you made it. I thought you might have changed your mind about coming here." The dark crop-haired youth glanced up at Heero, cocking his head to one side in a slightly confused look. "I made a promise, Heero, I would not break my promise to you." Heero nodded. "I know, I guess I was just concerned that you lost your nerve, that's all." Fumio suddenly went quiet. He didn't respond verbally, just looked up at Heero. His big cobalt blue eyes began to glaze slightly. "Hey, you're not still worried about this, are you?" Again, Fumio did not respond verbally, but an expression of worry began to appear on his face as he reluctantly nodded. "Look," whispered Heero, gently gripping him by the shoulders, "I understand you're feeling out of your depth right now. Moving away from the security of the monastery and everything familiar to you is a big step, but we both know that it had to be done, and we both know why." Heero spoke firmly, yet, with an unusually caring tone. Fumio reluctantly nodded again, still looking sad. "I'm gonna help get you through this, just like I promised I would, you know that, right?" The boy nodded, looking down worriedly at the floor. "You just have to be strong for a while longer, that's all, okay?" "Okay, Heero," came the subdued reply. Heero gently put his fingers under Fumio's chin and directed the boy to look up at him. "I promise you, you're not going to face any of this alone. I'm here for you and I'm not going to leave your side until this is solved. We're in this together, and we'll see it through to the end together, okay?" "Okay!" Fumio nodded again, looking more reassured by Heero's words. "You're my kid brother, and I'm gonna look out for you. I've got your back, always. Never forget that." Heero's words of loyalty were enough to ease Fumio away from his worries. He responded by slowly forming a slight smile, hiding away his unhappiness and worries for the time being. "There, that's more like it," said Heero kindly. For a long time, Heero had wanted to tell the others about Fumio, his only family, but during the war, many complications and risks were preventing him from doing so. Only now, 6 months after the war's end, and certain the danger was over, was he finally prepared to let go of his doubts and make it known. He stepped back for a moment, looking at the boy. It was the first time in years Heero had seen his brother wearing attire other than the orange monk's robes he'd grown accustomed to seeing him in. He was finding it a little strange. He wanted to comment but figured perhaps now would not be a good time. It was obvious Fumio was already missing the security of the monastery, his home for the past 4 years, so bringing it up in conversation would only keep reminding him of it and make him sad again. "Do you want to meet the others?" Heero asked. Fumio smiled and nodded slowly. "You seem apprehensive." Fumio nodded again. "I am a little," he grinned nervously. Heero smiled. "There's no need to be," he suggested. "These are more than just friends, they're like family to me and they're good people, I promise, they'll welcome you with open arms." Fumio nodded but didn't appear too convinced. He glanced up at Heero with a questioning look. "Do they even know about me?" he asked hesitantly. "I know you said you would tell them when the time was right." Heero paused before answering as if he had been caught off guard. "Quatre is the only one who knows about you at the moment. I entrusted him to make the necessary security arrangements before you arrived. He's also the one I'm trusting to help us with what lies ahead. I decided tonight would be the right time to tell the others, and I'm planning to tell them in a moment." Fumio listened carefully, still looking a little apprehensive. "Do you want more time to prepare?" asked Heero. "No, let's do this now," replied Fumio, keen to get this particular exercise over with. Heero nodded and gestured toward the door. They left the room and wandered silently along the hallway, coming to a halt outside the dining hall door where the others could be heard chatting and laughing. Fumio agreed to wait outside and out of sight until Heero had had the chance to explain the situation to the others. He stood just around the corner from the door, listening and waiting for Heero's cue. Before going in, Heero cupped a hand gently onto Fumio's shoulder again. "Don't worry, you're going to be just fine," he whispered reassuringly. Fumio smiled back nervously, as he watched Heero open the door and enter the room. The Calling, Chapter 4. As Heero entered the room, the others glanced toward him, acknowledging his return. He walked over and crouched himself down between Quatre and Sally's chairs. "Everything okay, Heero?" whispered Quatre, knowing exactly where he had just been. "Yeah, all set. Quatre gave a nod. Heero turned to Sally. "Hey Sal," he said cheerfully, yet seriously, "I appreciate this is your birthday party, but would you mind if I addressed everyone about an unrelated matter?" "Of course, you don't need to ask me, just go ahead," she replied. Heero smiled and patted her on the arm as he stood up. He grabbed a fork and an empty glass and began tapping on it loudly until the room fell silent. All eyes were looking his way. He cleared his throat. Guys! I've got a bit of an announcement to make, so I thought it would be appropriate to make it while everyone was together." The others watched and listened quietly. "It's difficult to know where to begin, so I guess I'd better just come out with it," he spoke hesitantly. "The fact is, I've been keeping something from all of you. You've been living a double life as a drag queen called Steve?" bleated Duo without warning. "Duo!" snapped Sally, "behave yourself!" She grinned. Laughter echoed around the room again. Noin had just taken a mouthful of coffee and almost spat it out across the table while Relena nearly choked on the cookie she had just bitten into. Heero tried to glare at Duo in protest but found himself grinning too. "Come on, this is important, I'm trying to be serious here," he protested. Duo smiled at him, putting his palms out in apologetic submission. "Sorry, it just kind of slipped out. Couldn't resist." Heero began tapping the glass again until everyone settled down and the room fell silent once more. As he tried to start speaking again, a small involuntary grin forced its way onto his face as he reminisced on Duo's comment. He cleared his throat again. "Firstly, for the record, no, I'm not living a secret life as a drag queen called Steve, but thank you Duo for the image now burned into my mind." Everyone chortled quietly. "Actually, this is an important thing I wanted to tell you, so I need to get serious for a moment." The room quietened and settled down again. "As I said, there's something I've been keeping from you. Not just you guys, but it's something I've had to keep from everyone. For the record, I haven't enjoyed keeping you in the dark, but the risk until now has just been too great to do otherwise." As he spoke to the seated group, he slowly moved around the room, periodically gripping the backs of people's chairs. Everyone in the room was listening carefully to his words with a degree of fascination. They were intrigued to know about his hidden secret that was obviously such a big deal to him. "Now we're in peacetime, the recent months have convinced me another war is most unlikely, at least, not in our lifetimes, and it's only now, in these conditions I'm willing to reveal this truth to you, the people who have earned my respect, and more importantly, my trust." He came to a halt at the back of Sally's chair and gently gripped the backrest. "There is a big element from my past that I was forced to keep secret for many years." Heero looked serious, and his voice began to sound sorrowful. He glanced sideways toward the half-open door and spotted Fumio lurking apprehensively out of sight in the corridor, discreetly watching him, listening to his every word. As their eyes met, Heero's mind began to fill with painful memories from both their pasts. He paused for a moment, contemplating the memories and what he was about to reveal. "But that all changes today," he said, his voice lowered to a whisper. Heero offered Fumio a discreet, subtle nod, a gesture of reassurance before peeling his eyes back to the group. "I know most of you believe I was orphaned at a young age and have no family," his voice perking up again, "but in reality, that's not entirely true. The truth is, I have a brother." His statement was met with soft, suppressed murmurs from around the room. Wufei was the first to comment. "You have a brother Heero?" He spoke quietly. "That's great." "Yeah, that's cool Heero!" chirped Noin excitedly. "Hey, it's good to hear," added Duo, "but why wait until now to tell us? Why all the secrecy?" Noin cleared her throat and shuffled forward in her chair. "I think I can answer that one for you Duo," she spoke, looking to Heero for approval to answer. Heero nodded. "Duo, we had so many enemies during the war, right now I could list several particularly nasty factions and individuals who wouldn't have hesitated in using this information to their advantage. Imagine if it were known that Heero had family," she continued, They wouldn't have thought twice about using that information to get to Heero and possibly the rest of us. Heero's brother would have been a target in significant danger. Sally joined in, backing Noin. Yes, Heero would have had no choice but to keep it quiet. He couldn't risk saddling us with that information in case we were captured. It was the only thing he could have done to keep his brother safe. So come on then, Heero, tell us about him, asked Sally enthusiastically. What's his name, what's he like, and where's he been hiding all this time? Heero nodded, understanding the curiosity he was now being faced with. Well, his name is Fumio, he's 12, and he spent the past 4 years living at the Sakuragaoka monastery up in the foothills on the far side of town. You mean? Spoke Wufei, suddenly sounding as spirited as Sally. You mean he's… Yes, Wufei, he's a monk. An odd silence filled the room for a moment. Wow, he lives in a monastery, Heero? Asked Relina. I wonder what that must be like for him. Does he like being a monk? He seems to love it there, but… He paused, a slight grin appearing on his face knowing he was about to surprise everyone for a second time. Why don't you ask him yourself? You mean he's here? Came many simultaneous, surprised voices. Heero smiled broadly and nodded. He's just outside. He paused, donning a more serious look again. He's kinda nervous, so go easy on him, okay? He whispered. Heero gestured with his arm toward the open door, and called out to Fumio. All eyes were focused on the doorway as the small framed, rather anxious boy slowly and timidly peered around from behind the door frame. On sight of him, Noin and Hilde gave a quiet, whispered awe. The other pilots just looked on, smiling. Fumio slowly and shyly stepped into the room, his nervous smile working hard to disguise the intense social anxiety he was feeling inside. Heero walked over to him and placed a reassuring arm around the boy's shoulders. Guys, I want you to meet Fumio, my kid brother. Fumio, meet the guys, he gestured with his other hand. Everyone donned their best friendly smiles as warm words of greeting were offered to him. Hello, was the timid and quiet reply, a nervous tremble apparent in his voice. The girls quietly started up another chorus of whispered awe as Fumio subconsciously found himself starting to hide behind his brother. Seeing how daunted he looked, Quatre stood up. Let's all retire to a more relaxed environment, we can chill out in the lounge for the rest of the evening. There was a general nodding of heads as everyone began getting up from their chairs. Heero guided Fumio back through the door toward the lounge and one by one everyone followed, all chatting among themselves as they meandered down the long reception hallway toward the lounge doors at the other end. As they walked, Noin gripped Sally's arm, pulling her face to her ear. He is adorable, such a cutie pie! She squealed in an animated whisper, trying not to be overheard. Sally grinned back at her, nodding. He seems like a sweet kid, but no, Noin, seriously, you can't keep him, she grinned, joking. Within minutes, everyone was sat or stood milling around in the lounge, chatting. It was enough to break the ice, and Fumio spent the next half an hour or so being introduced to the group one by one. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Fumio-kun, said Quatre as they shook hands. Heero told me all about you a couple of days ago. It is my honor to meet you, Mr. Winner, replied Fumio politely in his naturally quiet voice. My brother has told me many good things about you. Quatre smiled. Really? He said, looking up at Heero in surprise. Heero suddenly looked uncomfortable and promptly disappeared to the other side of the room to talk with Relina. Fumio looked at Quatre again. I wanted to thank you for letting me stay here in your really lovely house, it is very kind of you. Quatre smiled. Fumio, I want you to understand something about where you are right now, he replied. Take a look around the room at the people here. Fumio did as Quatre asked, scanning his eyes around the room at everyone. During the war, we all became very close comrades, but more importantly, we became like a family. This place, the Winter household, has become like our family home, and although our individual lives will often cause us to spend our time away from here, everyone knows there will always be a place, and a welcome here for them whenever they need one, and for as long as they need one. Fumio nodded, understanding. The same goes for you now, Fumio, you are Heero's brother, and that makes you a part of this family. That means there is a home here for you too, should you ever need one. Fumio looked moved by the gesture. You are very kind, Mr. Winner, he suggested. I wish I were able to repay your kindness somehow, but I am just a simple monk, I have nothing of value I can offer you other than my time. I will, of course, be happy to earn my keep while I'm here. I can do chores. Quatre smiled compassionately, he felt his heart warming at Fumio's agreeable demeanor. There's no need to worry yourself about such things, payment is neither required nor expected, and please, Fumio-kun, call me Cat, or Quatre, or I'll have to start calling you Master Yui, he grinned. Okay. Mr. Quatre. Quatre's grin intensified, no, just plain old Cat. Heero continued to introduce Fumio to each of the other group members until he had met them all. The boy monk had taken a particular shine to Noin and had spent a lot of time sat talking with her on one of the sofas. For another hour or so the conversation and laughter continued until Trowa began banging a knife on a wineglass loudly, calling the room to order. As the room fell silent, the 5 Gundam pilots gathered themselves around Sally, who had been sat on the center cushion of one of the 3-seat sofas. Quatre sat on the couch beside her to her left, Wufei to her right, Trowa, Heero and Duo all knelt or sat on the floor immediately in front of her. What's going on, guys? She asked, a little uneasy about the 5 boys' behavior. We have one more little surprise for you, Sally, said Quatre, as the other girls perched on the sofa opposite, and watched with interest. Trowa spoke up, the guys and I, given that it's your birthday and all, we just wanted to use the occasion to say thank you, for all the incredible things you have done for us since we have known you. Aw, guys, you don't need to do this, Sally gently protested, we have all wanted to do this for a long time, commented Quatre. I'm not sure you realize just how much we owe you, Sal, added Duo, I think each of us can safely say we owe you our lives, and in some cases, several times over. We've all agreed on this point, said Heero, we don't think any of us would be alive today if it weren't for your support and the sacrifices you made for us. Sally was getting a little emotional, you're gonna start me off in a minute, she said grinning, wiping a small tear from her eye. We wanted to get you a gift, something special, spoke Wufei, it was hard to think of what to get you at first. But then we came up with this, spoke Quatre, gesturing for Sally to look at Trowa who was kneeling in front of her. He produced from his pocket a small, velvet-textured box and held it out in front of him, smiling. Sally saw the box, oh, guys! She gasped nervously, still close to being overcome with emotion. Go on, Sal, you can open it, said Wufei. Sally gingerly took the small box from Trowa's hand and slowly opened it. As she saw the contents, her face lit up with surprise. It's beautiful! She whispered, in admiration of the small silver pendant necklace sat in the box, a St. Christopher pendant. Actually, it's no ordinary pendant, remarked Quatre. It's made from Gundanium alloy, added Duo. Gundanium alloy? Gasped Sally once more, but that's impossible, isn't it? The 5 pilots grinned, tell us about it. Said Duo humorously, we had to call on quite a few favors to get it made. It's not just any old Gundanium either, added Heero, it's made up from a tiny piece taken from each of our original 5 Gundams. It was meant to be symbolic, suggested Quatre, we chose St. Christopher because he's supposed to be a patron saint of travelers, protecting those who travel. We want you to be safe wherever you go, added Wufei. It has also been blessed, added Heero, by the monks at Fumio's monastery. Really? Asked Sally looking up at Fumio. The boy nodded, grinning. Your actions and deeds have become something of a legend among the local Buddhist community, added Heero. A small tear welled up in Sally's left eye and rolled down her cheek as her emotions started to get the better of her. Oh, this is too much, she sniffed, guys, I don't know what to say, I'm so overwhelmed. This is the most wonderful thing anyone has ever done for me. Thank you so much, all of you. I love you guys so much." She leaned forward trying to reach her arms around all of the pilots at the same time. The pilots all leaned in and joined her in the spontaneous group hug. "I'll wear this forever, I promise, and every time I see it, I will think of you, all of you." The Calling, Chapter 5. The informal gathering continued into the evening, but at around 10 o'clock, Relina had to start her journey back to the Sank Kingdom. Running a nation was no easy feat, and with the end of the war, her life had become unbelievably busy. One day was all the time she could afford. Catherine also had to return home where she would be performing the next night, so they decided to make the first part of their journey together. Everyone gathered in the main entrance hall to see them off, taking it in turns to say their goodbyes. "Relina, I still can't believe you came all this way," said Sally as they hugged. "I'm so grateful." "Are you kidding, Sally?" replied Relina. "I wouldn't have missed this for the world." "I do hope we can meet again soon," replied Sally. "You know you're welcome in the Sank Kingdom at any time," suggested Relina. Everyone made their way outside, down the floodlit stone steps to Quatre's awaiting Rolls Royce that was ready to take Catherine home, and Relina to the airport. As the car drove away, everyone waved and called until it disappeared into the darkness. Slowly, the remaining group meandered back up the steps and into the house. They would all be staying at the mansion that night, and for the whole week. They had all made the effort to treat the get-together as a short holiday, the first break many of them had had for years. "Let's meet back in the lounge," suggested Quatre. "I've arranged hot milk toddies." In the hallway, Heero caught up with Fumio, who was walking beside Noin and Trowa. He put his arm around the boy's neck and gently grappled him into a playful headlock, rubbing his knuckles on the top of his head as they walked. Fumio laughed out loudly. "And you little monk," said Heero lightheartedly, "you're going to bed, it's way past your bedtime." "Okay, Heero," came the muffled reply. "Have you seen your room yet, Fumio?" asked Quatre, hearing Heero's comments. Heero let go and the boy looked up at Quatre, still grinning. He shook his head negatively while pulling his ruffled shirt straight. "Come on, I'll show you where it is," replied Quatre, making a detour toward the stairs. Fumio and Heero followed. "Oh, are you off to bed now, Fumio?" asked Noin, sounding slightly disappointed. He nodded. The group stopped walking as words of good night and sleep well were called out. He stopped and turned back to the group smiling. "Good night, it was lovely to meet you," he said quietly, then began scanning his eyes around the group for Sally. On spotting her, he stepped back down the stairs and stood before her, gently taking her by the hands. "I really do hope you had a wonderful birthday, Miss Sally," he said, beaming a warm smile at her. Sally smiled back at him compassionately. "Oh, thank you, that's so sweet of you, Fumio-chan," she replied, touched by his gesture. "I have a wonderful day," she replied, gently squeezing his hands back, "and it was made more special by getting to meet you." Fumio, still smiling, gestured for a hug, and Sally happily reciprocated. "I'll see you in the morning," she spoke softly to him as they embraced. "Sweet dreams." Fumio gently moved away and began climbing the stairs once more to where Quatre and Heero were waiting a few steps up. The group waved and called good night again, then turned to continue their short walk toward the lounge where James the butler was preparing hot milk toddies, a firm favorite with anyone who had ever stayed at the Winter household. "Fumio has the room next to yours, as you requested," Quatre informed Heero as they ambled along the first floor corridor of the East Wing. Heero nodded in appreciation. Moments later they were stood outside a large white paneled door. Quatre opened it. "Here you are, Fumio, this is your room." They entered and Heero turned on the lights. A grand room lay before them, with high ceilings and opulent decor. The subtle smell of antique wood lingered in the air. There were 3, tall, separate windows running along the front wall. A king-sized 4-poster bed sat against the same wall between 2 of the windows, whilst antique oak furniture sat along several of the other walls. Fumio's face lit up with astonishment. "This room is for me?" he gasped, looking back at Quatre, his big blue eyes wide open in astonishment. Quatre nodded. "It's not as modern as you might have liked," he commented, "but you've got the best view in the whole house. When the sun comes up in the morning, you can see right across to the mountains, it's really quite spectacular." Fumio continued to look at the room with his mouth open, almost in shock at the sheer size of it. "You have an ensuite bathroom and shower in here," continued Quatre, walking over and opening a door to the right. "It has everything you need, towels, bathrobes, soap, and there's a new toothbrush, if you need one." Fumio didn't seem to hear Quatre's words, he was still staring in disbelief at the room. "Are you sure this room is for me?" he gasped. Quatre grinned. He pointed to the ottoman at the foot of the bed. Fumio's small tatty suitcase had been brought up into the room and was sat on it. "That's your suitcase, isn't it?" Fumio nodded. "Then this must be your room, the house staff are never wrong." Heero watched with dry amusement the bewildered look on his brother's face. But, even the main rooms in our monastery aren't as big as this," he gasped. Quatre smiled. "Well, I'm sure you'll get used to it. This is one of my favorite rooms actually, it has a nice homely feel. If you need anything, please, don't be afraid to ask for it, okay?" "Thank you for everything, Mr. Quatre," said Fumio in a genuinely appreciative tone, bowing respectfully as Quatre was preparing to turn for the door. "You are most welcome, Fumio-kun," replied Quatre smiling warmly, returning the bow. Then he paused for a moment, thinking about his next words. He looked into the boy's eyes with sincerity. "I really do hope you can find the answers you are looking for," he said compassionately. "I want you to know I am prepared to do anything within my power and ability to help you, should you need my help." Quatre patted Heero on the shoulder as he turned to leave. "I'll leave you to settle him in." Heero nodded. "Thanks again for this cat, I mean it. I owe you." He was acknowledged with a single nod as Quatre left. Moments later the door closed with a quiet click. "Quatre-san is a good person, isn't he?" commented Fumio. "He has a really kind heart." Heero nodded. "Yes, he does." Fumio looked him in the eye. "All of your friends here are such good people," he murmured, then paused, staring at his brother for a long moment. Heero noticed Fumio's face quickly changed to a deeply sorrowful expression. "Such good people!" he whispered in a desperately solemn, wavering gasp, as tears began to well up in his eyes. Before Heero could say anything, Fumio had hurried over to the bed and sat down. Slouching forward, he buried his face into his hands and began to sob. "Whoa! Fumio?" said Heero in a surprised tone, hurrying after him, "What's all this about?" Fumio continued sobbing quietly into his hands. Heero sat down beside him, uncertain of what to do or say. "Hey, what's the matter? What's brought this on?" he urged. Fumio glanced up at him, tears streaming down his face. "I feel their pain, Heero," he mewed, "they all carry so much pain." He buried his face back into his hands again and sobbed some more. Heero looked confused. "What are you talking about?" he asked. The boy took a deep breath. "They all act so calmly and happily, but I feel it, I feel the deep sadness they all carry around with them," he sniffled. "It's so intense, so painful for them to bear. It eats away at them all the time." "Who are you talking about?" urged Heero. "Quatre-san," sniffed Fumio, now becoming a little calmer. "Wufei, Noin, Trowa, everyone. Even Duo-san. I know he likes to be cheerful and make jokes and laugh all the time, but he hurts inside more than anyone. They all carry the war in their minds. It's in their waking moments and it's in their dreams at night." He gave a long sniff, as his tears started to intensify again and he found it harder to talk. He buried his face back into his hands as the sobbing returned. Heero realized what Fumio was referring to. It was something he could relate to himself, those inescapable feelings of darkness and guilt from fighting in a war, the torturous memories of death and destruction, the fathomless regrets of one's actions during a time of great madness. It was something he too had to live with since the war ended. For the most part, he was able to cope with it, but there were times when those feelings had left him feeling extremely down and depressed. He had wondered for some time whether the others had suffered from similar thoughts and feelings, but because he knew it was so painful to talk about, he had never asked. "What am I going to do with you?" he said in a calm sigh. Heero placed a reassuring hand onto the back of Fumio's neck, and allowed the sobbing boy some time to calm down, gently rubbing his back until he stopped crying. "Feel better?" asked Heero. Fumio nodded, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. Heero sighed again. "Fumio, you little fool, you know you're not supposed to be using your gifts outside of the monastery, you already know how quickly and easily they can overwhelm you." Fumio looked a little sheepish. "I know," he replied, giving another sniff. "I do try, but sometimes it's so hard." "You have to try harder," urged Heero in gentle protest. "Lama Benai specifically told you not to use them while you're away from the monastery. What would he say if he found out you've been using them, Fumio looked saddened again. "I know and I'm sorry, Heero, but the visions just come to me, and it's almost impossible to shut them out." Heero nodded, feeling sympathy for Fumio's situation. "Look, since the war ended, I'd imagine everyone, to some degree, has endured the pain and torment you describe. It's not just with the guys downstairs or with me, I'd imagine it's with everyone who ever fought in the war. It doesn't matter what side you're on, everyone fights believing what they're doing is right." Fumio nodded and gave another sniff, understanding Heero's words. "Look, I get it. I realize right now, you want to help everyone by using your gifts, but you know you're not ready for that yet. One day soon you will be, but not now, not at this time. You know your powers aren't developed enough and it can be dangerous, for you and for others if you try using them that way." Fumio nodded, reluctantly agreeing with Heero's words. He pulled a tissue from his pocket and wiped the tears from his eyes. Heero observed him, feeling a knot of sadness in the pit of his stomach. He hated seeing Fumio upset, it always triggered bad memories from their past, the dark times they were both trying so hard to put behind them. "Look, Fumio," he whispered in sympathetic tone, "I really do get it, that the desire to help people can be overwhelming for you sometimes, it's in your nature to help people, and that's something to be proud of, but for now, you really must try to be strong and resist any temptation to use your powers, okay? For your sake and other people's." Fumio sniffed and nodded. "I promise I'll try harder." Heero felt compelled to put his arm gently around Fumio's shoulders, comforting him while he continued to dry his eyes. Despite Heero's apparent emotionless or indifferent demeanor toward others, even those close to him, his relationship with Fumio was different. Through their shared traumatic past, they had grown extremely close, and that closeness had helped nourish a more human side in Heero's personality. "You're destined for so many great things, Fumio," whispered Heero. "Just remember you're not alone in any of this. I'm here with you every step of the way, so is everyone at the monastery. We are your family, and will be at your side through everything. You don't have to do any of this alone, we've got your back." Fumio nodded, encouraged and comforted by Heero's words. A very slight smile appeared on his face as he looked up into Heero's eyes. "We're going to change the world," he whispered, suddenly looking more enthused by the idea. "Yes we are, and it's going to be amazing," replied Heero, nodding. "Once you have truly mastered your gifts, you'll be able to bring about so many positive changes to the world, but that's all in the future," he said, suddenly donning a more serious tone. "Right now, the only thing you should be concentrating on is our current mission. These reactionary instincts of yours are getting worse, and our priority is to get them dealt with before they start getting you into trouble." The young monk nodded, reluctantly agreeing with him. He took a moment to ponder Heero's words. "Do you really think that Quatre-san can help us?" he asked, looking to his brother. "Can he really make my problem go away?" Heero looked him in the eye. "I won't lie to you, the truth is, I don't know for sure. Quatre has knowledge and skills that may help, but more importantly, he has many contacts and may help us find someone who really can help. I also know he won't quit until we find a solution. Asking Quatre for help makes absolute sense. Fumio nodded, agreeing with Heero's words. I want you to take some time to relax and get acclimated here, continued Heero. I realize things are going to seem strange for you, being away from the safety of the monastery, the place you've been so used to for so long. That's why I arranged for you to join us on this holiday with friends, where you can be among the people I implicitly trust. You'll be very safe here, Fumio. You've been carrying this burden for so long, but at least here you can have a chance to rest up before we begin our quest, so take the opportunity to unwind and relax, okay? Fumio looked at his brother with doting admiration. He was so grateful and deeply moved that Heero had considered his welfare while planning ahead. Thank you, he spoke softly in an appreciative tone, nodding. I'll approach Quatre toward the end of the week and bring him up to speed on the whole situation, then we'll figure things out from there, okay? Fumio nodded again, then he looked down at the floor, pondering a thought for a moment. Heero? Yeah? Do they know about me, about my gifts? He asked with nervous uncertainty. Heero removed his arm from around Fumio's shoulders and sat more upright, interlacing his fingers together. No, was a serious, monotone reply, and they mustn't know either. We've already discussed this, Fumio, several times before we came here. I know, Fumio sighed, his shoulders drooping, but it just feels like I am lying and deceiving everyone. I don't like lying, Heero, I hate it, it makes me feel awful. Heero looked up at the ceiling and sighed again. How many more times must we have this conversation? He asked, his tone sounding a little tired. You know that there are people out there who are not ready to accept who you are or what you represent. Heero turned sideways to face Fumio and gripped him by the shoulders. If they find you, before you are ready to face them, well, that would not be a good thing, not good at all. He squeezed Fumio's shoulders as he spoke in an almost pleading voice. This is why no one outside the monastery must know about your gifts, okay? Fumio nodded. He already fully understood his brother's concerns. Also, you're not lying to the others, added Heero, you're simply not telling them everything about yourself, and that's perfectly acceptable. I guess everyone has some things that they don't want other people to know about them, this is just your thing. It's not telling lies, it's just avoiding disclosure of selective facts, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, so stop beating yourself up about it, okay? Fumio nodded again, looking a little happier about the whole situation. Alright Heero, I understand and I promise I'll try to do better, he replied quietly. I'm sorry, I know I can be such a pain sometimes. Heero looked warmly at him and sighed. Fumio, you're not a pain, don't ever think that, he stressed, it's just important to me that you're safe, that's all. They sat quietly for a moment before Fumio got up and fetched a small tatty suitcase. He lifted it onto the bed, opened it and pulled out a pair of neatly folded white pajamas. Heero, I'd still like to help if I can, even without my gifts, said Fumio, sitting back down again. I think I know a way I can help Wufei-san at least. What do you have in mind? He told me he lives according to samurai philosophies, explained Fumio. Samurai is a deeply spiritual culture, but, with all the turmoil he feels inside, it has left him empty of spirit, and it bothers him deeply. Not sure I know much about that stuff, said Heero. He knows I am a fighting monk. When we spoke earlier today, I felt he was reaching out for some kind of spiritual connection. That's how I think I could help him, I mean I'd really like to if I can. Heero listened carefully, subtly nodding in agreement. Heero, when you see Wufei-san alone next, please tell him that, if he wants to, I would be very happy to spend some time with him, perhaps we could do a meditation or a Tai Chi routine together. If he's interested, I would even consider the samurai meditation ritual. Heero raised an eyebrow, then nodded. I'll tell him if I get the chance, I can't predict what he'll say, though. I really hope his reply will be, yes. Heero looked at his brother, thinking for a moment. "I'm glad you feel you want to help," he said, smiling. "I don't like to see people suffering," he replied, "that's all." "Well, it's time you got some sleep, or I'll be suffering tomorrow." "I know how cranky you can get when you're tired," suggested Heero. Fumio grinned, agreeing with a nod. "I'm right next door in that room tonight," Heero pointed toward the wall. "If you need me, that's where I'll be." Fumio nodded. "Good," replied Heero, "now get some sleep." He stood up and began heading for the door. Suddenly, he stopped again. "Oh, I almost forgot," he said, reaching a hand into his pocket, and turning back toward his brother. "Fujita-san asked me to give you this." He pulled from his pocket a small, plain-looking watch and handed it to Fumio. "He made it especially for you," added Heero. Fumio examined it curiously. It was a simple, small, gold-colored watch with a black leather strap. "He made this for me? That's so thoughtful, but I don't understand. Why would Fujita-san go to the trouble of making me a watch?" "Because everyone is concerned about you being away from the safety of the monastery," replied Heero cryptically. Fumio cocked his head to one side. "I don't understand." Heero grinned. He reached his hand out. "Here, let me show you." Fumio handed him back the watch. Heero took it and pressed the winder. The whole front face flipped open to reveal a tiny, single red button beneath. "It's a location beacon," replied Heero. "If ever you fall into danger, or get into a bad situation, just press this button." Fumio looked a little taken aback. "It was Lama Banai who asked Fujita-san to construct it for you. He was anxious about you leaving the safety of the monastery," commented Heero. "Now, just be careful with it," he suggested in a cautionary tone, snapping it shut. "When it's activated, a whole troop of protection fighting monks will arrive at your location within minutes. You must only ever use it in a real emergency." Fumio nodded, heeding the warning. Heero gestured for Fumio to raise his arm and proceeded to strap it onto his wrist. "I want you to wear it all the time from now on, even when you're sleeping, okay?" Fumio nodded. Now on his wrist, Fumio continued to examine the innocent-looking device. He looked at the clock on the wall. "It tells the right time too," he beamed. "It's time for you to sleep now." Fumio nodded and Heero turned to head for the door, but then he paused for a moment. "You gonna be alright now?" he asked in a whispered voice. "No more tears?" Fumio nodded. "I'll be okay now, Heero," he replied, "but thank you." Heero nodded, then turned for the door for a second time. "Good night, Fumio." "Heero?" Fumio called out. Heero stopped and looked back. "Do you think it would be okay if Miss Noin came up and..." He shifted uncomfortably, pressing the toe of his right shoe against the floor, "and tucked me in?" he asked coyly, embarrassed for asking. Heero grinned. "You really like her, don't you?" Fumio nodded reluctantly. Heero continued toward the door, still grinning. "I'll see what I can do. Good night, Fumio." The Calling, Chapter 6. By the time Heero had arrived downstairs, the others had gathered in the lounge. On entering the room, he was immediately handed a warm milk toddy by James the butler, who was just preparing to exit the room pushing a large serving trolley. Heero thanked him with a nod and went on into the room to join the others, who were sat around in a large group chatting. Noin was the first one to speak to him. "Just 3 words, Heero," she said cryptically. Heero looked at her blankly. "He is adorable." She beamed. "Yes, apparently, Heero, your score on the girl's cute-o-meter is nowhere near as high as his," remarked Trowa. "None of our scores are." Mule duo, pretending to be sad. It's just so damn depressing." He sobbed into his hands for a few moments, then looked up grinning. "You are incorrigible," sighed Heero in a dry tone. He sat down, nestling on one of the sofas between Hilde and Sally, and put his drink on the small table in front of them. "Oh, Noin," he grinned, "it seems you may have gained an admirer." "What do you mean?" she asked. Fumio asked if you wouldn't mind tucking him in? A beaming smile appeared on Noin's face. Oh, that's just so sweet! She squealed, looking at Sally and Hilde, who was grinning. The girls all leaned in towards each other, simultaneously chanting "ah!" They giggled impishly as Noin bounced to her feet like a puppy and headed for the door. Heero frowned and leaned back in the seat, folding his arms. He looked up at the ceiling, tutting, shaking his head from side to side. "I've never been able to understand all that giggly girly stuff," he grumbled. Wufei looked at him with a straight face and nodded, agreeing with the sentiment. "Come on, Heero," said Sally, slipping her arm under his and pulling herself closer. "You've got to admit, your little brother really is quite adorable." "Yeah, so how come you're nothing like him, Heero?" asked Duo in a wisecrack. "Oh, very funny Duo," replied Heero, instantly picking up on Duo's insult. "Actually Heero," piped up Hilde, "cuteness jokes aside, you two don't look related. Brothers normally have at least a few similar features like hair color, facial features, or the color of their eyes." Heero paused for a moment, then picked up his mug of milk and sipped from it. "Well, I guess that's because we don't have the same parents," he replied hesitantly. "But you said you were brothers?" said Duo. "We are, well, maybe stepbrothers I guess would be more accurate, but it doesn't matter. As far as we're both concerned, it's irrelevant, we're not related by blood." "So you had the same step-parents?" asked Wufei. Heero sat back in the seat with a slightly pondering expression. "Parents? He mumbled cryptically. The others watched him with interest, keen to know what he meant by that. After more mulling over in his mind, he eventually answered. "It's complicated." The others continued to look at him in anticipation of an explanation. "What?" They continued to look at him, still expecting an answer. "You want me to tell you?" he asked in a raised tone. Several heads nodded. "I think tonight is the first time you've ever spoken about your past to us, Heero," suggested Quatre. "It's something we're all curious about." Heero gave another hum as he mulled over in his mind exactly how much information he was prepared to reveal. "Well," he sipped more milk, "we're both orphans and were adopted at a very young age by the same people." "So you had the same adoptive parents, right?" asked Wufei for a second time. "To be honest, you couldn't really call it a parent," replied Heero. "It?" came several confused voices. Heero shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Okay, he sighed, finally conceding to their need to know more about his past. He put his drink down again. "Fumio and I were adopted by a colony-based military organization led by Dr. J, whom I'm sure you have all heard of at some point during the past year." There was a general nodding of heads. "We didn't have parents as such, only employed carers," said Heero. "We referred to it as the Foundation." "I don't understand, Heero," said Hilde. "Why would a military organization adopt young children?" Duo and Wufei looked at each other, already realizing what the answer was. "Operation Meteor," replied Heero. There were quiet gasps from some among the group. "My God, Heero," spoke Sally, shocked, "you mean you were trained as a Gundam pilot from before I could speak my first words?" "Yes, Sally." The looks of astonishment continued. "And so was Fumio," he added. The room immediately fell silent. "Fumio?" gasped Hilde. "I don't understand." Heero sighed heavily before leaning forward in his seat to explain. "Fumio is also a fully trained Gundam pilot. He was to be my backup." "What?" came many shocked voices. "His designation was Gundam Pilot Alpha 1. If I was captured or killed at any point during the missions, he would be deployed to carry on from wherever I left off." The silence returned for a moment as confused, somewhat disbelieving eyes observed him. "But he's so young!" protested Hilde and Quatre simultaneously. Heero nodded. "That's because they'd originally chosen a different kid, one the same age as me to train. But a couple of years into the program, when I was still very young, there was a transport accident. He and some of his training team were killed. Oh, that's awful, gasped Sally. Heero shook his head slightly. I don't remember much about it, or about him. I didn't even know his name, however. I do remember that they were frantic to find a replacement. They secretly screened hundreds, maybe thousands of kids, some, like Fumio, were just babies. They were looking for certain, very specific brainwave patterns. I don't understand how the tests worked. All I know is Fumio's score was off the charts, it was much higher than they'd ever hoped to find, so, despite his age, they still selected him. Wufei spoke up, but Heero, you said he's been a monk, living in a monastery for 4 years? Heero nodded. But Operation Meteor only began about 1.5 years ago, added Wufei, what you're saying doesn't add up. Heero did not reply, allowing them time to work it out for themselves. Something must have happened, suggested Trowa, looking to Heero for confirmation. I told you, it's complicated, replied Heero. That's it, isn't it? Asked Trowa again, putting on his best detective mask. Obviously things didn't go as planned or your brother wouldn't have become a monk. Heero reluctantly nodded, then sighed. Look, it's a long story, and this is hardly the time to talk about it. This is supposed to be Sally's birthday party, he suggested, attempting to change the subject. Are you kidding, Heero? Replied Sally, you've got us hanging on your every word here. Don't worry about me, you have our complete and undivided attention, right guys? Yes, Heero, come on, please, tell us. Don't keep us guessing, urged Hilde. Come on Heero, us guys are fascinated too, we really want to know about this, insisted Duo. The other pilots nodded in agreement. Heero sighed again. Okay, he said, raising his hands in a submission gesture. He sat further forward, paused, and took a breath. Yes, you're right Trowa, things didn't go as planned, in fact, well, things got quite bad. Very bad in the end, he replied, mulling the past over in his mind. The others listened closely. You make it sound like it was hell, commented Hilde. Heero looked at her. Actually, it was very much the contrary, to begin with. Things were going really well at the start, during the early years. We both enjoyed the lives we had, each day became a new challenge, a new adventure. Every morning we would wake up to conquer another milestone, to get over another bridge, to acquire another new skill. We probably had richer and fuller lives at that time than any other kids anywhere. So what went wrong? Asked Wufei. Heero took another sip from his mug of milk. As the time to Operation Meteor grew shorter, the intensity of the training began to increase. What started off almost like games in the early years, slowly became more and more serious. In the final 3 years before it began, we were pushed to the very limits. Heero paused for a moment, he became hesitant to say the next words, limits which Fumio found, were set too far out of reach. The others listened, absorbed by his recollections. It really does sound like it was hell, uttered Hilde, reiterating her previous comments. To be honest, up until that time, we were still enthusiastic about it. We were both eager to meet and beat the challenges we were faced with, and we were damn good at it too. The program meant the world to us, succeeding in our training missions became everything. If we succeeded, we were happy, but if we failed, well, I guess that's when it became hell, he replied, now staring down into his half-empty mug of milk. What would happen if you failed your missions, Heero? Asked Quatre, almost afraid to ask. Heero looked up at him, and exhaled almost in a laugh, yet, he looked serious, even a little sad. Let's just say, we seriously sharpened our combat skills on those days. The room had become absolutely silent. Everyone almost daring not to breathe in case they missed something. They were captivated, yet, quietly shocked by the unfolding story. Heero could see 7, slightly anxious pairs of eyes staring at him, everyone leaning forward in their chairs, eagerly awaiting his next words. He continued in a more subdued and gloomy voice. When a test mission failed, we knew we were in trouble. At the time, nothing would be said, and things like the mission debriefing would continue as normal, as if nothing was wrong. But it didn't take long for us to figure out how it all really worked. Heero began to look a little nervous. He started to roll his mug between his palms while staring down at the floor, contemplating having to describe the painful memories he was about to recall. We called them the Foundation Assassins, don't ask me why. It's just a name that was said one day, and it stuck. They came mostly at night and times when we would least be expecting them. As he spoke, the others could sense fear in his voice. We wouldn't sleep on those nights. We were told their purpose was to teach us to never let our guard down, and to always be prepared for combat. I guess they were just trying to toughen us up, and show us there were severe consequences in failure. Who were they, these assassins, Heero? Asked Trowa quietly. We never got to see their faces, they wore masks or balaclavas. Sometimes there were many, I guess maybe up to a dozen or more, other times there were just a few of them. Heero took another sip from his mug, then carried on rolling it nervously between his palms, his voice sounding more uncomfortable and more nervous as he continued. At first, they would catch us off guard, literally dragging us from our beds, but we quickly learned to be ready for them and start to fight and attack as soon as we heard them enter the building. Other times, we would just try to hide from them. Varying looks of abhorrence had formed on many of the faces in the room. Hilde looked like she was going to cry. They were often relentless, Heero continued. It all depended on the severity of our failure of the mission that day. Sometimes we would get away without a scratch, sending them into retreat easily, but other times. Heero swallowed nervously as the memories came flooding back to him in full, terrifying detail. Other times, well, we got our butts kicked, that's for sure. Only a couple of people had noticed Noin enter the room a few minutes earlier. She had quietly perched on a free chair near to the group. She too looked appalled at what Heero was describing. How old were you two when this was happening, Heero? She asked. Heero counted, tapping his fingers against his mug. I was about 11 or 12 at the time, I guess Fumio would have been about 9. His words were met with more shocked gasps. Duo looked sternly at Heero. That's dreadful, Heero. Absolutely appalling. He growled in a suppressed anger through grit teeth, my training was nothing like that. Nothing like that. Wufei also looked deeply troubled. Yes, Heero, I am also finding this very disturbing. Disturbing? Growled Duo, thumping his fist into his other hand. Hearing this makes me want to go and beat the crap out of someone, like those bastards back at this, what did you call it? Foundation? That Dr. J's got some answering to do. Hey, calm down Duo, urged Trowa and Sally simultaneously. Wufei reached his hand over and placed it onto Duo's shoulder. Be calm, Duo, we must let Heero continue this, he urged. Duo took a deep breath, sighed, then nodded slowly. I'm sorry guys, he said, briefly putting his hands up in a submissive posture. I'm cool. I'm cool, he assured. So was this the turning point for Fumio? Asked Quatre, what happened to the two of you? Well, nothing happened straight away, Heero continued. When the assassins came onto the scene, we both had an attitude change to the program, that's for sure. We remained enthusiastic for the missions to succeed, and over time, our enthusiasm to succeed became much stronger, but that strength came from all the wrong places and for all the wrong reasons. You mean you were afraid? Asked Quatre. Heero began nodding his head. Yes, Cat, it was fear, he confirmed, his voice reduced to a sorrowful whisper. We would have done anything. And I mean anything, not to fail, not to be forced to face them again, but it just wasn't that simple. The group remained silent as Heero continued with his story. Hilde dabbed a tissue against her face as a single tear ran down her cheek. Duo immediately shuffled across and sat beside her, placing a reassuring arm around her shoulders. On seeing her upset, Heero stopped, suddenly realizing just how intense a situation he was creating. Oh, heck! Sorry Hilde, he said, sounding a little surprised. Guys, I should stop, this is getting intense. I didn't mean to upset anyone." Simultaneously, every voice in the room, including Hilde's, rose up in protest. "No! Don't stop there!" they said urgently, "You can't stop there, you have to go on." All eyes in the room were on Heero again. Everyone was desperate to know what happened next. Heero looked around the room at his comrades and reluctantly nodded. He sat back in his seat and continued with his recollections. "Well, as I said, we would have done anything not to be forced to face the assassins again. It wouldn't have been so bad if we knew what to expect, but each time they seemed to be instructed to use different levels of strength, speed and intensity. Sometimes we could seriously kick their butts, a single blow would seem to knock them down or send them running, all of them. Yet, other times, we would use the deadliest blows and moves we could, and they just took it and then countered with terrifying strength. It was like they were messing with our minds." "How long did this go on for, Heero?" asked Trowa. "After about 3 months of this, things started to take a turn for the worst for Fumio. In that time he had gone from being totally enthusiastic and loyal, living only for the success of the mission, to a life of absolute misery." Heero looked regretful as he spoke. "I guess I was the lucky one. I had a 3-year age advantage and I was able to deal with it better, to face the challenges with continued drive. It was my determination to stay with that positive attitude that eventually got me through the rest of the training." Fumio tried doing the same. He paused, looking down sorrowfully at his mug. "My God! He tried so hard," his voice suddenly reduced to a whisper, his eyes welling up. "The kid did nothing but try. He gave it everything he had." Heero could feel a lump forming in his throat as he leaned forward and put his mug on the table. Sally reached over and took a hold of his nearest hand, gripping it firmly to comfort him. Heero quietly welcomed her reassurances. He was starting to get very uncomfortable revealing so much from his past. "So what happened?" asked Noin, urging Heero to continue. "I thought he was going to make it," continued Heero. "He seemed so determined, soldiering on, really getting on with it, trying hard to stay enthusiastic for the missions, despite what was happening to us. That is, until one day. He just stopped." Heero's voice became gloomy and whispered once again. It was like something inside him just snapped. He simply couldn't, fight anymore. He sighed heavily. The mission that day was a disaster. His heart just wasn't in it. That night, as always, the assassins came, but Fumio refused to engage them, he wouldn't fight back. The other pilots sat listening carefully, most were feeling emotions of anger mixed with a deep sadness inside. Wufei leaned further forward in his chair. "What did the assassins do, Heero?" he asked, his own voice sullen and quiet. "Were they honorable enough to call off the attack when they realized he was not fighting back?" "You would like to think so, wouldn't you?" replied Heero, starting to tighten his grip on Sally's hand as he felt the lump returning to his throat, "but there is nothing honorable about these animals. The reality is, they were angered by his refusal to fight." He swallowed nervously. "They beat Fumio to within an inch of his life." Heero glanced up at the looks of shock and utter disbelief etched deeply onto the faces of everyone in the room. He could feel his heart quicken as the painful memories fed back through his mind with such realism, it almost felt like he was reliving the moment. "I tried, God! How I tried to fight them off, to stop them!" Tears began to well up in his own eyes again and he suddenly felt very self-conscious. Sally leaned in, pressing her free hand gently onto his shoulder. "It's all right, Heero," she whispered quietly, reassuring him, encouraging him to go on. Heero paused and took another breath, swallowing nervously before continuing. "I could see where it was going, I realized what was going to happen. I fought back, like I'd never fought before. I was trying to get to him, to reach him before it was too late, but..." Heero paused, his voice suddenly dropped to a trembling whisper, he gave a long sniff. "I thought he was dead, he was just lying there in a pool of blood. I really thought they'd killed him," he gasped as a single tear ran down the side of his nose. Immediately he tried to wipe it away with his sleeve, sniffing quickly at the same time. He looked up at the others, feeling slightly embarrassed. "My God, sorry," he said, sniffing again. "I didn't realize recalling this stuff would get so intense." Several arms reached over to comfort him, together with words of reassurance from many in the room. Heero quickly realized he was not the only one with tearful eyes. Hilde hadn't stopped silently weeping since she started earlier. Noin looked close to tears, but the one who shocked him the most was the person sat across to his right. "Wufei?" he uttered in a quiet, surprised tone, "You okay?" Two wet streaks glistened down each side of the dragon warrior's face as tears fell silently from his eyes. Noin got up and walked over, sitting beside him. She put her arms around his shoulders, hugging him. "You want to step outside, Wufei? Maybe get some air?" she asked. Wufei sat up straight, trying to recompose himself, sniffing, shaking his head. "No," he replied in a firm but croaky whisper, sniffing again. "It's very important for me to hear the rest of this," he insisted, urging Heero to continue with his recollections. "Yeah, Heero," added Duo in a subdued voice, "please, you've gotta tell us the rest." Heero reluctantly nodded, understanding their need to know. "Okay," he replied in a subdued whisper, his own voice sounding a little hoarse from his earlier tears. He cleared his throat, thinking back to where he had stopped. "As I said, Fumio had refused to fight back," Heero continued in a more subdued voice, "yet they still attacked him, they still beat him. My God, it was so vicious! They were infuriated by his refusal to fight back, and they were relentless." His voice began to hesitate and waver again as his eyes began to dampen again. "I tried everything I could to fight them off, to get them away from him. It got me a broken arm and cracked ribs, but eventually they retreated." Heero looked mournfully down at the floor. The next memory was probably one of the most painful he'd ever had to cope with. The anguished recollection of being sat on the floor of that darkened corridor, cradling in his arms what he believed was his dead brother, as he wept uncontrollably. It was just too much for him to share. The emotional pain was still too raw for him to handle. Another tear rolled down his cheek as he quietly buried the memory back inside his troubled conscience, and continued with the most compact version he could think of. "I thought he was dead," Heero sniffed again, but a medical team arrived quickly and they were able to resuscitate him. He had slipped into a coma, and remained in it for almost a week, but his physical recovery was a fairly quick one after he woke up. "This is the most repugnant thing I have ever heard," snarled Duo. He was looking very angry. "I can't believe they treated you like that! I can't believe they'd even treat their enemies like that, let alone their own people." There was a general nodding of heads in agreement with Duo's sentiments. "But Heero, surely you must have had someone to turn to about what was going on?" questioned Quatre. "Surely you had a voice, a say in what happened? They must have realized what this was doing to you both?" "I asked, I pleaded, I even begged them to stop well before that night," replied Heero, "and I was always assured that it wouldn't continue, that something would be done about it, but still it went on." "What about after that terrible night happened?" asked Duo. "After that night, things did change," replied Heero, sounding a tiny bit more optimistic, "but by then, the damage had been done. Fumio had lost it. He was a wreck. They'd pushed him too far." Heero looked sadly down at the floor again. After he had physically recovered from the coma, he'd become disengaged and unresponsive. He was unwilling to fight, or to take part in the program in any way. He would barely eat, he hardly spoke, except to me, and he cried a lot, usually most nights. He was broken and miserable. Heero's voice grew gloomier again. I could see a permanent look of fear in his eyes, and he'd become a nervous wreck. Every sudden noise, a door slam, a dog bark, even a loud voice, and he would jump or flinch nervously. Sometimes he'd end up cowering or hiding in a corner or under something. The final straw was when I realized he became suicidal. "My God!" gasped Sally and Noin together, Noin now looking more angry than upset. The others looked on with utter contempt for this, seemingly barbaric organization. The tears continued to run down Hilde's face as she silently sobbed and sniffed. Duo continued to cradle his arms around her, offering comfort as Heero continued with his somber recollections. Fumio walked into our room late one evening carrying his newly sharpened samurai sword, his chosen primary weapon, then pleaded with me to help him end his life. Several quiet gasps and sobs continued to come from around the room. I knew I had to end this situation there and then. I took Fumio's sword away from him and left him with someone I knew I could trust. Then I went straight to Dr. J and told him outright that Operation Meteor would be scrapped and their secret plans made public knowledge that very evening, unless he immediately dropped Fumio from the program. Did it work? Came several inquiries. Heero nodded his head. I told him I would no longer cooperate with the program in any way until Fumio was out and guaranteed safe. He knew me well enough to know I wasn't bluffing. He gave me his word that Fumio would be released from the program and well cared for, and he was true to his word. That very evening Fumio was removed to a secret location to begin reintegration training. Reintegration training? Asked Duo, what's that? They told me it was a rehabilitation program, designed to enable him to reintegrate back into normal society and live a normal life. It was designed to help him switch off the specialized soldier instincts that had been trained into him. Heero sighed heavily, then looked up at the many eyes focused on him. That evening was the last time I saw Fumio for almost 3 years. I heard nothing about him during all that time. I tried finding out, but the information was hard to come by, what with everything gearing up for the mission. The next time I saw my brother, Operation Meteor had already started. I was making repairs in the cockpit of Wing Gundam when I discovered an encrypted recording that had been designed for me to find at that time. It was a message from Dr. J, telling me everything about Fumio since he left the base, and more importantly, he told me where I could find him. Did you go to him? Asked Noin. Of course! I went straight away, replied Heero, although I was a little apprehensive about what I would find. What do you mean? Asked Noin. I saw the terrible state he was in when he left, so I guess I was half expecting to find a zombie, just a shell of the kid brother I once knew. So you can imagine my surprise when Fumio came running out of the monastery to greet me, looking very happy and full of life. It must have been a great reunion, suggested Hilde. Heero nodded. That was a good day, he replied, one of the better days of my life, one I'll not soon forget. A smile finally appeared on his face as he recalled the memory. It seems the story does have a slightly happier ending after all, suggested Trowa. I'm really glad, but there is one thing I still don't understand. How come he ended up being a monk? Apparently, his father and great-grandfather were both monks, although actually, if the truth were known, technically he's not an official monk yet. What do you mean? Asked Wufei. Because of his unique circumstances, he hasn't been officially ordained. He's been living there among them, learning the language and the rituals and studying to decide if that's where his true path lies. That's why he wasn't wearing his robes today. That's a very unusual arrangement, suggested Wufei. The monks consider him a special case. They are fully aware of his background, and of all the crazy messing that's gone on with his mind, added Heero. So they have been very good in giving him space and letting him work with rules designed just for him. They're helping him to design how his future will look. Heero thought to himself for a moment, they really have been so good to him, helping him to deal with the anger and the frustration that he used to feel by teaching him to gain control over his mind through all that meditation stuff they do. It's been so valuable to him. I'm really glad he's found some happiness at last, and that the monks are helping him, said Noin. Still looking a little upset. I figured he'd have some anger and resentment towards his tormentors, so it's great to hear he's been able to deal with it in such a positive environment, with people willing to help him. Heero nodded in agreement. What about you, Heero? Asked Duo. Don't you feel angry about what happened? Heero thought to himself for a moment. That's not an easy question to answer. I guess you have to look at the bigger picture, he replied, mulling over several conflicting thoughts in his mind. On the one hand, yes, I sometimes feel huge anger for what they did to Fumio, and yes Duo, some days I really do think about tracking down every last one of those Foundation assassins and paying them back. But, on the other hand, I have to remember they also made me who I am. You can't possibly justify or defend what they did, surely? Asked Noin. Without the specialized skill sets I gained from dealing with the assassins, I would have been dead a long time ago, and probably so would you. We all know just how close the White Fang came to destroying the Earth. If Operation Meteor had failed because I did not have the necessary skills to help complete the job, we would not be sitting here comfortably right now enjoying each other's company, in peacetime. For the record, many of the skills I learned by dealing with the assassins came into play during the war and saved my life more times than I want to remember. The room fell silent again. Heero could see that everyone was thinking about what he had just said. It's easy to judge and be critical of what happened, but you have to remember we were preparing for war. Wars are never pleasant, and there will always be casualties. I guess you could regard Fumio as a casualty of war, but you must bear in mind that what happened to us, although seemingly hideous and unthinkable, probably, more than likely, saved millions, even billions of lives. Now we are living in peacetime. Both Fumio and I are fortunate enough to have our lives ahead of us, and hopefully, we will go on to lead them in the knowledge the sacrifices that were asked of us, really did count for something in the end. The Calling, Chapter 7. The room remained silent after Heero had finished talking as everyone began to slowly digest the terrible things they had just been told. Nobody was crying anymore. The tears of earlier had either turned to anger and resentment toward the Foundation, or had just dried up into an unhappy numbness, but in all of the negative emotion, there seemed to be a sense of relief that things had eventually turned out right in the end. Everyone also realized that Heero's last statement was correct, and hideous though it may have seemed, his and Fumio's experiences really had, if a little indirectly, saved the fate of the Earth. Somebody please say something, suggested Duo after the quiet went on past a minute. The silence is unnerving. I just think we're all a little in shock, suggested Quatre. I'm sure everyone here has wondered at some point about what your past was really like, Heero. I just don't think anyone was expecting it to be quite so tragic. Hilde spoke up quietly. I've got this image burned into my mind, of that permanent, terrified look on Fumio's face. I can't shake it off. Noin sighed heavily. That poor kid, she uttered quietly as she exhaled. And poor you too, Heero, added Sally softly, reaching up and rubbing her hand sympathetically on his shoulder. Don't go worrying about me, replied Heero softly, I came through this just fine. What about your brother Heero? Asked Trowa, should we be worried about him? Suddenly Heero felt awkward. It was the one question he was hoping wouldn't be asked. The answer to Trowa's question was yes, but Heero was not ready to make that information known. He had a plan in place to address the problem with minimum fuss, and in his mind, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Quatre was quick to pick up on Heero's sudden trepidation at Trowa's question. He could see he was a little trapped by it. He had suspected there was more going on than Heero had originally told him about the personal issues Fumio needed to address, but he was careful not to push for answers. Quatre knew the only way Heero would accept his, or anyone else's help, would be if Heero actually asked for it. Quatre cleared his throat. He knew he needed to steer the conversation away from Trowa's question before Heero got defensive. Guys, I think we should be conscious of how we react to Fumio when we see him tomorrow, he suggested to the group, redirecting the subject. Heero looked at Quatre, immediately realizing what his Arabian friend was doing. He was grateful. Sally added her voice to Quatre's, oblivious to what Quatre had just done. I agree, she said, it won't be a good thing if we go making a big fuss over Fumio, or we start acting differently toward him from how we were today. Quatre nodded, agreeing with her. I wouldn't mention any of this to him at all, unless of course, he asks or brings up the subject himself, then just be truthful, you don't need to hide anything, he continued, but just be diplomatic and thoughtful with your replies. The gathering continued for another hour or so before they decided to call it a night. Quatre was the last one to leave the room a few minutes after everyone had ascended the stairs and retired to their rooms. As he turned off the light and entered the hallway, he noticed Heero stood at the bottom of the large sweeping stairway propping himself against the curling banister rail. "You okay, Heero?" he asked as he wandered toward the stairs. Heero nodded affirmatively. "Thanks for bailing me out back there from Trowa's question," he said in a subdued, appreciative tone. Quatre looked down at the ground, stopping with his foot on the first step. "You know, Heero, I'll do anything in my power to help you and Fumio. I am here for you both. All you have to do is ask, just say the word, okay?" Heero nodded gratefully. "I appreciate that, cat. We won't talk now," continued Heero, "a couple of days, okay? I just want to give him some time to settle in, then we'll talk. Anytime, Heero, day or night, okay? Just come and find me," replied Quatre. "I'm here for you both, always." Heero nodded appreciatively again. "I owe you, cat," he called as Quatre began making his way up the stairs. Quatre acknowledged him with a nod. "Good night, Heero." 4 in the morning. An hour from first light. Wufei, carrying his current reading book, quietly descended the stairs of the sleeping household and opened the door to the drawing room. It closed behind him with a suppressed click. He shuffled across the dark room toward his favorite chair, sat down and reached across a small table, switching on the desktop lamp perched on top. He sat back and began rifling through the pages of his book to find his place. Suddenly, he noticed a subtle aroma in the air. It was of burning candles. He stopped and looked up, sniffing the air. He scanned his eyes towards the far side of the L-shaped room, to where it disappeared around the corner. He could see a faint, warm glow of candlelight flickering shadows onto the wall. "That's careless," Wufei thought to himself, "someone must have left a candle burning unattended." He put his book down on the table and got up to investigate. As he made his way across the room, he spotted a small, lit candle sat in a holder on the floor. As more of the area became visible to him, he spotted several more candles lined up, burning silently. He was about to ask himself what's going on, when suddenly he noticed in the shadows a small figure sat cross-legged on the floor beyond the line of candles. It was Fumio. He was wearing his traditional orange monk's robe, his eyes were closed, his hands resting upturned on his knees. He was totally still. Wufei realized he was meditating. Suddenly feeling a little guilty he may have disturbed the young monk, as silently as he could, he crept back toward where he had left his book, deciding he would find another room to read in. He quietly switched off the table lamp and tiptoed toward the door, but as he began to push down on the handle, he heard a quiet voice call to him in a whisper. "Wufei-san?" Wufei looked back into the room to see Fumio's silhouette standing there. "I have disturbed you," said Wufei in a whisper, a tone of guilt in his voice. "I am very sorry, it was not my intention." Fumio smiled. "It's alright, Wufei-san, you did not disturb me. I was just… Actually, I was hoping I would bump into you," he replied. Wufei looked at him oddly. "Would you be interested in joining me for a while?" asked the boy, gesturing toward the candlelit area behind him. "Curious," Wufei agreed. He put his book on the table again and walked back across the dark room. Fumio sat on the floor where he was before. Wufei slipped off his shoes, and sat down on the opposite side of the line of candles where they sat facing each other. Wufei looked down at the burning candles. The situation felt oddly familiar as memories of the last time he was in a temple came back to him. It had been quite a while since he had used candles to meditate, and having the young monk sat opposite him seemed to add a sense of serenity to the atmosphere. Without saying anything, Fumio closed his eyes, sat straight and took some long breaths. Wufei felt compelled to do the same. They remained sat in silence for several minutes in light meditation. Very quickly, Wufei began to feel wonderfully calm and serene as his mind quietened down, allowing him to drift into a much deeper state of meditation. It was something he had greatly needed for a long time. He had been struggling to meditate successfully since the war had ended, although he didn't fully understand why. Fumio had tuned into Wufei's unusual contentment and gave him the time he needed before they would speak. Eventually, after a long while, Fumio took some more deep breaths, hinting at the end of their short, joint meditation. Wufei took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. Fumio was looking at him with a compassionate smile. Wufei looked different. The serious, almost scowling look that had recently become a permanent fixture on his face had eased somewhat. He looked relaxed, serene, and even slightly happy. "It's been a while," he commented quietly, his tone showing a hint of surprise. He looked back down at the candles. "For the past few months I have been unable to meditate," he spoke regretfully. "I've tried often, but it has always been a very poor experience. My mind has been so active and dominant, but that," he grinned slightly, "that was quite a revelation." "Thank you," he said gratefully, bowing his head. Fumio bowed his head back. "Did you help me to do that?" asked Wufei. "How is that even possible?" Fumio smiled. "Perhaps I just helped you to find something you had mislaid," he replied enigmatically, "but I am glad you found it again, Wufei-san. I am happy for you." Fumio shifted to get comfortable, then looked Wufei in the eye. "Wufei-san, did my brother speak with you last night?" Wufei hesitated for a moment, unsure where he was going with this. He preferred not to get onto the subject of what Heero had revealed last night. "Heero said many things last night," he gingerly replied. "But did he speak to you alone?" asked Fumio. Wufei shook his head, now relieved the boy was clearly referring to something else. It was obvious to the monk that Heero did not get the chance to relay his offer. Fumio nodded his head, concluding his inquiry. He shifted again. "Wufei-san, please, may I ask you a personal question?" Wufei nodded. "Sure. May I ask, when was the last time you experienced the samurai meditation ritual?" Wufei raised an eyebrow. "You know of that ritual?" he asked, sounding surprised and slightly impressed. Fumio nodded, smiling. "Well..." Wufei looked up to the ceiling as he thought back. "It was 3 years and 8 months ago," he replied, counting the months back in his mind. "It was with Grandmaster Yamamoto. What an amazing sensei!" A broad smile appeared on Wufei's face as he explored his memories further. "It was a most enlightening experience, spiritually, physically, emotionally and culturally, a truly amazing day that I will remember for a long, long time." Wufei looked back down at the youth. "But tell me, Fumio-kun, how did you know I had experienced the ritual?" "It was only a guess. I figured as a Gundam pilot you would have had the best training possible, and many believe that no true samurai would go into a battle without first experiencing the ritual at least once." A slight grin appeared on Wufei's face. "You are very perceptive, my young friend, and also very correct." Wufei thought for a moment. "I recall from last night Heero mentioned your primary weapon of choice was the samurai sword. Is this true?" Fumio nodded. "Did he tell you I spent nearly 6 years being trained by a grandmaster?" A look of astonishment formed on Wufei's face. "Heero mentioned..." Suddenly he paused, thinking very carefully about what he was going to say. "Heero said many things last night, things about both your pasts, but he never mentioned that." His voice had unintentionally become hesitant and sorrowful. Fumio nodded subtly, quickly figuring from Wufei's tone that Heero must have mentioned their dreadful pasts. The boy looked saddened for a moment as if being reminded of those dark times. "I guess he told you about what happened, then," he spoke softly. Wufei nodded, looking sad. "I was deeply troubled to hear about what happened to you, Fumio-kun, and what you had been forced to go through. I'm so sorry," he whispered. "I can only imagine how terrible those times must have been for you." Fumio could sense the genuine sadness radiating from Wufei, a sincere and heartfelt empathy. It made him feel an increased warmth and rapport for the Shenlong pilot. With a brief sigh, Fumio shook off any sad feelings he was having and the subtle smile returned to his face as he seemed to perk up again. He reached across and gently gripped his small hand onto Wufei's forearm. "Thank you for caring about me, Wufei-san, but there's no need to worry, it was a long time ago," he whispered. "Things are better now." Wufei nodded in acknowledgement, moved by the boy's openly benevolent gesture, but despite the smile and reassurances, he could sense the heavy weight of hidden pain Fumio still carried with him, the deep emotional scars that continued to lurk behind those otherwise bright eyes. It triggered more pangs of sadness as he realized part of Fumio's likable and charming smile was a mask, a well-practiced protective veneer he used to hide his pain. Wufei could see that contrary to their outward appearance, these were not the bright eyes of a young and carefree youth. These were worldly eyes, reticent, cautious and timid, seasoned by unthinkable suffering, yet simultaneously, they radiated an almost overwhelming sense of benevolence, a disarming gentleness and kindness beyond anything he had ever encountered. How could anyone have done that to him? He thought silently to himself, what kind of monsters were they to have done what they did? Wufei could feel a tightening in the pit of his stomach as his thoughts began to conjure up a wave of inner anger and hatred at those who had brought such terror and damage into Fumio's life. There was no denying it, he wanted to hurt them, to make them pay for the suffering they had so callously inflicted on this achingly gentle soul. Fumio was watching him mull over the thoughts deep in his mind as if sensing what Wufei was thinking. "Are you alright, Wufei-san?" he asked. Wufei broke from his thoughts. Oh, yeah, I'm fine," he whispered. He took a deep breath and recomposed himself, consciously pulling his mind away from the gloom he had been getting tangled up in. "Sorry, please continue," he replied, bringing himself back to the present moment. "You were talking about your training." Fumio nodded and continued with their conversation. "So did Heero not say anything about my samurai training?" Wufei shook his head, he made no mention of it. "Were you really trained by a grandmaster?" "Yes, back on the colony where Heero and I were trained." Fumio paused, suddenly looking a little awkward. He quickly corrected himself, "I mean, where we grew up." Wufei nodded. "It is okay," he whispered, letting the boy know he understood. Fumio smiled briefly. "I got my first sword when I was 4 years old." The surprised look returned to Wufei's face. "That's extraordinary," he whispered. "But then, when I left the Foundation, at first I didn't want to do anything like that anymore." Wufei could hear the stress in Fumio's voice. "I didn't want to do anything I had been." He hesitated for a moment, choosing his words carefully, "been made to do on the colony." "I completely understand that," Wufei replied, empathy in his tone. "But Lama Benai, the head monk at the monastery, he persuaded me to carry on with my skills and not to forget them, like I was trying to," continued Fumio. "He helped me to take away the bad feelings they gave me, and turn them into something positive and wonderful. He taught me to claim them back, and to make my skills something that could be used positively, to help others, to protect and defend those who cannot fight for themselves." Wufei raised an eyebrow, there was something strangely familiar about the young monk's words. Fumio looked down at the candles, shifting slightly nervously, and then looked coyly into Wufei's eyes. "Wufei-san, I am certainly not a grandmaster, I am just a simple monk and only a humble student, but I can lead the samurai meditation ritual." Wufei's astonished look returned. "But it takes years to learn just the basic moves," he gasped. "How is this possible?" "I've studied hard, very hard," replied Fumio. "I have led the ritual several times for a small number of samurai students." Wufei was lost for words. "This is remarkable!" He stuttered. "Fumio, you must be the only person in this country who would have the knowledge to lead that ritual." Fumio shook his head. "No, there are others," he replied confidently. They sat quietly for a moment before Fumio eventually spoke again. "Wufei-san, I will lead the ritual for you, if you would like me to." Wufei looked him in the eye. He was a little speechless. I, he stuttered, You do that, for me?" "Only if you want me to," replied Fumio, "please do not feel under any pressure to accept." "I don't know what to say," replied Wufei, still gasping. I can't promise the event will be as fulfilling as that day, with Grandmaster Yamamoto, added Fumio, but I can certainly promise to stay faithful to the tradition and precision of the original form. Wufei gasped again. No insult intended, Fumio-kun, but are you absolutely sure you are fully versed in the whole ritual? It's very complicated and requires high-level expertise. If you are uncertain what you are doing, I cannot guarantee your safety. He paused for a moment, his voice suddenly lowered to a concerned whisper, I would hate to injure you. Fumio smiled brightly, no insult taken, Wufei-san, but I don't know how else to convince you. We could use blunt swords? Fumio shook his head negatively. I think we both know that using anything other than fully sharpened swords would reduce the significance of the ritual to virtually nothing, which wouldn't make it worth doing at all. Wufei sighed, still looking a little concerned. I know, but… It is kind of you to be worried for my safety, Wufei-san, interrupted Fumio, in a reassuring tone, but please, you must not be worried. Trust me, this is something I am fully capable and competent in doing, he said confidently, so please, from one samurai to another, consider letting me do this for you. Wufei, slowly, finally, nodded his head in agreement, accepting Fumio's reasoning and offer. He stood up, and bowed slowly, respectfully to the young monk. Then, I accept your most generous offer, with humbleness and great appreciation. Fumio stood up and returned the bow. They stood silently for a moment, until Wufei spoke again. When did you have in mind? He asked. We could begin today at first light if you want to, suggested Fumio. Wufei nodded in agreement. Oh no, wait, said Fumio, suddenly remembering something, I forgot, I haven't brought my sword me, I'll have to arrange to fetch it. I have some practice spares here with me, you can use one of those if you wish, Wufei replied. Fumio looked relieved and pleased. He nodded, smiling. Wufei gestured for Fumio to come along with him as he headed for the door. Fumio quickly blew out the candles and followed. A few minutes later they were stood in Wufei's room next to a tall wardrobe. Wufei opened the door and reached in. He pulled out a long cloth-wrapped bundle and carried it over to the bed. Carefully untying and unrolling it revealed 3 perfectly maintained samurai swords protected in their scabbards. You may choose any one of these, suggested Wufei. Fumio's eyes stared in wonder at the impressive collection. You have some amazing quality pieces here, Wufei-san, he noted, giving away a small hint of his extensive sword knowledge. These are just my practice spares, replied Wufei, my main sword is over there. He pointed to a large antique sideboard across the room. Another sword sat proudly displayed on a modest-looking stand. Fumio glanced up at the sword momentarily, then immediately did a big double take. He froze, staring at it across the room, scrutinizing it intently before his eyes suddenly lit up with astonishment. Is that? No, it can't be! He gasped with sudden enthusiasm, it looks like a Masamune. A happy grin fell onto Wufei's face as he realized he'd finally found someone who was able to truly appreciate the significance of the history behind the main weapon he carried. Fumio spun around and looked excitedly at the grinning pilot. It is, isn't it? He beamed. Wufei nodded affirmatively, still grinning and clearly delighted that Fumio knew what it was. It's been in my family for generations, he stated proudly. I'm impressed, Fumio-kun, you really do know your stuff. Fumio didn't fully register what Wufei had said, he was still in shock at seeing the ultra-rare historic sword. He stared at it with a degree of wonder. It's beautiful! He gasped, my goodness, they are so rare, I never thought I would ever get to see one with my own eyes. Wufei walked over to the sideboard and took the sword from the stand, then he offered it to the monk. Here, you are welcome to try it out if you want. Fumio backed away a little and folded his arms, pinching his hands under his armpits as if trying to prevent them from doing anything. He shook his head negatively, I can't, I daren't. He replied, looking very intimidated by the offer, these swords are a priceless piece of history. I'm amazed you actually still use it. he gasped. Wufei continued to smile. He completely understood Fumio's trepidation. This was not the first time he'd had this conversation. "Did you know that Masamune made a pact with those who commissioned his swords?" asked Wufei. Fumio shook his head. "No, I didn't. What kind of a pact?" Even after he'd earned the reputation of making the finest samurai swords in the world, he never lost his humbleness as an artisan. Despite their beauty and superb craftsmanship, he always insisted that his swords were tools to be used and were never to be treated or kept like trinkets. The last thing Masamune would have wanted was for his work to be hidden away in some dusty old museum, he said. "This sword has been used and handed down through my family line, with that same understanding." Fumio nodded, fascinated by the spontaneous history lesson. He also looked a little less nervous about the idea of actually handling it. Wufei gently offered it to him again. Gingerly the boy monk took it and began to examine it with fascinated eyes. "It's much lighter than I was expecting," he grinned, sounding surprised. "Oh wow, look, you can even see the way the metal hilt has been folded and then intentionally textured and patterned through the quenching process." Fumio was in his element. It was obvious he knew a great deal about the subject matter and was clearly thrilled to be holding such a significant piece of history in his hands. After several engrossing moments, Fumio eventually offered the sword back to Wufei, clearly gratified at being given the opportunity to see and handle something so rare and precious. "This is the very reason they are the best ever made," said Wufei as he took the sword back into his possession. "It's still in service even after all this time, and it is still creating a thrill of excitement. What better tribute could a skilled artisan wish for?" Eventually, after their brief but enjoyable distraction, they both wandered back toward the bed on which Wufei's spare swords were laid out. Fumio still needed to borrow one if they were to perform the ritual that morning. Wufei reached down and picked up one of the shorter ones, feeling its weight. "This one may be a good balance for your height," he suggested, offering the sword hilt first to Fumio, holding it by the cover. Fumio was about to take it but suddenly stopped. He looked up at Wufei and folded his arms. "Are you testing me, Wufei-san?" he asked with a slight grin, cocking his head to one side. "What do you mean?" asked Wufei. "A sword must never be drawn from its scabbard like that, especially just prior to a ceremony or ritual," Fumio replied. Slowly, a respectful smile appeared on Wufei's face. "Forgive me," he spoke, bowing deeply to the monk, "I needed to be certain." "It's okay, Wufei-san, I would have probably done the same, had our roles been reversed." Wufei held the sword in two hands and offered it ceremoniously to the young monk, bowing again. Fumio gently took the sword and bowed in return. "Thank you, Wufei-san, I promise I will look after it. Shall we meet on the lawn out toward the big lake?" Wufei nodded, agreeing. "Okay," Fumio nodded, "please just give me about 15 minutes to change and get ready, I'll knock on your door when I am heading out there." Wufei nodded again, bowing respectfully as Fumio headed for the door. The Calling, Chapter 8. The soft glow of first light slowly filtered through the mist of the silent summer morning. The distant mountains blushed in a translucent luminescence accompanied by a dawn chorus of birdsong. The winter mansion looked dormant as it loomed silently in the semi-darkness, its imposing silhouette quietly dominating the azure blue skyline of the substantial grounds in which it nestled. Some distance from the iconic building, far out across the huge well-kept lawn, stood a lone figure dressed in traditional warrior monk's attire, almost hidden by the mist. It was Fumio. His outline contrasted against the mist by the orange brightness of his robes, under which he wore a rich, saffron yellow tunic visible at the neck and sleeves. Around his waist, a wide, black cotton belt was tied, forming an anchor point for the samurai sword sat diagonally upwards across his back, its hilt protruding above his right shoulder. His lower legs displayed traditional white shawl and leg covers, held in place by crisscross black cotton tapes leading down to the white, canvas sneakers on his feet. The boy stood motionless. Feet together, elbows pointing outwards, hands clasped together in prayer before his face, his eyes closed tight, concentrating hard on the moment, summoning the necessary forces of mind, body and spirit to allow him to proceed with this mysterious and extraordinary fighting ritual. Wufei opened the door to the rear of the mansion and took a breath of the cool air. He felt excited, yet strangely nervous about the impending event. He walked across the patio area toward the lawn. He too was dressed in clothing of the appropriate attire, all white traditional Chinese garments with his sword tied into the waist, also by a thick black cotton belt. As he approached the lawn, Wufei stopped, bowed respectfully, and continued walking out toward the monk who stood waiting for him in the distant mist. On reaching Fumio, Wufei stopped a few feet away. He bowed deeply in humbleness before the monk, staying there until Fumio stepped forward and placed a hand gently on the back of his head, chanting an almost rhythmic phrase from the ancient texts, administering a blessing. Afterwards, they both knelt on the ground facing each other about 6 feet apart. Fumio took a deep breath and chanted some more of the ancient language. He clapped his hands twice, then brought them back down, resting them on his knees. Wufei then did the same thing, quoting the same words before resting his hands on his knees. Then they began to take deep, slow breaths as they prepared to initiate the first of several meditations required by the ritual. Trowa was the first from the rest of the group to get up that morning. He made his way downstairs to the kitchen and made himself a coffee. As he sat at the large kitchen table gathering his thoughts, Duo emerged through the doorway. They nodded in a subdued acknowledgement. Not long after that, Quatre appeared. Within half an hour or so, the rest of the group had got up and gathered in the large kitchen. Quatre had organized a toaster, a couple of loaves of bread and a good selection of breakfast cereals, along with many extra trimmings, all laid out around the kitchen so everyone could just help themselves. He nominated himself to make coffee or tea for anyone who wanted it. Several of the group were perched or stood around the kitchen in varying states of dress. Hilde was still in her pink soft cotton pajamas with an elephant pattern. She was leaning on the windowsill periodically looking out of the window. Noin, Sally, and Heero were stood perched up against the various work surfaces skirting around the kitchen, talking. Duo and Trowa were sat at the table tucking into breakfast. Duo was on his 4th round of toast, as he began pouring cereal into a bowl. Sally looked at him tiredly. She was nursing what looked like a slight hangover. "I don't know how people can face breakfast in the morning," she mumbled, still sounding half asleep. Duo just grinned at her as he reached across and grabbed an extra croissant. "You okay, Sally?" asked Quatre, handing her the cup of strong coffee she'd requested. She nodded. "Don't worry, Cat, I'm always like this in the mornings," she replied in a dry voice. "I'm a heavy sleeper, just keep the coffees coming and I'll be fine," she forged a subtle smile. "Has anyone seen Wufei or Fumio-kun this morning?" asked Trowa curiously, before biting into a piece of toast. "Fumio's already up," replied Heero. "I checked on his room before I came down here. He's an early bird, so he'll probably be meditating, studying or exercising somewhere in the grounds. Maybe he's with Wufei," suggested Quatre. "You said he's an early riser, Heero?" queried Noin, cupping her hands around her mug of tea. "It's only 7 a.m. now. At the monastery, they're all up by 5:30, he replied. "They all tend to spend the first hour of their day exercising before meditating." "Wow!" replied Noin, "that's something I couldn't keep up for long. Early to bed, early to rise, makes you healthy, wealthy and wise," quoted Quatre, filling his favorite teacup with another refill. Guys? I think I've just found them," piped up Hilde. She was staring out of the kitchen window, her eyes obviously fixed on something far in the distance. Trowa stood up from his chair, and wandered over next to her, curious to see what she had spotted. Sally also shuffled across the kitchen and peered over their shoulders into the still, misty morning. "What on earth are they doing?" asked Hilde. "It looks like they're having a sword fight," replied Trowa in a slightly confused tone. Heero, you might want to take a look at this," he suggested, suddenly sounding concerned. 2 small figures, one in orange, the other in white, loomed in the misty distance. They were jumping and leaping about furiously, swinging what appeared to be swords at each other. Heero wandered across the kitchen to where the others were gathered and peered out into the morning mist. "Oh, that must be what Fumio was telling me about last night," he commented matter-of-factly, before calmly, wandering back to the toaster and picking up some bread. "Heero!" gasped Sally with urgency, "what the hell's going on? It looks like they're trying to kill each other." Trowa put his coffee mug on the table and began hurrying towards the back door. "Damn! We better go and break this up before someone gets hurt." "Trowa! Guys! Just relax, there's nothing to worry about," called Heero in a totally calm voice. "It's just a traditional sword ritual Fumio mentioned yesterday, he was going to offer to do it with Wufei." "A sword ritual?" commented Duo, finally getting up from his chair and also wandering to the window. "Let me see. I can't remember the name of it," said Heero, mulling over the memory in his mind. It was some kind of traditional samurai arrangement, something to do with meditation. "They don't look like they're doing much meditating, Heero," said Duo, also sounding a little concerned at what he was witnessing. By now most of the group were at the window, watching what was going on. Heero put his bread into the toaster and sat down. "That's bugging me now," he commented. "What was it called?" Suddenly the others cried out in unison, "Whoa! My God! Did you see that?" blurted Duo excitedly. "How the hell did he get away with that? Unbelievable! How did Wufei manage to jump that high?" added Noin, just as excitedly. "Ah! Got it!" said Heero, completely ignoring the comments made by the others. "Fumio called it, the samurai meditation ritual." Suddenly Quatre choked, almost spraying a mouthful of tea over everyone. He couldn't seem to swallow it and quickly ran to the sink to spit it out. Everyone looked at him. "You okay, Cat?" asked Heero, looking up at him, raising an eyebrow. Quatre span around from the sink. "The samurai meditation ritual?" he yelled at Heero, wiping the tea dribbling down his chin with the back of his hand. "Are you sure?" Heero nodded. "I'm pretty sure that's what he said." "Heero! Have you any idea how dangerous that ritual is?" he yelled again with even greater urgency. "Quatre, relax," urged Heero, as he calmly placed another piece of bread into the toaster. "I'm sure Wufei knows what he's doing." But, Heero!" stuttered Quatre, "the samurai meditation ritual is vastly complicated and can be deadly to a non-expert. It involves full contact fighting using razor-sharp swords, the slightest mistake could be fatal to either one of them." He gasped almost in a panic. "Aren't you even slightly concerned?" Heero shook his head calmly, gesturing with a shoulder shrug. "Don't worry guys, they're both gonna do just fine. Besides, Wufei wouldn't have agreed to do it unless he was competent. He's not in any danger." I think we're more concerned about the little guy right now," suggested Noin. "What? Fumio? There's no need to worry, he'll be fine," replied Heero. "He knows his way around a sword, he's in no danger," was the calm reply. "But Heero! Just look at them! How can this possibly end well?" barked Duo, still standing by the window looking very concerned. "Are you sure about this? I mean look, they're totally going for it! This looks properly serious." Heero stood up and wandered back to the window. He observed the fighting figures for a moment, then, seeming fairly unimpressed, wandered back to check on his toast again. He sat down. "I guess, I forgot to mention last night, that Fumio has spent most of his life being trained by a samurai grandmaster. He's also spent most of his time at the monastery continuing his studies of the sword techniques of the samurai warrior monks," he replied quietly. "It's most likely he knows more about it than Wufei does." There were looks of astonishment as people took on board the new information. Duo stared at him. "You really have been full of surprises lately, Heero," he commented with a grin, pointing a finger at him. "What other crazy secrets have you got hidden away in that guarded mind of yours?" Suddenly there were more unified gasps as another round of "Wow! Did you see that?" started up again. Trowa peeled his view away from the window and looked back at his wartime comrade. "Heero, you really should see this, it's incredible," he suggested in a much calmer voice than before. "Yes, this is remarkable," added Sally, "and I don't think I've ever seen Wufei fight quite so expressively before either." Heero grabbed a piece of toast and wandered back over to the window next to the others, looking out. "I've watched Fumio practice often, you kind of get used to it," he commented quietly, "although I don't think I could ever get bored of watching, it's an impressive skill, and I'm pretty sure I could never master it to the extent he has." "They're making it look so graceful and easy," commented Hilde, "it's actually quite beautiful, like watching a ballet." "Yeah, but thankfully without the to-dos," joked Duo, "somehow it just wouldn't look as cool." By now Quatre had calmed down. Heero's assurances had given him a newfound confidence in Wufei and Fumio's ability not to kill each other. "This is actually quite fascinating," he remarked. "I mean, I've heard of the samurai meditation ritual, but I've certainly never seen it take place. It's very rare, like the sort of thing you get to hear about in legends but never actually witness firsthand." "What else do you know about it, Quatre?" inquired Hilde. "Only what I've read," he replied. He was about to continue, when Sally interrupted. "Oh look, they've stopped fighting now," she commented. Everyone observed as the two figures put away their swords, and then bowed deeply to each other for a good few seconds, both obviously breathless from the fighting. Then they knelt, still facing each other, and sat upright, motionless. "What are they doing?" asked Trowa. "They look exhausted." "Well," said Quatre, "I'm no expert, but if memory serves me correctly, I think the samurai meditation ritual involves a series of meditations combined with a number of very intricate and complicated choreographed sword fights. It is supposed to be a ritual in which the samurai warrior receives from a holy man a kind of blessing and spiritual fortification to prepare him for whatever battles lay ahead." "So they must be starting a meditation?" commented Hilde. "I would guess so," he replied. "How long does this ritual thing last, Cat?" asked Sally. "It dates back many hundreds of years, and history tells of some rituals, before really critical battles, lasting an entire day until sundown. There's also a legend that tells of how 1,000 samurai warriors went into battle on such a high, because of the ritual, they were completely victorious, and took no casualties whatsoever." "Wow!" remarked Noin, "it sounds like something we could have all done with during the war." "Actually, this ritual remains fairly rare and exclusionary. Wufei should be feeling pretty privileged to be doing this, it's a very rare opportunity he's been given." "Do you think they'll be out there all day?" asked Heero, taking a sip from his tea mug. "That depends on them. They may only go an hour or two before they finish," informed Quatre, "or they may have chosen to go from first light to sundown. It's different with each ritual based on the needs of those doing it." "So how does it end?" asked Noin, forming a grin. "Do they let off some fireworks or something?" Quatre smiled. "Nothing quite so grand," he replied. "At the end, the monk will give a final blessing by smearing his own blood onto the warrior's sword and body, usually the hand wielding the sword." This time it was Heero's turn to suddenly choke and almost spit his coffee across the room. "What?" he gasped, coughing a little. "What do you mean he uses his own blood?" "Relax, Heero," replied Quatre, the irony of their role reversal not lost on him. "You're probably talking about just a tiny cut, I'm guessing probably a small nick to a thumb or finger at most. It's just symbolic." "Are you sure?" replied Heero, still sounding a little concerned. Quatre nodded. "Absolutely, don't worry, it'll be purely a ceremonial gesture, like a nod to the past, nothing more." Heero continued with his questioning. "What did they do in the old days? Was it a small nick to the thumb back then?" Quatre hesitated. "Well, actually, no, I recall reading that in more recent history it would have been a slice to the hand, across the palm, but originally it was across the wrist. However, because too many monks bled to death or died of infection afterwards, they changed it." Quatre started to ramble off at a tangent, but the monks always got a funeral with the highest honors, in fact, they were considered. Quatre! Interrupted Heero, now sounding vexed. I hate to interrupt your history lesson, but this is Fumio we're talking about, the kid who doesn't do anything by half measures. The kid who believes in following tradition to the letter. If it says in the instruction manual to slit his wrist open, then he'll do it, trust me, I know this. Heero's words were on edge and monotone, everyone could see that he was worried. Come on Heero, reason duo, do you honestly think Wufei would let him do something like that? I know he can seem a bit inhuman at times, but we all know him well enough to realize he could never let the kid do anything like that. Duo's right Heero, added Trowa, I wouldn't worry, have a little faith in Wufei, they'll be fine. Quatre added to the feedback, they may not even include that bit of the ritual, he suggested. Oh, I'm pretty sure they will, Fumio will insist on it, replied Heero, his voice still sounding concerned. If memory serves, the final decision will be Wufei's, suggested Quatre, it's his blade that will make the cut. Mumbled Heero, he didn't sound convinced, but reluctantly decided to trust in Wufei to act appropriately. So why the blood Quatre? Asked Noin. I don't know the exact reason, but I'm guessing because it was perhaps considered to be symbolic, a gesture of purity. Replied Quatre, shrugging his shoulders slightly, I don't know for sure, maybe somebody just came up with the idea one day, and it stuck. How does any tradition start? The group continued to watch with curiosity the two figures still kneeling opposite each other on the dew-soaked grass. Why do you suppose they chose to do this thing today? Asked Duo. I don't know, replied Quatre, but they obviously figured it seemed like a good idea. Heero? Did Fumio say why he was going to offer to do the ritual with Wufei? Heero thought back to the night before. Fumio said he thought that Wufei was looking for some kind of spiritual uplift or something, so he's just doing what he thinks might help. I have to admit I've noticed Wufei has seemed a little low lately, remarked Duo, he seems to be scowling at people more than he usually does. Do you think this will work? Maybe cheer him up a bit? I hope so, replied Sally, come to think of it, Wufei really hasn't been himself lately. A couple of times when I've spoken to him, he seemed really distracted. Well, I think it's very nice of your brother to try to help him, suggested Noin. Heero nodded, Fumio's a sucker for hard luck cases, but I figured they'd get on well anyway, because of the samurai heritage they both share. Well, if the ritual is supposed to give the warrior a spiritual charge, pondered Quatre, I figure it certainly won't do Wufei any harm, bearing in mind the nature of how he tries to view the world with such a spiritual slant. Hilde looked upwards out of the window, it looks like it will be another fine day as soon as this mist clears. Perhaps we could sit outside on the patio and watch the show from there? Actually, everyone, announced Quatre, can I ask that nobody goes outside on the side of the building until they have finished, bearing in mind the razor-sharp swords, they need absolute concentration. The slightest distraction could cause a mistake, so I think we should make an effort to respect the space they need by not injuring it. There was a general nodding of heads and an agreement to Quatre's comments. We could watch them from the lounge instead, suggested Quatre, we can sit comfortably and still see them through the windows without them seeing us. There was more nodding of heads, and slowly the group began to filter into the lounge. They moved two of the large sofas so they could all watch out of the windows as they sat. From there, they spent much of the morning just chatting about many different things, drinking large quantities of tea and coffee between them, and just enjoying each other's company, simultaneously keeping an eye on their two warrior friends on the distant lawn. 2 hours later, Wufei and Fumio had finished their final sword fight. They stood facing each other before Wufei bowed deeply, then dropped to one knee, holding his sword, blade tip pointing toward Fumio. Fumio put his own sword away and stepped forward, gently grasping the tip of Wufei's blade, holding his thumb against the point. He pressed down and seconds later a small trickle of blood ran down his thumb from the tiny puncture wound. Wufei brought his hands to his chest, holding the sword upright in the air, and Fumio stepped in to carry out the final blessing, smearing his own blood across the blade and across the back of Wufei's hand, simultaneously chanting more of the ancient tongue. Then they stood facing each other for a final time. Fumio produced a Quatre scarf from his pocket, a narrow scarf of pure white silk, about 4 feet long. He unfolded it and held it out in 2 hands. Wufei stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Fumio reached up and placed the scarf over Wufei's head onto his neck, then he gently cupped his hands on either side of Wufei's face and pulled them closer until their foreheads touched gently together in an appreciative embrace. "Namaste Wufei-san," he whispered sincerely. Wufei was feeling a great sense of warmth toward his new friend. The ritual had been much more powerful than he had anticipated. Despite his totally cool and emotionless appearance, he was beginning to feel an almost overwhelming sense of joy and renewal on the inside. As he allowed his intense concentration to finally ease after almost 3 hours, he could suddenly begin to feel more of the positive results the ritual had created within him. He felt euphoric, exhilarated, and totally alive, like someone had just woken him up from a very long slumber. He reached his hands up and cupped them gently onto either side of Fumio's face. "Namaste, Fumio-san, namaste," he said in a gasped, almost tearful whisper, "Thank you. Thank you, so much." Fumio gave a smile before they slowly broke apart. The ritual was not over yet, and had to be completed. They took another moment to bow again, then, while Fumio remained standing in the same stance he was in when Wufei first walked onto the field, the Shenlong pilot turned and walked slowly away, back toward the house. On reaching the edge of the patio he turned and gave a long deep bow once more before the ritual was over. Once he saw Wufei disappear into the house, Fumio bowed once more, then turned and headed out toward a large oak tree nestled near the lake. He wanted to take some time to reflect on the experience. He was feeling strange. He felt tired from the incredible intensity of the concentration he had gone through over the last 3 hours, but there was another feeling, something deep within that he could not quite fathom. He reached the tree, untied the sword from across his back and sat down, leaning back against the trunk, looking out across the lake. The rest of the group were still in the lounge when they heard footsteps walking up the hallway. They had watched most of the ritual and were aware that it was now over. "That must be Wufei," said Duo, getting up from his seat and heading towards the door. "I want to ask him how it went." Quatre put an arm out to stop him. "I'm going to guess that Wufei will want some time alone for a while, Duo," he suggested, tactfully. "It might be better if you asked him later." Duo paused, then sighed. "I guess you're right," he replied, thinking about Quatre's words. They could hear Wufei's footsteps as they passed by the lounge door before he headed up the stairs to his room. The Calling, Chapter 9. It was mid-afternoon when Wufei finally emerged from his room and headed downstairs to join the others. The rest of the group had spent the day on the patio area of the manor grounds and gardens relaxing in the warm sunshine, taking advantage of their short holiday. Most of them had tried their hand at various lawn games such as croquet and bowling, as well as enjoying getting themselves lost in the large hedge maze that was also a feature of the mansion grounds. Duo was the first to spot Wufei as he appeared at the French doors coming from the lounge. "Hey Wufei!" he called, beaming a smile. The others looked over and offered friendly words and gestures of greeting as Wufei stepped onto the patio and walked over to them. They could see he had changed into more casual clothes, a cream short-sleeved shirt and lightweight, khaki-colored casual trousers. Wufei observed the others as he walked unhurriedly along the patio towards them. The 3 girls, Sally, Hilde, and Noin, were all relaxing side by side on full-length sun loungers, positioned in the best place to catch the sun's warm rays. All 3 were dressed in light, summery clothing, each holding rather exotic-looking drinks adorned with little umbrellas and slices of fruit. Trowa and Duo were perching on a small raised garden bed wall close to the girls, also holding drinks and chatting with the girls. Further along the patio, Wufei could see Quatre and Heero in the process of preparing a large outdoor cooker. As Wufei approached his friends, They all very quickly noticed that something appeared very different about him. The whole group picked up on it straight away. The slightly stressed and rather scowling look that seemed to be permanently etched on his face over the past weeks had completely gone. In its place sat a bright and rather serene look of contentment. Wufei walked with a slight spring in his step as his whole being seemed to radiate with energy and calm. Sally was the first to comment, "Wufei, you look great," she said, peering at him over the top of her small round sunglasses. Hilde joined in the compliments, "Yes, Wufei, I can't put my finger on what's changed, but you look radiant." Unable to hide how he was feeling, a broad smile slowly beamed from Wufei's face. "Thank you," he replied quietly, "I can't explain it myself, but I feel terrific. I've not felt this way for a long time. Is this because of that samurai ritual thing you were doing with Heero's brother earlier?" asked Duo. Wufei looked him in the eye and nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, but it's so much more than just a simple ritual. It's hard to explain in detail. I just really wish you could all feel what I experienced today," he replied, still smiling. "It was remarkable. We watched a lot of it. You both seemed to be totally immersed in what you were doing," remarked Sally. "Actually, it looked pretty dangerous." "It takes lots of concentration," replied Wufei. "The swords are very sharp, but I suppose it's only dangerous if you don't know what you are doing, or are not competent." By now, Quatre and Heero had finished lighting the cooker and had wandered over. "Hey Wufei," chirped Quatre as they rejoined the group, "you're looking good. I guess you enjoyed the meditation ritual then, huh?" Wufei nodded, "Very much," he replied, thanking Quatre for his comments, then he turned to face Heero. Heero didn't say anything, he just acknowledged Wufei with a slight nod. Wufei took a breath and hesitated for a moment. It was evident he wanted to say something to Heero, but it seemed a little harder to start than he first thought. Eventually, he opened his mouth, "Heero, I want you to know how grateful I am for what your brother has given me today. I will be for a long time." Wufei bowed his head in acknowledgement to Heero. Wufei's comments caught Heero off guard a little. He was unsure how to respond to Wufei's very out-of-character compliments, even if they weren't aimed directly at him. But he could sense the genuine warmth in Wufei's voice as he referred to Fumio, and was happy in the knowledge that his brother had earned himself what he saw as a trustworthy and high-quality friendship. A part of him found Wufei's gesture quite touching, yet, there was an element nagging in the back of his mind that this whole thing wasn't as clear-cut as it appeared to be. After seeing the very obvious change in Wufei, Heero became concerned that it was not all down to the meditation ritual. He wasn't convinced that leaping around with a sword for a few hours could have this kind of effect on a person, no matter how deeply spiritual the event seemed. He began to wonder if, consciously, or more likely, unconsciously, Fumio's gifts may have been at work here and had somehow influenced Wufei's behavior. He knew Fumio had promised to make every effort not to use his gifts consciously, and Heero knew he would do his best to honor that pledge, but it wouldn't have been the first time that Fumio had inadvertently influenced someone with his strange abilities. Heero recalled some months earlier, Fumio's grave concern for one of the elderly non-fighting monks at the monastery who had been suffering from a crippling back pain that was getting worse. One night, Fumio had a vivid dream about this old monk, envisaging that he'd become a top athlete, taking to the running track in his robes and beating some of the world's greatest runners in a race. That same morning, the man woke up, not only miraculously cured, but he couldn't stop grinning and laughing with great joy. He would go about his day with an over-exaggerated enthusiasm and fascination for even the simplest of things. The man's unusual behavior lasted for several days, acting as if he had taken something that had made him act drunk, or high. Eventually, it was determined that Fumio's gifts had subconsciously caused it to happen while the boy was asleep. It did cause some concern among the elder monks, and for a while, there was talk about moving Fumio to a more isolated location while his gifts could mature without causing further incidents, but as it was a one-off occurrence, and because no harm was caused, the idea was not pursued. After pausing to think, Heero replied to Wufei's gesture of words with a simple nod, exercising caution not to get caught up in conversation about it. Wufei was quick to pick up on Heero's reserved reply. He could see the mulling going on inside his head, but decided it best not to pursue or question him further. He simply returned the nod in acknowledgement. "So where is Fumio-chan anyway?" asked Wufei, scanning his eyes around the grounds. "He sat under the oak tree by the lake," said Quatre, pointing towards the lake. In the distance, Wufei could see a small orange figure sat at the base of a distant tree next to the lake, half hidden by its immense trunk. "He's been there ever since the ritual ended," continued Quatre. "We think he's meditating, so we've just let him be. We didn't want to disturb him." Noin sat forward in her chair. "He's been out there for hours, but Heero tells us that he's used to it, and at the monastery, the monks will often meditate for a whole day or more." "To be frank," said Quatre hesitantly, "he's been sat in direct sunlight for ages. He was in the shade earlier, but I'm concerned he's gonna get sunburned." Hilde laughed out. "Quatre, you sound like my mother." Quatre glanced back at her, smiling slightly, unsure how to reply. "Quatre's right, Hilde," added Sally in a more serious tone. "Well, you would say that, Sally, being a doctor and all," replied Hilde humorously. "You've clearly not seen the damage a sun-induced malignant tumor will do," she replied. "Ask any melanoma amputee about covering up in the sun, believe me, they'll tell you skin cancer is no fun." "Okay, point taken," nodded Hilde, still smiling. "Perhaps someone should get him to move." "I agree," said Quatre. "What do you think, Heero?" he asked in a tone as if asking for his permission. Heero thought for a moment, not appearing too bothered either way. He stared out toward the lake and observed the small figure sitting motionless below the large tree. "I guess it wouldn't hurt," he eventually replied. Quatre nodded, turning to Wufei. "I'm not familiar with the etiquette of disturbing a monk from meditation," he suggested. "I'm assuming you'd know more about such things, Wufei?" Wufei smiled as he realized the kind of complicated preconceptions Quatre must have had in his mind about life as a monk. "If you want to wake a monk from meditation, just approach him quietly, say his name until he opens his eyes." His smile turned into a broad grin. "What? Were you afraid a bolt of lightning might strike you down or something?" He laughed out loudly. Quatre just grinned at him, looking a little embarrassed. Wufei continued to laugh out. "Monks are just regular people just like you and me, Quatre. I'm not sure what strange preconceptions you've got in that overthinking mind of yours, but I think you might want to lose some of them." "Oh, that's so unfair of you, Wufei," replied Quatre in lighthearted protest. "It's easy for you to mock, you already have the knowledge, but when you don't know, it's not always right to just guess, especially if you can ask someone who knows." Wufei nodded, conceding to Quatre's argument. "Maybe having Fumio-chan around will help you to learn some things about his way of life," he suggested, donning a more serious expression once more. "I'm sure he'll be more than happy to answer any questions you might have." Quatre nodded. "You're right," he said brightly, donning a sudden scholarly enthusiasm. "This is a great learning opportunity. I'll be sure to avail myself of it." Wufei, still smiling, turned and began heading off in the direction of the lake. "I'll go to him," he said in a chirpy voice. As he took his first few steps, Sally called to him. He turned and glanced back. "Here, give him this if he's staying out there," she said, throwing him a small tube of sunblock. Wufei caught it in his left hand and nodded. Wufei wandered slowly, allowing himself time to contemplate further his own feelings. The meditation ritual had charged him up to a level of consciousness he had rarely experienced. He felt incredible. His body and mind were physically tired, even aching slightly, yet he felt invigorated, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. His mind felt more at peace than it had been for years. He felt so alive and glad to be so. One of the strangest and most dominant things he was feeling at that time was a sense of heightened compassion. Compassion towards his trusted fellow Gundam pilots, Quatre, Duo, Trowa, and Heero. Compassion towards his wartime comrades and trusted friends, Sally, Relina, Hilde, Noin, and Catherine, the Magnachs, and everyone who had helped them during the war. But at that moment, the most dominating feeling of all, was a sense of warm affection and gratefulness towards a small boy who was sat under a large oak tree, not 50 paces ahead of him. As Wufei walked, he observed the brightly dressed boy, sat upright and cross-legged at the base of the big oak tree, his presence radiating a sense of calm and serenity as the sun's rays illuminated his bright clothing. Wufei couldn't help but constantly think back to what Heero had told the group the night before, about the life of sheer hell both he and Fumio had to endure during their Gundam training. As thoughts of their mistreatment and the kinds of things they both went through intruded into his mind, he felt a powerful sense of protection and allegiance began to shine through and overwhelm his thoughts. The feelings were accompanied by slightly unrealistic pangs of guilt for not being able to prevent what had happened to them in the past. Wufei stared ahead again at the boy sat under the tree. "It won't ever happen again. That's my promise to you, Fumio-chan," he vowed, mutely to himself, whispering under his breath, "So long as there is a breath in my body, I could never allow you to suffer like that again. The same goes for you too, Heero." The Calling, Chapter 10. The sun beat a pleasant warmth upon Wufei as he strolled towards a large oak tree by the lake. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a moment, taking note of the life all around him, the birds in the trees, the fish occasionally jumping on the surface of the lake, the tall gray heron standing on the bank not far from his position and the wild deer stalking timidly amongst the long grass of the fallow meadows a little way off to his right. Since doing the meditation ritual, Wufei had noticed his general awareness and receptiveness had sharpened very noticeably. Colors appeared brighter, sounds were louder, and subtle smells seemed stronger. He noted the intricate sounds made by the small wildlife and insects he had only very recently realized were all around him. Even the sun itself felt as if was radiating a harmonious hum that he could somehow detect deep inside his mind. Fumio was sat cross-legged and upright. He appeared to be deep in meditation as Wufei approached. The boy had discarded his footwear and was sat barefoot on the soft grass. The sword he had borrowed lay beside him on the ground next to his sneakers. Saying nothing, Wufei crouched and sat quietly on the ground next to the boy, observing him for a moment before closing his own eyes. He took a breath and quietly began contemplating all that the day had brought to him. "Today has been a good day," he thought to himself. Moments later his thoughts were disturbed by a strange but quiet sound. He opened his eyes. The sound came again. It was Fumio quietly snoring. The sides of Wufei's mouth turned upward as he realized the boy was not meditating at all but was fast asleep. He realized he must have been completely exhausted from leading the ritual earlier. Wufei felt the need to leave him alone, but he realized Quatre had been right with his concerns. He could see Fumio's exposed skin was clearly going red where he'd been in the sun too long. Wufei weighed up in his mind whether to wake him, before eventually reaching out and very gently placing his hand on Fumio's shoulder, quietly calling his name. Fumio took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. He looked tiredly at Wufei, rubbing one eye with the heel of his hand. Wufei smiled. "Hey," he said softly, "you okay? Fumio-chan?" Fumio took a few moments to answer before he tiredly nodded. "Sorry about waking you up, but you're getting sunburned. You really should move into the shade." Wufei pointed to the adjacent area still shaded by the tree under which they were sat. Fumio nodded, still looking half asleep. "Okay," was the simple, tired reply. He proceeded to shuffle a few feet sideways into the shaded area. Wufei moved across and sat beside him. "How do you feel after the ritual?" he asked. Fumio rubbed his eyes again. "I feel good, thanks, Wufei-san, but I can't believe how tired I am now," he mumbled, still trying to get his bearings. "Maybe you should go to your room and get some sleep," he suggested. Fumio shook his head negatively. "I don't want to waste a beautiful day like this," he whispered, his voice sounding a little croaky. "I'd much rather be outside." Wufei nodded, understanding. He prepared to stand up again. "I'll leave you to rest some more," he said, not wishing to intrude into the monk's space or solitude any more than necessary. "It's okay, Wufei-san," replied Fumio, becoming a bit more alert, "you can stay, if you want to, that is." Fumio yawned tiredly again, then he slowly stood up and began doing some stretching exercises to try to wake himself up a bit. A few moments later he sat back down again, looking more awake. "So how about you, Wufei-san?" he asked. "How are you feeling after doing the ritual? It went well, didn't it?" Wufei nodded, "Indeed, and I feel good, thank you," he replied in a quiet tone. "That's great," replied Fumio, his tone suggesting he was somehow expecting a bit more than Wufei's subdued answer of just good. A grin slowly appeared on Wufei's face. Fumio looked at him curiously. "What?" he asked, cocking his head to one side. Wufei's grin developed into a full smile. "What is it, Wufei-san?" asked Fumio again, now smiling back at the grinning pilot. "I feel so much more than just good!" gasped Wufei. "I don't even know where to begin," he beamed excitedly. I feel amazing!" "How? In what way?" asked Fumio now with enthusiastic interest. "It's hard to explain," replied Wufei, "but I just feel so alive! I see more clearly, colors seem more vibrant, sounds are clearer and louder, and I'm smelling things I haven't noticed before. It's as if all my senses have been enhanced somehow. But the strangest thing of all, and this is going to sound a little weird, it feels like I can sense the presence of the life all around me," replied Wufei, hesitating slightly, realizing just how zany the last line of his sentence must have sounded. Fumio looked at him strangely. "Can you elaborate?" he asked. Wufei suddenly began to regret mentioning it, but now felt compelled to try to explain. "It's the strangest thing," he continued, "it's hard to put into words, but," he lifted his head and began scanning around with his eyes, "perhaps I can demonstrate." He stood up. "Watch!" Wufei began walking quietly toward the wooden ranch-style fence some 20 or so paces from their location. Beyond the fence was a field covered in long, straw-colored grasses that were almost shoulder-high. As he reached the fence, Wufei paused for a moment, then clapped his hands loudly 3 times. Suddenly, 2 deer took flight, leaping and bounding through the long grass at speed, heading away and into the distance. Fumio realized they must have been stood just feet from where Wufei was standing. Wufei wandered back and sat beside the boy again. "I've sensed their presence since I got here, even though I could not see or hear them. I just knew they were there," he said excitedly, contemplating his newfound abilities. Suddenly, Fumio did not feel so comfortable. It occurred to him that this was far from normal. The meditation ritual was supposed to invigorate and refresh the mind and spirit, not give a person telepathic abilities. He began to feel a sinking in his heart. "Oh no!" he thought silently to himself in a slight panic. He could only conclude one thing, that his secret gifts had somehow done this to Wufei. He quietly tried to fathom how or why. Since his gifts began to surface 5 years ago, he had always believed they were guided by something. It was as if they had a will or destiny of their own, although he seemed to have overall control of them for the most part. From time to time, he would feel them nudging him and gently persuading him to make certain decisions and take certain actions. At times it almost felt like another mind or consciousness was there within his own mind, although this never bothered him. In fact, he was quite comfortable with the idea. He looked upon it as if it were a guardian angel that looked out for him. So why would my gifts choose to make Wufei-san slightly telepathic, without indicating anything to me? Fumio thought silently to himself, still feeling worried about how permanent the changes in Wufei might be. He thought back to the ritual, suddenly remembering one particular aspect of it. "He came into direct contact with my blood," he thought. "Is this some kind of contamination?" He thought more about it but concluded it was unlikely. There had been several occasions in the recent past where training accidents had left him nursing bloody cuts and wounds. Those who had helped tend his wounds and clean him up, including Heero, had certainly never mentioned any kind of side effects. After more pondering, Fumio was unable to draw a conclusion, but his instincts were telling him not to be worried. After all, Wufei did not appear harmed in any way, and seemed quietly thrilled by his new abilities. "I don't know how long it will last, or to what degree I can use this nuisance," continued Wufei, oblivious to Fumio's concerned pondering, "but there's definitely something strange happening there. In all your studying, Fumio-kun, have you ever heard of anything like this before? I know I certainly haven't." No Wufei-san, I haven't," stuttered Fumio in reply, suddenly feeling like a huge fraud. Wufei grinned back. "Well, this is turning out to be a very interesting day indeed," he said. Fumio smiled at him. "Well, I'm glad for you, Wufei-san, I'm very happy that things have worked out so well." Wufei looked back at his young friend, returning the smile. "Thank you so much," he said appreciatively, "I do not have the words to express how grateful I am for what you have done for me today. I am in your debt." He bowed his head. Fumio nodded, smiling, silently accepting his thanks and decisively putting to rest any further worries he had about Wufei's apparent new abilities. They remained in eye contact for a few seconds more before Fumio peeled his view away and stared back out across the lake. "It's so beautiful here, isn't it?" he commented, changing the subject, "so peaceful." "Yes, it is," agreed Wufei, "it's also interesting that out of the entire grounds, you chose this very tree to sit under. It is the same place I usually come to whenever I want to be alone or relax when I'm staying here at the mansion." "You mean I've been hogging your favorite place all this time?" replied Fumio, looking regretful. "I'm sorry, Wufei-san, if I had known, I would have found somewhere else to sit." He spoke with genuine concern in his voice. Wufei gave him a stern look. "Well, I suppose I can let you off, just this once," was the serious, monotone reply, "just don't let it happen again." The anxious look on Fumio's face increased for a moment until he realized Wufei was just joking with him. Once the penny had dropped, Fumio sighed, then slowly a mischievous grin formed on his face. "I'm sorry, Wufei-san," replied Fumio, "but, wait a minute, hey! What's that?" he asked, suddenly leaning over and pointing his finger onto the front of Wufei's shirt. "What's what?" asked Wufei, looking down to his own chest. Immediately Fumio flicked his finger against Wufei's nose, then began to giggle impishly. Wufei stared a momentary stunned look at the giggling monk. "Damn! I should have seen that one coming," he whispered to himself as a grin appeared on his face. "Right! That's it!" Wufei playfully made a grab for the boy, but the small-framed monk had scrabbled to his feet and was on the run, giggling loudly as he went. Wufei, still grinning, quickly got up and went after him. Fumio ran for cover on the other side of the tree trunk. Wufei attempted to stop and grab him from the opposite direction. Each time Fumio was able to duck and twist out of the way with lightning speed, making full use of the incredible flexibility he had gained from his trained skills. Wufei was pretty quick too and had caught hold of him several times, but was unable to get a firm enough grip before Fumio had twisted away again. A few moments later, Fumio made a break for the open lawn, but Wufei could run faster and caught up with him, grappling him into a playful headlock. The boy monk squealed with laughter as Wufei wrestled him to the ground and proceeded to tickle him mercilessly on the ribs. After a fruitless struggle to escape, Fumio eventually yielded, and Wufei stood up, lightly resting one foot on Fumio's belly, raising his arms in the air, humorously declaring victory. His victory, however, was short-lived, as Fumio suddenly rolled over, jumped up, grabbed him around the waist and the play wrestling began again. "Oh, man!" commented Duo, raising his head from his sun lounger and spotting the two tussling figures in the distance. "Looks like they're fighting again." Some of the others looked across the lawn to observe. "No, they're just horsing around, Duo," replied Noin, now sat up on her sun chair, "I can hear them laughing." Duo sat up further and listened carefully, suddenly hearing Fumio's distant belly laughs. "Yeah, I hear it now," he grinned, "so they're just having fun after all." Quatre, Heero, and Trowa were sat on the small wall beside the rest of the group who were relaxing on a line of sun loungers set close together. Sally smiled. You know, I've never seen Wufei behave like this before, she suggested. I mean, look at him, he's like a happy little kid without a care in the world. I think his befriending your brother, Heero, is one of the best things that's happened to him in a long time. Heero had been quietly observing them. He slowly nodded in agreement. I was thinking the same thing about Fumio too, he spoke softly. I think making friends with Wufei has done him a world of good. I haven't seen him look so relaxed for a long time. It's good to see. I guess there's not much room for that kind of fooling about in a monastery, suggested Sally. On the contrary, Sal, I don't think a day goes by when the monks don't end up getting involved in some kind of horseplay, he replied. A slight smile forming on his face as he reminisced back to some of the happier times spent at the monastery. It's often the older monks who tend to initiate it more than the younger ones do. That surprises me, Heero, said Sally. I always thought monasteries were quiet, reserved places. Well, they are most of the time, but these are fighting monks, Sal, explained Heero. They are entirely serious and dedicated to what they do, but I soon learned that things such as horseplay and laughter help to maintain the balance. It contributes to the very special rapport and camaraderie that's so prevalent there, and it helps reinforce a feeling of family and belonging. Trowa looked confused. So what did you mean when you said you hadn't seen Fumio behave like this for a long time, Heero? He asked. I guess what I'm saying is that I just haven't seen him be quite so. Heero paused for a moment, trying to think of the right words. Be so boisterous. He never really seems to fully relax or laugh out so unreservedly, not like he's doing now. It is good to see. Well, I think it's wonderful they are getting along so well, added Sally. It's clearly good for both of them. There were nods and general mumblings of agreement from everyone. Trowa thought more about Heero's previous comments. Heero? He asked hesitantly, I've noticed you keep making detailed references to what life is like at Fumio's monastery. How much time have you actually spent there? Heero looked expressionlessly at him. I've been living there for the past 6 months. I moved in the day the war ended, he replied matter-of-factly. Trowa looked surprised, as did some of the others. Oh, I see, I just thought you visited there regularly, he replied. I didn't realize you were actually living there. That's funny, I was under the same impression, added Hilde and Noin, almost simultaneously. Heero looked at them. Why does it matter? It doesn't particularly matter, replied Trowa, it's just something I couldn't imagine you doing. I'd have thought a monastery would be the last place you'd have chosen to live, Heero. I'm having the same thoughts as Trowa, observed Sally. Surely the quiet pace of life there must be unbearable compared to what you've been used to? Heero leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, thinking about his reply. I have to admit, at first, I wasn't too sure what I was letting myself in for, he said, but I'd made a promise to spend some proper time with Fumio. The head monks had invited me to live there on many occasions previously, so as soon as the war ended, I chose to take them up on their offer. So what's it like there, Heero? Asked Duo. The others all seemed to sit up and take an interest in the conversation. It's not like I imagined, replied Heero. I am welcome to come and go as I choose, provided I respect their rules, but they're actually very easygoing people. Do you have to wear the clothes and do all that chanting and stuff? Joked Duo. Heero grinned a little, shaking his head from side to side. No, Duo, he replied, as far as they're concerned, I am there for the benefit of one of their own. I'm considered as a guardian to help give Fumio moral support while he... Heero paused for a moment, thinking carefully about what he would say, while he figures out his future. So what are the rules you said you have to stick to? Asked Quatre. It's just basic stuff, replied Heero, like not being disrespectful to others, causing arguments, or being lazy or unwilling to clean up after yourself. The rules are aimed at stopping anything that causes disharmony, that's all. Overall it's an okay place to live, and I have learned many things from the monks, many of whom I now consider to be good friends. So what do you do with yourself all day, Heero? asked Noin. "I know those guys like to spend hours and hours meditating, don't you get bored?" Heero shook his head. "There's always plenty to do there," he replied. "At the moment I'm helping repaint one of the buildings, and Fumio has been teaching me some of the defensive moves that the fighting monks use. We really enjoy practicing them together." As he spoke, Heero conjured up a memory in his mind of the last time they practiced together. It was mid-evening, the monastery was quiet, and many of the monks were in the temple. He and Fumio had climbed onto the thick white stone boundary wall of the monastery, elevating them high above the thick forested landscape below them, that continued uninterrupted into the distance, skirting the vast snow-capped mountains beyond. The fiery orange sun was just a few minutes from setting, causing the sky to be painted in the most incredible shades of orange, red and blue. As they both took their stances to begin practicing their moves, Heero recalled feeling a profound sense of awe as he soaked up the incredible masterpiece of nature before them. "It can be quite inspiring, at times," he suggested quietly. "So how long do you intend to remain living there?" asked Trowa. Heero suddenly broke from his reminiscing. "I don't know for sure, maybe another few months, maybe less, maybe more, I'm just gonna see how things develop." The giggling orange-robed monk sat victoriously on Wufei's stomach, waving his fists in the air after finally, at long last, getting him to yield. Wufei was sprawled on his back, tired after play resting with the boy for the past 20 minutes or so. He lay there for a moment, just getting his breath back, until he caught the faint but delectable smell of something cooking. He glanced toward the main house and could see smoke and steam rising from the barbecue. "You hungry?" he asked his captor, still sitting on his stomach. Fumio nodded. "Starving, and thirsty too," he replied, climbing off Wufei, then reaching out a hand to help him up. "Me too," replied Wufei, getting up, accepting his help. "Come on, let's eat." After straightening their ruffled clothes and dusting the loose blades of grass off each other, they set off across the vast lawn toward the house. A few moments after they began walking, Fumio suddenly stopped. "The sword in my shoes," he suddenly remembered. He spun around and ran back towards the tree to fetch the forgotten items. Wufei continued walking on slowly, knowing Fumio would catch up with him, and soon he heard from behind the soft thuds of small bare feet running on grass. "Piggyback!" Fumio's voice called out. Wufei turned his head just in time to see the boy leaping into the air toward him. Moments later the giggling, lightweight monk landed softly on his back. "Aren't you a little old for piggyback rides?" asked Wufei. "Fujita-san gives them to me all the time back home at the monastery," he replied. Wufei grinned. "Well, whatever, I don't mind," he commented, hoisting Fumio further up onto his back, securing his arms under his legs as they began the walk back across the lawn toward the house. They were greeted with warm and friendly gestures on reaching the patio, where everyone was gathered. After tucking into some seriously tasty refreshments, the entire group spent the rest of the afternoon and early evening playing games on the lawn and relaxing. Everyone had gained something positive that day. For most, it was the simple benefit of just being able to relax in the warm sun in the company of loyal and trusted friends, but for some, it was a lot more. The Calling, Chapter 11. 2 o'clock in the morning, darkness all around. Heero was restlessly twitching and fidgeting in his sleep, his head moving around feverishly as the disjointed and disturbing images flashed randomly over and over again in his mind. Violent explosions, the sound of gunfire nearby, voices crying out in pain, a surreal sense of death and destruction at every turn, with no way out. Burning fires, their searing, suffocating heat clawing at his flesh as he silently observed the sheer living hell in which he seemed totally immersed. A blinding flash of light, another massive explosion, the rumbling vibrations knocking the air from his lungs as the crashing sounds of smashing glass came at him from every direction. "Yua!" Heero yelled out, sitting bolt upright in his bed, his eyes wide open. He was gasping to catch his breath, sweat weeping down his face, his damp hair matted, and stuck to his forehead and temples. the explosions and sounds were still deafening and echoed all around him. He could feel the vibrations through the bed's mattress. He held still for a few heart-stopping seconds trying to figure out what was going on as the loud rumbles faded. Suddenly, the whole room illuminated with another flash of light from outside the window, and Heero calmed down, realizing he'd just awoken from a dream during a thunderstorm. He sighed with relief as he realized the terrible images he was witnessing moments earlier were only a product of his imagination, or were they? He suddenly thought back to the sound of breaking glass. Did I dream that? He thought to himself. No, that was real. He was certain. His heart quickened again at the realization he'd actually been woken by the sound of breaking glass. Feeling an urgent need to investigate, Heero quickly got out of bed and headed for the door. He was already dressed, a habit he'd still found too difficult to abandon. He only needed to slip on his boots as he passed the foot of the bed. On opening his room door, he peered cautiously into the corridor. Simultaneously, Wufei was stepping out from his own room 2 doors down, his face too etched with a cautious curiosity just like Heero's. "Wufei?" called Heero quietly, so as not to wake the others. Wufei saw him and walked over. "I thought I heard something breaking," he whispered uneasily in a hushed voice. "You think it could be burglars?" "I don't know," whispered Heero, "but if it is, they've definitely picked the wrong house tonight." "It sounded close by," suggested Wufei. Heero nodded, agreeing. Simultaneously, they both turned to face the door of the room nestled between their rooms. It was Fumio's room. "I think it came from in there," suggested Wufei. Heero nodded, and they both approached the door a little apprehensive of what they might find behind it. Heero knocked quietly 3 times. "Fumio? You okay?" he called softly. There was no response. He silently turned the handle and cracked open the door, peering into the room. It was dark, too dark to see, so he stepped inside and flicked on the main light switch. Fumio was nowhere to be seen. His bed had been slept in but was empty, the covers were thrown open to one side. Wufei followed him into the room and saw Heero suddenly begin to search the corners and any potential hiding places with a great urgency. "Fumio?" he called out, hastily pacing over to the wardrobe and opening it. It was empty. "Fumio? Where are you?" Heero called again, scanning his eyes urgently all over the room, his voice anxious and concerned. "Heero, look!" said Wufei, pointing to the half-open curtain being disturbed by the gusting breeze buffeting through it. They hurried over to the window. It was a non-opening type, leaded with small rectangular panes of glass inset. Heero quickly yanked the curtain fully open. They both gasped with astonishment as they realized that one whole corner of the window had been forcibly bent outwards. Several panes of glass had been smashed and a segment of the lower window frame was missing. The leaded beams had been pushed with such force that they had bent outwards, leaving a gap just large enough for a small person to climb through. "Oh crap!" gasped Heero, holding his hands on either side of his head, his voice in a panic. "Not again!" He quickly pressed his face up against the intact part of the window and looked out into the rainy night, but it was too dark. He could see very little. Wufei stared at him, his face etched with 1,000 questions. Suddenly Heero took to his heels, bolting for the door, running down the stairs and aiming toward the rear of the house. Wufei followed close behind. Moments later the mansion's exterior lights were activated and the rear kitchen door burst open. The 2 pilots emerged into the heavy rainstorm and ran across the wet patio to the area directly below Fumio's first floor window. Several large shards of glass and a chunk of window frame lay broken on the ground. Heero's breath quickened, his face etched with alarm at what he saw next. Some of the glass was heavily smeared with blood. Small crimson pools and splatters lay all around the debris, slowly dissolving into the puddle-soaked patio. The 2 pilots looked at each other in silent horror, their soaking wet faces suddenly illuminated by a great flash of lightning followed by a deafening rumble of thunder. Wufei crouched down to investigate further and was almost blown over by the howling wind. He quickly noticed several more spots of blood that trailed off in the direction of the lawn. Heero also spotted the trail. They both stood for a moment, looking out across the semi-illuminated lawn but could see very little. "Fumio?" Heero yelled out across the lawn. There was no reply, his voice was lost in the gusting wind and dampened further by the torrential rain. "Wufei, wake Sally up!" urged Heero as he quickly began jogging out towards the darkness, briefly illuminated by another flash of lightning. "I'll start searching, join me as soon as you can." Wufei nodded. He didn't need to be asked twice. He hurried back into the house and headed for the stairs. Moments later he was banging his fist loudly on Sally's bedroom door. "What's all the commotion about, Wufei?" asked Quatre, yawning tiredly, wandering up the hallway in his PJs as another flash of lightning lit everything up. Sally's door opened, and she peered out, squinting at the bright lights of the hallway. Wufei turned to them both, deep concern etched into his eyes. "It's Fumio-chan," he gasped breathlessly, "he's missing. I'm uncertain why, but I think he's running scared." "What?" gasped Quatre, waking up fully. "How? When?" "No time to explain," replied Wufei urgently, "we think he is injured. There is blood, lots of blood, we have to find him, and quickly." "Oh my god!" gasped Sally, suddenly running back into her room to quickly throw on some clothes. "Come on Wufei, we better wake the others," suggested Quatre. Wufei nodded, and they headed in opposite directions, running to each of the other rooms to wake the other members of the group. Within minutes, everyone had put on outdoor clothes and were gathered in the kitchen. Quatre hurried to a store cupboard and moments later appeared carrying some torches and two-way radios. He dumped them all on a large wooden table in the center of the room. "Here, everyone take a flashlight," he commanded, then began turning on and testing each radio. Wufei was looking anxious. He was hovering in the doorway, unsure whether to just run outside and start looking, or to wait for the others. "Wufei?" asked Quatre, noting his state of unease, "do you know which direction he could have headed?" Wufei pointed out of the open door into the darkness. "The blood appeared to trail off in the direction of the lake, I think that's where we should search." Quatre nodded and started handing out the radios to everyone. "We should all use channel 1, he suggested. "Sally, can you stay here and make whatever preparations you need to receive incoming wounded?" Sally nodded in agreement. Suddenly Quatre seemed to don his professional strategist mask. He, after all, was highly trained and skilled in the subject, something all of the others had come to learn and respect immensely during the war. As he began giving out what sounded like orders, the others obeyed without question, each knowing that he was the most natural leader among them. They all knew that if anyone could organize the group into finding Fumio in the shortest possible time, it was Quatre. They also realized that he was the only one in the room who knew the mansion's grounds intimately. "Sal, do you have any medical kit?" he asked. "I'm already on it," she called back, heading for the door. "I've got a kit in my car, just go, I'll be ready." Her voice faded as she ran down the corridor toward the entrance near to where the cars were parked. Quatre pulled a dry white marker pen from one of the kitchen drawers and quickly began to scribble a simple map on the varnished table surface. "Okay, this is the house, here are the grounds, the lake, the boathouse, greenhouse, maze, and the boundary wall." He drew with urgency, knowing time was of the essence. In the corner of his eye, he noticed Wufei still hovering anxiously near the door, seeming desperate to get out and start searching, but hesitant to do so. "Wufei, please look at this!" demanded Quatre, his voice urgent and authoritative. It was exactly what was needed to give Wufei something to refocus. He immediately broke from his troubled state and hurried over to the table. Quatre gently gripped Wufei's elbow in a reassuring gesture. 30 seconds spent here will save us vital minutes out there, he spoke softly. Wufei nodded, understanding Quatre's gesture, suddenly feeling an immense appreciation and gratefulness for his calm and collected approach. It reminded him of the many reasons why he had gained so much respect for the Arabian boy throughout the war. He quickly realized it was always Quatre's level-headedness, his warm and gentle voice of reason that consistently shone through, during those times of great madness. Quatre quickly drew some more lines onto the map, cutting it into searchable sections, concentrating mainly on the lake area. He looked up at the others and addressed them, speaking quickly and precisely. "Guys, with the radios, we can search individually and get more ground covered. If you locate him, get straight onto the radio for backup. We don't know exactly why he's out there, but from what Wufei described, and because he's injured, I'm guessing he's running on adrenaline. So, bearing in mind his highly trained fighting skills, use caution in your approach. If you are in any doubt about approaching him, if he looks like he's ready to take flight again, or you suspect his state of mind will cause him to see you as a threat, then do not even approach him until backup arrives." There was a general nodding of heads from the rest of the group. "Trowa, you take this area," he pointed to a section of the map, "be sure to check behind the outbuilding there too." Trowa nodded, "Got it." Quatre handed him a radio, "Go now, good luck." Trowa nodded and hurried out of the back door, disappearing off to the left of the building. "Duo, you should take this area." One by one, and in a very short amount of time, Quatre had organized the group to cover the entire grounds. He was the last one to leave, his first place to search being the garden maze, as he was the only one who knew how to get in and out of it speedily. Sweeping torchlight beams shone all around in the heavy wind and rain. In every corner of the Winter Mansion grounds, the worried group searched for the young monk, calling out his name in the hope he would reply, but it was to no avail. Heero had searched everywhere around the lake and boathouse where he was sure Fumio would be, but with no luck. His inner panic was growing, knowing his brother could be bleeding to death. He stood at the end of the long lawn thinking for a moment. He was soaked to the skin, and the blustery wind was chilling him to the bone. He had goose flesh on his arms and legs, and icy shivers constantly ran down his spine, but he was too worried to care. "Come on, Heero, think!" he muttered to himself, trying to see the situation as if he was the one doing the running. He tried to project his mind into Fumio's mind, trying to factor in all their Gundam training, self-preservation skills and combat training into the equation. He closed his eyes, concentrating hard. "I'm on the run! I don't want to get caught! I break out through the window!" He began rubbing his temples trying to concentrate harder. "I see there's my blood! I don't want my enemy to follow me, so I must mislead my enemy into believing." He opened his eyes, "That's it!" he gasped, suddenly making a bolt toward the house. Moments later Heero had run past the main house and was heading down the sweeping white gravel drive toward the main entrance gate. Not far from the gate, a flashlight beam suddenly shone in his face. "Heero?" came an inquisitive voice. "Wufei?" he panted, slightly out of breath from his run, shielding his eyes from the bright light. Wufei quickly directed the beam away. He had been searching the hedges running along the front boundary wall but had found no clues. Heero approached him, and urgently began explaining the theory he'd come up with, continuously fighting to make his voice heard over the noise of the rumbling thunder, wind and heavy rain. "Wufei, I think he might have left the grounds!" he yelled, pointing to the main gates. "How do you know that?" "The blood! The trail of blood pointing towards the lake," replied Heero. "I think it was a decoy, he used it to throw us off his trail." "But why would he do that?" shouted Wufei, sounding puzzled. "I don't have time to explain," replied Heero, yelling his reply, "but I think that his self-preservation instincts have kicked in. 9 years of Gundam training means that his idea of self-preservation is being in enemy territory and needing to get away at all costs," he continued, still shouting to make himself heard over the wind and rain which seemed to be getting louder. "Help me search the main gate." Wufei agreed. They hurried to the large iron front entrance gates and began searching for signs or clues to validate Heero's theory. Suddenly, Wufei's torch beam came to a halt on one of the upright bars. "Heero, look!" he yelled, his voice almost being drowned out by a particularly loud clap of thunder. They both peered at the bar. It was coated with blood. "Heck, that's a lot of blood!" gasped Heero. "He must have climbed through here, come on, we have to go after him. The vertical bars on the gate were just too small for them to climb between, so they hurried to the service entrance, a small wrought iron gate set into one of the main stone turrets. Moments later they were on the other side of the gate, standing on the forested country road that serviced the mansion. Wufei handed Heero the torch, suggesting he looked for a clue to see which direction Fumio might have taken, while he got on the radio to inform the others. "This is Wufei. We found blood on the main entrance gate. We think he has gone outside of the grounds," he yelled into the handset. "We could use some help up here, and can someone get the main gates open?" The radio crackled for a moment, then a few seconds later there came a reply. "This is Quatre. I'm near the house, I'll take care of the gates, stand by." Then came another response, "This is Hilde, I've just met up with Trowa. We're on our way, ETA about 2 minutes. Suddenly, a soft beeping could be heard, then, the two bright lights sat on top of each gate turret illuminated the grounds inside. There was a loud, unlocking clunk as the massive main gates began to swing open automatically. More voices came back over the radio confirming they could be at the main gates within minutes. Sally's voice came on, "This is Sally. I've got a med kit and blankets standing by, I've set up in the kitchen area. Let me know as soon as you find him and I'll head out to meet you with a stretcher or vehicle if needed." "Wufei, there!" suddenly yelled Heero, pointing to more spots of blood on the road surface which led into the thick green vegetation of the forest on the opposite side of the road. They ran to the edge of the woods. The foliage and shrubs were immensely dense and overgrown, making the idea of a search almost impossible. "Damn, how the hell are we going to find him in this?" gasped Heero, his voice beginning to get anxious again. Suddenly the sound of running footsteps came behind them. They both span round and Heero shone the torch toward the sound. Noin and Duo came running through the gates and stood in the road. "Any luck?" called Duo, shielding his eyes from Heero's torchlight. "Damn! I thought you were him," remarked Heero, his voice drowned out by the sounds of the wind-driven rain hitting the canopy of trees above them. "We think he's in here somewhere," called Wufei, pointing towards the thick forest. "It's very dense. We were trying to figure out how we're going to search it." "Well, it looks like we'll just have to wait in and do it the old-fashioned way," suggested Duo, donning his never-give-up mask. "Come on, there's no time to waste." They all spread out and began the search again. Wufei had teamed up with Heero as they only had one torch between them. A few minutes later the rest of the group had joined in. Everyone continuously called out Fumio's name as they searched, but after 20 minutes the situation was beginning to feel more and more desperate. The voices calling out started to sound progressively more anxious as time moved on. Still, they searched on, not knowing what else they could do. The group was spreading apart further, trying to cover the most area in the shortest time. The calling voices of the others were becoming more distant as they ventured further from each other's locations. The rain was relentless. Everyone was soaked to the skin. The wind gusted through the trees with howling force, hampering the search effort. The thunder and lightning showed no signs of giving up, but the continuing flashes of lightning periodically illuminated their way. Heero looked jadedly at Wufei, the rain washing down his face, dripping off his nose and chin. "This is hopeless!" he yelled through the wind and rain, his voice sounding desperate. "There has to be another way, we'll never find him like this." Wufei could sense the despair in his voice. "No! We must keep looking, Heero!" he shouted in reply, squeezing a hand onto his shoulder. "We can't stop." Heero sighed and nodded. "Okay, I think maybe we should try going this way." He pointed with his torch to an unsearched area of the undergrowth deeper into the woodland. Wufei nodded, agreeing, and they headed over towards the area. A few minutes later, Wufei stopped. Heero looked back and noticed him. "What is it?" he shouted over another rumble of thunder. "I'm not sure," yelled Wufei back, scanning the area with his eyes. He had suddenly felt an odd sensation within his own mind, and was compelled to remember the feeling he had experienced the previous day, where he'd sensed the two wild deer in the field. Feeling a need to investigate further, Wufei closed his eyes and tried to focus in on whatever he had just felt. He instinctively found himself looking downwards and pointing his palms towards the ground. Heero could see he was obviously trying to concentrate on something, maybe he heard something, he thought silently to himself. Wufei remained completely still, but after some 15 seconds, Heero began to grow impatient. "Wufei? What are you doing?" he yelled. "Just wait!" shouted Wufei back, clearly annoyed at being interrupted. Heero reluctantly stopped talking and watched Wufei silently, still unsure what he was doing. Wufei took a deep breath, trying with all his mental power to focus in on whatever it was he had just felt. "Was that just my imagination?" he thought silently to himself. No, it was more than that. He tried focusing some more. As another flash of lightning lit up the forest, Wufei suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight at Heero, seeming startled. "Heero, quickly, give me the flashlight!" he called, reaching out his hand. Without question, Heero gave him the torch. Wufei immediately began heading off to an area not far from where they had already searched. Heero looked a little confused, but he could see the Shenlong pilot was onto something, so he followed without further question. After about a minute of picking their way through the undergrowth, Wufei began to increase the pace. Like a bloodhound picking up a scent, he first broke into a trot, then, as the feelings within his mind began to grow stronger, he started to run as fast as the undergrowth would allow. Moments later, they came to a halt in front of some tall, thick shrubs nestled around a clump of trees. "Fumio!" he called loudly, but there was still no reply. "Heero, help me search here!" Wufei yelled. Heero looked strangely at his fellow pilot for a moment, then figuring they had nothing to lose, he began quickly peering into various parts of the shrubs and undergrowth. Wufei did the same, shining the torch into the depths of the foliage. Suddenly Wufei jumped, lurching backwards slightly, startled. Staring back at him through the torchlight was a pair of wide-open, terrified eyes. The Calling, Chapter 12. "Fumio!" gasped Wufei in a shocked tone, hastily crouching down and grabbing the boy's shoulder. "Fumio, are you alright?" There was no response. Wufei called again, shaking his shoulder, but still with no success. "Heero! Over here!" he called, feeling his heart quicken. The young fighting monk was kneeling on the ground, just staring blankly ahead, shivering feverishly, a combination of the cold and shock. Fumio's rain-soaked face was smeared with blood and dirt, as were his clothes, the white cotton pajamas he'd been wearing in bed before his sudden compulsion to flee. His breathing was panicked, panting and trembling, and the look in his wide-open staring eyes was that of complete terror. The boy was soaked through to the skin. Wufei, now feeling a mild sense of relief, quickly scanned the torch over Fumio's body to search for injuries. The blood had to come from somewhere, he thought to himself. He didn't search for long before he noticed the sleeve of Fumio's left arm was red with blood. The thick liquid was trickling down his arm and dripping off his hand, forming a dark red puddle beneath him on the earthy forest floor. It looked serious. Heero appeared and urgently, almost violently snapped away some of the intruding foliage. "Fumio!" he gasped, dropping to his knees in front of the terrified boy. He quickly reached forwards and hugged him firmly. "It's okay, you're safe now, everything's going to be fine," he reassured him. Oh, hearing his brother's voice, Fumio seemed to snap out of his trance-like state. He looked straight at Heero as if suddenly waking from a nightmare. The look of terror increased on his face as he began to feel a huge sense of disorientation and panic. Heero! Heero!" he stammered, desperately needing to communicate, but he was shaking and trembling to the point where it was affecting his breathing too much, and it just made him start coughing. "Shh!" replied Heero, still holding him reassuringly. "Don't try to speak, just try to calm down," he reassured, trying to muster the most soothing voice he could. Wufei stood up and pulled off his jersey. He gave it to Heero, instructing him to wrap it around the wound on Fumio's arm. Heero complied as Wufei called it in on the radio. "This is Wufei and Heero. We've found him." When Heero had roughly bandaged the wound on Fumio's arm, he scooped him up in his arms and stood up, carrying the injured boy. "Tell them we're heading back right now," he informed Wufei as he began carefully negotiating his way back through the undergrowth towards the road. "Tell Sally we could use a stretcher and we'll meet her on the way." Within a few minutes, they'd arrived back at the mansion in the kitchen area. Fumio was quickly wrapped in a blanket and had been sat on the table where Sally proceeded to check the large wound on his right arm. Despite there being a huge sense of relief he'd been found, the rest of the group stood nearby, looking on anxiously. He was still panting and shivering badly, still feeling very disoriented and panicked, but he was putting on a brave face. As Sally unwrapped Wufei's blood-soaked jumper from the cut arm, she knew it wasn't going to be a pretty sight. She got Noin to sit beside Fumio on the table and cradle his head against her shoulder, encouraging him to look away. After examining and cleaning the wound up a little, Sally seemed to sigh with relief. "Well, it's a big cut, but thankfully you've missed the main artery and nerves," she reassured him loudly enough for everyone to hear. "Looks like you're going to be just fine, Fumio," she smiled in one of her compassionate smiles. "I've got some special skin stitching tape that will take good care of this. A couple of bandages and a warm bath, you'll be as good as new." There were audible sighs of relief from the group, most of whom were shivering from their cold, rain-soaked clothes. Noin could feel and hear Fumio's teeth chattering with her hand cradled against his face. "You got any heating in here, Quatre?" asked Heero, also hearing the chattering. Quatre walked over and ignited the big, stainless steel oven, leaving the door wide open, causing a welcoming heat to quickly radiate into the room. Several members of the group moved closer to it to warm themselves. As he began to calm down and regain his bearings, Fumio could feel his nerves starting to slip. He knew he wasn't going to be able to keep up the brave face for much longer as he began to become overwhelmed with anxiety about what had just happened. His eyes began to glaze and well up. Sally could sense he was starting to lose it. "Guys, could you give us some privacy here?" she asked. "I'm pretty sure having a gawking audience is not making this any easier." She looked at him, giving him a reassuring smile. Fumio looked up at her and nodded appreciatively, his big cobalt blue eyes now starting to shed tears. Everyone took the hint and began filtering out of the door into the main hallway, leaving only Sally and Noin in the kitchen to help the young monk with his injuries. Before he left, Heero stood in front of his brother and looked into his tearful eyes. He briefly cupped his hand onto Fumio's dirty blood-smeared face. "Don't worry," he suggested, hinting a slight smile, doing his best to reassure him. "You're gonna be just fine, okay?" Fumio nodded silently, still looking anxious. Heero broke away and headed for the door. He entered the corridor and caught up with the others, who were all standing around in the entrance hall at the bottom of the stairs, looking a little numb, all still cold and dripping wet. All eyes looked his way. Duo was the first to comment. "Heero, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, I mean, I'm totally relieved that he's safe, but what happened? What was this all about?" His voice sounded tired and troubled. The rest of the group remained silent, listening for some response from Heero. Heero seemed to ponder a reply but was reluctant to speak. He gave a sigh as he began heading towards the foot of the stairs. "The only thing I want to do right now, is get out of these wet clothes," he replied dryly, deliberately avoiding Duo's question. He started to climb the stairs. The others watched him in silence. They were keen for an explanation, but could see he was looking deeply troubled, so accepted that it probably wasn't the best time to push for answers. A few steps up, Heero stopped. He cast his eyes back towards the group who were all looking up at him. He sighed heavily. "Thanks for your help, I'm glad you guys were here." His voice sounded tired, but genuinely appreciative. There were subtle nods in response. As he stood there, a quiet, childlike sob echoed down the corridor from the open kitchen door as Fumio began to cry, followed by sounds of Sally and Noin doing their best to comfort the traumatized boy. Many of the group cast saddened eyes towards the kitchen. "Damn!" uttered Heero quietly to himself, as he hastily began to ascend the stairs and head for his room. "I guess the rest of us should also change out of these wet clothes," suggested Quatre, his teeth now chattering with the cold. "We can talk about it in the morning?" "I don't know about you guys," remarked Wufei, "but I'll not be able to sleep anymore tonight, think I'll just stay up for now." "I'll be doing the same," suggested Trowa. "I'm not afraid to admit, my hands are still shaking, so I've got no chance of sleeping." "Mine too," observed Duo, holding his slightly trembling hand out in front of him. "Looks like we're still running on adrenaline," he suggested. "It's been a while since I felt like this. I used to get it a lot after battles." "Tell you what then," spoke Quatre, shifting the subject, "I'll make hot drinks for anyone who doesn't want to go back to bed. Just let me dry off and get a change of clothes." There was a general agreement, and words of thanks as people dispersed back to their rooms. It was over an hour later when Hilde emerged from her room. She had managed to alleviate feeling so cold by soaking in a hot bath for a while. She realized that Heero had seemed particularly disturbed and upset by the events of earlier, so she made a point of checking in on him on her way downstairs. She knocked quietly on his door, knowing it was unlikely he would be sleeping. "What is it?" came the muted reply. "It's Hilde, Heero, can I come in for a minute?" she replied gently. There was a pause. "Uh-huh." Hilde gingerly opened the door. It was dark, only a small table lamp illuminated the far side of the room. Hilde scanned her eyes around trying to adjust them to the low light. Eventually, she spotted Heero sat on the floor leaning back against the wall beneath one of the large windows. He was staring blankly ahead, obviously mulling over the many thoughts going through his mind. She closed the door behind her and walked over. "Oh Heero," she sighed compassionately, crouching down right beside him, looking into his slightly reddened eyes. "What's up, Hilde?" he asked in a whispered voice. She said nothing but looked at him with a kind-hearted expression. Then she leaned in, reaching both her arms around him to give him a heartfelt hug. "Everything's going to be alright," she whispered, trying to reassure him. Her caring gesture fell straight onto his saddened heart. He returned the hug, wrapping his arms firmly around her, pressing his chin into her shoulder and closing his eyes. She sighed sympathetically. "I realize you're upset, Heero, but it's okay, really," she assured. He cleared his throat. "I'm alright," he replied, his voice sounding quiet, and a little croaky. "I'm just frustrated, that's all. I feel so helpless to do anything." They gently broke from their embrace, and Hilde sat on the floor right next to him so they could talk. She snuggled up to him, taking his arm under hers, holding onto his hand in a reassuring gesture. "So how often does this happen?" she asked, realizing this couldn't have been the first time. Heero sighed. "It's happened a couple of times in the past few months, but it's never been as bad as tonight," he replied, his voice sounding troubled. "It's never got this serious before." Hilde nodded. She had suspected as much. She looked compassionately into his eyes. "You're really close to him, aren't you?" she asked rhetorically, her voice whispered. "Even though you'd prefer us to believe otherwise, I can still see it." Heero looked toward the ground and nodded reluctantly. "We've been through so much together, how can we not be close?" Hilde nodded. "Indeed, and I can only guess how scary and frustrating this must all be for you, as well as Fumio," she added. Heero sighed and nodded again. "How do you fight an enemy you can't see?" he asked, his voice sounding saddened and defeated. "It terrifies him, Hilde, it absolutely terrifies him, and there's not a damn thing I or anyone else can seem to do about it." Hilde listened sympathetically. "He was out there today, he must have felt so alone," he gasped. "That's what he fears the most, being alone whenever it happens." He turned his head and looked at her. She could see the torment in his saddened eyes. "Hilde, I don't know what to do," he said in a whisper, his voice barely audible. "I just don't know what to do." Hilde nodded, empathizing with his frustrations. "Listen to me, Heero," she said, holding his hand firmly. "There is a way to deal with this, there has to be. Out there, somewhere, there is an answer, a solution," she assured, borrowing Duo's never give up mask. "And after seeing what happened here tonight, I don't think anyone in this building can rest until we find that solution." Heero looked at her, feeling a little uncomfortable about the idea of anyone else getting involved. "I'm not sure about that," he replied, mulling the proposal over in his mind. "This is a private matter, I don't want everyone getting involved in this." "What do you mean?" she asked. "The fewer people who know about this, the easier it will be on Fumio. I know I certainly wouldn't want my personal problems discussed by a bunch of what are essentially strangers." "Heero, get real!" said Hilde firmly, sounding somewhat irritated by his words. "Just look at the resources you have at your disposal right here, right now, in this very building." Her voice remained firm, but compassionate. "There are many highly trained people under this roof right now who are vastly skilled and experienced to an elite level. They have unique intelligence resources and access to facilities the average citizen doesn't even know exists. Most of them will have built up favors they can call in at any time. You need answers, Heero, and these guys are in a position to help you get those answers. You'll be doing Fumio a great disservice to turn your nose up at such a wealth of resources that could potentially help him." He listened carefully, realizing Hilde's words were as wise as they were valid. "It would be cruel and unfair of you to pass up an opportunity like this, Heero," she added, now almost pleading with him. "Asking for help is never a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength. You mustn't be afraid to ask for help, Heero, for Fumio's sake, you have to let go of your doubts and trust us all to help you." He continued to hear her out but was still looking undecided. "And so what?" she continued in a more stern voice, "So what if Fumio's problems get discussed by the group? What? You think we're going to poke fun at him or something? Or that he'll become a focus of ridicule?" She paused, sighing. Suddenly her voice changed to a much calmer tone. "We've only known Fumio-chan a couple of days, and he's already won his way into our hearts. Everyone adores him. We could never do anything that would cause him distress or harm like that. Surely you realize that, Heero?" Heero nodded subtly, reluctantly, continuing to listen to Hilde's convincing argument. Somehow, he couldn't help but feel that she'd just given him a well-deserved kick up the backside and woken him from his complacency. "The truth is, Heero, I think everyone is as concerned about what they saw tonight as you are, and I know they will all want to help. In fact, they'll probably insist on it." "Okay, you're right," he replied positively, showing a renewed sense of energy. "You're right, I should, and I will ask for help, and yes, perhaps I should have done it a lot sooner," he reluctantly admitted. Hilde squeezed his arm again, laying her head gently on his shoulder. "You're making the right choice, Heero," she replied reassuringly, "unquestionably the right choice." The Calling, Chapter 13. Hilde stayed with Heero a while longer before heading off downstairs. Heero then finally took a shower and found himself some dry clothes, simultaneously allowing himself more time to reflect on what had happened that night, and how he was going to approach the others in his quest for help. Half an hour later, he'd made his way back downstairs. It was just after 5:30 in the morning and was getting light outside. The terrible thunderstorm from earlier had cleared and another fine day looked to be in prospect. Heero could hear talking voices coming from the lounge, so he quietly opened the door and walked in. Most of the group were there, sat around on several of the large sofas, quietly discussing the unfortunate events of the night. The only people missing were Sally and Quatre. "Hey Heero!" came the subdued, almost somber greetings in staggered unison from most in the room. "You okay, Heero?" asked Noin, her tone suggesting a sympathetic concern. Heero looked back at Noin and nodded appreciatively, noticing Fumio laying on the sofa beside her with his head resting in her lap. The boy was fast asleep. Saying nothing, Heero silently walked over and crouched down beside his kid brother, checking on him. Fumio had clearly taken a bath or shower and looked a lot more comfortable. He was wearing warm, dry clothes, a gray fleece hoodie, soft gray jogging bottoms and thick white cotton socks. His right forearm was bandaged neatly from wrist to elbow, and he bore some rather sore-looking scratches across his body including his face and neck. Noin was affectionately caressing her fingers through his soft hair as he slept. "How is he?" asked Heero quietly. "Physically, Sal says he's going to be just fine, though she suggested he might be left with a bit of a scar on his arm," she replied in a whispered voice, "but psychologically." She shrugged, implying an unknown element. Heero was hoping for a more positive answer but was grateful for the truth. He looked down again at the sleeping boy for a few contemplative moments. "Thank you for looking after him, Noin, I appreciate it," he spoke quietly. She nodded. "Where's Sally, by the way?" he asked gently, scanning his eyes around the room. "I must thank her too." "Sal went back to bed for a few hours," replied Wufei. "Yeah, she was so tired and stressed," added Duo. "We all suggested she went back to bed earlier, but she was very reluctant to," added Noin. "She wanted to monitor Fumio, for at least a few more hours. The only way we could persuade her to go, was by promising we'd all keep an eye on him ourselves," added Wufei, "and that we'd wake her if there was any change in his condition." Heero listened, nodding appreciatively. Suddenly, the side door of the room opened, and Quatre stepped through carrying a tray of hot drinks. "Oh, hey Heero!" he greeted, also in a relatively somber voice, "You okay?" Heero nodded. "There's a mug of tea here for you," he said, placing the tray on a table in the center of the room. "Just help yourselves, guys." Quatre was acknowledged with several nods of appreciation and thanks. "So, Heero," said Duo reaching forward and taking a mug from the tray, "you wanna tell us what happened here tonight? Maybe throw some light on why we're all sat here drinking tea at first light?" Heero took a final look down at Fumio and after seeming satisfied the boy was okay, he stood up and wandered over to one of the 3-seat sofas. He sat down next to Quatre, reached forward and picked up a mug of tea. "It's hard to know where to begin with this," he commented, his voice sounding tired and troubled. He cupped his hands around his mug of tea. "What happened tonight is something I was hoping wouldn't occur at all," he said hesitantly. "I didn't want or intend for you guys to see this side of him." "You mean this has happened before?" asked Noin. Heero nodded. "What you saw tonight, it's been a problem for Fumio ever since he left the Foundation, but over the past few months, these incidents have been getting worse. They become more intense and more frequent. Tonight was the worst I've ever seen it," he hesitated. "I'm just grateful you were all around to help." Suddenly Heero thought back to the highly unlikely way in which Wufei had found Fumio. With everything that had happened, he hadn't had time to give it any thought. He looked up at the Shenlong pilot with a pondering expression. Wufei stared back, but nothing was said. How did he know? Heero thought silently to himself. We were too far away to hear any sounds from that area. Was it luck? Maybe some kind of wild hunch? No, he was way too specific. Heero felt compelled to remember back to earlier the previous day when Wufei had emerged from the building smiling like a Cheshire cat after doing the samurai meditation ritual with Fumio. He recollected believing then that Fumio's gifts had influenced him somehow and suddenly a theory popped into his mind. Fumio's gifts must have seen this coming, he thought silently to himself, in some way they must have given Wufei the power to be able to find him. He remained in eye contact with Wufei for a moment. Wufei was pretty sure he knew what Heero was thinking about, and he began to grow concerned that he would ask him about it in front of the others. It was something he was not keen on discussing openly. Very subtly, Wufei began moving his head from side to side, hinting to Heero not to say anything, but he was already safe. Heero knew he could not bring up the subject and risk Fumio's gifts being discovered. Eventually, Trowa spoke up, breaking the quiet. So what are we dealing with here, Heero? What caused him to run in the first place? Heero sighed and began a slightly reluctant explanation. Fumio has these, conditioned responses. They were gradually programmed into him from day one of the Gundam training program. But why on earth would anyone do that to him? Asked Hilde, sounding quite annoyed. What possible use could they be? These responses enable basic self-preservation. They were designed to trigger last resort fallback actions that can allow him to get away safely in a life or death situation. Heero replied, I too have been conditioned with these same responses. But what's happening to Fumio, isn't it happening to you? Asked Quatre. Heero shook his head, no, but I completed the training program, Fumio did not. I have full control over these abilities and can consciously engage them at will, in any circumstances where I feel they are needed. Fumio also can engage them at will, but with him, they've also started to kick in at other times when he doesn't want or need them, like tonight for example. Heero sighed again, suddenly looking quite worried. Going on past events, he shouldn't have been due another occurrence like that for at least a month or so. Everyone listened in silence. Do you remember when I told you guys about him turning into a bag of nerves every time he heard a sudden loud noise like a door slamming, and that sometimes he'd end up cowering in a corner somewhere? Heads quietly nodded. We think that was the start of it. Every time these instincts have kicked in, they have always been triggered either by a sudden loud noise, or something that has caused him to be momentarily startled. I can only guess it must have been the thunder last night, although thunder has never bothered him before. Quatre sat forward, but Heero, I remember you said that he got put through that reintegration program, he commented, you know, where they taught him to switch off his soldier instincts. So what went wrong? Heero took a sip of tea, then cupped his hands back around his mug. It was the fact that Fumio did not complete the training program that has ultimately caused these problems. The program was so sophisticated in its design, that no one could predict the consequences of someone dropping out 2/3 of the way through. It wasn't anticipated or expected, and so it wasn't accounted for. Duo suddenly thumped his fist into his other hand. He'd quietly been getting more and more annoyed as Heero explained the situation, unraveling the complex plot. That damn Foundation again! Those bastards! He growled, so they're not just content with terrorizing little kids in the short term, they have to prolong the agony by screwing with their minds for the long term too? Hey, take it easy Duo! Demanded Wufei, none of us is happy about this, but getting all bent out of shape about it is not going to help anyone. Duo sighed, you're right, he said, his voice calming down for a moment, but you'd better make damn sure I don't meet any of these Foundation people, because I guarantee you, I will not be held responsible for my actions. I suspect you're not the only one to be thinking like that Duo, suggested Quatre, but Wufei's right, we've got to be constructive here. We can't let this become an issue about revenge, we have to stay focused. This is about trying to put an end to his suffering. Quatre pointed across to the sleeping boy, now curled up on his side, still with his head resting on Noin's lap. Duo took a breath and sighed heavily, nodding again, I'm sorry guys, but this whole thing just really sucks. It's so maddening. Sorry, I interrupted Heero, please go on. Heero nodded at Duo, fully understanding his anger. He took another sip of tea from his mug. There is a monk at Fumio's monastery, Lama Benai, a very knowledgeable and wise man, who's been trying for the past year to find a solution to the problem. He has specialized knowledge in the subject area and has been working closely with Fumio to try to help him switch off these rogue instincts. Do you know what methods he's used so far? Asked Quatre, sitting forward in his seat. Heero didn't know too much of the finer details, but he began to describe everything that he did know and had witnessed. Quatre listened carefully, nodding his head slightly. Yes, the Lama definitely knows his stuff, he commented. Heero nodded, I know you have knowledge and qualifications in this field too, Quatre, he said, that's why we were going to have that conversation about it. I just didn't anticipate us having it so soon, or with everyone else as well. Quatre nodded, confirming Heero's comments, you're right, I do have several psychology qualifications, but I'm afraid to say Heero, that I think this man at the monastery, Lama Benai was it. Heero nodded. Well, it sounds like he's tried everything that I would try, and more. I don't think there's anything else I can suggest that hasn't already been tried. I'm really sorry, Heero, but I believe this requires a more specialized solution beyond the scope of my training." Heero looked a little disappointed, but not surprised. He had suspected this was likely to have been the case. 2 weeks ago, Lama Banai approached me and regretfully informed me he had exhausted all avenues of investigation open to him and that he was unable to progress any further, said Heero, his voice sounding sullen again. He's concluded the original training program was so sophisticated, the only hope to successfully reverse its effects on Fumio would be to locate the actual blueprints of the original training formula, and then completely rewrite a new reversal program from scratch, using the blueprints as the key. Heero took another sip from his tea, then continued, "If we can locate, and get the original training program designs to Lama Banai, he says he can probably have Fumio cured within as little as a few months," he said, suddenly sounding more optimistic again. "The only problem is, the reintegration facility was destroyed within a few weeks of Operation Meteor starting." He sighed again. "Since learning this information, I've tried every trick in the book to track down these blueprints, but I've drawn a blank every time. They would have been top secret documents, so my guess is, there wouldn't have been more than 1 or 2 copies in existence. My fear now is that they may have been permanently lost to us." His voice sounded disheartened. "This is the very reason that Fumio has come here. Having given up on finding the blueprints, we have to do the next best thing and look for an alternative solution." He leant forward in his chair, putting his drink down on the table, then began nervously rubbing his hands together. "I'm afraid to say this, but, probably for the first time in my life, I feel like I'm out of options. I'm at a loss on how to proceed or what to do next. I could really use some help with this one, guys." His voice was unusual, nervous, almost displaying a hint of fear. The intimate gathering of friends all responded by sitting forward in their seats. "Well, this is what good friends are for, Heero," said Quatre, almost cheerfully. "You already know I'll do everything I possibly can to help and support you, whatever it takes," he pledged. "You must count me in too, Heero," said Wufei. "Heck! Do we even need to say it?" chirped Duo. "We're all in, of course we are. We're not gonna just sit by and let the kids suffer like this, of course we're in, Heero." There was an enthusiastic nodding of heads from around the room from everyone agreeing to Duo's words. Heero wasn't sure how to react, though he felt more encouraged than he had done in a long while. He nodded in obvious appreciation. "I'm not sure what to say, but I am grateful," he replied, "very grateful." The Calling, Chapter 14. For the next hour, at the request of the group, Heero went over some of the more finer details of both his and Fumio's past. Dates, times, places, names, absolutely anything that could help in their quest to locate the original blueprints to Fumio's training program. Noin, in particular, seemed optimistic about there still being a chance of tracking them down. As Heero described some of the places and names, she kept making references of familiarity. At around the same time as Quatre entered the room carrying their second tray of hot drinks that morning, the main room door opened, and Sally appeared. "Morning, everyone! Again!" she said tiredly, in light humor. There were nods and subdued words of greeting. "Did you manage to get some more sleep, Sally?" asked Wufei. Sally nodded, yawning. Quatre put the tray back down on the table and headed straight back out of the side door. About a minute later, he appeared again carrying a strong black coffee and handed it to her. She nodded in obvious appreciation. "Looks like I've got you well trained," she grinned tiredly. "Thanks, Cat." Quatre smiled and nodded back. "So, how is my patient?" she asked, walking towards Noin. Fumio was still curled up like a cat, fast asleep on the sofa beside her, with his head resting on her lap. Hilde had recently covered him over with a blanket. "He's been fine," replied Noin quietly, "just sleeping soundly." Sally crouched down beside him and briefly inspected the bandaging on his arm, then felt his brow for temperature. "That's good, She whispered, "The more he sleeps, the faster he'll heal." She affectionately stroked the sleeping boy's hair before getting up and joining Heero and Quatre, sitting between them on the 3-seat sofa. "Sal, thank you for all your help last night," said Heero in a grateful tone, nodding appreciatively. "I don't think I would have been quite so calm had you not been here." Sal patted her hand on his arm. "You're very welcome, Heero. I'm just sorry about what happened. Have you managed to make any sense of it yet?" There were nods from around the room, and for the next few minutes, Sally was brought up to speed on the situation, and the plans to help track down the training blueprints. Fumio quietly opened his eyes. He had been hearing mumbled voices for the past few minutes, although he hadn't taken much notice of what they were saying. He lay still for a moment, gathering his thoughts and his bearings. He suddenly felt soreness from all the little cuts and scratches on his face and arms, and a particularly nasty sting coming from his right forearm. Without moving, he cast his eyes toward the arm and immediately spotted the white bandaging. He felt a sudden, desperate sinking in his heart. "Oh no!" he gasped in silence to himself, "it really did happen again. I just thought I was dreaming." A sense of growing inner panic started welling up inside him as he replayed over and over the series of dreamy and disjointed images he had somehow acquired within his mind. He tried to piece them together to figure out what must have taken place. Suddenly he sat up, looking a little startled. Immediately the voices in the room went quiet, and then gentle but concerned words of greeting were sent towards him. Fumio felt tired and confused. Trying his best to be polite, he quietly returned the greetings, simultaneously feeling a sense of embarrassment and exaggerated vulnerability. He felt an urgent need to get away from there, from a room full of eyes all looking at him. He realized they were all eyes of concern, from people who seemed to show great care and love for him, but it did little to quell his need to get away. He could feel the room feverishly closing in, choking and suffocating him. He needed to find space to breathe, somewhere to find his bearings without feeling like he was being scrutinized, as if under a microscope. He stood up, causing the blanket to fall to the floor. I have to study," he stuttered, wobbling slightly, giddy from getting up so quickly. "Maybe you should take things easy today, Fumio?" suggested Sally. "I'll be okay," he replied, suddenly heading for the door, trying his best to look normal and unflustered. Moments later the door clicked shut. A confused silence hung over the room. It was obvious to everyone that the boy was troubled and looked panicked. There was no sign of Fumio's usual, almost calming sense of presence as he hastily made his exit from the room, almost stumbling over the blanket in the process. Everyone had noticed the suffocating look in his eyes and that he was desperate to get out of there. They looked at each other, uncertain of what to say or do. It was Heero who broke the silence. He could see the looks of concern on everyone's faces. "Don't worry," he said softly, "he'll just need some space for a while," was the very short, but nullifying suggestion. "Do you not think someone should be with him?" asked Hilde. "No, he'll be alright," was Heero's short answer again. Quatre cleared his throat, sitting further forward. "I know we all want to comfort him and try to make him feel better, but from a psychological perspective I agree with Heero, we need to give Fumio his space for now. We can be there for him if and when he needs us around, but for right now he clearly needs time and space to process all of this." Heero nodded to Quatre's comments, followed by the slight nodding of heads from the rest of the group as they understood the reasoning. They continued discussing their quest to find the blueprints for another 10 or so minutes before Noin eventually left the room to use the communications equipment in Quatre's office. As their plan unfolded, it seemed more likely that Noin had the best chance of success. She had some loyal connections she could contact with whom she felt were the most likely to yield results, so it was decided that she would be the one to get the quest underway. She returned to the lounge about 10 minutes later. "How did it go?" asked Quatre. Noin nodded positively. "It actually went a bit better than I was expecting," she replied. "I managed to get in touch with an old and trusted comrade who has always come through for me. He has some high-ranking contacts in the colonies. When I explained this situation, he seemed willing, even keen to help, and he seemed optimistic that his contacts would be prepared to assist us too. He has a few favors to call in, but he also hinted at how, in this new era of peace, there is a growing sense of need for reconciliation and cooperation on all sides. That can only be a good thing. That's reassuring to hear, commented Duo. So what's next? What do we do now? We just need to sit tight, Duo, she replied. He told me to expect a response within a day or two just as soon as he's got the word out to the right people. As she spoke, she pulled a cell phone from her pocket, pointing to it. That's it? Asked Duo, sounding a bit confounded. Isn't there anything else we can do in the meanwhile? Noin shook her head. Trust me, this guy is the best. He's extremely good and efficient at what he does. He's never let me down. If anyone is going to help us find what we want, it's him. So when he tells you to sit tight, then the only thing you should do is actually sit tight. Heero looked at Noin and nodded appreciatively. Then I guess we wait, he suggested dryly. A few more days won't do any harm. But, stuttered Duo, surely, there must be something else we can do? We can't just sit here, not after everything that's happened? There was fretfulness in his voice. Duo's comments raised some eyebrows. It suddenly became evident he was more troubled about what he'd witnessed than he was letting on. Wufei silently looked at him, wondering about his reasoning and motives. Duo had already made his feelings about the Foundation very clear, so he wondered if Duo just sought retribution, but there was more to it than that. There was something in Duo's tone of voice, and a disconcerted look in his eyes that Wufei had never seen before. He quickly realized that Duo, although trying to hide it, was genuinely distraught about Fumio, so much more than he wanted anyone to know. Over the time he'd known him, Wufei had learned to see through Duo's mask of indomitably, that well-practiced projection of strength he always hid behind like a shield, and right now, Wufei could see just how bothered Duo was about the whole thing. He could see Duo's frustration, the helplessness he felt being unable to do anything to address Fumio's situation. At that moment, Wufei felt an unusual warmth and amity toward his fellow pilot as he glimpsed in Duo, a level of rare genuineness that deserved his respect. Duo noticed Wufei looking at him and suddenly realized he was letting his mask slip. With a quick sigh, a sip of tea from his mug, and an ever so slight smile, the mask was back in place again. The look of concern was gone, buried back down into the troubled depths of his conscience from where it had first surfaced. Well, it's a beautiful day, suggested Quatre, breaking the slightly uneasy silence in the room. I do believe you ladies were planning a girls' day out into town today? He asked. Sally, Noin and Hilde all looked at each other. We were, replied Sally, but under the circumstances, maybe we should. Go, interrupted Heero in a light tone, you don't need to stick around or be concerned, everything will be just fine for now. Although nobody wanted to say anything, there seemed to be an underlying belief that what had happened to Fumio that night could happen again at any moment. Heero, however, knew otherwise. If the pattern of things were to repeat themselves, Fumio would now not be due another occurrence like that for many weeks. You sure, Heero? Asked Sally. Heero nodded. There's no reason for you to cancel your trip. Yes, go, enjoy yourselves, suggested Duo. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on things here. You've got Noin's mobile communication device, so you know we can get in touch if we need to, suggested Quatre. I'll keep mine on me too in case we decide to go out. Sally nodded in agreement. And if you're really lucky, we'll bake you another cake while you're gone, joked Duo, now back to his old self again. Simultaneously all three girls answered back, no! No, really, that's fine guys, really, please don't! The mood quickly lifted as the group burst into laughter. Quatre suggested some breakfast, so the whole group left the lounge and made their way toward the kitchen. We should let Fumio know we're going to eat, suggested Hilde. Wufei nodded. I'll go, he replied, stopping, and then heading back towards the stairs. I'm pretty sure I know where he'll be. Wufei was confident that Fumio would be sat out under the old oak tree by the lake, the one place where he really seemed to feel at home. It was still a little chilly, and he wasn't feeling particularly warm, so he headed upstairs to his room to get a sweater before heading out there. As Wufei emerged from his room after donning his new top, he suddenly noticed some faint sounds coming from further down the corridor. He became curious. "Everyone is downstairs," he thought silently to himself, "and I do not believe there are staff on the premises today." He began walking silently down the corridor to investigate. As he got nearer, he could hear the sound of irregular, dull thud sounds. He realized it was coming from the mansion's gym that Quatre had recently installed on that floor. Quatre inappropriately referred to it simply as the weight room, but this was far from being a mere room with some weights in it. A more appropriate name would have been fitness studio, but even that didn't do it justice. It was a huge room, crammed full of the most amazing and state-of-the-art high-tech fitness and gym equipment that money could buy, including a full-size battle ring where almost any kind of combat skills could be practiced. As he drew closer to the room, the sounds became clearer. "Crazy, stupid, brain," came the rather puffed out and frustrated words occurring simultaneously with the sound of heavy impacting thuds. It was Fumio! Wufei silently approached the huge room. The door was ajar, allowing him to peer in unnoticed. The small monk was in the far corner of the room taking out his frustrations on a large white punch bag suspended from a long-reaching bracket on the wall. He was quietly cursing at himself through grit teeth, simultaneously punching and kicking furiously at the bag with anger. "Stupid! Stupid! I'm so stupid!" Came another bout of self-insults. "Why am I so weak, so pathetic?" His words becoming more frustrated and angered with each impact. Wufei remained in the corridor observing unnoticed. He could see the distress and torment written all over the boy's face. He noticed Fumio was having a hard time staying upright as his socks kept sliding on the polished wooden floor. Every time he slipped it seemed to anger him more. Wufei silently pulled away from the door frame, leaning his back against the wall in the corridor. He pressed his head back against the wall, looking up as the same feelings of compassion and protection he had felt yesterday, returned to him again. He felt so bad for Fumio, but he realized he shouldn't interrupt him. He knew anger and frustration were always better out than in, and what better way to release such emotions than on a punching bag. "So stupid! Such a loser!" Came another round of self-inflicting expressions. "Why can't I be like Heero or Wufei? Why can't I be strong like them?" It was painful for Wufei to hear. He tried to imagine himself in the very predicament that Fumio was in. What would he do? How would he cope with it? He struggled to find an answer and began to realize the full extent of the frustration the boy must have been feeling. He felt a saddened tugging on his heart. His desire to see Fumio's pain end was becoming a profound weight on his mind. A part of him badly wanted to run in there and assure him the pain would end and that everything would be alright, but the truth was, he didn't know. If Noin's plan didn't work, he was at a loss as to what might happen in the long term. He peered back around the doorframe into the room. Fumio was tiring rapidly. His breathing heavy and rapid, but still, he continued mustering strength from deep within to strike at the punch bag, making heavy grunting and puffing noises with each, now weakening strike. The bag was swinging back and forth, and he had to get his timing right to make contact with it. Suddenly he took a lunging swing and missed, causing him to spin around and slump to the ground, landing on his butt. Another time and place it might have been funny, but Fumio was far from laughing. His face went scarlet as he angrily scrambled back to his feet, now utterly infuriated. Wufei cringed, biting his bottom lip as he watched the distressed boy unleash hell back at the bag. "Ugh!" He yelled through grit teeth as he desperately pummeled his small fists and feet into it, punching and kicking with every last drop of energy he could muster, tears pouring from his eyes and running down his cheeks. The tugging pangs Wufei could feel in his heart were growing. He could feel a protective instinct building within that was urging him to go to Fumio, to do something, anything, to just be there for him, to try to help stop the hurt, but he knew he couldn't, he mustn't interfere, at least not yet. Fumio had to deal with this, to face up to it in his own way. Trying to protect him from it would not help. He continued to observe the traumatized boy, feeling helpless. Fumio was exhausted, trembling with the lack of energy, but still, he continued to launch into the bag, simultaneously cursing and sobbing with each impact. Suddenly Wufei noticed red smear marks appearing on the white material of the punch bag. He focused on Fumio's right forearm and realized that the large bandage had become soaked with blood. Damn! He thought silently to himself, he's reopened his wound. The need to act suddenly took on a new urgency. Wufei stood hesitantly in the doorway while he quickly debated in his mind whether he was doing the right thing by stepping in and intervening. Moments later he hurried into the room toward the boy. Fumio was still punching and cursing relentlessly at the bag, although it was becoming more and more difficult to muster the energy to lash out. What had been 2 or 3 punches or kicks every second, had now reduced down to 1 weakened punch every 4 or 5 seconds between fighting to catch his breath. His whole body was stinging, his muscles aching and burning, begging him to stop. The small cuts and scratches over his face, arms and body were soaked in sweat, causing an inflamed sensation all over his flesh. The blood from his bandaged wound was now running onto his hand, causing the punch bag to become a bloody mess. Despite his near exhaustion, still he continued battling the frustrations tearing and raging within his mind. Wufei approached quickly and placed himself between Fumio and the punch bag. He reached out and gripped the traumatized boy firmly by the upper arms. "Fumio, calm down," he urged, "you're damaging yourself." At first, Fumio seemed not to see Wufei. He tried shrugging off his hold, keeping his eyes and attention firmly fixed on the punch bag, desperate to take another swing at it. Wufei tightened his grip. "Fumio!" He barked more firmly, "At ease, soldier! Stand down! That's an order!" Suddenly Fumio broke from his focused concentration and looked up at the Shenlong pilot as if waking from a trance. He looked a little startled. Wufei could see the anguished, traumatized look in the youth's tearful eyes. He squeezed his grip on Fumio's arms again. "It's okay, just calm down," he said in a more reassuring tone, "just get your breath back." Fumio was still gasping for breath, sobbing and trembling with a lack of strength. He slowly crouched down until he was sat cross-legged on the floor, his head tiredly slumped forward with his chin pressed onto his chest. Wufei joined him and sat closely cross-legged on the floor opposite, their knees touching. He could see Fumio's trembling muscles as the boy quietly sniffed. Wufei felt so bad for him, he wanted to do whatever he could to help ease Fumio's suffering, but he wasn't sure what he could do. "That's it, just get your breath back," he encouraged again in a gentler tone, "everything is going to be alright, just let yourself calm down." They sat there for a minute or two. Fumio continued to quietly sob and sniff, while his breathing slowed down until eventually he calmed to just a numb, despondent silence. "What can I do to help you through this, Fumio?" he asked calmly. Fumio shrugged and shook his head, not having an answer. He gave another sniff. "You must think I'm so pathetic," he eventually whispered in a subdued, croaky voice, still with his head slumped down. Wufei gently put his fingers under Fumio's chin, lifting his head. "Look at me," he urged in a whispered voice. Fumio slowly looked up at Wufei, his expression sad and wounded. "I would never think that of you, Fumio-chan," said Wufei in a gentle, reassuring voice, "and neither would anyone else. In fact, right now I think you are the bravest young man I have ever met." Fumio seemed a little surprised at Wufei's comments and for a moment felt slightly encouraged, but then he looked down again and sighed. The frustration he had been feeling was subsiding but had left in its wake an emotional numbness. Wufei reached up and gently grasped the sides of Fumio's face in his hands, leaning forward, touching their foreheads together in a gesture of affection and caring. "This thing, Fumio, that's making this happen to you, have faith in Heero," he whispered. "I've never seen him more determined to resolve an issue. You just need to hang in there a while longer, you are in good hands, and I have no doubt this will all be resolved soon." He felt Fumio's subtlety nod. "Thank you, Wufei-san," came the quiet, appreciative reply. "Everything's going to be alright, you'll see," added Wufei. They stayed in the comforting embrace for a while, both happy to further nurture the strong closeness and bond that had grown between them over the past couple of days. "I don't want to tell you what to do, but you really should eat something, Fumio-chan, it'll help get your strength back and make you feel better," suggested Wufei, sensing Fumio's fatigue. "What do you say, you get cleaned up, we'll get Sally to take a look at that arm again, then we'll have ourselves a nice hearty breakfast? Deal?" Fumio nodded gently. "Okay, deal," was the subdued reply. Wufei nodded and was about to stand up when Fumio suddenly reached across and stopped him, gripping his forearm. "Wufei-san?" he asked quietly. "What is it? Can I ask you something?" "Of course! I know this sounds silly, but," Fumio was hesitant and slow in his question, "please, don't leave me on my own today?" The monk's words caused a rush of immense sadness to well up in Wufei. He had to make quite an effort to stop himself from welling up. "How can this be?" he thought to himself silently. How can the kid have the confidence to lead a deadly samurai ritual in one day, yet become afraid of being left on his own the next? The ache within his heart exploded. "Fumio, come here," he gasped, and in a purely instinctual act, Wufei found himself reaching out his arms and wrapping them around the boy in a firm and consoling hug. Fumio immediately returned the welcome and sincere embrace, hugging him back tightly. "Of course I'll do that for you," Wufei reassured him gently, in a whisper, the sadness obvious in his voice. "And no, Fumio, it's not silly at all." The Calling, Chapter 15. Wufei stood at the window in Fumio's room looking out across the acres of beautiful grounds belonging to Quatre's mansion, waiting while the young monk freshened himself up with a wash and change of clothes in the ensuite bathroom. He glanced across at the damaged window, the mangled and bent metal framework through which the small boy had fled in terror just hours earlier, and couldn't help but feel his heart sink at the sight of it. It reinforced to him once again the true gravity of Fumio's situation. He could feel his anger resurfacing again with that deep-seated hatred he now felt toward the people who had caused all of this to happen. Fumio had recovered a little from his earlier state of frustration and anger, and from his ordeal during the night. He emerged from the bathroom looking and feeling a little calmer. He'd chosen to continue wearing the jogging bottoms and thick white socks he'd been given, but had exchanged the sweaty, bloodied fleece top for a clean, plain white t-shirt. Wufei was still staring at the broken window, deep in thought when he felt a small hand gently touch his arm, breaking him from his ponderings. "Hey," he whispered, offering a sympathetic smile, "you feeling any better?" Fumio returned a subdued nod, then looked guiltily at the damaged window frame. He gave a depressed sigh. "I feel terrible about this, so much I almost want to throw up," he whispered, distress growing in his voice again. "Quatre-san let me use this room out of kindness, and look what I've done to it. How do I even begin to apologize or to make amends for something like this, such a disrespectful thing to do, such a betrayal," he mewed. Wufei looked at the anxiety-ridden boy, finding it almost painful to witness such a benign and gentle soul suffering the consequences of the brutal past he'd neither asked for, or deserved. Through the dejected look in Fumio's eyes, he could see the boy was beside himself with guilt, dying inside because of something he was helpless to prevent. He'd never felt more empathy for someone in his life, than he did in that moment, and for the second time in an hour, he found himself reaching out and hugging the sad young monk again. "None of this is your fault, Fumio-chan," he reassured calmly, smoothing the boy's hair with his palm as he held him tightly, "and you have betrayed no one, no one." Fumio was grateful the Shenlong pilot had acted. In that low ebb, he needed all the reassurance he could get, so the hug was most welcome. He snuggled his face tighter into Wufei's shoulder, taking whatever healing and comfort the embrace offered. "You mustn't worry yourself over this," continued Wufei, "and there is nothing you need to apologize for. You are not to blame for any of this, none of this is your fault, everyone understands that, especially Quatre, so please don't worry yourself about the window. Although Fumio felt bad on many levels, Wufei's words and actions were going a long way toward helping ease his pain, especially his guilt and anxiety. He listened carefully to Wufei's much-needed reassurances, drawing on his confidence and strength to help get him through this latest crisis. If it helps you to know this, Quatre was planning on replacing these drafty old windows anyway, so there's really no harm done, added Wufei. He's got his maintenance guy coming to patch this up later today, so don't give it a second thought, okay? It'll all be fixed by this afternoon. He felt Fumio nodding against his shoulder. All that matters right now is that you're okay and that you recover from this, that's all anyone really cares about. Fumio hugged him tighter. Thank you, Wufei-san, he whispered, and thank you for rescuing me. Wufei pressed the side of his face against the boy's hair in a stronger show of affection. You're most welcome, Fumio-chan. Eventually, after a little more recovery time, they left the room and made their way back along the East Wing corridor, heading back toward the kitchen where the rest of the group were. They talked quietly as they walked. I gotta say, I kinda felt sorry for the punch bag earlier, said Wufei, slight humor in his tone. You really unleashed hell on it. Do you think it helped? Fumio nodded. Yeah, it really did. Wufei looked at him. Good, but next time you need to let off steam like that, let me know and I'll come and hold the punch bag for you, okay? He suggested, then perhaps you won't end up falling on your butt again. You saw that? Gasped Fumio, now looking a little embarrassed. Don't worry, replied Wufei with a subtle smile, it happens to the best of us. The two samurai warriors reached the kitchen. Everyone was in there and had either finished or were just finishing up breakfast. Duo, Heero, Noin and Hilde were sat at the large table, while the others were perched up against the work surfaces in various places surrounding the table area. Everyone was chatting and drinking tea or coffee. Could we borrow you for a moment please, Sally? Asked Wufei. Sally looked up. Wufei pointed to the bloody bandaging on Fumio's arm. Oh dear, she said in her completely unflustered I see this kind of thing everyday voice. She casually put her coffee down and walked over to meet them. Looks like you could use a new dressing on that, she suggested, placing a hand gently on Fumio's shoulder and ushering him toward the far end of the kitchen where she had left her medic kit from the night before. Meanwhile, Wufei sat at the table next to Heero where Quatre had set two places, one for him and one for Fumio to eat breakfast. He began pouring a bowl of cereal as he joined in the conversation. Fumio was sat quietly on a chair while Sally worked on cleaning up his wounded arm again. He could hear the various conversations taking place at the other end of the kitchen but wasn't really paying attention to them. He was tired and distracted, but he found the general sound of everyone's talking voices strangely comforting and reassuring. They were a reminder he was not alone and was among friends and family who cared about him, and for the first time that day, he found he could start to relax. Lost in thought and staring at the kitchen floor, he didn't notice Quatre approach, or hear him and Sally calling his name. Eventually, Quatre crouched down in front of him and managed to attract his attention, breaking him from his solitary thoughts. Hey, Fumio, you okay? Asked Quatre. You seemed a little out of it. Fumio sighed, bringing his mind fully back into the room. Sorry, I'm okay, just a bit tired, that's all, he replied softly. Quatre nodded and smiled reassuringly. Well, that's completely understandable. You should probably take things easy today and not push yourself. Fumio nodded, agreeing. Wufei tells me you're really worried about the broken window? Fumio nodded. An expression of anxiousness formed across his face. I'm so sorry, Quatre-san, he replied, suddenly looking upset. No, it's okay, Fumio, I want you to know you've got absolutely nothing to worry or feel bad about, it wasn't your fault, and I know you're not to blame in any way. I'm not mad at you, or upset about it, or anything like that, and I really don't want you to be upset or worried about it either, okay? The fact is, these old drafty windows are all scheduled to be replaced this year anyway, so there really is no harm done. You're very kind to say that, Thank you, replied Fumio, that does make me feel a little better about it, but I still feel terrible about coming here and causing damage and trouble in your home. Quatre thought carefully about his reply. Was it your intention to cause damage and trouble? Fumio shook his head. No, I would never knowingly do anything like that, he pleaded. Then everything is fine, reassured Quatre. As far as I'm concerned, the intention is everything. As long as we set out with the right intentions in our hearts, that's all we can ever hope for, and it's all that really matters. What happens along the way and the outcome is not really that relevant. Only the intention is what's important. Fumio listened carefully, nodding, warming to Quatre's reassuring words. Thank you, Quatre-san, that's a very kind and forgiving philosophy, he replied, but I would still feel a lot better if you'd allow me to at least try to find a way for me to pay for the repair. Quatre sighed. Fumio, that's a very responsible thing for you to offer, but I'm afraid I can't, and I won't, let you do that. Fumio cocked his head to one side, like a puppy. I don't understand, why? He asked. Quatre hesitated for a moment, figuring out his reply. Fumio, what happened last night was a result of something you were never to blame for. You had to endure something controlling you against your will, something that traumatized you and put you in great danger, and it all happened through no fault of your own. He pointed to the boy's injured wrist still being bandaged up by Sally as they spoke. There's no easy way to say this, and it's probably not comfortable for you to hear, but you are the victim here, not the perpetrator, so for you to pay reparations for the consequences of something that has been forced onto you, well, that's just unthinkable to me. It's like the ultimate insult at your expense. No Fumio, there's nothing you need to do or worry about, the matter is closed. We're all just really glad you're okay. Fumio listened carefully to Quatre's words. I never thought of it that way, he replied. Heero was right, you are very wise. Quatre looked surprised. Did Heero really say that about me? A small smile formed on Fumio's mouth and he nodded. Quatre grinned and looked down the room at Heero, who was deep in conversation with Wufei and Trowa. He talks about you quite often, added Fumio, always telling me and the others at the monastery about the many things you did during the war, especially the times you saved him. I know he doesn't openly show how he feels, but the truth is, Heero really admires and respects you. Quatre was clearly a little taken aback at Fumio's words. You seem surprised, said Fumio. I guess I am a little, he replied. I think you just made Quatre's day, grinned Sally as they both watched him wander back over to join the rest of the group. A few minutes later Fumio wandered over to the table with clean, fresh bandaging on his arm, looking a lot happier. Are you hungry, Fumio? Asked Quatre, pulling out the chair between Duo and Wufei for him. Fumio nodded and sat down. For the next half an hour or so the group casually stood or sat around chatting, drinking tea and coffee, while Wufei and Fumio tucked into breakfast. After 2 bowls of cereal, 3 slices of toast, 3 croissants and 2 mugs of tea, Fumio reached across to the fruit bowl and selected a fresh, crispy apple. Duo had been staring silently at the boy for the past few minutes, his face carved with a slightly mind-boggled expression. Quatre noticed him as he leaned in to top up Duo's tea. What's up, Duo? He asked. Duo's stare remained fixed on Fumio. The kid eats more than I do. He gasped in an astonished, but light-hearted voice, a slight grin appearing on his face. I can't believe how much food he's just eaten. Fumio looked up. He hadn't noticed Duo staring, he'd been too busy eating. Saying nothing, he just gave Duo a cheesy smile. Duo grinned back at him. I don't get it, how on earth can you eat so much? He teased, I mean, where are you putting it all? Wufei cleared his throat, it involves a very specialized kind of training, Duo. Duo looked at him, really? He sounded surprised. Wufei nodded, yes, it takes many years of practice and dedication, it is called Lagrum Chi. It allows the monks to store extra food in their legs for energy, he informed, his face deadpan. Wow, that's amazing! Replied Duo in awe. Suddenly Sally gave a snigger, followed by quiet titters from around the room. Slowly the sides of Wufei's mouth began to turn upwards. Duo paused for a moment, but... Hey, wait a minute! Suddenly the whole room burst out into a big wave of laughter as it dawned on Duo that Wufei was joking. He leant forward, pressing his head on the table, groaning, trying to cover it with his arms. Oh, I can't believe I walked straight into that! The laughter continued for a while until a red-faced Duo eventually sat back up in his chair, cursing at himself for being so easy to dupe. Hilde, still grinning, stood behind his chair and reached her arms affectionately around his shoulders, hugging him. "Oh, don't worry, Duo, we still love you," she spoke humorously in his ear, giving him a peck on the cheek, trying in her own unique way to help quell his sense of embarrassment. The girls had decided to leave quite early in the day to get the most out of their planned girls' day out in the nearby town. Once they were ready to leave, the guys had gathered at the main entrance to see them off, wishing them a good day. Once back inside the house, Quatre closed the main front door and turned around to face the rest of the remaining group. He grinned mischievously. "Right then guys," he said, rubbing his hands together. The others looked oddly at each other before turning back to face him. "What are you planning, Quatre?" asked Trowa in a slightly hesitant, suspicious voice. "Well, if the girls are going to have a girls' day out, then I guess it's only fair that we should have a guys' day out, what do you think?" There was a general nodding, as the comments came back. "Sure! Okay! Yeah, why not? So what have you got in mind, Cat?" asked Wufei. Again, a beaming grin appeared on Quatre's face. "There's a beach not far from here, with some great sand dunes, what do you say we go and check it out?" "Sounds like fun," replied Duo, "I'm in." "Yup, me too," nodded Wufei and Trowa simultaneously. "We're going to the coast?" beamed Fumio excitedly. "That's great!" His face lit up with enthusiasm. "Hey, relax, kid! It's just some lousy beach," replied Duo, "it's not like we're going to Disneyland or anything." Fumio grinned. "I know," he nodded, "it's just, I haven't been to a beach since I was really small." Duo suddenly looked a little confounded. "Well, that's not right," he protested, "all kids should get to go to a beach at least once a year, at least that's what Father Maxwell always taught me. It's why beaches exist, so kids can play on them." "Well," said Quatre in a cheery voice, "why don't we get changed into something more appropriate and then meet outside in, say, 10 minutes? Everyone agreed and disappeared off to their rooms to find some beachwear. 10 minutes later, Heero, Trowa and Wufei were stood waiting at the bottom of the stone steps leading up to the main front entrance. They were all wearing shorts and shades, looking cool and ready for the beach. The main door opened and out stepped Duo wearing the most hideously bright Hawaiian-style surfing shorts and t-shirt imaginable. The others grinned as he made his way down the steps. "Hey guys!" he beamed, peering over the top of his small sunglasses, "we ready to hit the beach or what?" he chirped. "Now that," beamed Wufei, "is definitely you. One," he said pointing to Duo's dayglow shorts. Duo grinned again. "You like them? They're the latest fashion, you know. The ladies go crazy for them, at least, that's what the guy in the shop told me." Suddenly the three other pilots all laughed out loudly. "Duo, what the hell are you wearing?" barked Heero dryly, "You look ridiculous." Duo looked at him, still grinning. I guess you haven't spent much time on any beaches lately either, Heero," he suggested. He grabbed his shorts by the sides, stretching them outward. "Everyone's wearing them, apparently." "Think I'll pass on that," replied Heero, still grinning. "Me too," added Trowa. "Where's your brother, Heero?" asked Trowa, changing the subject. "I think Fumio's still getting ready," replied Duo. "I had to lend him some of my shorts as he didn't have any of his own." Heero suddenly looked at Duo. "Damn! I hope they're not like those," he said pointing to Duo's shorts. Duo paused for a moment, then grinned again. "Nah, don't worry, they're from my, more sober collection." As he finished speaking, the main door opened again and out stepped Fumio. The others couldn't help but raise a grin as they saw Heero's kid brother coming down the steps towards them wearing the shorts Duo had loaned him. They were huge, baggy surfing shorts, this time in a slightly soberer yellow color, but were at least 5 sizes too big. They were designed to reach to just above the wearer's knees, but on Fumio, they were close to reaching the plain white canvas sneakers on his feet. Fumio grinned. "I think they're a bit big," he commented to Duo. "Are you kidding?" replied Duo, reaching a hand onto his shoulder. "They look great on you. Now you're a proper surfing dude. What do you think, guys?" There were suppressed chortles before a general admission that despite being totally the wrong size, they could have looked a lot worse than they actually did. Wufei, Heero and Trowa all just gave a smiling thumbs up, restraining from further comment. "So where's Cat then?" asked Duo looking at his watch. He said 10 minutes, and it's been, like, 15. It's not like him to be late for anything. "I saw him heading for the garages a few minutes before I came out," suggested Wufei. Suddenly, they heard a big sounding engine start up. "Hey, that sounds like a military transporter," suggested Trowa. All eyes looked right to where the gravel drive swept around behind the main house, to the garage and stabling areas. From behind the building appeared an enormous, shiny black, 4x4 vehicle. It was open-roofed with a row of huge spotlights running across the roll cage that sat on the top of the dark-tinted windscreen and passenger area. It had huge quadruple rectangular headlights with a shiny chrome grille and bumpers. The sun sparkled off the deep glossy black coachwork and mirrored chrome trim. "Wow!" cooed Duo excitedly, "check out that 4x4! Awesome!" The others just watched, speechless, in awe, as the monster rig trundled around the corner and pulled up, stopping in front of them. The thunderous engine was silenced, and the driver's door opened. "Hey guys!" came Quatre's voice as he jumped down from the cab and wandered to the front of the vehicle. His head only just came level with the headlights and chrome grille. "Whoa, Quatre!" chirped Duo excitedly, now that is one sexy piece of machinery. Duo stepped up to the wing and tenderly ran his hand over the bodywork. He looked up at Quatre. "You old scoundrel Cat," he quipped, his voice still showing a hint of shock, "and to think, I had you down as a Volkswagen kind of guy." Quatre grinned. The others were still stood in silence, open-mouthed and awestruck by this massive chunk of shiny metal and chrome sat before them. "So what's the deal, Cat?" asked Duo, still running his hands over it. "Where'd this beauty come from?" "It was a gift, from one of the companies we purchase our mining equipment from," he replied. "It's a little sideline business they've got going." Fumio stepped up to one of the huge chunky tires. His eyes came level with the top of the giant wheel rim. He raised his arm up and realized he could barely reach the top of the tire. A beaming grin appeared on his face. "Are we going to the beach in this?" he directed his question to Quatre. Quatre smiled back at him, nodding, "Unless you prefer the Rolls-Royce?" Fumio shook his head, still grinning. "No, I think we should give this a try today," he replied pointing to the truck. Within a few minutes, they had left the mansion and were heading down a leafy country lane out toward the coast. Quatre was driving, taking it easy. The massive engine purred with ease as they trundled along, eventually breaking into open road and brilliant sunshine. Heero was in the front passenger seat, while the 3 other pilots and Mini Monk were sat along the first rear seat. Duo was in his element. He stood up, holding on to the roll bar. In his elevated position, the wind violently tousled his face and hair as he leant forward, throwing both fists into the air grinning. "Whoa!" he yelled excitedly. Quatre glanced up and smiled. He figured it wouldn't be long before someone would be stood up. "Come on, this is great!" he shouted down to the others, trying to make his voice heard through the wind rushing past his ears. Fumio was the first to jump up, grinning as the wind suddenly hit him in the face. "That's it, kid," commented Duo, patting a hand on his shoulder. Trowa was next to stand, and eventually, yielding to the pressure of the other 3 beckoning to him, Wufei finally stood up and experienced the rush of air in his face. It was too much to bear for more than a few minutes, so they all sat back down for the rest of the journey, but as the ocean came into view some 20 minutes later, they were all back on their feet again. "Nearly there," remarked Quatre, as the vehicle began to slow down. "There's a gate a little way along here somewhere. Ah, there it is." He brought the giant truck to a halt on the deserted road, just opposite a large, rusty old gate leading onto some open sand dunes and eventually the beach. "Any volunteers for the gate?" asked Quatre. "I'll go," replied Trowa, suddenly leaping from his seat, spinning in midair and landing on his feet at the roadside. Fumio was impressed. It was the first time he had seen Trowa's abilities in action. A few minutes later, they were slowly negotiating their way across very hilly mounds of sand toward the beach. Quatre had to use the four-wheel drive system, and it was only the huge bloated tires that prevented them from sinking into the soft bone-dry sand. They reached a clearing and had one final track to negotiate before the beach. A short, dry dirt road with two wide tire tracks that cut their way across what looked like a green, marshland. There was a lot of undergrowth that had crept out across the road from where it hadn't been used for a long time. Quatre positioned the vehicle onto the road and was about to drive forward when Fumio jumped up. "Hold on a minute," he urged. Quatre stopped, but before he could ask what was up, Fumio leapt down from the cab and ran to the front, disappearing below the hood line. The others looked at each other oddly. "What's he doing?" asked Quatre. A few moments later Fumio's small figure appeared a little further ahead on the track. He seemed to be looking for something in the undergrowth on the road. Then he turned around and signaled for Quatre to drive forward a few meters before signaling him to stop again. He continued his searching. "Oh yeah, I think I know what he's up to," confirmed Heero. The others looked at him, expecting an answer. "Well, think about it," urged Heero, turning in to face the others. "He's Buddhist." "Oh, of course," sighed Quatre, leaning forward over the steering wheel. "I understand now." Even Wufei had sussed it out, but Trowa and Duo just looked blankly at each other. "Oh, come on guys," protested Wufei, "please tell me you're not that dim?" The blank looks remained. "Think. What's one of the most basic rules of being a Buddhist monk?" urged Wufei. "I don't know," chirped Duo, "maybe, no girls in your room after midnight?" Laughter suddenly filled the cab. "Get real, Duo!" replied Wufei, grinning slightly. "What?" protested Duo, "I'm being serious." "Okay well, maybe not that serious, but I still don't get what he's doing." "Come on Duo," urged Wufei again, now determined to make him understand. "Be serious, what's one of the most fundamental rules Fumio has chosen to live by?" He reiterated his question again. The laughter had died down again as everyone listened. Trowa, by now, had also come to realize what Fumio was doing. Only Duo seemed to remain clueless. "Okay, I'm serious," said Duo, trying to think carefully. "Fundamental rules. Fundamental rules. No swearing maybe? No smoking dope? Certainly no mugging people." Wufei rolled his eyes back in despair. Okay, I'm just pulling your leg Wufei," replied Duo, "don't have a calf. I guess what you want me to say is, no killing? Right?" "Finally!" gasped Wufei, looking to the sky, palms uppermost as if thanking the stars. "There may be some hope for this fool yet." "You're right Duo," added Quatre, suddenly going off on one of his factual tangents. "The monks believe that all life is precious, I guess he's concerned we may run something over in this undergrowth." Duo nodded, understanding. "The kid's got dedication," he remarked cheerfully, "I admire that." They watched, waiting patiently as Fumio continued to check the ground until suddenly he span around grinning from ear to ear. He held up what looked like a small lizard he had just discovered next to a rock. "There, you see," gestured Quatre with his hand, "we would almost certainly have run it over, and known absolutely nothing about it." Heero gestured a thumbs up through the windscreen, and Fumio moved to the far edge of the track, releasing the creature out of harm's way. They continued to inch their way along the short road for a few more minutes until they reached the pure open sands of the huge, completely deserted beach. Fumio climbed aboard again, and they drove out to find a good spot. "Damn, there's no one here," remarked Duo, sounding disappointed. "Well, I guess that's just as well, considering what you're wearing," replied Trowa. "Yes, you have a one-track mind, Duo," added Wufei. Soon they found a good spot and parked the vehicle side onto the shore some 50 or so paces away from the water's edge. As everyone disembarked, Quatre opened the rear door and slid out a large, white, retractable canopy with legs. It was designed to clip onto the side of the vehicle, forming an enormous shaded area where they could sit without getting burned by the sun's intense heat. As Quatre and Heero set up the canopy, the others quickly discarded their shoes and all raced off toward the sea, laughing and yelling as they ran. Quatre grinned. "It doesn't seem to matter how old you are," he spoke to Heero, "the beach always seems to bring out the kid in everyone." Heero looked at him, not completely understanding his comments. "Doesn't affect me like that," he replied quietly, disagreeing, as he secured the last guy rope to the canopy. Quatre didn't know what to say but knew he had to do something to prove Heero wrong. "Oh yeah?" grinned Quatre mischievously, suddenly kicking off his sneakers. Heero looked at him oddly. "Come on, I'll race you!" He grinned, intending to head for the sea. Heero just looked at him. "I told you, the beach doesn't affect me like that. Wanna bet?" Smirked Quatre. He began kicking sand at Heero's lower legs. "Hey, quit it!" protested Heero. "Make me," grinned Quatre, flicking more sand at him. "Hey, cat, come on! You're getting sand in my shoes!" protested Heero once more. By now Quatre was running in circles around him, continuously kicking sand at his legs, grinning like a little kid. "Cat, come on, give me a break, quit already!" replied Heero. He could see what Quatre was trying to do. "Make me? Just quit!" "Nope! Stop behaving like a kid!" Quatre shook his head defiantly. Heero looked at him and sighed. "Thanks a lot, now I've got shoes full of sand." Heero bent down to untie his laces and instantly Quatre lunged forward, kicking him on the butt. Heero went flying forward and came to a halt face down in the sand. Quatre began running off towards the sea, laughing his head off. Heero was slightly stunned. He wasn't expecting that. He tried to look serious, but he couldn't. As he observed Quatre running off towards the others, slowly and surely a grin formed on his face. "Right, that's it!" He laughed out loud, finally kicking off his shoes and racing after him. For the next few minutes, the whole group had a great laugh splashing and clowning around in the shallow water. Heero had tried several times to get his own back on Quatre by tripping him up in the water, but each time Quatre had managed to evade his attempts by darting out of the way, only suffering slight soakings from the splashes it caused. Eventually, the group decided to have a game of volleyball. Quatre had brought a net and poles with them, so most of the group headed back toward the truck to get it set up. Heero was the last one out of the water. As they headed back he tugged at Wufei's sleeve, urging him to hold back for a moment so they could talk. "What's on your mind, Heero?" "I just wanted to say thanks, for what you did last night." Wufei thought back to the event where he had found Fumio through the strange and unexplainable instincts that he had felt. I still don't understand exactly how I found him. Maybe it was just luck. Or fate perhaps," added Heero. "Either way, it doesn't matter. I'm just grateful you were there. I guess I just wanted you to know, that's all." Wufei remained quiet but nodded in appreciation to Heero's very rare and out-of-character gesture. "Come on, Wufei-san!" Heero placed a hand on Wufei's shoulder and ushered him toward the rest of the group. "The others are waiting for us." For over 2 hours they played a relatively intense game of volleyball, but as the early afternoon sun approached, the sand was becoming baked and scorching. The boys all began to feel it burning the soles of their feet, so they decided to wait it out for a while under the shade of the canopy attached to Quatre's truck. Quatre pulled out a big cool box full of drinks and food, placing it on the ground. They all sat in a circle around the box and spent the next hour or so just enjoying food, drink, laughter and conversation with each other as great friends. A little later on, when they'd finished, Duo decided he wanted to go for another paddle. As he wandered off back down the beach towards the sea, the others spread themselves out under the canopy on the beach mats that Quatre had also provided. The canopy was huge, and there was plenty of room for everyone to spread out in the shade. It seemed everyone wanted their own space for a while just to rest and relax. Eventually, Duo returned from his refreshing paddle. He stood just inside the canopy and looked around at the inactive, motionless bodies. "Wow, you guys really know how to party," he joked, "go wild man." He waited for at least one response, but none came. "Are you just going to sit and lie there all day? Come on, it's a beautiful day, why don't we play some more volleyball?" Again, there was no reply. He threw his hands up in submission. "Might as well be talking to myself," he mumbled, quietly protesting to himself. He walked back onto the beach and slumped down a few paces away on the hot sand, facing out to sea. "Yup, might as well be talking to myself," he began rambling on endlessly to himself, half in protest, and half in boredom, but that's no surprise with some of these guys. I mean, they were just like it during the war, and they're just like it now. I mean, what on earth made me think they would change just because the war is over, once they… Duo stopped as he felt a small hand pressed gently onto his shoulder. He looked up to see Fumio standing there looking down at him. "Oh hey kid," he said, "sorry about my rambling on here, I tend to ramble when I'm bored, so you shouldn't really take any notice," he grinned. Still smiling, and never breaking eye contact, Fumio sat cross-legged on the sand close to Duo's side, facing him. "You find it hard to be still, don't you, Duo-san?" he asked gently. Fumio's voice was quiet, relaxed, and flustered. He was radiating that, now familiar and contagious sense of calm and serenity he seemed to do whenever he was in his quiet mode. Duo nodded, sighing. "I guess I'm just not cut out to be like you guys," he replied, his voice sounding a little disappointed. "I've always got way too much energy." A slight grin appeared on his face. "The day I'm still, will be the day I die," he chuckled quietly to himself. "So, what else did Father Maxwell teach you about the beach when you were a boy?" Let's see," replied Duo, scanning his eyes around at their surroundings for a moment. "You ever been rock pooling, Fumio?" Fumio cocked his head to one side. "Rock pooling? No, what's that?" he asked. Duo smiled and stood up. "Come on, I'll show you," he replied, heading off toward the large rocky area 100 or so paces further up the beach. Minutes later they were paddling through one of many rocky pools left by the low tide. When the tide goes out, sometimes creatures get trapped in these pools. They have to wait until the tide comes in again to get back out to the sea, Duo explained. Suddenly he stopped and reached his hand down into the water. "Here you go, just like this little guy." He showed Fumio what he found by gently placing it in his hand. "Oh wow, it's a starfish!" cooed the boy, seeming quietly thrilled. "I've seen them in books, but I've never seen a real one before." Duo looked surprised and slightly disappointed. "You know, I've gotta say, kid, it saddens me knowing you never got to visit a beach more often. Some of my best childhood memories came from holidays by the coast." He scanned his eyes out toward the small waves lapping at the sandy shore. "Yup, we go to the ocean at least once a year, usually for a fortnight. It was a treat we all looked forward to for the whole year." Fumio placed the starfish safely back in the water and waded a few steps to the edge of the pool, sitting down on one of the rocks. He looked at Duo with a serious expression, shielding his eyes from the sun. "Duo-san? What was Father Maxwell like?" he asked tentatively, unsure if asking Duo about his past would be okay. Duo stared back at the boy for a moment, wondering where he was going with such a question. "Father Maxwell was a great man," he replied. "He founded and ran the Maxwell orphanage that I grew up in when I was a kid. Fumio suddenly looked surprised. Oh! You mean, you're an orphan too? Like Heero and me? Duo stepped closer and gestured for Fumio to shuffle over so he could sit next to him on the rock. Yup, I guess we have more in common than you first realized, eh kid? He replied as he sat down. Fumio nodded, I didn't know. Duo looked out to sea again and sighed again. Thanks to Father Maxwell, I was able to have a decent childhood. He was the closest thing I ever had to a real father. He was always there for me, for all of us. Duo reminisced further into his memories. Sure, he had to be strict sometimes, had to put me in my place from time to time, but you've gotta realize I was a real tearaway when I was younger, real cocky. He grinned for a moment, but, Father Maxwell was always there for me at the right moments, at the times when it really mattered. He always knew how to lift my spirits when I was having a bad day, or when I was feeling down. He taught me how to be independent by letting me find my own way and to make my own mistakes, but he'd always step in to never let me fall too far. Fumio listened quietly. He sounds like he was a very special person, he whispered. Duo nodded, yes he was, and if it wasn't for Oz, I guess he'd probably still be alive today. Duo's voice suddenly sounded a little agitated. Fumio reached a hand onto Duo's forearm. It's alright, you don't have to say it. Heero already told me that Oz destroyed your family and home, but he never said it was an orphanage. Is that why you have the name Maxwell and became a Gundam pilot? Inquired Fumio further, now a little more confident that Duo was okay talking about his past. Duo looked him in the eye and seemed to settle again. Yeah, on both counts, he whispered, nodding subtly, his voice sounding a little croaky for a moment. I took the name Maxwell, so I would never forget my family or my past, and I became a Gundam pilot because, after what they did to all the people I loved, well, by then, I was ready and willing to take on Oz, single-handedly if I had to. He paused, sighing again. I know they say revenge is never the answer, but I guess the people who say it have never had to live through something like that. Fumio nodded, understanding what the American pilot was trying to say. He peeled his view down to the rock pool, hesitating for a moment, realizing his next question might be a bit contentious. He looked Duo in the eye again. Duo-san, now that Oz is destroyed, do you feel you fulfilled your need to seek revenge for those you lost? Duo looked down, he was reluctant to answer. He took a deep breath and sighed, then looked at Fumio forming a reluctant smile. Fumio-chan, you're like, what, 12 years old? Shouldn't you be talking about music or video games, or girls or something, not deep heavy stuff like this? Fumio suddenly regretted asking such a personal question. I'm sorry Duo-san, I didn't mean to pry or make you feel bad, it's alright, I don't need an answer, I was just curious, that's all. Duo pondered the boy's regretful expression for a moment, and formed another smile. It's alright, don't worry yourself, replied Duo quietly, I don't mind answering, besides, it was a long time ago. Time is a good healer. Duo sighed again, thinking carefully about his response. The truth is, sometimes when you think that doing something will make you feel better, or will right a wrong, you can become so embroiled in it, so obsessed, that you lose sight of everything else, the things that really matter. Sometimes you don't even realize that you're doing more harm than good, that is, until it's too late. Fumio looked at him, scrutinizing Duo's expression, trying hard to grasp the point he was trying to make. Fumio-chan, if you remember nothing else from this holiday, I want you to remember, no, I want you to promise me one thing. Fumio remained looking attentively at the American pilot as Duo placed his arm gently around Fumio's shoulders. Fumio-chan, I want you to promise me that you will never, and I mean never, not for one single moment, ever turn away from those no-kill beliefs of yours, especially when it comes to human life, no matter what the circumstances are, even if you choose not to be a monk anymore. Fumio continued to look empathically at Duo's now saddened eyes. Would you do that for me, eh kid? Slowly, Fumio began to nod. Yes Duo-san, I will do that for you, I promise. he whispered, now finally understanding the very source of Duo's inner pain. Duo nodded. Good, he whispered, it's the best decision you could ever make. With another sigh and a deep breath, Duo's seriousness was quietly buried under his familiar cheery mask once again. Come on, he suddenly chirped, patting the mini-monk's shoulder, we might as well take advantage of being here. You wanna do some more rock pooling before we go back? A smile appeared on Fumio's face as he agreed and shuffled off the rock, stepping back into the water. The journey home from the beach was a much quieter one than the journey there. After another few hours of volleyball and other intensely energetic sports activities in the fresh air, the whole group was exhausted. As the big vehicle trundled towards home along the quiet country road, Duo was reflecting on his earlier conversation with Fumio. He was grateful, even a little moved, by the opportunity to share such precious memories with someone who had taken a genuine interest, and really seemed to care. Fumio was sat next to him, tiredly watching the passing landscape as it scrolled past. Duo observed the boy for a moment with a growing sense of warmth and great fondness for him. Fumio was once again, radiating that almost contagious sense of calm and serenity he seemed to do whenever being quiet or thoughtful. The American pilot gave him a very gentle nudge with his elbow. Fumio broke from his contemplative landscape watching and looked up at him. You okay? Duo asked quietly with a smile. Fumio nodded affirmatively, smiling back, just tired, are you okay? He asked quietly. Duo nodded, yeah, I had a good time today, he replied softly, I enjoyed our conversation earlier too, it was good to recall those old memories, you know, about going to the beach as a kid. Fumio smiled again, nodding, I'm glad Duo-san, it was kind of you to share them with me, I really enjoyed hearing about them. On hearing the sincerity in Fumio's voice, Duo's sense of fondness for him grew even more. He found himself reaching across and very tenderly ruffling the boy's hair in a gesture of affection. You're a good kid Fumio-chan, he said quietly, I'm so glad I got the chance to know you. By the time they pulled onto the mansion drive, many of the group were almost asleep. They tiredly disembarked and found their way up the stone steps to the house, eventually slumping themselves onto the sofas in the lounge. It was evident that the girls were not back yet from their day out, but they would probably be arriving within the next hour or so. There were plans for the entire group to visit the town that evening, but for the boys, there was some energy recouping to be done if that was to be the case. The Calling, Chapter 16. Less than an hour after the boys returned home, the girls arrived back, carrying a lot of shopping. In an attempt to establish if the others were home, Noin opened the door to the lounge, to be greeted by 6, unconscious, sleeping bodies. A huge grin appeared on her face as she spun around to beckon the others over. You have got to see this! She urged in a whispered voice to Sally and Hilde who were stood in the hallway behind her. All 3 girls peered in through the door. The boys were still in their beach clothes. Duo and Trowa were slouched symmetrically on one of the sofas, both had their arms folded, and their heads tipped right back against the backrest, mouths agape. Wufei was stretched flat out on his back, across the second sofa, periodically snoring. Heero and Quatre were slouched at either end of the third couch. Fumio was slumped between them, his head resting on Heero's shoulder and his feet resting across Quatre's lap. So cute! Gasped Hilde in a whisper, all 3 of them quietly giggling like schoolgirls at the sight before them. I wonder what they got up to today to make them all so tired? Asked Sally as she quietly closed the door, allowing them to sleep on undisturbed. She was greeted by blank looks. After going to their rooms to put their shopping away, the girls returned downstairs to regroup in the kitchen. There they sat for a long while drinking coffee and chatting, continuing to catch up on old times. Eventually, Quatre wandered in yawning tiredly. His hair was tousled and sticking up. Oh, hello, he yawned again, how long have you been back? Over the next hour or so, one by one the boys emerged from their slumberous state and wandered into the kitchen, drawn there by the sound of talking and the smell of fresh coffee. They joined in the friendly conversation, swapping stories with the girls over the events of the day. They decided to go ahead with their plans to visit the local town, a meal in a restaurant followed by a visit to one of the local nightclubs. They arrived in town at around 7. The boys were feeling much more refreshed than a few hours earlier. Quatre was driving again, this time in a more civilized limousine-style car. He was originally intending to take the monster 4x4 and had unfolded 2 extra rows of rear passenger seats, creating ample room for everyone. The monster rig had caused quite a commotion back at the mansion when he first pulled up outside. Noin was particularly charmed by it and kept badgering him to let her take it out for a spin, which he did. Everyone found it especially hilarious when Hilde tried to climb aboard in high heels and a skirt that was a little too restrictive around the knees. She almost had to be lifted up into the cab by Sally already inside, and Heero outside pushing. It was hardly a graceful event, and Sally was laughing so much at one point she almost dropped the poor girl. They both wound up slumped in a heap inside the cab, arm and legs in the air, laughing hysterically. It was then that Quatre decided his limousine was probably a better choice for the evening. Everyone had dressed smart casual for the occasion. The boys in evening trousers and neatly ironed shirts of varying colors and patterns. The girls had all brought new evening wear on their day trip, which in reality amounted to little more than 8 hours of retail therapy. Their first port of call was a European restaurant that Quatre had highly recommended. The car park was just a few minutes' walk from the town center. After locking the vehicle, the group began to meander its way toward the lights and bustle of the high street. On exiting the car park, there was a slightly tense moment when they passed a small gang of rather unsavory-looking characters just hanging around near the entrance, but nothing more than a few neutral glances were exchanged. The main high street was noisy, full of life and activity. It was cozily illuminated by the restaurants, and late-night specialty shops that lined both sides of the main street. Everywhere were groups of people, some small, some large, some sober, some a little tipsy, and a few downright drunk. All were out to enjoy themselves and have a good time. Eventually, they reached the restaurant, the rather oddly named Helga's European House of Bread. "Ah! Master Quatre!" greeted the enormous, busty, and very German-looking woman at the door podium. "It is so easy good to see you again," she said in a strong German accent, giving Quatre an excited, beaming smile. "Hello Helga," replied Quatre, returning the smile, "it's very nice to see you again too. I am so happy to see my most favorite customer return to us." She continued with her compliments. Quatre smiled again, "You're very kind." "Ah, I see you have brought some friends with you today," she said excitedly, scanning her eyes over the Gundam gang stood around him. Quatre nodded. "Would it be too much trouble to arrange a table for 9? He asked humbly. Helga looked up at Sally and Noin, who were stood directly beside him. "Oh, he asks with such politeness," said Helga, in a flattered gesture, pressing her hands to her chest. "Now you know why he is my most favorite customer," she commented humorously. The girls grinned, nodding, agreeing with her. "But of course! Nothing is too much trouble for you Master Quatre," she replied equally as humbly, "just let me arrange that for you now." She turned around. "Sven?" she bellowed out to her husband assistant in the loudest, harshest, most grating voice anyone had ever heard. "Sven!" She screeched again, "Table for 9, as she yelled, the whole group leaned back as if being hit by some kind of blast wave. They could feel the intense cadence of her voice knock the wind out of them. Customers already in the restaurant seemed to wince, as they felt the assault on their eardrums. A stray dog in the street whimpered and ran for its life. Startled birds took flight, grown men cowered, wine glasses teetered on the verge of shattering, and all across the restaurant, the small, frail chandeliers over each table, seemed to tremble with fright. A few moments later, Sven, Helga's husband, hurried through from a corridor at the back of the restaurant. He was a relatively short, very weedy-looking middle-aged man, wearing a white chef's apron, and very thick, large round glasses. "Ready my pedal," he confirmed, standing beside her loyally, smiling. She towered over him by at least 12 inches. "Oh Sven, what would I ever do without you, my sweetest bunnykins?" she said in a much quieter voice, hugging him to her enormous bosom, and planting an affectionate kiss on the top of his balding head. Moments later the group were being led to their table. "Are they for real?" whispered Duo to Quatre, a big grin on his face. The others heard Duo's question, listening for an answer. Quatre smiled and nodded. "Yes, they may be the original odd couple," he replied in a whispered voice, "but Helga bakes the best brioche bread on the planet. Trust me, the food here is out of this world." Helga stopped at the head of the table, allowing everyone to pass her and find a seat. Suddenly she spotted Fumio for the first time. He had been hiding at the back of the group, and had thus far managed to avoid detection. "Oh!" she squealed excitedly, bringing her hands to her chest again. "Master Quatre, you did not tell me you had a Untitled kind in your group," she said, using a German phrase for cute child. "Such an handsome young man," she jokingly protested. "Hello!" came the quiet, somewhat intimidated voice from the pine-sized boy as a huge woman peered down at him. She smiled, reaching down and pinching his cheek between her finger and thumb. "I bet you must be a real charmer with the ladies, no?" Sally sniggered quietly as she heard the comment, followed by titters from the others as they continued to sit down. Helga grinned some more. "I bet you must be having Z girls queuing at Z door," she joked, "right down Z street." Fumio smiled back, but began to look embarrassed, and he started to blush. He glanced at the rest of the group, hoping for some help. "Actually Helga," commented Quatre, still grinning, but moving to save Fumio's blushes, "how can I put this gently, he lives in the monastery, he's actually a student, monk." Suddenly Helga's cheeky grin dropped, she looked almost shocked. "Oh no! There goes me and my big mouse again," she gasped, bringing her fingers to her mouth in an undeniable oops gesture. "I had no idea, oh, I have insulted and embarrassed the young man. Oh! I am so sorry." She brought her hands down and gently touched her fingertips on his cheeks. Seeing her look embarrassed, Fumio suddenly felt a great warmth toward Helga. He gave her his best charming smile, then reached up and took her hands, squeezing them gently. "No, it's alright," he assured her, "you were just being friendly, please don't feel bad." An hour later, after eating, quite possibly, one of the best meals they had ever had, the group departed the restaurant and headed the short way along the high street to the nightclub that Quatre had also recommended. The meal was a wonderful experience, especially as Helga had insisted on making one of her special side dishes just for Fumio, as recompense for her earlier comments, on the house of course. He loved it, and even ended up asking her for the recipe, which, she divulged to him, but only after getting him to pinky swear an oath of secrecy. As they walked along the high street towards the nightclub, at least a dozen separate individuals called Quatre's name in friendly greetings, waving as they passed. "Is there anyone in this town you don't know?" asked Heero ironically. "Yeah Quatre," continued Duo, "what's going on? Those people are acting like you're famous or something." He pointed a finger at him. "Wait a minute, Cat, did you become a rock star while we were away?" He joked, "I can't believe you didn't tell us." Quatre quietly chortled, "No Duo, they're mostly just business associates." He grinned, "I try to conduct as much business locally as I can, to help keep local people in jobs, that's all." It was to be Fumio's first ever visit to a nightclub. He was excited, yet a little apprehensive at the same time. He knew it involved loud music and dancing, but that was about all he knew. Until now he had been used to the tranquility and sanctuary of his home of nearly 5 years, the Sakuragaoka Monastery. Even while Gundam training on the colony, he never got to experience such events. As they neared the main entrance, the area was alive with energetic activity. The buzz of people coming and going, the noise of the beating music resonating through the walls and from the doors ahead in the tunnel-like entrance. The entrance area itself was thickly carpeted and illuminated by a vast array of colorful neon-type lights that flashed and pulsated. There was a noisy queue several people deep, waiting to be let in through the main doors. A lone woman occupied the small, but cheerfully illuminated ticket booth at the far end. Stood at the main entrance doors were some bouncers, large men in dark suits frisking the occasional attendee for weapons or drugs. The group waited patiently in the queue. It seemed to be growing larger by the minute as noisy, and slightly drunk partygoers all seeking a good time, added to the numbers. Once inside the nightclub, Fumio realized any apprehension he may have had was unfounded. It was a huge, airy building with high ceilings. It was dark, yet the spectacular light shows gave off enough light to see everything they needed to. The walkways and stairs were also illuminated with some rather clever underfloor lighting. After settling at a table, the whole group had a good time dancing and partying the evening away. Even Heero, after being badgered, pestered, bribed, and ultimately dared by the rest of the group, eventually got up and had a dance. He found it, much to his own surprise, and annoyance, to be quite addictive and enjoyable. Fumio had quickly attained celebrity status with a large group of women on a hen night sat at the next table. They made a big fuss over him and kept insisting he sat with them whenever they weren't dancing. The rest of the group found it highly amusing when the time eventually came to go home. He wandered back to the table, grinning from ear to ear and blushing, his whole face covered with lipstick marks from all the farewell kisses he had received. Noin had some wipes in her bag, and between her, Sally, and Hilde, they were able to clean him up before they left. It had been a splendid evening. What would have concluded it nicely would have been a relaxing drive home, and a round or two of milk toddies at the mansion to unwind with, but sadly, it was not to be. The group meandered back along the street and into the now, almost empty car park. Heero and Wufei were walking slightly ahead of the group with Quatre and the girls following closely behind. Trowa and Trowa were trailing at the back of the group with Fumio walking in between them. They all chatted and laughed as they walked, reminiscing on the great events of the evening until suddenly, from the shadows a dark figure dashed past Trowa and Trowa then quickly vanished again into the shadows. "Whoa! What the hell was that?" barked Trowa, stopping. The others stopped and looked back at him. "What's wrong?" asked Wufei. "Someone just rushed past me, really close," he complained. "Did they get your wallet?" asked Noin. Trowa reached into his pocket to check. "No, it's still there." "Wait," suddenly called Trowa, "where's Fumio?" "What do you mean?" replied Trowa turning around, "He's right H." He paused mid-sentence. The monk was nowhere to be seen. "Fumio?" he called. There was no reply. "What? I don't understand, he was here right beside us just a few seconds ago!" barked Trowa urgently, "What the hell's going on?" Before anyone had a chance to react, the sound of a struggle erupted from within the shadows. "Get off me!" came a muffled and distressed voice. The rest of the group span around to face the noise. "Oh, crap!" came whispered gasps from Trowa and Quatre simultaneously. Suddenly the group went into high alert as everyone watched with instant trepidation. The gang of thugs they'd noticed earlier emerged silently out of the shadows and moved toward them. They spread out and stood blocking the entrance to the car park. There were almost a dozen of them, muscle-bound and tattooed. Most of them brandishing some kind of street weapon. One particularly large and rather mean-looking character had a hold of Fumio. He was gripping him with both hands around his neck, holding the struggling monk up in the air at arm's length. Fumio was writhing and wriggling, struggling, kicking his legs, gasping and choking, trying desperately to free himself from this brute. Two of the gang members, both wielding knives, moved to stand in front of their hostage to prevent anyone from reaching him. "Hey!" Noin cried out as she prepared to run back and have a go at the boy's captors. Heero calmly reached out his arm, stopping her. "Wait Noin!" he urged as the rest of the group raised up in shouts of protest at the gang. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" snarled Wufei in an instant aggressive posture. "Put him down right now, or die where you stand." "You're hurting him!" yelled Sally angrily. "Let him go!" "You sick bastards, what are you doing? You cowards! He's just a kid!" protested Noin angrily, still more than ready to lunge forward and have a go. "How despicable can you get?" As the protests continued, 3 more gang members stepped from out of the shadows. One of them, apparently the leader, stepped even further forward. He appeared in his mid-20s, as did most of the gang. He wore tatty jeans and a dark brown leather jacket, a black fingerless glove on just one hand, and a dark red bandana on his head. He bore a large scar down the right side of his face. The 5 pilots had taken a defensive stance in a line a few feet from the offending characters. The others were stood behind them. "That depends on you," spoke the man calmly. "We can be a lot more despicable if we need to be." He held a flick knife out for everyone to see, then with the push of a button flicked it open. "Are you serious? Like that's supposed to scare us?" snarled Duo, practically daring the man to take another step closer. Heero glanced sideways. "Duo, don't provoke them," he urged quietly through grit teeth. He looked worried and was trying to figure out the best way to deal with their situation. Ordinarily, the Gundam pilots would have attacked as soon as they realized there was danger, but one of their party been captured, which threw a different light on the situation. They all knew hostage situations were much more delicate and tricky to deal with. Through their training, each knew Fumio could be hurt before they had a chance to reach him. They knew their enemy had the upper hand for the moment, and they would have to proceed much more carefully. The leader began scraping the dirt from under his fingernails with the knife, as if he had all the time in the world. Fumio continued to struggle and kick as the standoff and posturing continued. More protests came from the group. "For crying out loud!" yelled Hilde at the man. "What the hell's wrong with you people? What do you want?" The gang leader glanced sideways at the struggling boy, then looked back to the group. "Ain't nothing personal, you understand," he replied in a dry, gritty, rather over-exaggerated voice. "The kid's just security for how shall we say? Our upcoming business transaction." Some of the gang members laughed quietly at their leader's comments. It was evident he hadn't used a particular narrative to describe a mugging before. The 5 pilots remained silent, waiting for their moment. The leader, blissfully unaware of who he was dealing with, calmly took a final drag from his cigarette, and then flicked it across the car park. "Hey, Genko!" he called to the large man holding the struggling monk, his stare remaining fixed on the group. "Yes, boss?" asked the man. "When they've thrown over their wallets, their purses and any jewelry they wish to donate, you can let the kid go. Until then, you're the official babysitter," he ordered. "Right, boss!" replied the huge man, turning his attention back to Fumio and grinning. He gave Fumio a slight shake, toying with him, causing him to struggle and choke again. The gang leader's words were clearly intended to double up as instructions to the group. Wufei stepped sideways toward Heero. "Time is short, I can take out the 2 holding the knives, but you will have to take out the big guy holding your brother," he whispered. "The others can sort out the rest." Heero's stare remained on Fumio. They had been in eye contact for the last few seconds. Wufei noticed him subtly signaling something with his hands. "Not yet!" urged Heero in a whispered voice, still looking at his brother. "Just wait!" "But Heero!" Wufei tried to protest quietly. "Trust me," insisted Heero, "we'll take them down, just wait for my signal before you act." Suddenly, Fumio stopped struggling. He closed his eyes and held tightly onto his captor's wrist as he remained hanging in the air, supported only by the 2 huge hands clamped around his neck. He seemed to concentrate hard as if summoning powers from within. Moments later, the 2 knife-wielding thugs in front of him suddenly slumped to the ground, appearing to lose consciousness. Then the man holding him began staggering forward. He dropped Fumio and then also went crashing to the ground. Several of the gang members looked on with confusion as Fumio made a bolt toward the Gundam group's position as if fleeing for his life. Two of the gang members immediately went after him, one of them seized his arm. Fumio immediately spun around and clamped his free hand tightly onto the man's forearm. A moment later the man also slumped to the ground, unconscious. The monk continued to run. The second gang member lunged forward and grabbed him around the waist, lifting him off the ground, but again, the man suddenly began to stagger and sway about. He too dropped the boy, but Fumio stumbled over as he hit the ground. Before he had a chance to scramble to his feet, he glanced up to see the, now unconscious man, about to come crashing down on top of him. Instinctively covering his face with his arms in a protective posture, Fumio braced himself for the impact, yelling out, anticipating the pain of being crushed by this rather large muscle-bound individual. But as the body came into physical contact with him, it was instantly thrown back into the air as if being repelled by some unseen force. They had barely touched. Fumio stopped yelling and watched in astonishment as the man's limp body hurtled some 30 feet away from him through the air, landing in some bushes and then rolling, unconscious but unharmed, onto the car park surface. It all happened very quickly. "What the?" yelled the gang leader, glancing back at the sudden commotion going on behind him and seeing the unconscious man flying through the air. "Now!" yelled Heero, suddenly rushing forward, and striking the rather startled thug leader to the ground with one well-placed blow. "Ain't nothing personal, you understand," he growled in irony through grit teeth, looking down angrily at the semi-conscious man. Then he turned to the next mugger on the left and struck him to the ground while Wufei took out the one on the right. Instantly, the three remaining pilots lunged forward, quickly and skillfully putting down whoever challenged them. The remaining gang members looked shocked and panicked. Several of them dropped their weapons and ran. A couple stayed and stood their ground. Fumio scrambled to his feet again and ran as fast as he could toward the girls who were stood back from the action. Sally and Noin were ready to jump in if necessary, despite being an evening wear which would have made the task tricky, but they quickly realized the pilots had things well under control. "Are you okay, Fumio-chan?" asked Noin as she rushed forward to meet him. The boy ran into her open arms and they hugged tightly. He nodded. "I'm okay," he replied, looking a little shaken up. Sally and Hilde were no more than a step behind Noin. All three girls fussed over him. Fumio was holding a hand to his neck as if in pain. "Let me see," urged Sally. Fumio took his hand away, allowing her to see. The skin on his neck and throat was reddened and sore from where Ginkgo had got a hold of him. Noin sucked air and sharply through her teeth as she saw the damage. "That looks sore," she commented, then looked up across to where the attack had taken place. "Those bastards!" she cursed. "To think we fought the war so people like that can have the freedom to do stuff like this. Does it hurt?" asked Noin. Fumio shook his head. "No, it's fine. Really, it's nothing. I really am okay, but thank you," he insisted quietly, looking grateful for their concern. By now, the rest of the gang members had retreated, hastily taking their dazed and semi-conscious comrades with them. Even the ones who had stood their ground swiftly changed their minds when they realized just how calm and in control the Gundam boys appeared to be. Duo, Trowa and Quatre turned around and headed back to where the girls were. Heero and Wufei remained standing ready for a short while longer, in case any of the gang members changed their minds and decided to come back. "You guys okay?" asked Quatre in a concerned voice as they hurriedly approached. "Yeah, we're all fine here," replied Sally. "How about you?" "All present and accounted for," chirped Duo, almost sounding pleased with himself. "That's 1 point for the good guys, and a big fat 0 for the bad guys." "Hey, you really kept your cool back there, Fumio, good job," he said, "and that was a pretty neat trick you did with that big guy, and those others too," he observed cheerfully. "How on earth did you manage to throw that guy so far?" Fumio was a little confused about that himself, and also a little worried. He realized that it was most likely his secret gifts at work again, and was something he was not allowed to talk about or reveal to the others. He smiled nervously. It was. It was just an old monk's mind trick. It's kind of hard to explain, he replied, praying his answer would suffice. Duo nodded. He realized there was a great deal more going on here than just some simple mind trick, but he could see Fumio's palpable anxiety about being asked to explain himself, so he chose not to push for more answers. He smiled and ruffled the boy's hair. "Just glad you're okay, kid," he said. The others too were listening and were more than just curious about the small boy's ability to seemingly render fully grown men unconscious with a simple touch, but they all followed Duo's lead, and the conversation was dropped for the time being. Once Wufei was satisfied the gang would not be returning, he turned and began walking back towards the others. "You coming, Heero? I think it's safe to assume they won't be back." Heero glanced slowly back at Wufei. Eventually, he nodded. He seemed reluctant to let his guard down. Wufei stopped walking. "You alright?" he asked, his tone a little concerned. Heero looked at the ground for a moment and sighed heavily. Saying nothing, he reluctantly nodded, then turned and began walking very slowly back towards the group. "Hey, nice work, Heero, you too, Wufei," commented Duo as they approached. "Yes, you really showed them," added Hilde. Heero listened but didn't comment. He seemed distracted. Fumio watched him as he approached. He knew straight away that something was deeply troubling him. "Heero?" asked Fumio, his tone concerned. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Heero shook his head. "No, I'm okay," he replied in a subdued voice. "Are you?" Fumio nodded. "Yes, of course," he replied, matter-of-factly. Heero stopped in front of his brother and paused for a moment. "I'm sorry," he spoke quietly in a depressed tone. Fumio looked a little confused. He cocked his head to one side. "I don't understand, why are you sorry? This wasn't your fault." "Yes, it was. I should have been much more vigilant, and I should have realized what was about to happen," he replied regretfully. "I made a solemn promise to Lama Benai, and everyone at the monastery, that I would look after you, that I would keep you safe and out of harm's way." He sighed again and looked down at the ground. "But look what's happened." "Heero, this really wasn't your fault," protested Fumio, gripping his hands onto Heero's forearms. His voice suddenly went quieter. "I know you're always worrying about me, but honestly, I'm really okay. There's no harm done. Please, don't blame yourself for what just happened. Yeah, don't beat yourself up about this, Heero," suddenly added Duo, who had been listening. "The kid's right, none of us saw that coming. I guess it was just one of those things, you know, just a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time." Heero sighed again and nodded. "Well, we got away with it this time, and for that I'm thankful, but, damn it!" he suddenly cursed. "What if things hadn't turned out in our favor?" He glanced back to Duo, then out across the car park to where the fighting had taken place. "This has got me seriously worried about the kind of risks you're taking by being out here, damn it!" He cursed again under his breath, then turned back to face Fumio. "There are over 50 warrior monks back at the monastery sworn to protect you with their lives if..." He paused, suddenly realizing he was saying things out loud that the others should not be hearing. Duo and Wufei looked at each other and raised an eyebrow as they listened. "Well, you know what the score is, Fumio," continued Heero. "They were anxious about you leaving the safe environment you already had. What the hell was I thinking, taking you away from that?" Heero's voice began to grow troubled. "How could my own skills possibly compare to that kind of protection? It seems at the moment I can barely prevent a simple mugging by street punks, let alone, God forbid, something worse." Duo stepped in. "Whoa, Heero!" He gestured with his hands. "Just take a deep breath, and get a grip, man. You're blowing this way out of proportion, and you're being way too hard on yourself. Don't forget we're Gundam trained too, and none of us saw it coming either." Heero wanted to argue further, but he couldn't. Neither Duo nor the others were aware of the mammoth secret he was guarding concerning Fumio's true purpose, and the huge significance the boy held in the grand scheme of the new era of peace they would soon be enjoying. They were not aware of the reasons behind the essential need for his security, and Heero could not risk them finding out. The implications of learning such knowledge could be disastrous. Before Heero had a chance to respond, Fumio stepped in. "Duo's right, Heero. Please, don't get mad at yourself, don't feel bad about this," his small hands firmly gripping the underside of Heero's sleeves. "You really are blaming yourself for something that just wasn't your fault. Remember the conversations we used to have about fate?" Finally, Heero gave in. He looked at his brother and gave a deep sigh. "Maybe you're right, I guess, perhaps, there are times when I can be a bit obsessed." Fumio grinned. "What do you mean, a bit?" "Don't push it, you!" replied Heero, pointing his finger and trying to look stern but unable to prevent the hint of a grin. "Come on guys, let's get out of here." The journey back to the Winter Mansion was quiet. Very few words were spoken. There seemed to be an air of slight resentment and frustration that such a great evening had been blemished by such a negative event, yet at the same time, there was a definite sense of victory and increased togetherness among the group. The old feeling of camaraderie that everyone had experienced during the war was back. Everyone in the group somehow felt just that little bit closer to each other, helping to melt away the bad feelings about the mugging. The Calling, Chapter 17. Half an hour after returning to the mansion, Fumio had headed off to bed seeming none the worse for the earlier incident. The rest of the group remained downstairs in the lounge. The mood was quiet and reserved, and there was still a sense of annoyance that the attempted mugging had spoiled what was otherwise a great evening. Quatre and Hilde had made everyone a mug of hot chocolate and they all sat quietly in the lounge drinking. Despite everyone having many questions about what they had seen, there seemed to be a slight reluctance to talk about the events. It was Duo who eventually broke the silence. "Come on guys!" he chirped, "lighten up a little, we're acting like someone's died." Quatre was quick to support his fellow pilot. "Yes, this isn't like us at all. Whatever happened to the old camaraderie?" "Yeah," continued Duo, "I don't know about you, but I feel pretty good about kicking some genuine bad guys butt tonight, now that's my kind of justice." "You're completely missing the point, Duo," stated Heero in an irked voice. "They were just street punks for crying out loud. How the hell could they have outsmarted all of us like that? How have our skills become so dulled in just 6 months?" He sounded very annoyed with himself. Sally leant forward and patted him on the knee. "Heero, I hate to be the one to break the news to you, but you're not a soldier anymore, you're a civilian just like the rest of us. It's inevitable that those finely tuned skills of yours will soon dull and fade if you do not need to put them to use." "Heero," piped up Noin, "I don't think there's any shame in being caught out like we were tonight. It was just one of those unfortunate facts of life that all decent people seem to have to live with." Heero continued to look annoyed and perplexed. "Not this soldier!" he grunted. "No way, you may be prepared to let go of your skills, but not me." He stood up quickly. "I'd rather die than become weak and fade away like that," he grumbled, his voice agitated and gruff. He stood up and began marching toward the door. "Hey! Where are you going, Heero?" asked Duo. Heero stopped walking and paused for a moment, still looking towards the door. He gave a deep sigh and seemed to calm down a little. He glanced sideways at the group. "I'm going to check on Fumio," he said, his voice now lowered. He continued towards the door and left the room. By the time he reached Fumio's room, he calmed right down. He knocked quietly on the door and then entered. Fumio was in bed, already asleep. The desk lamp beside the bed remained switched on. Heero's initial thoughts were to leave and avoid the risk of disturbing him, but instead, he found himself quietly sitting down on the chair next to the bed. He needed time to think things through, and somehow, this seemed the most appropriate place to do that. He observed the sleeping boy for a moment. Fumio was buried comfortably under the duvet with just his head peeking out. He was lying on his side, snuggled up to his pillow. He gave a contented sigh, as he appeared to drift deeper into a serene slumber. "He seems completely fine," Heero thought to himself, feeling a little more relieved. Heero sighed and closed his eyes, allowing himself some time to try to address the multiple, nagging thoughts running around inside his mind, not least of which concerned the rest of the group witnessing firsthand Fumio's now, not so secret gifts. He began to question if bringing him here was a good idea. So far it had seemed to entail nothing but one disaster after another. The episode with the storm and the broken window, the attempted mugging, all within the space of 24 hours. He wondered how much psychological damage Fumio had sustained from it all. He realized that the boy was hardly in the most stable frame of mind in the first place. With so many traumas from his past and the additional burden of the incredible and powerful gifts that were developing within him, Heero knew things would always be tough, and Fumio would have to spend his whole life being resolute in his will to stay in control. Any let-up in his determination and he could be at risk of losing his mind. As these thoughts mulled through his mind, Heero began to feel pangs of sympathy and a sense of great sadness for his brother. He never asked for any of this, he thought silently in his head, he's such a gentle-natured kid, so benevolent and kind, yet he suffered so much? Why? Why must he continue to suffer like this, even now? Heero tried to imagine how he would cope if he were the one in Fumio's shoes, only to figure out that even he, the supposed perfect soldier, would have a seriously hard time sustaining the high levels of determination and strong will needed just to maintain his sanity. After a few minutes of further pondering and contemplating, Heero gave another sigh and slowly opened his eyes. Fumio was staring back at him. "I'm sorry, did I wake you?" he whispered. Fumio shook his head negatively, still lying on his side. "I was just listening," he whispered. "Listening? To what?" "Your thoughts," he replied softly, forming a smile. "You worry way too much, Heero." A slight, but compassionate smile formed on Heero's face. He nodded subtly. "I suppose I do," he admitted, nodding. He leant forward in his chair, bringing his face closer to Fumio's, "And so long as I'm looking out for you, I guess I have every intention to go on worrying too much." Fumio reached his hand out from under the duvet and gripped it gently onto Heero's forearm. "You're the best brother I've ever had," he whispered appreciatively. Heero grinned, "I'm the only brother you ever had." Fumio smiled back. Heero didn't look entirely convinced. "I think I'd be a better brother if I hadn't put you in harm's way tonight." "You're still really troubled by what happened tonight, aren't you?" said Fumio. Heero sighed. "I can't believe how much I let my guard down. It frustrates me to see how stupid and irresponsible I've been." He replied, cursing at himself again, "You got hurt because I wasn't doing what I was supposed to be doing, what I promised I would do." "Heero, stop it!" suddenly demanded Fumio, sitting up in his bed. Just stop it! Please!" Heero suddenly stopped talking, looking a little surprised at the frustration Fumio was openly showing. "You don't know how disheartening it is to hear you keep talking like this." Fumio was beginning to show anger in his voice. Heero looked puzzled. "It's not just about what happened tonight. You're always complaining about how badly you've done and that you should have done better and that you've let me down and that you've let others down, and it's just not true, Heero. It has never been true." It was obvious that Fumio had wanted to say these words for a long time. "Heero, you've got to stop beating yourself up every time something doesn't go right, stop taking the blame for everything all the time. I hate it when you say and think things like that because it's always so untrue." Heero was a little speechless. He never realized that his comments and attitude had bothered Fumio so much. Ironically, his instincts were telling him to see this as yet another failure on his part. He wanted to respond but was finding it hard to conjure up the words for a suitable reply. Deep down, he realized Fumio was right, he did blame himself at every opportunity whenever things went wrong. His military training had conditioned him to be meticulous in his planning and to be prepared for the unexpected and to always have backup plans, but he was slowly starting to realize that ordinary everyday civilian life could not be lived in the same way. He began to feel guilty that his attitude had become such a burden. Until now, he never realized that although he may have been looking out for Fumio, at the same time his pessimism was having such a negative influence. Eventually, Heero responded quietly. "I'm sorry," he said, "I had no idea." "No idea at all." There was nervous hesitation in his voice. Sensing Heero's guilt, Fumio knelt up on the bed and reached out to him, pulling him into a firm hug. "Please don't feel bad, Heero," he pleaded, "and you don't need to apologize. I know how difficult everything has been for you, adapting to civilian life." Heero gladly returned his brother's heartfelt embrace. Despite not naturally being the hugging type, Heero had recently come to learn just how powerful this simple human gesture could make him feel. It was something he had learned to draw strength from. It always made him feel closer, more bonded, more loyal. "Thank you, Fumio, I will try to do better, okay? I promise," he whispered. Fumio's tightened his hug. "I'll always be here for you, Heero, and I'll help you in any way I can. You don't have to do any of this alone, we'll do this together, okay?" A few minutes later, Heero had left his brother to sleep and went back downstairs into the lounge where everyone was gathered discussing the events of the evening. The others seemed to quieten as he entered the room. It was evident they had been discussing Fumio and the unexplainable things he had done. He sat down on the sofa next to Noin. All eyes were on him. He looked back at the stairs and frowned. "What?" he asked, seeing the questioning looks etched on everyone's faces. Duo seemed to be the one unofficially nominated to ask the question. He shuffled forward in his seat, looking at Heero uncomfortably, and came straight to the point. "So, come on, Heero," he said, a slight apprehension in his voice, "what is it you're not telling us?" Instantly Heero felt a heavy weight on his mind. In the light of all that had happened, he realized it was an inevitable question, but he hadn't had time to decide how he'd handle it. "What do you mean?" he asked, in a somewhat denying look. Duo sighed again, searching his mind for the appropriate words. "Come on, Heero, I think you know what we're talking about," he suggested in a tone hinting that he wasn't stupid. "What Fumio did to those thugs earlier, you don't expect us to believe that was just some clever mind trick, do you?" Duo continued, "We all heard you say there was a whole bunch of monks sworn to protect him with their lives, although you were a little reluctant to mention why. It just draws us to the question why a monastery full of warrior monks would be willing to lay down their lives for just one little kid. I mean, I guess they've gotta think he's pretty special, right?" Wufei added to the questioning, "Heero, we all watched him throw the punk across the parking lot, it must have been 40 feet, his tone of voice teetering on both puzzlement and annoyance. I've spent my entire life practicing martial arts, and I've seen a lot of incredible stuff, but that went way beyond anything I've ever seen before." His voice became more agitated. "How can a 60-pound kid throw a 240-pound fully grown adult 40 feet through the air? It's just not possible, at least not according to any laws of physics that I know." The others in the room subtly nodded to Duo and Wufei's words. "Which kind of brings us back to the original question," continued Duo. "What is it you're not telling us about Fumio?" Heero sighed tiredly and looked at the floor. "Damn!" He cursed quietly, but loud enough for everyone to hear. He knew he wasn't going to be able to shrug this off. He sighed again. "This has put me in a very awkward position," he said hesitantly. "You witnessed something tonight that you were never supposed to see, and it's put me in a colossal position of conflict." The others glanced questioning looks at each other. "Officially, I can't tell you anything about what you saw," continued Heero, "it's supposed to be completely secret." He paused for a moment, taking the time to make eye contact with each of the group. "However, I also recognize that, after what you've all witnessed tonight, I can hardly expect you to go away from here and not talk about it, or discuss it with others." He quickly began weighing up all the pros and cons in his mind before finally concluding that he had little choice. He was going to have to explain to the others about Fumio's gifts, at least in such a way that he could make them understand why what they saw must be kept secret. "Okay," Heero murmured after another long pause, weighing up a final summary of whether he was doing the right thing. "It seems I have little choice but to advise you about what you saw, But understand this, I am only going to tell you this so that you fully understand why you must never discuss or reveal it to anyone outside this room." His voice was quiet but deadly serious. "You have to understand the grave implications of this knowledge. Make no mistake, this information does not go beyond the 8 of us, it does not go beyond these walls. You don't discuss it, you don't mention it, you don't write it down, you don't even comment on it, not to anyone, no matter how much you think you know or trust them." "Okay, I believe we get the idea, Heero," remarked Duo. Heero glared at him with a stern expression. "No Duo, you probably don't," he replied dryly, "do not be so flippant or casual about this. The only reason I'm even contemplating telling you is because I know you are all trained and have the ability to keep secrets of international importance. I'm taking an immense risk doing this, and I'm only doing it to prevent you from discussing it in the outside world. You should also know that this knowledge carries the burden of bringing potential danger to your own lives. If it is even suspected that you have such knowledge, you could become targets yourselves from forces you could not hope to fight against and win. You could be tortured and killed for this information, so it is imperative, for your own safety as well, that this knowledge remains eyes only and top secret." Heero cast his eyes around the room. The serious expressions on everyone's faces gave him some confidence that they were all taking this more seriously than they were a few minutes ago. "Okay Heero, I think you've made it clear enough that we now understand the implications of this," assured Duo, now in a more serious tone. "You'd better!" Heero replied sternly, "because one careless word, one single mention, one overheard conversation, and..." Heero paused for a moment, contemplating the consequences of the secrecy was broken. He gingerly continued, "It will sign Fumio's death warrant. If this information leaks to the wrong people, Fumio will almost certainly be killed." Everyone looked a little shocked. Until that moment, none of the group had truly grasped the gravity of just how serious it was. They could all see that Heero looked very nervous about telling them as he shuffled uncomfortably in his seat. Quatre spoke up, "After what you've just told us Heero, I don't think any one of us could fail to honor this agreement," he assured. There were nods from all around the room and comments of "absolutely," and "there's no way," all indicating total loyalty to Heero's request of secrecy. Everyone by now was desperately curious to know the big secret that Heero had been hiding about Fumio. Heero nodded at Quatre and the others accepting their promise of loyalty. Still looking nervous, he began his explanation. "This is something that is only known by the monks at Fumio's monastery who were all meticulously screened and vetted before being chosen to live there. They have all taken an oath of absolute secrecy and a lifetime commitment to serving." He paused, realizing he was getting way ahead of himself. He gave another deep sigh and backtracked a little to start at the beginning. "Yes, you were right Duo. The monks at the monastery, they do think he's pretty special," he said, keeping it more simple. "They have a nickname they sometimes use to describe him." The others looked on with interest, some sat further forward in their seats as Heero began to explain. "What is this name Heero?" asked Wufei. "Hikari no Tenchi Chisai," he replied. Wufei raised an eyebrow on hearing the words. He was quick to begin translating. "Well, Chisai loosely means small or little, which makes sense because Fumio is so small for his age. I believe Hikari is a reference to the light. But," he hesitated, "but Tenchi, that means angel." "Angel?" asked Sally. "So they call him Little Light Angel," she commented. "I think it's more like Small Angel of Light," replied Wufei. "Oh that's so sweet," cooed Noin. "It is kind of sweet," suggested Sally, "but isn't Angel more like a pet name? A referral you would usually use for a girl, rather than a boy?" Wufei nodded in agreement. Sally smiled slightly, unless of course they actually thought he really was some kind of real life. "Oh my god!" Suddenly Sally's voice sounded astonished and shocked. What had intended to be a light-hearted comment, suddenly took on an entirely different, much more serious meaning. She looked at Heero, her face astounded. "Do you mean Heero, they actually think he's some kind of angel?" For real? The room fell silent, all eyes looking to Heero for some kind of explanation. He did not answer straight away. He continued to look at Sally, mulling over in his mind how best to respond to her and the others, knowing he'd reached crunch time. They think he's more like a kind of deity, or vessel for a being of spiritual significance. His voice was calm but hesitant. The silence remained, and Heero instantly began to regret what he had just told his friends, realizing what he was asking them to believe. Whoa! Now just hold on a minute here. Time out, people! Time out! Called Duo, shifting forward in his chair and signaling the letter T with his hands. Hey! Come on guys, let's just do a brief check into hotel reality here. The others remained silent. Heck, Heero! Protested Duo, his voice sounding slightly annoyed. I was expecting you to tell us he did some kind of special training or something. Not that he's, like, the next Messiah. A slight, but nervous grin appeared on Heero's face. It's not quite as drastic as that, Duo, he remarked. Oh yeah? Replied Duo, then tell that to my goosebumps, he protested. Heero continued, all of the stuff you saw, he said, like with those muggers earlier today, none of it was anything to do with any training he's had. It all came from something he already has within him. The group continued to listen in jaw-dropped silence. Duo suddenly stood up and began pacing around. This is nuts. I mean, don't get me wrong, Heero, Fumio is a great kid, I really like him a lot, but this? It's just so ridiculous? Suggested Heero, sounding like he'd had this conversation many times before. Duo stopped pacing and faced him. Frankly, yes. Heero nodded, understanding where Duo was coming from. Hilde spoke up, breaking the uneasy silence that had ensued again. Duo's right, Heero, she said, Fumio's an unbelievably sweet and gentle kid, we love him to bits, and yes, he does seem to have some unusual abilities, but, a deity? Heero? Seriously, come on? Sally piped up, backing Hilde's words. Are you sure the monks haven't just mistaken Fumio's very obvious gentle and benign nature for something more than it is, Heero? She asked. I mean, in a way, I can almost see why they might think what they do, and some of his abilities could easily be mistaken for more virtuous gifts, but what they are believing, surely, it can't be true. It's got to be a mistake, hasn't it? Heero, added Duo, surely you've set them straight on a few things? Surely you told them they must be mistaken? Heero looked at Duo but remained silent. Moments later Duo nervously ran his hand through his hair. Oh heck! I know that look! He said nervously, you actually believe it yourself. Don't you, Heero? There was a long pause before Heero reluctantly nodded. It's insanely complex, and I don't pretend to understand even half the details. He replied tentatively, but I think the monks believe his soul has a kind of tether connected to some type of spiritual entity that was a saint from 1,000 years ago. They say that his spirit can enable him to focus the power of light into a physical form. Several raised eyebrows met his words. Am I the only one who thinks perhaps those monks might have been burning the wrong kind of incense? Remarked Duo, still sounding unconvinced. It all sounds so nuts, Heero, the work of an active imagination. But then how can you explain what we saw earlier today, Duo? Asked Sally. I don't know. Snapped Duo in reply, his voice now growing agitated, but there's got to be a more reasonable explanation than the one suggesting he's channeling some godlike powers from a dead saint, which also sounds particularly creepy by the way. Heero, are you sure this isn't just some kind of byproduct of the Gundam training, a bit like the running away thing? Asked Noin, maybe something was affected in his mind by all that terrible stuff he was exposed to? Heero shook his head. It's all a lot more authentic and proven than that, Noin, replied Heero. His exact birth date was predicted over 600 years ago. I have seen the original text with my own eyes, and I have seen what he can do with the power of his mind. I have no doubts anymore, he replied, now sounding a little more confident. The monks spent years trying to locate every child born on that specific day in their search for him. He added, "Whoa! Wait a minute, Heero," interrupted Duo. "I don't get this, how come the Foundation got a hold of him and not the monks?" "We all think it was just an amazing coincidence," replied Heero. "At the time, I do not believe the Foundation knew of Fumio's more decided path. The unusual brainwave patterns they detected coming from him when they were screening for potential Gundam pilots were what made them select him, nothing else." "So, what exactly are these mind powers, Heero?" asked Quatre. "How do they work? How does he use them?" Heero looked at the floor, thinking about how he would explain. "To be honest, I don't fully understand them myself, except that right now they are very powerful, and, in time, they will become fully developed and more powerful than any of us could imagine." "You mean these gifts are growing?" asked Sally. Heero nodded. "As he grows, so do his powers." "So that's how he threw that guy across the parking lot?" Sally asked. Heero nodded. "I think so, but he didn't do it consciously." "What do you mean?" asked Sally. "He can control the power within him consciously when he focuses on it," explained Heero, "but also his powers seem to kick in automatically at times when they are needed, like tonight when he was in danger. He intentionally made those guys go unconscious himself, but he didn't repel that guy through the air, that was his powers reacting autonomously. It's as if they are looking after him somehow, protecting him. The monks understand a lot more about it than I do." "How powerful are we talking about, Heero?" asked Quatre. "Was what we saw tonight the extent of these abilities?" Heero looked at him with a blank expression, realizing they had no true realization of the sheer scales involved. "Let me tell you about a little experiment the monks did when Fumio first joined the monastery," suggested Heero. "They took him out to a sparsely populated part of the country up near the north coast, where his actions wouldn't be witnessed, to allow him to practice and find out about his abilities, and to see to what extent they had developed. For the very first experiment, they placed a rock on the ground to see if he could move or influence it in any way using only the power of his mind." "Did it work?" asked Sally. "Could he move it?" Heero hesitated for a moment, as their eyes met. "You could say," he replied in a serious, monotone voice, "but it wasn't just the rock he moved. He inadvertently lifted a large area of forest about 1/4 of a mile wide, off the ground. In the panic, he lost concentration and caused it to crash back down again, causing a localized earthquake and a sudden and spectacular lightning display that traveled right across the northern coast, lasting for hours. There were subtle gasps of shock from everyone as surrealistic feelings dominated everyone's thoughts. It completely freaked him out. It was not long after his gifts had first began to surface and it was the first time he had properly tried to use them." "My God!" gasped Sally, "is that really true?" Heero nodded. "Lama Banai explained the whole thing to me a few months ago. If I'm honest, it freaked me out too. I know I've seen his powers in action, but never to that extent, and you have to realize, that took place 4 years ago, he's become much stronger since then." Wufei looked horrified. "You mean he can't actually control these powers?" He sounded extremely concerned. "Don't worry, he can now," reassured Heero, but that incident shocked him so badly that for about a year or two afterwards he utterly refused even to entertain the idea of trying to use them again. Only in the past couple of years or so has he begun to experiment with them once more. "What made him change his mind?" asked Noin. "It was mainly the other monks pressing him on the importance of learning to master them." "So he can control them now?" asked Sally. Heero nodded. "Absolutely, as he's grown older, his ability to be in charge of them has sort of come along naturally, although he still has the occasional minor mishap with them." "So that means he's telekinetic," suggested Noin, "you know, being able to move objects with your mind." Heero nodded. "Telekinesis is just a part of it, there's so much more. I remember he tried to describe it to me once. He said he felt as if he was interacting with matter itself, being able to influence it with his mind and thoughts." "So what does this all mean, Heero?" asked Trowa. "What's it all for? What's the meaning of it all?" According to the ancient texts, it is said that when his gifts are fully matured, he will have the ability to unite humankind in ways never considered before. Quite how he's supposed to do that, or in what way, I am uncertain, but I'm sure he'll know what to do when the time is right. The room remained silent. There was a certain unified numbness as everyone digested the incredible information Heero had told them. Many still wanted to doubt what he was saying. It all seemed so far-fetched and unrealistic that it was more like science fiction than reality, yet, every one of them knew deep down in their hearts, what Heero was telling them really was the truth. Duo remained skeptical. As he sat there, he was subtly shaking his head from side to side. "This is too much, Heero," he gasped, still sounding a little annoyed. "Do you realize what you're actually asking us to believe?" Heero stared back at him coldly. "I'm not asking you to believe anything," he replied dryly, "I'm just asking you not to discuss it with anyone." Suddenly Trowa shuffled forward in his chair and looked at Duo. He had been sat quietly listening to all that had been said. "You know, ordinarily, I'd be inclined to agree with Duo. I'd be sat here thinking this is crazy talk. But, you don't think that, do you, Trowa?" asked Hilde, in a tone suggesting he was about to surprise everyone. She had also been rather quiet during the past few minutes, trying to make sense of it all. Trowa shook his head, and all eyes fell on him as he delivered what could only be described as a testament. "Something extraordinary happened to me tonight. Something so unusual that I honestly believe what Heero has told us is true. I don't know if a deity is the right description to use, but the nickname the monks use, is worthy, small angel of light. I'm now convinced Fumio is what Heero claims him to be." There were more looks of astonishment as everyone tried to fathom what extraordinary event Trowa was referring to, and why it had made him draw to such a decisive conclusion. Eventually, it was Wufei who asked him to explain. "When we were dealing with those muggers earlier tonight, I managed to break 2 of my fingers when I knocked one of them to the ground. It was so stupid," he cussed sheepishly. "My fingers caught in the thug's jacket when I lunged forward with a strike." Trowa held up his right hand pointing to his ring finger and pinky. "It bent them right back, and I felt the bones snap in both of them. The pain was sudden and intense." Sally stood up and walked over to him. "You fool, Trowa! Why didn't you say something?" she asked, gently taking his hand and examining it. I guess I was embarrassed," he reluctantly replied, sheepishly glancing up at her. "I was going to wait until we got back here and then see if I could reset the bones myself without making a big deal out of it. I guess I would have asked for your help, Sal, if I couldn't do it myself." Sally tutted, but quietly empathized. She realized that, as a highly trained Gundam pilot, he was having a hard time explaining that something as simple as a mugging by street punks, had left him injured. After carefully examining his hand, Sally could find nothing wrong. "Well, your fingers seem fine to me, Trowa, are you sure they were broken?" she said. Trowa nodded, the pinky was bent outwards the wrong way. His comments were met with sharp, pain-expressing intakes of breath from both Quatre and Hilde. "But I don't understand," said Sally, still scrutinizing his fingers carefully. "They show no signs of being broken, although a scan might show something. How did you? Oh boy!" Sally paused for a moment. "You're going to tell us that Fumio healed you, aren't you?" Trowa looked into her eyes and slowly nodded. The now familiar silence returned to the room. "He instinctively knew," added Trowa, "I was in a lot of pain, but I was hiding it from everyone. That's why I was sat in the back seat on my own on the journey home. Yet, within moments of our journey beginning, Fumio clambered over and sat next to me. I have no idea how he knew. I remember him climbing over to the back of the car," said Noin. "I just figured he didn't want you to be on your own." "That's what I thought too," added Wufei. Trowa continued. "I had rested my injured hand on the seat beside me. Fumio came and sat on my other side and quietly held out his upturned palm, gesturing for me to show him my injury. He said nothing, and the strange thing is, I was sincerely afraid of knocking it or touching it against anything as the pain was so intense, but, without a second thought, I brought my hand out and placed it into his palm. It was like my fear had left me. The whole group were listening with utter fascination at Trowa's description. He just looked at me, smiled, told me not to worry, then the next few moments were kind of weird. I remember feeling a strong heat coming from his hand, then, moments later I saw my finger straighten out by itself. There was this translucent glow coming from my whole hand for a few seconds, then, it was all over. Trowa smiled as he thought more about it. Ordinarily I think most people would have totally freaked out at seeing something like that, yet, I felt completely calm. There was no pain, no discomfort whatsoever. "That was it?" said Duo, somehow expecting more. "Your hand was fixed?" Trowa nodded. I didn't know how to react. Once I'd established my fingers were healed, I just looked at him. I guess I must have looked pretty shocked, but all he did was smile at me and put a finger to his lips, gesturing for me not to say anything. "Heck!" commented Duo, "now my goosebumps just got their own goosebumps." Wufei, for the first time in a while, began speaking. He sounded concerned. "I just don't understand any of this," he said. "This is far too much power for any single human being to wield. The potential for corruption or abuse is unfathomable. There is good reason for the saying absolute power corrupts absolutely. What happens when he has a bad day, gets angry or throws a tantrum? The idea that he could wipe out a city with just a mere thought is absolutely terrifying, the stuff of apocalyptic nightmares. I'm just glad it's someone with a benign and compassionate nature like Fumio who's been given these powers and not some psychopath," added Sally. "Actually," announced Heero, "that's not a coincidence. For the record, I had the same concerns as you do, Wufei, but I've since learned there are safeguards built into the actual powers themselves that prevent them from being used for any kind of abuse or corruption." Wufei asked him to explain. "These are powers of pure light, which means evil cannot wield them. They cannot be used for malicious intent. Only someone benign and unable to create original evil thought can carry this power. Fumio couldn't use them for anything bad even if he wanted to. You saw tonight how they protected him, without his conscious intervention. That's because behind these powers, I'm told, there is a consciousness. It's hard to explain accurately, but it's like a moderator, a sort of filter that prevents the powers from being abused." Wufei listened carefully to Heero's explanation. He nodded his head, acknowledging the new information, seeming relieved that his concerns were perhaps less warranted, and there was not as much danger as he thought. "What I don't understand is, why all the secrecy, Heero?" said Hilde. "If he's got all these powers protecting him, why is there such a threat hanging over him? Why did you say he's as good as dead if this is found out?" Heero sighed and shuffled forward in his seat. He knew he would have to explain this part carefully. This was the very reason that he had broken his oath of secrecy and told the others, so that they would fully understand the dangers and not gossip about it. As we speak, Hilde, people are working around the clock, trying to track him down. If they find him, they only have one mission, to make sure he does not reach a stage where his gifts mature. "You mean they want to kill him?" asked Noin hesitantly. Heero gingerly nodded. "Who are these people, Heero?" asked Wufei. "Can we do something about them?" Heero shook his head negatively. "It's an underground religious fanatical movement who are not willing to entertain the political and philosophical changes that Fumio could potentially bring about once his powers and abilities mature. They have become a particularly potent threat. They have operational cells all over the Earth in colonies and are virtually impossible to track down. Fortunately, as far as we can tell, they have not yet found out who the holder of these powers is. They do not know it's Fumio. However, they only have to put a face to their target, and Fumio will need to go into hiding even more than he is now. This is why it's essential his abilities remain a secret. But surely, Fumio can use his powers to defend himself?" asked Hilde. "We simply can't take that risk yet," replied Heero. "Despite having these gifts, he's still very vulnerable. You've already seen he can be injured. He can heal others, but he can't seem to use the gifts on himself, at least not yet." The room remained silent as everyone continued to mull over all of the incredible things they had been told. Everyone had 1,000 questions to ask, yet nobody seemed to know where to begin. The picture that Heero had painted upon their minds was dominating their every thought process. The silence was deafening. One could almost hear the whirring of everyone's brains frantically calculating and analyzing this mind-blowing information, desperately trying to make it connect in some way with their reality. Heero was feeling tired and stressed. To his surprise, he was also feeling a little shaken up inside. He didn't realize how much breaking his oath of secrecy would affect him, and he began to question if he'd done the right thing. He knew that he couldn't let the others leave without making them understand the importance of maintaining absolute secrecy about what they had witnessed, so telling them seemed to be the most logical choice, but the voice of regret inside his mind was more dominant than ever. He couldn't help but feel he'd just placed Fumio's life into the hands of others, and the thought made him very uncomfortable. He looked around the room at the questioning faces and quickly decided it was time to wrap things up. He really didn't want them asking any more questions. He sat forward in his seat again and addressed the group. "Look," he said, his voice calm but tired, "I realize what I've told you tonight may seem a little wild and out there, and I appreciate what you're probably feeling right now. If it's any consolation, it took me weeks to get used to the idea myself." A subtle smile appeared on his face as he briefly reminisced back to the time where he had first gone to live at the monastery straight after the war. "Hell, I even accused the monks of being deluded," he commented. "What made you change your mind, Heero?" asked Sally. Heero thought back some more to that time. "I watched him heal someone sick, real sick," was the short, somewhat unrevealing reply. "I guess that was my wake-up call." Sally wanted to ask him more about it but didn't push it. She could clearly see from the look on his face he didn't want to discuss it any further. "Look," continued Heero, "I'm not really bothered about whether or not you believe what I have told you. What does matter to me, is that you don't discuss this with anyone. You are ex-military, you all know about secrecy and how to maintain it, and I'm asking you, no, I'm begging you, please. You must apply those skills to this situation. I can't help but feel I've just placed my brother's life into other people's hands, and if I'm honest, it's worrying the hell out of me." He paused for a moment, scanning his eyes around the room, meeting the eyes of each of the others. He sighed and lowered his voice, "I know I could trust every one of you with my life, I'm hoping it will be the same for Fumio." As he continued to look into the eyes of each of the group, he was acknowledged one by one with a subtle nod or gesture. Although no words were spoken, within those simple looks came an assurance from each and every person, indicating beyond any reasonable doubt, that Heero had their total and unreserved loyalty. The Calling, Chapter 18. After such a late night, it was gone 7 a.m. before Fumio woke up. He dressed into his jogging bottoms and white t-shirt and headed downstairs. None of the others appeared to be up, but on reaching the kitchen he found Heero sat quietly at the table, a mug of coffee in front of him. "Good morning, Heero," he chirped, smiling. Heero looked tired. He nodded, then gestured for Fumio to sit down as he had something important he needed to discuss. Quietly, Heero explained about what he had told the others the night before, and that Fumio's gifts were no longer a secret to them. At first, Fumio seemed surprised, as it was something Heero was always so vehemently guarded about, but when he explained his reasoning, it began to make more sense. Fumio agreed he had little choice but to tell them. He was also relieved and could feel an invisible weight lifting from his shoulders. He had truly hated keeping the others in the dark. No matter what reasoning Heero and the other monks had given him about not telling anyone, it had always made him feel like a fraud. Lying was not something he did easily, or willingly. At times during the past few days, he'd felt so deceptive he could barely look them in the eye, particularly Wufei and Noin, both of whom had shown him so much kindness. After thanking Heero for telling him, Fumio left the house and headed off down the huge lawn toward the lake. He had decided to do some exercise and perhaps meditate by the water for a while. It was going to be another beautiful day. The bright morning sun made him squint as he stepped out from the shadow of the mansion building and onto the slightly dew-damp grass. The air was fresh, but not cold, and he could feel the heat of the sun warm his back as he calmly meandered down the lawn. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, feeling good. A broad smile appeared on his face as he opened his eyes and looked ahead to the vast snow-peaked mountain range that lay ahead on the distant horizon. The mountains were radiating the stunning shades of blue and pink that could only be seen in nature early in the morning. "This is just beautiful," he thought quietly to himself. "I am so happy to be here." He felt exhilarated as he continued to absorb the splendor and magnificence of his surroundings. As he neared the lake, he caught sight of an animated figure stood on the far side of the boathouse. They were dressed in white and facing out across the plains toward the mountains. It was Wufei. From his slow, smooth scrolling movements, Fumio could see he was performing a Tai Chi routine. Moments later, the young monk was stood silently not far away from his Chinese friend. Uncertain if the closed-eyed Wufei knew he was there, Fumio began moving synchronously in time, joining him in the moving meditation. They continued the routine for a short while before Fumio suddenly sensed something intrusive in his mind. He stopped and looked towards the Chinese boy. Wufei was still doing the Tai Chi movements but was staring silently at him, his face frowning and serious. There was no greeting or acknowledgement. Fumio suddenly felt troubled. "Wufei?" he gasped quietly. You're really mad at me, aren't you?" Wufei did not respond immediately. He continued to make the long sweeping movements with his hands, but continuing to look sternly at Fumio. Eventually, he spoke. "Was it fun?" he asked, his voice suggesting annoyance, even anger. Fumio tilted his head to one side. "I don't understand. Was it fun?" he snapped again, interrupting the boy, his voice now showing genuine anger. "Did you enjoy playing your little mind tricks on me? Your game of messing with my mind?" Fumio stared back in shocked silence. Wufei stopped moving and lowered his arms. "Were you getting some kind of sick kick out of it?" he growled, "playing me for a fool like that?" Fumio was completely stunned by what he was hearing. He tried to respond, but in a shocked state, he was struggling to find words to respond with, but, leading me through the meditation ritual like that," snapped Wufei, "all that effort, making me think we'd achieved something amazing? But it was real, all of it." Fumio pleaded innocently, now starting to feel anxious and upset. "How the hell am I supposed to believe that now?" barked Wufei, "Damn it! I can't believe how I allowed myself to be manipulated like that. I really thought we had achieved something amazing through the ritual, that we really pushed all the boundaries, but then all the time it was just you. You influenced my mind with those powers Heero told me about last night, you just manipulated me." Fumio was now looking visibly distressed. "But Wufei, please!" he pleaded, "you don't understand, it wasn't like that at all. We really did. Forget it. I'm not interested!" snapped Wufei, interrupting him again. The angry Shenlong pilot turned and began to storm away, heading back toward the house. "You've made a fool and a mockery of me. I don't understand or care about whatever these powers are, Fumio," he snarled as he walked. "If they make you manipulate people like this, then they can be nothing more than a curse." Fumio followed alongside him for a few paces, desperately trying to think of something to say back, to respond, to let Wufei know that he got it completely wrong, but in his upset state, the words just would not come. Wufei began to quicken his pace more, then, realizing Fumio was following him, he quickly spun around and raised his voice again. "Just stay away from me, Fumio! Do you hear me?" He gestured angrily with his arm. "Just leave me the hell alone!" Fumio stopped and stood silently in dumbstruck shock, watching Wufei angrily marching back toward the house. He wanted to call out, to reply, to say something, but his brain just didn't want to work. He opened his mouth to call out, but all he could produce was a stifled whimper. He was shocked and saddened to the core. He was so anxious, his heart was pounding, and he could hear the pulse of blood in his ears. Wufei's angry reaction was the last thing he was expecting. He stood there desperately saddened, tears welling in his eyes, watching the white-attired figure marching fiercely away from him. He felt wretched, his gut knotting and twisting with the profound shock and sadness he was now feeling. "He really hates me," he gasped quietly to himself. "Is this what's going to happen whenever people find out about my gifts?" He thought about it some more. Does that mean the others all hate me now too? The thought sent shivers up his spine. He started to feel nauseous, heartbroken and very, very alone. As his mind tried to make sense of Wufei's reaction, terrible thoughts of life in permanent isolation began to play over and over in his mind and dominate his feelings. He realized that Wufei was the first person outside the monastery he had encountered who'd been given the knowledge of his powers, and his response was obviously not a good one. And we had become really close, he thought silently to himself. What about people who hardly know me? How will they react? Will it be even worse? As thoughts of his potential isolated future life began flooding his mind, he began to grow more anxious and panicked. Thoughts of running away there and then began to enter his mind. Should he just make himself disappear forever? Should he melt away into society and just try to lead a regular life, or should he just head back to the monastery and abolish any ideas of ever leaving it again? As he stood there near the lake, he felt pinned to the very spot where he stood, unable to move in either direction. He couldn't go back to the house in case everybody hated him, and he was in for a terrible, hostile reception, yet he couldn't turn and leave either. Deep down, he knew that, even if no one else liked him anymore, Heero would be frantic if he disappeared, but Fumio's love and loyalty to his brother was far too great to put him through that. He was trapped. Unable to move, Fumio gave a disheartened sigh and slumped to the ground where he stood, sitting cross-legged on the grass, slouching his head forward with great sadness. The day had barely begun, and already he wished for it to be over. Back in the mansion, the usual morning routine was unfolding. Everyone was converging in the kitchen for breakfast and discussion about the planned events for the coming day. Most of the group were up. Duo was the last one to enter the room. "Morning, Duo," greeted Quatre cheerfully as he entered. "Hey guys," was the tired response from the yawning American. He looked at the coffee pot in Quatre's hand. "Coffee?" asked Quatre. Duo nodded and yawned again. "Please." Moments later, Quatre was acknowledged with a grateful nod as he handed him a mug of the hot brew. "So, who's been upsetting Wufei then?" commented Duo quietly after taking a sip. "What do you mean?" asked Sally, perched up against one of the work surfaces. Duo cupped his hands around his mug to warm them and took another sip. "I mean, he just stormed past me upstairs like he's been in a fight or something. He looked really pissed." "I haven't seen him at all today," suggested Quatre. "Me neither," added Noin and Trowa simultaneously. "I thought he was in his room," suggested Hilde. "I didn't know he come downstairs yet." Duo shrugged his shoulders. "Well, maybe it's just me that's wrong then," he suggested. "Oh! I've just remembered," suddenly spoke Quatre, changing the subject. "Who's still on for the horse riding this afternoon? It's just that I need to confirm numbers and phone ahead to the stables to let them know how many horses to prepare." He pulled a notepad and pen from one of the kitchen drawers. "Sal, I know you were keen about it." Sally nodded her head. "Yup, still am, count me in, Cat," she replied. "I'm really looking forward to it." "Me too, Cat," piped up Noin. "It's been a while, but I'm looking forward to going." Quatre acknowledged her with a nod and jotted another note down onto his pad. "Okay, can I have a show of hands? Who else is coming along?" Trowa raised his hand. "So, how many horses do you have, Quatre?" asked Sally with her hand also raised. Quatre continued to scribble notes down on his pad. "We have 23 registered to the Winter Mansion, although, we keep them at the stables further down the road from here." "But you've got stables here, Cat," suggested Hilde. "What's the point of having stables if you're not going to use them?" "The stable's here to get used, but they are not suitable for the long-term accommodation of the horses," he replied, still writing. "They are not heated, and we have no full-time staff to take care of them, so we only tend to use the stabling here for weekend events and the occasional overnight stay. The other stables are state-of-the-art, and they have many staff who take very good care of the horses." Quatre peeled his view up from making notes on his clipboard. "How about you two? Hilde? Duo?" Duo looked at his Arabian friend with a somewhat disturbed look on his face. "Well, if it's all the same cat, I prefer to stick to a mode of transport that doesn't have a mind of its own." A smile appeared on his face. Hilde stood beside him nodding. "I'm actually with Duo on this one," she commented, backing him up. "I've never ridden before either, it's just something I've never really fancied doing." "Oh come on you two, it'll be fun!" suggested Noin. "There's nothing quite like the thrill of running cross-country with the wind in your hair and the sound of galloping hoofs beneath you. Why don't you give it a try? It really is fantastic fun." Duo looked at her unconvinced, but she could sense the number crunching going on inside his head. She could see he was actually starting to think about it. "I won't pressure you guys either way," added Quatre, "but we do have a couple of cobs we use for beginners, they have wonderfully gentle temperaments. I can make sure you are assigned to them. You wouldn't have to do anything, just sit in the saddle and enjoy the ride, they'll just happily follow the rest of the horses." By now, even Hilde was looking more optimistic. After mulling it over and some hopeful looks from the others, she decided to throw caution to the wind. "Oh what the heck!" she said, tugging at Duo's arm. "Come on Duo, it sounds like this might be fun after all." Duo looked at her then back at Quatre. "Well, as long as you promise I don't end up with some psycho horse from hell, then, yeah, come on then, let's give it a go." Quatre smiled. "Don't worry guys, I promise to ensure your first riding experience will be an enjoyable one," he chirped as he scribbled more notes down on his pad. He turned to the Japanese boy still sat at the table. "Heero? What about you and Fumio? I assume you're both still coming along?" Heero hadn't been taking much notice of the conversation. For some time he had been staring out of the window. He could see his brother sat down on the grass and he instinctively knew something wasn't right. As soon as Duo had mentioned about Wufei appearing angry, Heero had quietly been putting two and two together, and had quite accurately hypothesized about what had happened. "Heero?" urged Quatre once again, breaking Heero from his contemplation. Heero looked up. You and Fumio, you're both coming out on the horses with us today, right?" he reiterated. "Oh! Yeah, count us in," he replied quietly, still looking a little deep in thought. "You okay Heero?" asked Noin. Heero sighed and nodded, gesturing to shake off his distant state of mind. "Yeah, sorry, I was miles away, just thinking." "What about Wufei?" continued Quatre. "Duo, did he genuinely seem miffed, or did you just catch his grumpy morning face?" "No, I'm pretty sure he was angry about something," replied Duo. "I'd better go and talk to him," suggested Sally, putting her empty coffee mug on the kitchen table and heading for the door. "To be honest Sal, I'm not sure that's a good idea. Maybe you should let him cool off for a bit." Sally thought about Duo's words for a moment then shook her head. "I'm afraid with Wufei, there never really is a cooling off period. He'll be like this until whatever is bothering him gets addressed." She continued through the door and headed upstairs for Wufei's room. Quatre looked back at the notes he'd made on his notepad. Well, I'll include him anyway," he suggested, adding in more scribble. "I have to make a phone call, can I ask that everyone is ready to leave here for the stables at 1 o'clock? He said in a general address to the rest of the group. Several heads nodded in agreement. "Okay, great! I'll make the call," smiled Quatre. Sally emerged from Wufei's room. She closed the door behind her and gave a tired, almost frustrated sigh. "It didn't go well then?" asked Heero, referring to Sally's argumentative, if somewhat muffled voice he'd heard through the closed door. Sally span around to see Heero sat opposite the door in one of several wicker chairs placed along the giant corridor feeding to the main bedrooms. "Heero? Why are you sat there?" she asked in a surprised tone. Heero shrugged. "Well, knowing what Wufei could get like during the war, I figured it wouldn't hurt to be, on hand," he replied, standing up. They began to amble back down the corridor together. "That was sweet of you, Heero, but it really wasn't necessary. Wufei's not a monster, you know." "I know," he nodded, "but after you left," Duo suggested. He looked a lot angrier than he'd first implied. "So, what's up with him?" Sally sighed again. "Oh, he can be ridiculously stubborn sometimes," she replied in a frustrated voice. "It's your brother Heero, since you told us those things last night, about Fumio's strange abilities. Wufei's got it into his head that the meditation ritual they did the other day was a big con. He thinks Fumio manipulated his mind to make him feel the way he did afterwards. You remember when he was on such a high?" Heero nodded, understanding what Sally was telling him. Her explanation confirmed exactly what he suspected. He shook his head negatively. "There's no way Fumio would have done that, not in a million years, and I can tell you that for a fact," he explained. "Firstly, he's a total nitpicker when it comes to form and tradition. It's the be-all and end-all of life in the universe as far as he's concerned. We've had numerous conversations on it, and I can tell you now, he would never allow anything to change that, ever." Sally listened quietly, absorbed by Heero's explanation. "And secondly, the very night before the ritual, Fumio had made a solemn promise to me that he would not consciously use his gifts in any way during the time he was away from the monastery. Obviously, last night with those thugs was an emergency exception, but he would never knowingly break a promise, especially one to me." Sally nodded, agreeing. "Well, I've tried to reason with Wufei. I believed all along Fumio wouldn't have done anything like that, but Wufei is having none of it. His mind was adamant that's what happened, and there's nothing I could say or do that will change it." She glanced sideways and looked Heero in the eye. "Why don't you talk to him, Heero? Set him straight on a few things. They become such good friends, it would be a real shame if they parted company like this." Heero nodded, mulling over Sally's suggestion. "It would be sad, but," Heero thought carefully about his words, "this is something Fumio is going to have to deal with by himself, Sal," he suggested. "I suspect this won't be the only time he'll have to deal with this kind of situation. If I go running to the rescue every time, he will never learn to cope on his own." Sally looked a little saddened. "I understand what you're saying, Heero, but it's just so unfair, Wufei's being so unreasonable." Heero nodded, agreeing with her. "Life is unfair sometimes, and I do agree with you, Sal, but Fumio really needs to fix this situation by himself. If he does, just think what he'll gain from it." Sally nodded, reluctantly agreeing with him. They continued their stroll back downstairs. As they reached the main hallway, they passed Quatre, who inquired once again about Wufei's intentions regarding the horse riding. "Don't worry, Cat, he'll be going too," confirmed Sally. Quatre nodded and continued on his way. "How did you manage that?" inquired Heero. "I didn't give him a choice," Sally grinned. "I put on my best scary mother voice, told him he was acting like a child and threatened to put him across my knee if he didn't pull himself together." Heero laughed out loud. "You mean he actually believed you?" Sally nodded. "I've never seen him look so embarrassed. He might seem a bit reluctant, but he'll be there," she grinned. Heero continued to laugh. "All I can say, Heero, is if we ever get into an argument," said Sally, waving a finger at him, "just don't ever try to have the last word." After breakfast, Hilde and Duo had decided to take a stroll through the grounds together. Until now, neither of them had taken the opportunity to explore their picturesque surroundings, a failing they now hoped to correct. A few minutes into their walk, they reached the lake and spent some time admiring the various nesting birds on and around the small tree-filled island in its center. Eventually, they continued on their way, meandering arm in arm around the edge of the lake, intending to walk one of the rough paths that led into the forest. As they passed the boathouse, Hilde glanced to her right and spotted Fumio. The boy was sat huddled with his back against the side of the wooden-clad building, his arms wrapped around his knees. The building dwarfed his tiny frame. He stared out ahead, seemingly oblivious to their presence. "Duo," whispered Hilde. She tugged on his arm and pointed silently. They stopped walking. Duo observed him for a moment and quickly sensed that something wasn't right. "Hey? Fumio?" he called gently, "You okay, kid?" Fumio suddenly seemed to snap out of his staring ahead. Realizing he had company, he quickly wiped each of his eyes with the heel of his hand, sniffing, then looked across. "I'm okay," he called, his voice squeaking unintentionally. Hilde and Duo looked at each other, both realizing he was upset. They broke from their arm-in-arm link and walked over to him, crouching down beside the pine-sized boy. He looked up at them, his eyes reddened and watery, evidence of recent tears. "Hey," said Duo in a semi-whispered voice, "come on kid, it's okay." "What's wrong? Why are you hiding yourself away up here?" "Yes, we've all been a bit worried about you, Fumio," suggested Hilde, "especially after what happened last night." Fumio looked up at her a little surprised. "You've been worried about me?" he asked in a quiet voice. Hilde nodded, smiling, "Of course. You mean, you don't hate me?" Hilde and Duo looked at each other, a little taken aback. "Whoa!" spoke a surprised Duo. "Oh, Fumio!" gasped Hilde, suddenly moving and sitting right beside him. She reached an arm around his shoulders and hugged him tightly. "Why on earth would we hate you?" "Of course we don't hate you, we love you!" she urged. Duo sat close on Fumio's other side, forming a group huddle. "Why would you say such a thing?" asked Hilde. "What possible reason would we have to hate you?" Fumio looked sheepishly at the ground. "I know what Heero told you about me last night," he replied quietly. "About your special gifts?" asked Duo, in a slightly confused tone. "So why would that make you think we hated you?" "I think they're really cool." Fumio peeled his view towards Duo, but couldn't bring himself to look him in the eyes. Wufei-san," he replied hesitantly. "Oh, so this is Wufei's doing?" replied Duo, suddenly starting to sound a little vexed. "Why am I not surprised?" Fumio continued, "We were good friends, but since he found out, he really hates me." Hilde gave his shoulders another squeeze. "What did he say to you?" she asked. "What made him act like that?" Fumio looked guiltily down again. Hilde could feel his shoulders droop as he began to explain. "He thinks I used my gifts to trick him when we did the meditation ritual," he replied in a tearful whisper. "He thinks I messed with his mind." "Did you mess with his mind?" asked Hilde. Fumio shook his head. "Absolutely not," he implored, finally looking up into her caring eyes. "I never do anything like that, not ever," his voice almost pleading for her to believe him. Duo leant his head back against the wall of the boathouse, looking up. "So, let's see," he sighed as he tried to get it straight in his head. "Wufei was probably the first person you saw this morning who had been told about your gifts last night. You saw his, obviously very bad reaction, and so, of course, naturally, you figured that our reactions might be the same." Fumio dropped his head and looked at the ground again. "When you put it like that, it seems a bit silly now," he replied awkwardly. "No, it doesn't," protested Hilde, jumping to his defense. "How on earth were you supposed to know any differently?" "Damn! Cursed Duo, Wufei can be such an idiot sometimes. I should have a word with him." "No, Duo-san!" suddenly urged Fumio, "please, you mustn't. Please don't say anything to him, it will just make things worse." Duo sighed. "Well, okay kid if you insist, but if he gets offhand with you again, some of us may feel obliged to step in." "Don't worry Fumio," said Hilde, "you haven't done anything wrong, and it sounds to me like there has just been a misunderstanding," she reassured him. "Wufei's really a great guy, but he can get a bit eccentric at times." "I don't know about eccentric," mumbled Duo, "he's being an idiot, that's what he's doing," I guess you'd better stay out of his way for a day or so, till he's had the chance to realize how stupid he's been. That might be a good way to approach it actually, added Hilde, agreeing with Duo's suggestion. Fumio nodded, understanding. In the meantime, she spoke quietly, the rest of us still hope, very much, that you'll come horse riding with us later this afternoon. Fumio nodded, agreeing he would still attend. They remained quiet for a moment in their group huddle. Hilde was still hugging the boy tightly. He seemed to draw renewed hope from being held in the caring embrace. She pressed her cheek gently into Fumio's hair. "We love you, Fumio, all of us do," she whispered, "and I'm sure that includes Wufei too. You don't ever need to think things like this again. Okay?" The Calling, Chapter 19. It was around 1 o'clock when Quatre's large four-wheel drive vehicle pulled into the car park of the equestrian center, sited less than a mile along the road from the Winter Mansion. Everyone was aboard, including Wufei, who seemed to have lightened up a little after his earlier anger. He was, however, making every effort to stay away from Fumio. The young monk kept considering trying to talk to him, but figured it just wasn't the right time. As everyone disembarked, they were greeted by the owner Andrew McNeil, an old friend of Quatre's father, and now, of Quatre. "Ack, it's good to see ye again, Master Quatre," spoke the oldish, grey-haired man in a very broad Scottish accent. "'Tis been a wee while." Quatre smiled warmly as they shook hands. "Hello again, Andrew, good to see you again, my friend. How's Mary? I trust she's well?" "Oh, she's fine," he replied. "She's away today, she was sorry she was gonna miss ye." "Well, I'm sure we'll catch up another time," replied Quatre. The Scottish man looked toward the Gundam gang now milling around next to the vehicle. "Well, I'm sure you'll all be eager to get started," he commented. "Everything's ready as ye asked. Will ye be needing any assistance with ye friends?" Quatre shook his head. "I'm sure we'll be fine, but thank you for the offer." Well, I'll leave ye to it then," he replied, turning to walk away. "If ye need anything, I'll be around, just come and find me." Quatre led the group toward a large stabling area. Moments later they were all stood on fresh-smelling straw in the doorway of a huge, clean and well-lit barn. The barn was divided into individual stables around the walls with a large open area in the center. Several large air conditioning units mounted in the roof, purred quietly, keeping the temperature inside to a comfortable level. "Wow, seriously nice stabling," commented Noin. "Are these all your horses, Cat?" Quatre nodded. "Yes, there are 12 in this barn and 8 in the adjacent one." As he spoke, he seemed a little distracted, scanning his eyes around the building to each of the stable doors, some of which had horses leaning out of them. He took a few steps inside the barn. The others followed him in. "Hunan! Hunan!" Quatre called out gently using his Arabian accent. Suddenly, an excited whinny could be heard from one of the horses on the far side of the barn. Moments later, a large white, and particularly spirited horse appeared at one of the stable doors. On sight of her, Quatre's face lit up with a beaming smile. "Hunan, there you are!" he gasped quietly, hurrying over toward her. The others followed curiously a little way behind him. As he made his way across the barn, the large beast seemed to recognize him. She danced and nodded excitedly as he approached until he reached her. Saying nothing, Quatre very slowly reached out his hand. Instantly the beautiful beast calmed and fell silent, becoming almost motionless, then gently brought her nose forward to meet with his touch. Quatre's hand tenderly came to rest on her nose. "Hello again, old friend," he whispered as he began to stroke her. "Sorry it's been so long." He leant forward and kissed her lovingly on the nose, then reached his arms around her neck, embracing her. Would you like us to leave you two alone?" asked Duo humorously, interrupting the reunion. Quatre quietly chuckled and turned around to face the others. "I just haven't seen her in a while. I really do miss her." Noin stepped closer, reached out a hand and began to gently pet the creature. "She's beautiful, Quatre," she commented, she looks like an Arabian. Quatre nodded, she is, he replied, still gently rubbing his palm on her nose, most of my horses are Arabian. Is she your favorite? Asked Sally. Quatre nodded, she's my personal horse. Her name is Hanan, it means compassion. She's exactly the same age as me, we were born on the same day. He reached up and rubbed her ears for a moment, she was given to me by my father when I was 3, and we've grown up together. He turned around to face the others again and smiled clemently, she's family. Hilde stepped forward and also gently reached out a hand up to the beast's nose. I've got to say, Cat, as a non-horsey person, even I can see she is very special. She has the spirit of a true Arabian, added Quatre dreamily, she can outrun the wind, yet has a heart as big as the ocean. She can be so gentle and good-natured, she's one in a million. He leaned forward and pressed the side of his face against her nose. Don't worry, Hanan, I'll be back in just a short while, okay? He whispered quietly to her, then pulled away, turning to face the others, now looking at him with mixed expressions. Quatre suddenly felt a little self-conscious of his actions. Right, he suddenly grinned, realizing it was probably a good time to move on. Let's get you all sorted out, shall we? He said with renewed energy in his voice. He walked to one side of the barn and picked up a clipboard that had been left on a hook on the wall. Follow me, guys, he said as they wandered toward the first stable. Noin, this is your assigned horse for today, he said looking down at the information on his clipboard, this is Rod. He's an 8-year-old gelding, 13 hands high. As he spoke, a chestnut-colored horse with a white stripe down his nose poked his head curiously out of the door and peered at the gathering of people. Hello, boy, said Quatre, reaching up and patting him gently, finally looking up from his clipboard. Rod means lightning, by the way. He's pretty fast, but not too boisterous. You think you'll be able to handle him okay? He asked. Noin had a big smile on her face as she looked up at the beast. He's lovely, Cat. She reached forward and stroked the creature's forelock. Yeah, I think we'll get along just fine. Quatre nodded, great, he's just been saddled up for you, so he's all yours, ready to roll. Noin opened up the stable door and led the beast out into the open area where eagerly she climbed on. Okay, who's next? Said Quatre looking down his list. Ah yes, Heero. The group followed quietly as Quatre made his way to the next stable along. I've heard some impressive things about your horsemanship from Relina, so I figured you'd get on just fine with our next introduction. Do a chortled introduction? You make it sound like a first date, Cat, he commented. Quatre looked up and grinned. They came to a halt outside the second stable. Another chestnut-colored horse peered curiously out of the door. She was fidgety, her head twitching and always moving around. She snorted loudly. Heero, Hawa, your date for today. He grinned, a 13-year-old mare. 15 hands high, her name simply means, the wind. She's generally okay, but can be a bit of a handful to control at times. Will you be alright with her? Heero took a quick look at her and then looked back to Quatre. Yeah, she'll do fine, Cat, he replied, nodding in appreciation. Great! Another satisfied customer, he joked as he ticked another box on his clipboard. Let's move on. He led the group further along to the next stable and paused outside, gesturing for the others not to stand too close to the door. Inside, they could see a large, jet-black mare. On hearing Quatre's talking, she turned around, thrust her head out of the upper door and whinnied loudly and violently, baring her teeth and snorting. Several of the group stepped back nervously, they could almost see the fiery spirit swirling within her jet-black eyes. Folks, this is Yadima, continued Quatre, all I can say is, if you value your lives, make sure you keep out of her way. The others observed her from a cautionary distance. Constantly, she fidgeted, whinnied and snorted. She was restless to the core. It's such a shame, Quatre sighed, she really is a beautiful horse, but she's almost impossible to control. She's so fiery, there's nobody crazy enough to even attempt riding her. Quatre suddenly looked a little saddened. We've tried absolutely everything to tame her, but she just won't let anyone near. He paused for a moment and sighed again. She's worth a fortune, she's a thoroughbred down to the last gene, but unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have to sell her on. How much is she worth, Cat? Inquired Trowa. I'm not exactly sure at this time, but we're talking millions, easily. There were gasps of surprise from some of the group. Are the others very valuable as well, Cat? Asked Sally, now suddenly a little nervous at the prospect of being entrusted to an animal worth a lifetime's salary. Some are, but not all, he replied. Hanan, my own horse is also thoroughbred and probably worth a lot, but most of the others are fairly run-of-the-mill. Oh, apart from Alhawa, Heero's horse, who also has a distinguished background. As he spoke, the horse in the next stable gave a loud whinny, drowning out Quatre's voice, as if telling him to get a move on. Quatre grinned. Okay. We'll get to you in a minute, Zamiel, he called out to the horse. Perhaps we'd better move on, he suggested. He wandered to the next stable and placed his hand gently on the grey and white horse's nose. Trowa, this is Zamiel. His name means friend, and he's been assigned to you. As Quatre continued with the task of allocating horses to everyone, nobody seemed to notice the missing member of their group. As the others moved on through the barn, Fumio remained standing outside the door of Yadama's stable. He had been completely spellbound by her from the moment he saw her, and also, it appeared, she by him. They stood there just looking at each other. By now the wild, fiery-eyed horse that everyone seemed so fearsome of had become quiet and calm, barely moving at all. For a while she just stared down at the pine-sized boy, her towering size making him look and feel even smaller than he really was. Likewise, Fumio just stood there, a couple of steps from the stable door, staring up at her, mesmerized. You're absolutely amazing! He gasped in quiet, whispered awe, I feel the spirit within you, beautiful! Magnificent! Through the stable door, she very gingerly began to lean forward, lowering her head so her eyes became level with his. Her ears twitched slightly as she moved. What's up? He whispered to her. Oh, you want me to pet you, don't you? He said hesitantly, still in a whisper, a slight nervousness in his voice. The horse remained with her head lowered and gave a gentle snort. Oh! Okay! I'll make a deal with you, suggested Fumio quietly. I'll pet you, but you have to promise not to eat me. A slightly nervous grin appeared on his face. Do we have a deal? Yadama remained still and gave another snort. Very slowly and gingerly, Fumio reached up to his hand and moved it towards her nose. As it got closer, she gently brought her nose forward to meet it. A beaming, giggling smile appeared on his face as he gently began to stroke his hand over her warm, glossy jet black fur. She lowered her head further, and he realized she wanted him to rub her ears. He reached up and obliged, and she seemed to enjoy the fuss immensely as she nuzzled her head against his rubbing hands. Quatre continued allocating horses to the remaining group members. Several of the Gundam gang were already sat on their horses and milling around together in the open center area of the barn, chatting and waiting for the others to be kitted up. Okay, Fumio, this is your horse, said Quatre peering up from behind his clipboard. Fumio? The mini-monk was nowhere to be seen. So where's he got to then? Said Quatre. Several heads began twisting around and scanning the barn for any sign of him. Fumio? Called out a couple of voices. I'm in here! Came the slightly echoed reply. Instantly they realized his voice was coming from inside Yadama's stable. Oh no! Gasped Quatre. Fearing the worst, he threw his clipboard to the ground and ran toward the stable. Assuming the boy was in trouble, there was a general scramble by the others as they all hurried toward the stable door, joined by those who had quickly dismounted from their horses. Don't worry, called Quatre in a slight panic, we're coming, just hold on. Everyone reached the half-open stable door at about the same time and peered in. A jaw-dropped silence fell upon the group, followed by gasps of complete astonishment. I think she likes me, came the response from the giggling monk. Fumio was straddling the massive beast's back, holding on to her reins looking down at the group. He was sat bareback, no saddle, not even a blanket. Yadama was as calm and placid as a horse could be. Even with the group's sudden appearance at the door, she remained entirely unflustered as she stood there looking at the group, eloquently, proudly. I don't believe it! Gasped Quatre, I do not believe what my eyes are telling me. That's impossible! All evidence to the contrary, Cat, suggested Heero quietly. Wow, Fumio, cooed Hilde, looks like you've made yourself a new friend there. Fumio nodded and grinned again. I didn't do anything, he insisted, it was her that came to me. Quatre remained shaking his head in utter disbelief. She's never allowed anything like this before. It's been almost impossible to get a blanket on her, let alone a person riding bareback. Hey Fumio, piped up Duo, you ever heard of a guy called Dr. Doolittle? Fumio pondered for a moment, then shook his head negatively. I don't think so, is it someone who lives locally? Some chortles came back from the group. Why? Who is he? Duo grinned, shaking his head, doesn't matter, forget I asked. Okay, he replied, oblivious to Duo's reference. Fumio looked at Quatre. Quatre-san, I know you already have a horse arranged for me, but do you think it would be possible to swap and take Yadama out instead? He patted the side of her neck as he asked. Quatre still looked shocked. After a long pause, he eventually answered, you know, that question should be making me very nervous indeed, but the crazy thing is, it isn't, he replied, scratching his head and running his fingers through his hair. He sighed, somehow, I just know you're going to be fine with her. Don't ask me how I know that, I just know. After agreeing to let Fumio take Yadama out on the ride, and calming down a bit, everyone began to disperse as Quatre continued with the task of getting everyone allocated a horse. The already mounted riders began leading their horses out of the barn and into the warm sunshine of the courtyard outside. Fumio was able to get a saddle onto Yadama without so much as a peep of protest from her. Once kitted up, he too climbed onto her back and led her outside to join the others in the courtyard. As he stepped into the sunlight, Heero pulled up alongside him. You had us all worried in there for a moment, he said dryly. I'm sorry, the boy replied, it wasn't my intention to worry anyone. Don't apologize Fumio, he pointed a cautioning finger at his kid brother, just be careful, you hear me? Fumio nodded, I'll be good Heero, I promise, he replied. Good, continued Heero, his mouth now forming a slight smile as his serious mood lifted. He felt compelled to look down and admire Yadama's marvelously glossy, jet black coat, her long wild mane and deep, shiny eyes. Eventually, he looked back up at his brother, quietly feeling a sense of pride for him. Savor this moment Fumio, he added quietly, you're riding a multi-million-buck Arabian charger, there is no finer horse on the planet. It's not something many people will ever get to experience during their lifetime. In a way, I guess I'm a little envious. Fumio nodded subtly, understanding Heero's words. He thought to himself for a moment. Would you like to ride Yadama instead Heero? He suggested quietly. I could swap with you if you want. I'm sure she'll let you, he replied, then you could have the chance to. No! Fumio, interrupted Heero, reaching a hand up onto his shoulder to stop him talking. Just for one moment will you stop thinking about other people, his voice sounding slightly irritated. For once in your life, will you just allow yourself to enjoy something? This is your treat Fumio, this is your moment. It may never come again, so, just savor it and enjoy it. A few minutes later, the whole group were trotting their way along one of the narrow leafy green lanes that headed out toward the vast plains and forests disappearing to the horizon. How are you two getting on? Asked Quatre as he pulled alongside Duo and Hilde, the two non-riders of the group. Hey, this isn't as bad as I thought it might be, chirped Duo, feeling pleased with himself that he'd made the decision to tag along. Yes, This is great fun, Cat, added Hilde. I don't know why I didn't do this years ago. Quatre had given them some basic tuition in handling the horses back at the stables. I told you there was nothing to it. Besides, you got two of the best behaved horses we have. We use them for rides at one of the annual children's events at the mansion, so they've got to be well behaved, replied Quatre, looking ahead to Heero who was some 10 paces in front of them. Unlike some of the other horses, he added. Heero was having a bit of a battle keeping his horse walking in a straight line. It was evident she didn't want to be walking so slowly. She was fired up and eager to run at the earliest opportunity. Quatre turned back to Duo and Hilde. I expect some of us will be going for a gallop shortly when this narrow track widens further along, he commented. Don't worry if you don't want to push things, just stay on the path. There's a big lake a few miles from here. We'll be stopping there for a rest and a bite to eat. This track leads straight to it. Duo nodded. Well, I don't know about you Hilde, but I wouldn't mind having a go at a gallop myself. He looked at Hilde for a response, and to his surprise, she was nodding, agreeing to give it a try. Well, just remember what I said about standing up in the stirrups, called Quatre as he began dropping back to go and talk to Trowa who was a few paces behind. So why is that bit so important? Asked Duo. Quatre grinned a knowing grin back at his friend. You'll find out, was the somewhat unrevealing reply. The whole group was spread out over a distance along the track, with Heero out at the front and Wufei bringing up the rear. Most had paired off and were chatting as they plodded their way along the path, a few were solo, just quietly following the others, admiring the view out across the plains and valley ahead and to the left. One of those alone was Wufei. He'd made a point of staying out of the way of the others, hanging some 20 or so pieces back from the next person in line, Noin. Fumio was still deeply bothered by Wufei's outburst at him earlier that day and that Wufei was now giving him the cold shoulder, especially as it was over something that was completely untrue. He wanted to put his thoughts on the matter to one side and enjoy the day, allowing Wufei the rest of the day to cool off, but as the trek began, he quickly realized he couldn't do it. No matter how hard he tried to put it out of his mind, thoughts of the shocking event from that morning came nagging back at him. He knew he wouldn't be able to relax until he had set the record straight and they had settled their differences. One by one, the others up ahead disappeared out of sight as the track entered into a tunnel-like canopy of hedgerows and trees. As Wufei came under the shady canopy himself, he spotted Fumio sat on the black mare, waiting patiently by a gate on the path. Wufei ignored him and continued looking ahead as he passed without saying a word. Fumio unhurriedly walked Yadama forward and came alongside the samurai pilot. They walked in silence for a few moments before Fumio leant forward in his saddle and looked up sideways at Wufei's face, smiling slightly. Wufei felt compelled to glance at him momentarily, then peeled his eyes ahead again. He remained silent, a stern look fixed on his face. Are you still mad at me? Wufei-san? Asked Fumio in a quiet, innocent voice. Wufei did not reply immediately. Although still wanting to maintain his angry posture, he felt quite disarmed by Fumio's gentle approach. It was not what he wanted, or expected. Eventually, he answered, I have nothing to say to you, he replied, his voice monotone and flat. Fumio remained quiet for a moment thinking about his next words. I was hoping we could talk things through. Make things better between us. Wufei glared at him. There is nothing to discuss, he replied, his voice beginning to show irritation. He started to speed his horse up, pulling ahead from the boy. I expect you'll only manipulate me into saying things I didn't mean anyway, he called back. Fumio felt shocked again at yet more hurtful and completely unwarranted words. He watched Wufei as the distance between them increased. Part of him wanted to leave it there and walk away, but he knew he had to keep going. The longer he left it, the more Wufei would convince himself he was right. You do know, you've got it all wrong, don't you? He called out, ushering his horse to catch him up, pulling alongside him again. Wufei did not reply, he just ignored him, staring forward. Wufei! Urged Fumio, his voice now growing more agitated. "This is so silly, we were such good friends, won't you even hear me out?" Again, there was no reply. "Wufei?" No response. "Wufei-san?" He tried again, the frustration in his voice now very obvious. Wufei calmly slowed his horse and turned off to the left. "What are you doing, Wufei-san?" asked Fumio, bringing Yatama to a standstill. He observed as a Chinese boy carefully picked his way through the, now, sparse hedgerow, and crossed over the narrow ditch which ran alongside the path, emerging in the open field on the other side. He looked back through the hedgerow at the boy monk. "I've already told you, Fumio, I have nothing more to say about the matter," he said bluntly, "I won't listen to your lies." He drew up on his reins and dug his heels in. "Ha!" he cried. The beast reared up, lunged forward, galloping off at great speed across the open ground, heading for the lower valley. As he sat watching them race away, Fumio felt shocked, deeply frustrated and hurt, but his frustration quickly began turning to anger at Wufei's refusal to see beyond his own stubbornness and short-sighted ignorance. He could feel the anger building up inside of him, rearing its ugly head like a rumbling volcano getting ready to erupt. The reins in his hands were getting gripped tighter and tighter as his hands became clenched angry fists. His face grew redder as the seething inferno within him began to rage out of control. As his inner fury grew, so did the restlessness of Yatama. As if an invisible tether connected their minds, she could sense the growing trauma within him, and it affected her dramatically. She began to fidget and step sideways, moving around restlessly. Her head began to twitch and nod, her nostrils flared and snorted, and her breathing quickened. She started chewing restlessly on the bit, causing her to dribble and foam at the mouth. Fumio stared, enraged and angry at the now, quite distant Wufei, still galloping away at speed. Suddenly, Fumio's anger erupted. "Since when did I become a liar?" he abruptly bellowed at the top of his unbroken voice. It was an involuntary action, triggered as the rising anger continued to consume him. His voice echoed back at him from across the valley. He suddenly jumped into action, quickly steering the now, semi-wild horse through the hedgerow. They leapt the ditch and took off after Wufei. At full speed they rode. Somehow Yatama seemed to be completely tuned into the moment, as if their minds had become one. She knew what she had to do, to catch up with Wufei at any cost. With another snort and flare of her nostrils, she conjured up an incredible burst of energy from within, taking them up to a speed that seemed to defy the laws of physics. Fumio's perfect soldier skills were engaging, allowing him to balance masterfully on Yatama's back as she continued to run like the wind. From back on the path, many of the others had bunched together and stopped to observe the two figures racing down into the valley below them. "Wow, look at them go!" cooed Duo excitedly. "My god, the speed, cat!" gasped Noin in astonishment as she watched. "Look at the speed he's going!" Quatre was speechless, mouth agape. He had no idea Yatama was capable of such velocity. Her legs moved so quickly they just became a blur. Never in his life had he witnessed such an awesome phenomenon. The rest of the group continued to watch as they headed down and away from them into the distance, leaving two plumes of dust as their mounts pounded the dry earth. Yatama's dark glossy fur seemed to glint in the sun like a mirror as she galloped, rapidly gaining on Wufei. "Since when did I become a liar?" yelled Fumio again, still totally enraged, now just yards away from Wufei. "Since when did I become a liar?" Wufei suddenly glanced back, a look of complete shock and surprise fell on his face, not realizing until that moment that he was being chased. "Ha!" he called, encouraging his horse to run faster, in an attempt to put some distance between them again. It was a pointless effort. Fumio came alongside him with ease. He looked sideways at the Shenlong pilot. "I am not a liar!" he yelled, now shaking his small angry fist at him. "I'm not a liar! You take back what you said! Take it back, Wufei!" Wufei was looking flustered, he seemed unable to reply, shocked at seeing Fumio's very angry out of character behavior. Unable or unwilling to respond, he looked forward and continued concentrating on getting his horse to run faster. Through the valley they ran at full speed, observed by the other group members until they disappeared out of sight below the camber of the large sloping plains. Two swirling trails of dust became the only evidence of their position. The horses' hooves pounded the ground furiously as the wind blasted their faces and past their ears, making it difficult to hear. "Are you going to speak to me at all?" yelled Fumio angrily, "or just continue to ignore me?" Again, Wufei just kept facing ahead, concentrating on riding at speed, secretly wishing this wasn't happening. He was shocked and flustered at the young monk's reaction, it had left him speechless and unsure of how to respond. "Fine. Then just listen," continued Fumio, still yelling angrily. "You are totally wrong, Wufei-san. The meditation ritual was exactly how it was. I never used my gifts in any way to affect the outcome. It's something I would never do, not ever, and I'm not a liar, I'm telling the truth." Finally, Wufei peeled his eyes to the side and looked across at the fuming boy. "What about the thing with the deer? You can't tell me that was a natural result of the ritual?" he yelled back, sounding just as angry. Fumio looked him in the eye, suddenly understanding the focus of Wufei's frustration. He thought about his answer carefully for a moment before responding. "That was nothing to do with the ritual," he yelled back, a little less angrily. "It was something entirely unconnected and that I had no control over, or any knowledge of." "So you admit it then? Your powers did influence me," yelled Wufei. Fumio nodded his head reluctantly, "but not in the way you think, Wufei-san," he pleaded, his earlier anger fading more. "It had nothing to do with the meditation ritual, and I was completely unaware of what my gifts had done," he reiterated. Wufei stared at him, looking unconvinced. "Look, Wufei-san," explained Fumio, still yelling to make his voice heard over the wind rushing past his ears and the pounding of the horse's hooves, "I discussed it with Heero, and we both think my gifts had foreseen what was going to happen, when I ran away that night in the thunderstorm." Wufei continued to stare, still looking angry at the boy, analyzing his every word. "Wufei," pleaded the boy, "we think my gifts purposely gave you the ability to find me when I was lost." The angry stare remained. "Don't you get it?" yelled Fumio loudly, now desperate to make him see the point. "I could have bled to death that night, if it weren't for you finding me." Wufei listened in silence as they continued galloping at speed. His angry expression starting to ease as he digested the explanation. "My gifts foresaw what was going to happen and gave you the ability to find me," exclaimed Fumio, still yelling to make his voice heard, "but it never had the slightest influence on the ritual, that really was entirely down to you and me, all of it." As they raced on, they'd become so engrossed in their argument, neither had noticed they were reaching the edge of the plain and were approaching cultivated land again. A thickly wooded hedgerow rapidly loomed up ahead. Wufei's attention was abruptly drawn to a shadow growing in the corner of his eye. He glanced forward, suddenly spotting the dense greenery. "Look out!" he yelled, pulling up on the reins, desperately trying to bring his horse to a halt before running into the dense thicket hedgerow. Fumio glanced forward and instantly realized it was too late to stop, but Yadama had other ideas. With another incredible surge of power, she lunged forward and attempted to jump the hedgerow as the small boy clung on tight for his life. Both horse and rider disappeared from view, and moments later there was an audible set of dull thuds as the large beast made contact with the grassy ground on the other side and quickly came to a halt. Wufei had just managed to stop his horse in time, and it was stood close to the hedgerow. The hedge was too tall to see over, even on horseback. He tried peering through the dense foliage to the other side. He could partially see the glossy black mare standing there and quickly realized she was minus her rider. "Fumio!" called Wufei anxiously through the hedge, "Fumio!" His words were met with silence. Wufei quickly dismounted from his horse and began desperately searching the dense thicket for a way through. "Fumio!" he called again more urgently. There was a pause. "I didn't think you cared anymore," came a quiet, calm voice from the other side. Wufei gave an audible sigh. "Oh, thank God! He gasped, "Of course I care, you little fool!" He replied in a relieved voice. "Are you alright?" "I'm okay. Thank you." His reply was subdued and quiet. Wufei finally found a gap through the hedge. He tied off the reins of his horse and crawled through to Fumio's side. Fumio was lying awkwardly on his back on the soft grass not far from where Wufei had emerged. Yadama stood towering over him, looking down at him, seeming concerned. Wufei hurried over and knelt beside him. "Did you fall off?" he asked apprehensively. Fumio nodded. "She stopped, but I sort of kept going." "Are you injured? Can you move? Are you able to sit up?" Wufei asked urgently, genuine concern in his voice. Fumio nodded and attempted to sit himself upright, but seemed to grimace with some discomfort. "Here, let me help." Wufei reached forward and gently helped him to sit up. "That's it, take your time, nice and slow." Fumio sat there for a while, regaining his composure. He seemed a little subdued. "Are you sure you're alright?" Wufei asked again. "I'm okay, really," he replied, nodding, grateful for Wufei's assistance. "Yadama broke my fall with her head, so I just sort of rolled onto the ground here," he replied, looking up at her, "but she looks a bit miffed now. I think I might have hurt her feelings." Wufei sighed, grateful and relieved the boy seemed uninjured. He also felt the tensions from their earlier argument subsiding. "You really had me worried for a moment there, I thought you'd broken your back or something," he said in a much more amicable voice. He sat down so they were both sat cross-legged on the ground facing each other. "I'm sorry if I worried you, Wufei-san, and I'm sorry for getting mad at you like that. It was wrong of me to lose my temper." Wufei sighed again. "No, Fumio," he said quietly, regretfully, "you're not the one at fault here, I am. I should be the one apologizing, not you." Wufei looked down at the ground solemnly. "I've been an idiot," he uttered quietly, "and I've been a bastard." Fumio gave a confused expression, tilting his head to one side. "Your parents weren't married?" he asked innocently. A slight grin forced its way onto Wufei's face and he exhaled a suppressed laugh. "No, not that kind of bastard, Fumio," he replied. "What I mean is," he continued, his voice now serious again, "you had every right to be angry with me. I should never have said or done the things I did. I was completely out of line." He sighed deeply again, sounding regretful. "Fumio, you've offered me nothing but kindness and friendship, and in exchange, I've called you a liar and a manipulator, I've insulted everything that you stand for. I've even thrown the incredibly special gift you gave to me, straight back in your face." Wufei was clearly feeling genuine remorse for what he had done. "Damn!" he cussed, "I can't believe I let it go this far." "I'm confused, Wufei-san," spoke Fumio quietly, "why have you changed your mind now, when a few minutes ago you were still mad at me?" Wufei drooped his head once more. "Because, I was never really mad at you in the first place," he replied, the regret now obvious in his tone. "I realized early on that I was probably wrong, even before we came out here today, but I'd started something I didn't know how to stop. I didn't know how to take back my words or admit I was wrong. I was ashamed to confess I was in error, so something inside just compelled me to keep going with it." He sighed again. "I don't know why I did that. It was so wrong of me." He paused, thinking for a moment. "You know what the worst part is?" Wufei shuffled closer, reached over and gently took a hold of Fumio's right hand. He looked down at it, noting just how small it seemed compared to his own. "I have seen with my own eyes how gentle and benign these hands are," he said, "so when I saw you shaking your angry fist at me, it shocked me, and it shamed me. It shamed me more than you can imagine." In a very caring gesture, Wufei tenderly cradled the young monk's hand in between his palms. Gentle hands, hands of kindness like these, should never have to be forced to raise as angry fists, but that's what they had become, and it was all because of me, my ego, my selfishness, my inability to admit I was wrong. The expression on Wufei's face was one of genuine and humble regret. His eyes were welling up and he looked close to tears. "I am so sorry, Fumio-chan, I'm so very, very sorry," he gasped in a desperately sad tone of voice. Wufei's humble gesture fell straight onto Fumio's heart. He instantly resonated with Wufei's sadness as he listened carefully, contemplating the words and gesture, finally understanding how such an awful situation had arisen out of one simple failure to admit a mistake. He felt genuinely bad for the Chinese pilot and deeply empathized with the self-inflicted shame he was now pushing on himself as Wufei gently released Fumio's hand. Wanting to put an end to the suffering once and for all, and now starting to feel very emotional, Fumio extended a verbal olive branch. "You know, I'll forgive you in an instant if it means we can be friends again," he sniffed in a whisper. "But what about the way I treated you? Wufei-san, you sound just like Heero when it comes to not being able to forgive yourself," he commented quietly. "But still," continued Wufei. "Wufei-san, I understand why you did what you did, I get it and I completely forgive you, so come on, let's let this go," he urged in a gentle whisper. "Let's move on and not speak about it again, okay?" Wufei reluctantly nodded. "Okay. So, we're friends again, right, Wufei-san?" "Fumio, there was never a time when I did not consider us to be friends, but I'm sorry if I gave you that impression," he replied, still with great regret in his tone of voice. "Nothing would make me happier than for you to consider me your friend once more." Fumio forged a cautious smile. "Do you think we could be friends for life?" he whispered, his voice sounding a little croaky. Wufei looked up at him, tears suddenly welling up in his eyes at the extraordinarily meaningful request. There was a pause. "I don't deserve it," he choked. On hearing the emotional reply, Fumio's breath quickened, tears rapidly pooling in his eyes. "That's just not true," he mewled, his voice wavering on the edge of sobbing. "If anything, I don't deserve you." Wufei gave a long sniff as he felt his tears now falling down his cheeks. He had become so emotionally overwhelmed he could barely speak. Looking straight into Fumio's tearful eyes, he finally acknowledged to himself the love he had for this innocent, achingly benign creature that he'd grown to care about more than he knew how to admit. Eventually, Wufei gave a tight-lipped smile and began subtly nodding his head affirmatively. "Friends for life," he gasped. Fumio tried to smile, but instead burst into uncontrollable sobbing. He threw his arms around the pilot and they hugged each other as if their lives depended on it, sharing their tears and their love and earnest reconciliation of this now extraordinary friendship. It was early evening. It had been an excellent event. Wufei and Fumio had well and truly buried the hatchet and become best friends again. Once they had recovered from their quite emotional ordeal, they went on to join the others for the rest of the trip. The whole group enjoyed a 2-hour stop at the lakeside where refreshments were served by Quatre's butler who had traveled out to meet them in another off-road vehicle. One by one the others climbed aboard Quatre's big rig RV ready to head back to the mansion. Quatre was standing at the tailgate loading in his saddle when he felt a presence behind him. He turned around to see Fumio standing there. "Hey," he said clemently, "did you enjoy yourself today?" "I had a wonderful day, Mr. Quatre. I mean, Quatre-san, thank you so much." Quatre grinned at Fumio, still struggling to get his name right. "It's just Quatre or Cat," he beamed as he turned to close the rear door. After he shut it, he turned around to see Fumio still standing there, looking at him. "So what's on your mind, Fumio-chan?" he asked. Fumio cocked his head to one side and brought his hand up to shield his eyes from the sun, now sat low in the sky. "I wanted to ask you about Yadama." Quatre sighed. "I still can't get over how she took to you like that, it was incredible," he commented quietly. "What was it you wanted to know about her?" "I wanted to know what her name means?" asked the boy. Quatre looked at him curiously. "Why do you ask that?" he replied, suddenly seeming very interested in Fumio's question. "I don't know really," he replied, "I just felt like I needed to ask, you never said what it meant." Quatre nodded his head subtly, understanding his curiosity. "Well, her name," He paused for a moment, smiling slightly. It means orphan. The Calling, Chapter 20. Heavy storm clouds loomed over the winter mansion as night drew in, and by 11 o'clock, a powerful thunderstorm was raging across the region. After a day filled with enjoyable activities and lots of fresh air, many of the group had gone to bed a little earlier that night. Not wanting to risk a repeat of events from a few nights previous, Heero decided to wait out the storm in Fumio's room. He quietly crept in and settled into one of the armchairs on the far side of the room. There he slouched, half dozing, half awake, making sure he was there in the event his brother decided to have another startled reaction and run off again. Not long after settling down, Heero cracked open one eye as he heard the door to the room quietly open. In the dim light from the table lamp left on, he could see Noin and Wufei creeping in. They didn't notice him at first. They quietly closed the door behind them and padded toward the area where Heero was sitting. As their eyes adjusted to the darkness, they both suddenly saw him. "Heero?" Noin whispered, sounding a little surprised. "What's up, guys?" He replied equally as quietly. "We were both a bit worried, you know, after what happened the other night when it thundered." Heero nodded and confirmed he was there for the same reason. They quietly pulled up chairs and sat next to him, just a few feet away from where the young monk was sleeping soundly. There they engaged in light, whispered conversation for a couple of hours until the storm passed. Then eventually Wufei and Noin went back to their rooms. It was daylight when Heero awoke with a jolt, after a dream-intense sleep. Taking a moment to get his bearings, he realized he was still sat on the chair in Fumio's room. He quickly noticed he'd been covered over with a blanket. Still a little disoriented, his eyes glanced across the room to the bed. It was empty, the covers were thrown open to one side. Suddenly his heart quickened as a flashback of 2 nights ago rushed through his mind's eye. He sprang unsteadily to his feet with urgency, dropping the blanket to the floor. "Fumio!" he suddenly called, looking anxiously toward the windows. "I'm right here, Heero," came a quiet, reassuring reply. He spun around to see Fumio sat cross-legged on the floor in the corner of the room. He was peering up from an old-looking book that he'd been reading for the past hour or so. Heero sighed in obvious relief and began to calm down. Fumio observed him, his expression calm but concerned. Heero glanced back toward the window near his armchair. He wandered over to it and drew the curtains open, peering wearily out at the new day. "Heero, you look really tired, you should go and get some sleep in a proper bed," suggested Fumio quietly. Heero shook his head negatively, and then yawned. "No, it's okay, I'll be fine," he replied tiredly, still staring out toward the distant mountains. After mulling something over in his mind, Fumio put his book down, stood up and ambled over to stand beside his brother at the window. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Heero, is everything alright?" he asked in a whispered, concerned voice. Heero peeled his eyes away from the view and looked at Fumio. "I was surprised to find you in here when I woke up," continued Fumio. He reached up and gently gripped the elbow of Heero's sleeve. "Heero, I'll always be here for you, you know we can talk about anything," he urged in a whisper. "If there's something bothering you, you know I will always do whatever I can to help." A slight smile began to appear on Heero's, now, more awake face. "You really didn't hear anything last night, did you?" he said. Fumio cocked his head to one side. "What do you mean?" "Hear what?" he asked. "The thunderstorm we had?" said Heero. "I didn't hear any thunder," replied Fumio. Heero's smile grew into a grin. "It was a huge storm, Fumio, you could feel it shaking the foundations of the house, surely you must have been aware of it." Fumio looked blankly at him. Heero sighed and nodded. "Well, Noin and Wufei did say you looked completely out of it, I guess they were right." "You mean Miss Noin and Wufei-san weren't here too?" asked Fumio, now looking a little confused. Heero explained how all 3 of them had sat in his room throughout the duration of the storm, to keep an eye on him after what had happened 2 nights ago. Fumio nodded, finally understanding. He looked grateful. Heero yawned and then turned to leave. "I'd better let you get on with your studies," he said, "but I'll tell you what, if you're up to it, we can do some sparring later if you want. I feel I need the practice." Fumio smiled. "I'll enjoy that, yes Heero," he replied nodding. "I look forward to it." Heero nodded and headed off toward the door, but as his hand reached for the handle, he paused. "It was kind of you to say what you did just now, brother," he spoke in a subdued voice, still facing the door. "I realize what it was you were thinking about, but there's no need to worry about me. I'm certain those dark days are far behind me now." There was a silent pause. "I hope so too, Heero," replied Fumio in a whispered voice. Heero turned his head slightly and gave an appreciative nod, before leaving the room. As the door clicked shut, thoughts of those dark days lingered on in Fumio's mind. They were the only other times when he recalled waking up to find Heero asleep in his room. It was some 5 months previous. Heero had only been living at the monastery for 3 weeks or so. But as the terrifying sounds of battle began to slowly fade from his mind, he started to sink into a dreadful low. He became gripped by a depression so deep, at times it seemed to take away his will to live. Fumio recalled how Lama Banai had forewarned him this was a possibility. It was a common, well-known problem for soldiers after war, even the so-called perfect soldier couldn't be immune from it. The Lama had explained that, with the guns silenced and the battles at an end, the mind of a soldier could be just as daunted and shocked by the silence as with the chaos of battle. With unconditional love and support from his brother and many of the other monks at the monastery, Heero got over it quickly, but Fumio recalled that, for several days during the very lowest times, he had awoken to find Heero asleep on the floor in his room. Although Heero never openly admitted it, Fumio knew it was because, during those days, he simply couldn't face being alone in the darkness. As the thoughts of those times faded from his mind, Fumio felt thankful they had not returned again. It was around 10 in the morning when Fumio finally emerged from his room. He had been disturbed by some strange sounds he'd heard coming from down the hallway. His curiosity got the better of him and he decided to investigate. He quickly discovered the sounds were coming from the mansion's gym. As he approached the gym doorway, he could hear the voices of the others calling and shouting excitedly. "Come on duo, is that the best you can do?" Came one voice, it sounded like Noin's. "Hey, leave me alone. I'm pacing myself," replied Duo in a grinning, panting voice. Fumio stepped into the doorway to see the entire group stood around the battle ring. It was a large, square, canvas area rather like a boxing ring, but without the rope walls. It sat about a foot off the ground and around its perimeter sat large, blue foam landing mats and blocks. Above hung a large digital, computerized scoreboard. In the ring's center were Quatre and Duo, both barefoot and wearing bright red protective head pads and what looked like martial art style boxing gloves. Quatre stood grinning, his hands resting on his hips peering down at a red-faced Duo who was slumped on his butt trying to catch his breath. "You had enough yet Duo?" asked Quatre, smiling. "Man, have you been practicing?" gasped Duo. "Damn, that was pretty quick. I mean, I could keep up with you for a while, but that last leg move, I didn't even see it coming." Quatre chuckled quietly and extended a hand out to help him up. "Don't be too hard on yourself, I have been practicing a lot lately, especially since I had the battle ring installed. Maybe it was a little unfair of me to take you on like that." Quatre hauled his dazed friend up on his feet again. Duo blinked widely several times trying to prevent the room from spinning. He began to sway. "Whoa!" called Quatre suddenly stepping forward and grabbing him in a supportive embrace. "I think that's enough for you today," he announced, still in a slightly humorous tone. He helped Duo to the side of the ring and sat him down on one of the large foam blocks. "Don't worry about me, I'll be fine," protested Duo. "Come on, just give me a minute and we'll go another round." Not today Duo," Quatre said shaking his head, "you've had enough. This was just supposed to be a friendly sparring match, not a battle. Hilde stepped in behind Duo and hugged her arms around his neck. "Oh Duo, don't be such a hero," she said, "give it a rest for today, there's always tomorrow." Duo sighed, "I guess, maybe you're right," he nodded, finally conceding to their concerns. "I have to admit, you were pretty fast, Cat," piped up Wufei, "I'm impressed. I wouldn't mind putting that speed to the test myself." Quatre looked up at his fellow pilot, pondering his request. "How about it, Cat? You fancy going a couple of rounds with me?" Quatre paused again, then finally answered, "Sure Wufei, I'll give it a go." The battle ring cleared and everyone stood around watching as Wufei and Quatre prepared to take up their stances. Fumio, now intrigued, wandered into the room and stood beside Sally. "Hey, morning sweetie!" she greeted him, smiling. "Hey there Fumio," came several other friendly greetings. "You going to watch us compete?" asked Quatre. Fumio nodded. "Sure," he replied. "Hey, who's your money on, kid?" called Duo from the far side of the ring. Fumio just grinned and shook his head. Whatever thoughts he had, he was keeping to himself. The two pilots squared up in their stances and began their friendly sparring match. Despite most of the others believing that Wufei probably had the upper hand in skill and experience, Quatre's speed was notable. It was clear to everyone he had been practicing and was giving Wufei a good run for his money. The match went on for a good while, both pilots using their skills expertly to avoid being struck and losing. However, about 3 or 4 minutes into the fight, Quatre made his first, and only mistake. It was a slightly misjudged forward lunge. Wufei instantly saw his opportunity and a split second later, Quatre was laying flat on his back. Wufei yelled loudly as he leapt up and lunged downwards to deliver the final crushing death blow to finish his opponent. There was no time to counter. Quatre braced himself expecting a hefty and painful blow, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes tight, but the impact never came. A few seconds later, Quatre cautiously cracked open one eye and peered up to see why it had all gone quiet. Wufei's clenched fist was sat motionless, barely an inch from his right temple. Everyone sighed with relief and smiled, applauding briefly as Wufei helped his defeated friend to his feet. "Hey, that was pretty exciting, you guys!" called Noin. "Yeah, that was intense," added Duo, "but really impressive." The others nodded, agreeing with the comments. The two breathless fighters stood and bowed respectively to each other, then hugged briefly. "That was most enjoyable, Quatre-san, thank you," commented Wufei, bowing his head once more. "You have improved considerably, a worthy opponent, I am at your disposal any time for a rematch." Quatre smiled and looked at Wufei in surprise. "High praise indeed," he replied smiling, "and kind of you to say. I might take you up on that offer one day," he grinned, "but not today." Wufei nodded. Still in the mood for a challenge, he turned to Heero, who was stood next to Trowa, arms folded, quietly observing all that was going on. "Heero?" called Wufei, "you fancy going a round or two?" he asked. "Yeah, go on Heero," urged Noin, "I'd love to see how those perfect soldier skills of yours match up to Wufei's lifetime of samurai training." Heero thought about it for a while before answering. "While I'm tempted by your offer, I'll have to decline for today," he replied dryly. Wufei looked a little disappointed. "Why is that, Heero?" asked Duo, "You afraid he's going to beat you?" Heero cast his eyes toward Fumio, who was stood across the room talking to Sally. "Not at all, but I already promised my brother I would practice with him today. It would be unfair to use up my energy fighting Wufei first," he replied dryly again, then turned to face Wufei again, "but I will gladly accept your challenge for another day." Wufei nodded, fully understanding Heero's situation. "I'll look forward to it," he replied, nodding his head in respect. After Fumio had run back to his room to change into the same orange traditional fighting robes he had used to do the meditation ritual, he returned to the gym where Heero stood warming up. The others had stuck around to watch and cheer them on, even though most of them believed that it was going to be a little one-sided. Duo was sat on a foam block next to Trowa and Noin. He leaned in toward them. "I guess Heero will have to hold back quite a bit if he doesn't want this to be over in 5 seconds, he whispered so as not to be overheard. "I wouldn't be so sure," replied Noin, also in a whisper. "Don't forget Fumio is also Gundam trained, so this could be interesting." Duo shook his head, disagreeing. "Doesn't matter," he replied, "the kid just doesn't have the body mass to fight back effectively. He's so tiny and light he could blow away in a breeze." "I disagree, Duo," commented Wufei, who stood behind them. "Size and weight are just single factors of many. His agility alone could give Heero a hard time, and his speed is phenomenal." "I agree with Noin, this could be interesting." A few minutes later, the boys, both wearing bright red protective headgear and gloves, were ready to begin. They bowed deeply to each other, then took their stances. As the sparring match got underway, it quickly became apparent that the majority of Heero's moves were offensive, whilst most of Fumio's were defensive. The minutes progressed, and Heero started to look slightly frustrated that he hadn't been able to connect one single time with his opponent. Every time he attacked, Fumio's tactics would be to counter with either a block, or evade the move altogether and then follow through with a strike, gradually weakening and wearing down his opponent. As time moved on, the moves began to get faster and more powerful as the two brothers danced and dived furiously around each other, each totally focused on the moment. Eventually, Heero saw an opportunity and went for it, knocking Fumio to the ground, but as he followed through with his strike, Fumio immediately leapt up, span around, and with a yell, struck sideways with his arm. They came to an abrupt halt. They stood silently like statues, as if someone had taken a snapshot of them in mid-fight, until, with a groan, Heero collapsed in a heap on the floor. As he fell away, Fumio remained motionless for a moment, and everyone could see that his extended fist had planted itself firmly into the side of his Heero's neck. He had taken Heero down with one well-placed blow to a pressure point. There was a momentary silence before gasps of shock echoed around the room. "He won!" gasped Sally and Hilde simultaneously. "He beat him! Well, I'll be!" uttered Duo, a grin on his face. "I wasn't expecting that," he spoke quietly to no one in particular. Fumio's concentration broke, as if suddenly waking from a daydream. His expression quickly changed from that of intense concentration to a look of concern, and great regret. "Oh shoot!" he gasped and rushed to Heero's side, dropping to his knees. "Heero, are you okay?" he cried with urgency, gripping his brother's shoulders. Heero lay there with a hand pressed against his neck in obvious pain. He looked a little shocked and dazed. He coughed, and then nodded. "I'm alright, just give me a moment," he gasped, coughing again. Fumio bit his bottom lip, an expression of repentance across his face. "I'm so sorry, Heero, I really didn't mean to hit you that hard," he insisted. "I must have misjudged that by at least an inch." Fumio pulled off his boxing glove and held his small clenched fist out in front of him and scanned his eyes over it, looking confused. "I don't understand how I did that," he commented quietly. "I was absolutely sure I would only make light contact." Heero was recovering quickly. "Don't worry yourself about it," he coughed again. "You won that fair and square. In fact, that was a damn good move. I should have anticipated it, but I didn't even get close." Heero sat upright, taking a few deep breaths. "I'm sure glad you were wearing those gloves though," he groaned. The look of regret deepened on Fumio's face as he realized, were he not wearing the padded gloves, he could have snapped Heero's neck like a twig. His blood ran cold as he imagined the hard reality of what might have been. Sally wandered over to check if Heero was okay, by which time he was already climbing to his feet. "No, I'm okay, really," gestured Heero with his hands, "I'm fine now." He looked at his brother, whose guilty expression remained. Finally, Heero forced a slight smile. "You are improving so fast, I'm going to have to work a lot harder in future if I'm to have any hope of keeping up with you," he commented. "That was a phenomenal move, Fumio," he insisted. "It completely took me by surprise." "Well done!" He bowed respectfully. To his surprise, Fumio did not return the bow. He still seemed mad at himself for his mistake and shocked about the potential damage he nearly inflicted on his brother. "How can you be praising me when all I did was mess up?" he replied. "I made an error and you got hurt because of it." "Because you didn't mess up, Fumio," insisted Heero. "Even if you hadn't impacted me so hard, I still did not anticipate your move. The fight was yours whatever way you look at it." Fumio looked up at him. He did not look convinced. "But still," he replied, "it would have been much better if I hadn't hit you so hard." Heero smiled a little more. "I already said, don't worry about it, besides weren't you moaning at me the other day about putting myself down all the time?" he added. As Fumio recalled that particular conversation, he began to realize the irony. He looked at Heero and the sides of his mouth turned upwards slightly for a few moments. "There, that's better," said Heero, dryly, but still sensing Fumio's lingering frustration and guilt. Fumio stepped closer and pressed his forehead gently against Heero's chest in a gesture of brotherly love and admiration. "I'm really sorry I hurt you, Heero," he whispered in a subdued voice. "I'm glad you're okay." The remorse was still very obvious in his tone. Heero didn't know what to say in reply, but seeing Fumio suddenly looking so despondent troubled him. He really hated seeing his brother like this. That despondent look in Fumio's eyes only ever served to remind him of the misery and despair he'd seen him suffer during those dark times back at the Foundation. Heero had vowed to himself to never let Fumio fall into that place again, so in an uncharacteristic move, Heero reached his arms around the boy and held him. He pressed his nose into Fumio's hair as he hugged him tightly in what he hoped was a way of consoling him and discouraging him from his despondency. The others in the group watched on quietly as the tender moment unfolded before them. It was the first time they had ever seen Heero being so openly affectionate. Most were somewhat surprised but touched at witnessing such a rare side of him. Even Fumio himself was a little surprised at Heero's open and very public display of affection, but he was also very grateful for it and cherished the special moment of bonding. After their heartfelt hug, Fumio moved away and sat down next to Duo on one of the foam blocks. He remained preoccupied with why he had misjudged his final strike. As a highly trained and expert fighting monk, it was something he just didn't do. He began to grow concerned that it could create problems if he was starting to have issues with his accuracy. He could not afford for his skills to become unreliable. Suddenly he felt a hand on his drooping shoulder. He looked up sideways to see Wufei standing next to him. "Fumio-kun, show me that final move again, will you?" He nodded. "Sure, Wufei-san." Wufei gestured for him to go back onto the battle ring, which he did. The others cleared out of the way again. Wufei moved into a stance and braced his bare hands out in front of himself. "I want you to start from a side-on position, just like you did with Heero," he instructed. "Go as fast as you can and stop as close as you can to my hands, but don't actually make contact with them." Fumio nodded, understanding what Wufei was asking. He got into his stance. With a leap and another yell, Fumio gave it his best try, spinning around and lunging forward with the strike. There was a loud slap as Fumio's bare fist came to a halt hard against Wufei's hands. The impact was so great that Wufei needed his elbows to absorb the shock. Fumio froze for a moment, then a look of frustration and confusion slowly developed on his face. He pulled his fist away and looked almost despairingly at it. "Why?" he uttered angrily at himself, "why am I getting this so wrong? I don't understand." He looked up at Wufei, who now had an oddly smug expression on his face. Fumio frowned, scrutinizing the look on the Chinese boy's face. "Wait a minute," he whispered, "you knew that was going to happen, didn't you?" Wufei nodded. "But how?" asked Fumio, almost pleading for an answer. "What am I doing wrong?" "Actually, you're not doing anything wrong, Fumio, in fact, your form is flawless. So why am I missing?" he pleaded more. "Let me ask you this, when was the last time that you used that specific move in combat?" Fumio thought to himself for a moment. It's a rare move, I don't use it that often, I guess maybe a month ago. Wufei nodded, he had suspected as much. Then I believe the answer may be quite a simple one, continued Wufei, now with a slight grin on his face. Fumio, you're growing? Fumio just looked at him blankly. I estimate in the past few weeks, since you last practiced that move, your body has grown a little bit bigger. Of course, suddenly piped up Sally, who had been quietly observing them. At your age, Fumio, your body starts to have growth spurts, and it takes a while for your brain to compensate for things like longer arms and legs. It's why teenagers can often get a reputation for being clumsy. Wufei turned to her. That's exactly my point, he replied. I've seen this happen before. Sally continued, when you reach for something, say, a glass of water, your brain remembers your arm being shorter than it actually is and so will cause you to overreach. Fumio was quietly nodding, taking on board the spontaneous biology lesson. Don't worry, Fumio-kun, this is just a temporary issue and nothing to be concerned about, reassured Wufei. In time, your brain will naturally compensate accordingly, all you have to do is keep your practice up. Fumio nodded again, finally understanding the cause of his frustration. Wufei continued, I suggest you practice with all of your less used moves. It will enable you to... He stopped mid-sentence. What's that beeping noise? He asked. All eyes were scanning curiously around the room as a muffled, electronic beeping tone began emanating from somewhere. The bleeping got louder as Noin pulled her mobile communications device from her pocket. She looked nervously at the others. This could be what we've been waiting for, she spoke softly, before flipping open the device and holding it to her ear. Hello? There was a pause. The entire room went silent as all eyes fell on her. She sat down on one of the phone blocks. Yes, another pause came as she listened intensively to whatever she was being told. Moments later, she lowered the device from her ear and slowly clicked it shut. She looked a little distant as if trying to fathom something out. Was that them? Asked Heero quietly, breaking the silence. She nodded. It was a little more cryptic than I was hoping, she replied. He didn't give much away. What did he say? Asked Heero. Noin looked him in the eye. Expect a delivery tomorrow. She replied. That's it? Asked Duo, sounding a little confused. Just expect a delivery tomorrow. Didn't they mention if they'd located the blueprints or anything? Suddenly Fumio's attention pricked up. Blueprints? He spoke out loud. Blueprints? Do you mean my blueprints? Have you located the blueprints to my training program? He gasped excitedly, so Llama Benai can fix all that bad reaction stuff in my head now? Questioning eyes looked at each other across the room as everyone quickly realized that Heero had not told Fumio about what they were doing. He obviously didn't want to get his brother's hopes up, only for them to be dashed if the attempt failed. Noin suddenly glared at Duo. Way to go, Duo! She whispered annoyingly. Duo's expression turned to instant regret as he realized what he'd just done. Miss Noin? Continued Fumio excitedly, not hearing her negative comment. Is it true? He stood up and approached her. She reached forward and took him gently by the shoulders. Fumio, she sighed, uncertain of the best way to respond to his question. Quickly she decided the safest policy was to play it down. Fumio-chan, we're not sure, it's probably nothing. We've done some digging around, but that's all. You already know that it's not likely those blueprints will be found. Fumio looked disappointed. He reluctantly nodded. I know, he whispered, this is just a very minor lead, nothing more. Now I want you to promise me that you won't go getting your hopes up over this. Again Fumio nodded, still looking disappointed. Okay, Miss Noin. I promise. The Calling, Chapter 21. By 10 o'clock the next morning, it had become a tense waiting game. Heero hadn't slept much that night, neither had Fumio. Despite Noin's obvious playing down of this potential breakthrough in the search for his training blueprints, Fumio realized there really was a possibility they had been located and were going to be delivered that day. Even with promising Noin, he wouldn't get his hopes up, he couldn't help but remain optimistic. Most of the group were sat around in the lounge when the knock at the door finally came. About a minute later, the lounge door opened and Quatre showed in a mysterious-looking character. "This is Yoshiyuki-san," he said, introducing the man to the group. He was a slim, tallish man of Japanese origin. He was in his late 40s and wore a dark, official-looking suit with a white shirt and plain black tie. He had clean polished black shoes, black trousers and a large black Macintosh coat. His face was thin, his eyes clear and focused. Many of the group quietly realized that this was not an ordinary person. Heero's instincts were telling him to proceed with caution. He discreetly pressed his back against the cushion of the seat to make sure the pistol he'd hidden there was still safely in place, then he sat forward ready to act should the need arise. The man scanned his eyes around the room at the group. He seemed to hesitate momentarily when he saw the two brothers. Heero was quick to note this, as was Wufei. "Good morning," spoke Yoshiyuki politely, in a kindly and gentle voice. A slight smile sat on his face. "I believe you have been expecting me." Instantly Heero's concentration was drawn. "I know that voice, I'm sure of it," he thought silently inside his head. "Those eyes, that look. There's something very familiar about this man, but what?" He couldn't recall. Several of the group returned the greeting with nods and gestures. Under his arm, the man carried a gray document wallet. He slipped it out from under his arm and began to unzip it. Meanwhile, Quatre had pulled him up a chair, which he happily moved over and sat down on. "I have been authorized to pass on this document," he said, still unzipping the bag. His voice seemed to change to a more official, authoritative tone. "I understand you have been searching for this for some time." He withdrew the document and placed the empty wallet on the floor beside his chair. As he did so, all eyes were focused on what he was doing. Meanwhile, no one seemed to notice Fumio slip silently away to the furthest corner of the room. The man sat the document on his knees. It was compiled into pages stacked about an inch thick. Everyone could see the words "Top Secret" stamped on the front cover. "This is not the original document," he continued. "I can confirm that the original was destroyed during wartime, however," he paused for a moment, "digital backups were made of certain classified documents, particularly those pertaining to the wider global and colonial interest." His words were met with several raised eyebrows. There was a general feeling that this was a highly knowledgeable man. Just the sense of presence he seemed to radiate, told the observer that he knew things, he knew a lot of things. "I'm pleased to say we were able to generate a new copy from the backups," he continued, his voice suddenly seeming to lose its authoritative edge. "It should be identical to the original." The man leaned across and handed the document straight to Heero, looking him in the eye as he did so. Heero nodded appreciatively. "He chose to hand it to me, not any of the others," thought Heero silently to himself as he leaned forward and took possession of the booklet. "He knows exactly who I am." He thought hard, trying to recollect why or how he knew this man, or at least where he had encountered him before. The others had also begun to grow suspicious, although nobody said anything out loud. They all realized this man knew exactly who Heero was. As Yoshiyuki began to speak some more, Sally glanced over to where Fumio had been sat. She was intending to give him a smiling thumbs up, to confirm that things were about to get a whole lot better for him, but his seat was empty. A look of slight puzzlement fell onto her face as she scanned her eyes further back into the room to see where he had gone. She spotted one of his feet poking out from behind a piece of furniture in the far corner of the room. A slight smile appeared on her face for a moment, thinking he was playing some sort of a game. She quietly stood up and approached, but as he came into view she quickly realized this was no game. Fumio had huddled himself into the small gap in the corner of the room between a large piece of furniture and the wall. He was physically trembling and shaking, cowering like a cornered animal. "Fumio?" she said, urgently crouching down to him. "What's the matter? What's wrong?" The rest of the group began to twist around in their chairs to see what was going on. Heero stood up, followed by some of the others. The man remained seated, observing. "Fumio?" called Sally again, her voice sounding concerned. Fumio's breathing was rapid and panting, his stare fixed out ahead. He didn't respond to Sally's call. "What's wrong?" urged Noin, hurrying over. "I'm not sure," replied Sally, calmly, "but this looks similar to what happened the night of the thunderstorm." She tried again to get a response, but the boy's eyes remained fixed ahead, staring into nothing. Sally grabbed the mini torch on her keyring and shone it into each of the small monk's eyes. "This is a conditioned response, he's terrified." By now the rest of the group were stood up and looking concernedly toward the corner of the room where the boy was. Yoshiyuki, who had been sat quietly observing, finally stood up and stepped forward a few paces. "Is the lad all right?" he asked in an unruffled, but concerned sounding voice. "Is there anything I can do to help?" As the man approached, Fumio seemed to panic more, trying to back himself further into the corner, almost trying to push his way through the wall to get away. Sally stood up, gesturing for the man not to come any closer. "I don't know how or why, but I think it's you who seem to be the cause," she said, her voice suddenly sounding annoyed. Sally's words jarred a brief flashback in Heero's mind. Suddenly, he spun around and looked at the mysterious man. "Wait a minute," he gasped, "I thought there was something familiar about you." He spoke in a loud, dry voice. You were one of them, weren't you?" he demanded, pointing a finger at him. The room fell silent. "One of who? Heero?" asked Duo. "You were one of the Foundation assassins." Before the man had the chance to respond, two figures rushed past Heero's eyes in a blur, and moments later, 3 bodies went crashing to the floor. Duo and Wufei had the man pinned down. "So, you're one of those scumbags who think it's okay to torture little kids in the guise of training?" demanded Wufei, his hands around the man's throat, yelling into his face, "That boy's life has been ruined because of what you, and others like you did to him." Despite his, now apparent, highly skilled fighting abilities, Yoshiyuki just lay there, not even attempting to resist. He stared back at Wufei, their faces just a few inches apart. As they stared, Wufei could see something in the man's eyes. It was an unquestionable look of deep remorse. It disarmed him for a moment, until visions of the Foundation assassins beating Fumio into a coma entered his mind to refuel his anger once more. Wufei began to press his thumb into a pressure point on the man's throat. "Give me a reason why I shouldn't end your life here and now," he demanded through grit teeth. Finally, Yoshiyuki gave a subdued response. "The fireplace!" he gasped, choking from Wufei's grip around his throat. "Heero Yui, remember, the fireplace!" He was straining to turn his face toward Heero. "Fireplace, what's he talking about?" asked Duo, still helping Wufei and pinning the man to the floor. Heero suddenly closed his eyes and gave a tired sigh as a more detailed memory was suddenly awoken in his mind. His shoulders drooped slightly. "Let him go, Wufei," he said in a quiet voice. "But Heero," yelled Duo, "he's one of the bastards responsible for all the suffering you and Fumio went through." Heero sighed again and subtly shook his head. "No, he's not," came another subdued reply. "But Heero," urged Duo again, "just let him up, Wufei," Heero repeated more firmly, "it's alright, he's not a threat." Reluctantly Wufei and Duo got off the man and hauled him onto his feet. Wufei stood toe to toe with him. "I'm still not letting you out of my sight," he commented, "and if you think you can try to scare or intimidate me, as you've done to that boy, then think again." "Just let him go, Wufei," urged Heero again, hearing his comments. Wufei looked back at him with a confused expression, not understanding how he could be so unthreatened by this man's presence. Meanwhile, Sally was still trying to coax Fumio back but was having little success. She turned to face the rest of the group. "Guys," her voice was urgent and slightly annoyed, "Fumio's having severe flashbacks, and all the time you're arguing and fighting, you're just pushing him worse. Right now I don't care about who's to blame, I just need everyone out of the room, right now." There was a moment's silence before Quatre took the initiative. You heard her, come on, everyone out please, let's go, he called in a commanding but non-patronizing tone, let's all move to the kitchen. Without question or protest, everyone quickly filtered out of the room, doing as Quatre had ordered. They reconvened in the kitchen. Wufei remained standing close to Yoshiyuki, he'd virtually frog-marched him there. No matter what Heero says, I see you as my enemy right now, he said sternly, you had a lot of guts coming here like this, especially after it's now obvious you knew Heero and Fumio would both be here. Just bear in mind that if Fumio-kun is damaged any further by this, you will have to answer to me. Heero's assumption was correct. Yoshiyuki was an ex-assassin of the Foundation and a highly skilled fighter, but even when his very life was threatened, he never once attempted to fight back, or even defend himself. Although not a permanent fixture, the look of remorse and deep regret kept returning to his face. Wufei, I won't ask you again, said Heero dryly, just let the man go, and calm down. I told you before, I do not believe he poses a threat. Wufei pulled out a chair out from the kitchen table and forced the man to sit on it. Not a threat? He raised his voice, Heero, just the sound of this guy's voice has completely traumatized Fumio-chan. Damn it! Heero, I've never seen a kid look so scared. It's made me understand the true extent of the hell that you were both forced to endure. Wufei span round and pointed at the man, so how can you expect me to be calm and accepting when there sits the very cause for all of that suffering? Heero sighed. As I've already said Wufei, he is not who you think he is. You're barking up the wrong tree. You said he was one of the Foundation assassins, stated Wufei, in a tone of voice demanding an explanation. He paused, suddenly thinking back to earlier, wait a minute, he said something about a fireplace? His voice began to calm slightly. What did he mean by that? Heero cast his mind back to those painful times during the assassin attacks. He pulled out a chair and sank into it on the opposite side of the kitchen table to Yoshiyuki. There was an incident, actually, there were a number of incidents that made me realize not all the assassins were against us. He said quietly. Wufei calmed down some more. He too pulled out a chair and sat down next to the man to listen. The fireplace incident was one of the reasons I was able to make it through the training without losing my mind, like Fumio did. The rest of the group, who were all milling around close by, listened carefully. So what happened? Asked Noin. Heero explained, it was a pretty intense attack that night. We were outnumbered by about 5-1. I'd managed to escape into another building and was hiding out in a downstairs room when one of them found me. Heero sat his elbows on the table and rested his chin on his clenched hands for a moment, as the memories grew stronger and more impacting. We fought for several minutes. It was one of the hardest fights I can remember from those days. I tried everything I knew, but this guy just wouldn't stop. Eventually, he threw me, causing me to hit my head against the large fireplace hearth that was in the room. I blacked out for a few seconds. By the time I came to, the assassin had grabbed a heavy iron prong from the side of the fireplace and was about to smash it across my skull. Looks of abhorrence appeared on the faces of the others. It sounds like he could have killed you, Heero, suggested Trowa, speaking for the first time since Yoshiyuki had arrived. Heero looked at him and nodded. I thought it was all over. After blacking out, it was all I could do just to hold my arms up to protect myself, but then, in the darkened room I saw another figure creeping up behind this man. Before I knew it, my attacker had been rendered unconscious. As he fell to the floor, I saw another assassin standing behind him. He crouched and spoke to me. I was still a little dazed from blacking out, but I will never forget his words. He said to me, "We must hurry if you are to avoid the others." Heero peeled his eyes back to the Japanese man sat opposite him. It was your voice that delivered those words that night, wasn't it? After a long pause, the man reluctantly nodded. Heero continued to look the man in the eye. He asked if I could walk, but I couldn't, so he helped me up and found a place to hide me before directing the searching assassins away from my location. Heero ran a hand through his hair and sighed, that one act of mercy, may have changed the course of history as we now know it. Wufei still remains skeptical. Heero, I hear what you've said, but this man can't possibly be the person you referred to, otherwise, why would Fumio have reacted to him so badly? Heero looked back at his fellow pilot. I don't believe Fumio fears him personally, only what he represents, or rather, represented. Wufei cussed and folded his arms, but I still don't get it, why? Why show up now? Noin thumped her fist on the table. How could my contact have been so foolish? She spoke angrily. Why would he send a ghost from the past and reopen the wounds you two have been trying so hard to close? How could he do such a thing? Yoshiyuki, who, up until now had remained silent, cleared his throat and finally began to talk. Miss Noin, you should know that your contact was very reluctant to send me, but you must not blame him. It took a great deal of persuading to make him give me this assignment. The man's voice was calm and quiet, but his tone was that of a disillusioned soul, saddened and tired of life. It is most regrettable that the boy responded to my presence the way that he has. Continued Yoshiyuki remorsefully, please, you must believe me, it was never my intention for anything like this to happen, and I am so very sorry I have caused him such anguish. It only goes to reinforce upon me the long-term damage I have caused. Well, hey Wupidu, remarked Duo in a sarcastic, annoyed voice, the guy's just discovered the true consequences of his work. His tone suddenly grew angrier, but he had to inflict yet more suffering even to find that out. Hey, if you've come here looking for some kind of absolution, then you're way too late for that, buddy boy. The god of death is watching you, and believe me, he ain't impressed. Yoshiyuki looked sorrowfully at the table and sighed. My life is of no significance. It finished the day I joined the Foundation. By ending it, you would be doing me a great favor. Gasped Duo, suddenly taken aback by the man's submissive reply. All I can do now is live out my life trying to undo as much of the damage and suffering that I, and my so-called colleagues have caused, he continued dejectedly. Is that why you requested the assignment to come here today? Asked Noin, now in a more compassionate tone. The man looked up at her, nodding. Heero sat back in his chair and sighed. He was still worried about Fumio, but he knew he was in Sally's safe, proficient hands. He had seen Fumio endure many of these flashbacks in the previous months and was confident he would be okay. He was also very relieved that, now the blueprints had been recovered, Lama Benai back at the monastery would be able to cure Fumio completely of these troublesome reactionary problems once and for all. Eventually, Heero spoke to the man. I don't understand how your coming here is supposed to help undo anything? He said, what happened, happened, we can't change the past. The man nodded, that is true, but there is a lot of information you don't know, especially about the Foundation assassins, as you called them. It is my hope that by filling in the blanks, you will be able to have a fuller understanding of why things happened the way they did during those terrible times. It is my ultimate hope that with such knowledge, you will both be able to move forward with your lives more easily. You know, after all you said, I'm still reluctant to believe you. Stressed Wufei, I still think this could be some kind of a trap or a setup. Has anyone actually frisked this guy for a weapon? No, he really is telling the truth, came a small, trembling voice from the kitchen doorway. Fumio! Peeped Noin as she rushed over to him. Oh thank goodness, she gasped, quickly kneeling and pulling him into a firm hug. Hey! Called Duo, cracking a smile for a moment, then looked serious again. You okay now, kid? Fumio nodded, peering from over Noin's shoulder as they hugged. The others looked visibly relieved as the boy entered the room and stood on the opposite side of the table to Yoshiyuki, next to Heero. You alright? Asked Heero quietly. Fumio looked at him for a moment and nodded appreciatively, before peeling his eyes towards Yoshiyuki. They looked at each other. Fumio could clearly see the sorrow in the man's eyes, and feel the genuine, desperate remorse his soul was emanating. You've nothing to fear from me, child, said the man in a subdued, kindly voice. Fumio nodded, I know, he replied in an emphatic whisper. But you're shaking, said the man, observing the boy's still badly trembling stance and erratic breathing. "You look utterly terrified. Is it really my presence that's making you experience this fear?" he asked. Sally walked over and stood behind Fumio, placing a hand on each of his shoulders. "What you're seeing, the trembling, the fear in his eyes," she explained, "is the result of an intense psychological conditioning. It has such a hold on him, it's taking every ounce of his willpower just to be able to stand here in front of you without lapsing into the state he was in a few minutes ago." The anger and stress in Sally's voice was obvious, even though she was trying hard to suppress it. "This response to your presence is as automatic and normal to Fumio, as blinking and breathing is to any of us. It is so ingrained into his mind, it could take a lifetime to rid him of it." As she spoke, a single tear rolled down Yoshiyuki's right cheek. Sally continued talking in her stern tone, ignoring his obvious remorse. "Despite my advising against it, he insisted on coming in here and facing you. So why don't you just hurry up and say what's on your mind and then leave us alone?" Yoshiyuki looked desperately regretful at the trembling boy. "Words fail me, I never realized the damage was so extreme," he whispered quietly. Suddenly he took a breath, then sat upright. "Yes. Yes, of course. I don't want to cause any more harm or suffering than I already have. My reason for coming here is, as I've already stated, to try to help undo whatever damage I can, to right some of the wrongs. I believe I can do that by providing you with the missing information. The blanks in the knowledge you both have about your pasts, so that hopefully, you can move on with your lives more easily." "Look," said Heero sternly, "I understand why you might think that, but I cannot see how digging around in either mine or Fumio's past is going to help anyone or make things any better. Some things from the past are just best left alone and forgotten. However, there is one thing I do want to know." "Anything," replied the man. "I want to know why you helped me that night, and then all those other times afterwards?" Yoshiyuki nodded, understanding Heero's need to know. Fumio, now seeming less anxious, slipped quietly onto the chair beside his brother to hear the reply. Yoshiyuki began his explanation. "When they told us we were to be testing the specialized fighting abilities of highly trained soldiers, we didn't think for one moment they meant we would be fighting children. I can tell you it was quite a shock the first time we encountered you two. At first, we thought it was some kind of sick joke, but the reality of it quickly struck home." Yoshiyuki shuffled forward in his chair. The look of sorrow remained in his eyes. "Several of my group protested but were immediately reassigned to duties elsewhere, some on distant colonies. We never heard from them again. Although many of the assassins simply accepted it and got on with the assignment, there was a group of us who simply couldn't tolerate what was being asked of us, but, we realized if we complained, we would just be shipped off to other assignments and the attacks would go on regardless. So instead, we each agreed to go along with the program, but to covertly assist you in any way we could. The incident with the fireplace was the first of such assistances." The man sighed deeply again, and continued, "It wasn't easy, especially as some of the other assassins outside our group seemed to actually be enjoying it. It was sickening to hear them talk in the deployment transporters before a mission, about how badly they intended to harm you too. To them, it was like a sport, a sick game. There were some truly evil psychopaths among them, including the one who nearly killed you, Heero-san, at the fireplace, and those who put you, Fumio-kun, into a coma, that time toward the end, when you refused to fight back." The man cast his saddened eyes towards Fumio. "I am so very, deeply sorry that we were unable to help you that night," he whispered as his eyes started to glaze with tears. "Our numbers were randomly chosen to attend each mission. It seems a cruel twist of fate that none of our group was chosen that night. When we heard what had happened, some of our group began plotting to assassinate the evil ones who had done it, but by then, your attackers had already been moved on to other assignments." The man finished speaking and the room stayed silent for a few moments as everyone took on board what they had heard. "Thank you," whispered Fumio, his voice still trembling, "thank you for worrying about us, and thank you for trying." Yoshiyuki looked compassionately at the boy. Your benevolent nature was obvious to us from the very first time we encountered you. Even now, you remain so kind and forgiving, but I certainly didn't come here to receive your thanks," he said. "I was a part of something evil and despicable, that nearly destroyed the both of you. I do not deserve your gratitude." Yoshiyuki turned to face Heero. "I fully understand why you said you don't want to delve back into your past right now. It is something I anticipated, and prepared for." He reached into his pocket and produced a booklet. It was about the size of a regular paper novel but without a cover. Anonymous white sleeves did not indicate its content. He placed it on the table in front of him. "This is the only one of its kind. It is unique and no other copy or backup has been, or ever will be made. It is a journal, my journal, and it covers the events and mindset of the people running the Foundation from the moment both of you were adopted." He slid the book slowly across the table surface to Heero. "All of the answers to any questions you may have, are in here. I implore you, if your thoughts are to discard it right now, please, just put it somewhere safe. There is vital information in here that could help or even save both your lives later in life." Heero just looked at the man, expressionless. "Look, I know you don't want to go dragging up the past right now, but if you won't hold on to it for yourself, Heero-san, then I beg you, do it for his sake, please." He pointed at Fumio. Eventually, Heero began to nod subtly, understanding what the man was saying. "I will keep it safe," he spoke quietly, "you have my word." An expression of relief appeared on the man's face as he nodded approvingly and pulled his hand away from the book, leaving it in Heero's possession. "It does seem to me, that you're being unreasonably hard on yourself," said Noin, who remained perched against one of the worktops, her arms folded. "Despite what you got yourself involved in, it sounds like you did whatever you could to try to make things better. If you think about it, it's possible any one of us could have fallen into the same trap that you found yourself in." Quatre added his comments, "And you did what anyone here would have done if they'd found themselves in the same situation. You tried to make the best of the situation by applying your skills to protect rather than cause harm. As far as I'm concerned, that's got to count for something." The man shook his head. "You don't understand, just by being associated with that despicable organization, my integrity as a man and a fighter will always be non-existent. The truth is, I simply did not do enough. It was always too little, too late, and most of the time it was my own fear that held me back." Yoshiyuki looked sorrowfully at the table and sighed. "I can never allow myself to believe that my life had any degree of honor. All I am willing to do now is live a life of absolute penance, keeping to the shadows, just trying to make things right, helping to do what I can, when I can. That is, unless..." Yoshiyuki reached up into the sleeve of his coat and pulled out an automatic pistol which he placed on the table in front of Heero. Heero looked at him blankly. He muttered, "So you think my killing you in revenge would make things better somehow?" His voice was monotone and emotionless. "I told you, I am prepared to go to any lengths to undo the damage I have done," replied Yoshiyuki dryly. Heero picked up the weapon and examined it. Nice touch, low velocity hollow points, should do the job quickly." "Touché," replied the man, shrugging his shoulders. Heero continued to stare at him blankly. "I'm afraid revenge is not my style. Anyway, personally, I don't have a problem with you living. If I really wanted to seek revenge, my targets would have been those psychopaths you described earlier, not someone with a conscience who actually tried to help us. No, my killing days are well and truly over, but I can only speak for myself." Heero turned his eyes toward his brother sat beside him. "How about you, Fumio? Do you feel the need to take revenge?" Heero offered the gun, handle first to the small monk. Fumio looked at him with a horrified expression. "Heero, what are you doing?" he gasped, his voice still trembling. "No, of course not. Now think about this carefully for a moment, Fumio," continued Heero dryly, "are you sure? I'm not talking to you, Fumio, you the boy monk, I'm talking to you, Gundam Pilot 01 Alpha, the one who's been scarred for life by what this man and those with him did to you. To rid the world of this man might be enough to stop you from shaking, maybe even stop the flashbacks and nightmares too. Fumio's horrified expression increased as Heero continued, "Aren't you angry, Fumio? Isn't there a single seed of hatred inside you that makes you want to get back at this man for what was done to you?" Heero's voice began to grow more urgent, "Here's your chance, Fumio! Right here, right now! All you have to do is aim and pull the trigger!" Fumio continued shaking his head negatively, "No, Heero, stop it, stop it!" he cried, now starting to become visibly upset. "Heero, get a grip!" suddenly interrupted Noin. "Heero, what are you playing at? What the hell's wrong with you?" added Wufei, sounding angry, "Enough already!" Heero stopped talking, paused for a moment, then sighed. He moved the gun away and placed it back on the table in front of the man. Then he reached up and cupped his hand gently onto Fumio's shoulder. "I'm sorry," he whispered in a reassuring gesture, "I know you would never have entertained the idea, but I felt that was necessary to prove a point to our friend here." Yoshiyuki slowly nodded and took back the gun, replacing it in the concealed holster up his sleeve. "I understand what you have done here today," he said. "I came here expecting revenge and hatred from you, or at the very least, some anger, but it would seem both of you have already moved on. Please believe me when I say that I am beyond glad. I don't really care if you choose to throw away your life by living and dwelling in the past, but it would be a mistake to do it in the belief that it is somehow making things right for us," suggested Heero. "Move on and forget about us. Go home in the knowledge that we hold no grudges and want for nothing more than to just get on with our lives in peace. If it makes you feel any better, then we'll consider the blueprints in this journal to be a final payment. The account is now closed, there is nothing more owing." Yoshiyuki listened carefully as Heero spoke, nodding subtly. "Actually, there is just one more thing," came the voice of an old man. Suddenly all eyes turned for the doorway. In the doorway leading to the main hall stood an oldish man in his 70s. A Buddhist monk dressed in traditional red robes with a saffron yellow tunic visible at the neck and sleeves had been shown into the room by Quatre's butler. He had a kindly, weathered face engraved with wrinkles that told 1,000 stories. "Lama Benai!" gasped Fumio, bouncing to his feet and eagerly rushing over to greet the cheerful monk. "Hello Fumio, my boy," he happily replied. Without hesitation, Fumio threw his arms around the old monk and buried his head against the monk's chest. The Lama happily returned the enthusiastic embrace. "I hope you have been keeping well, Fumio, you too Heero. Everyone has been anxious for both your safe returns." Heero nodded to the man, "It is good to see you again Lama, although, I am a little confused." Still in their embrace, Fumio looked up at him, "Yes, how come you are here Lama?" The old monk smiled, "Today Fumio, we are here for a very, very special event," he replied in an excited voice. Fumio pulled away and looked at him oddly. "What event Lama?" he asked. The man smiled again, "Why don't you let me show you?" he replied, peeling his eyes around the room acknowledging everyone. They came to a halt on Quatre. "Mr. Winter I presume?" Quatre nodded. Lama Benai took a long, respectful bow. "Please, forgive this intrusion into the precious sanctity of your beautiful home." Quatre gestured that it was not a problem. "If you have no objections, there are a few others from the monastery who are here with me." Quatre nodded again. Lama Benai gestured to the door at the back of the kitchen. Nobody had noticed the dozen or so monks who had gathered silently outside the door. It opened and without a sound, the other monks filtered silently into the room. Their hands were held together in prayer as they each bowed to the Lama and then to the group as they entered. "Fujita-san, Noriko, Oji!" called Fumio excitedly, grinning, "Has everyone come here Lama?" he asked. "No, not everyone," replied the Lama, "the others are all back at the monastery awaiting your safe return." The Gundam group all looked a little dumbstruck, but observed silently as a gathering of monks began to assemble around the table area. Yoshiyuki remained seated, but somehow the others could tell he knew what this was about. "Fumio, could you come and sit over here for a minute?" asked Lama Banai, indicating for him to sit on the chair next to Yoshiyuki. Fumio complied and the Lama sat down next to him, now suddenly seeming much less anxious about the Foundation assassin's presence. "Lama, what is going on? Why is everyone here?" asked Fumio slightly anxiously. "Do not be worried, Fumio," replied the Lama, who turned his eyes to Yoshiyuki. "If you are the person whom I think you are, then I do believe you have something that belongs to Fumio." Slowly, an almost tearful smile formed on Yoshiyuki's face. "Then it really is true, isn't it?" he gasped. "He really is the one." Lama Banai gave a subtle nod. "This will be the test," he replied cryptically. "Do you have the item?" Yoshiyuki nodded. "Wait a minute, what item? What test?" said Heero, jumping to his feet. "What are you talking about? What are you going to do? Lama?" The kindly man looked at Heero, gesturing for him to calm down. "Heero, please do not worry yourself," he replied calmly. "Do you honestly believe for one moment we would expose Fumio to any kind of harm or danger?" Heero slowly sank back down onto his chair. "I guess not," he replied in a subdued voice. "This is a very special and important moment," continued Lama Banai. "Heero, just observe, be witness to it, all will become clear very shortly." Heero reluctantly nodded, and they continued. Yoshiyuki reached inside his coat and unbuckled the security belt that he had strapped around his middle. He placed it on the table and unzipped it, then pulled from it a small wooden box about the size of a very small cigar box. He handed the box to Lama Banai. Lama Banai looked at Fumio, who eyed the box curiously. "Fumio, this is the final piece of the jigsaw," he spoke softly. The Lama slipped on a pair of white cotton gloves and slowly opened the box to reveal what looked like a piece of jewelry, some kind of quartz-type stone sunken into a golden brooch-like retaining frame engraved with strange hieroglyphic-looking markings. There were gasps as everyone caught a glimpse of the quite beautiful object they could all see. "This Fumio is much older than you, and even older than me," grinned the Lama in a whispered voice. "It's not hundreds, or even thousands of years old, but is said to come from the very dawn of time itself." Fumio peered curiously at the object. "But what is it, Lama?" he whispered. "You'll see," was the cryptic reply. "Fujita-san," he called. Fujita stepped forward and carefully took the object into his, also, white-gloved hands, scrutinizing the hieroglyphic wording around the gold. He pulled out a small electronic scanning device from his pocket and proceeded to scan the object. A few moments later, he looked up at Lama Banai, with an excited expression. "It appears to be genuine, Lama!" he gasped. "The frequency is accurate to 11 decimal places, just as the text predicted." A broad smile appeared on his face. "Lama, this is it!" he gasped again. "This is it!" An excited whispering could be heard among the other monks. At that moment, Yoshiyuki stood up. "It's time for me to leave," he said dryly. "I do not deserve to be a part of this." He moved away from the table and began heading for the door. He turned to face Heero and Fumio one last time. "Once again, I am very sorry for the past, but I am glad to see you are both moving forward now. I wish you both long and fulfilling lives. I will contact you no more." "You sure you want to leave?" asked Heero. "You don't have to. It would be better if I left, besides, there's somewhere I have to be." "Where?" asked Heero. Yoshiyuki looked at him and paused for a moment. "Home," he eventually replied. Heero looked at him for a moment, nodding approvingly. Yoshiyuki nodded thankfully and began heading for the doorway, at which point Heero got up and joined him. "I'll see you out," he gestured. "I guess you've waited a long time for this," suggested Heero as they slowly walked along the hallway toward the main front door of the mansion. Yoshiyuki nodded silently. "Look," said Heero hesitantly, thinking carefully about what he was going to say. "I don't know what your intentions are now, but, I would like you to do two things for me." The man inquired what they were. "Firstly, I want you to stay alive," said Heero, "just don't do anything reckless or stupid." Yoshiyuki glanced sideways at him, raising an eyebrow. "And the second?" he asked dryly. "If you intend to disappear in any significant way, then please, leave some kind of clue, a few breadcrumbs, so I can find you if I have to. In case you change your mind about killing me?" Heero shook his head. "No, but if you want your life to have some honor again, and I mean genuine honor, there may be a way, just make sure you do as I've asked." Yoshiyuki thought for a moment as he opened the huge front door. "Very well," he replied dryly. He turned and began heading down the stone steps towards an anonymous black car waiting on the gravel drive. "Oh, by the way, I guess you'll want this back," called Heero, throwing him the magazine clip from the pistol that Yoshiyuki had offered him earlier. The man caught it with ease. A dry grin formed on Yoshiyuki's face. "You unloaded it," he said, sounding surprised. "I'm impressed, I didn't see you do that. If you think I'd be cruel enough to hand Fumio a loaded weapon like that, especially after he's come this far, then you don't know me at all," replied Heero. Yoshiyuki nodded, understanding, his admiration and respect for Heero doubling there and then. As he stood on the steps, Yoshiyuki bowed deeply and respectfully to Heero before silently turning and continuing on his way. Heero wandered back into the kitchen. History will record that Yoshiyuki-san, the courier, left at this time, commented Lama Benai, "His sacrifices and efforts will not go unacknowledged." "Do you know who that was, Lama?" asked Heero. Lama Benai nodded. "Although I have not met him in person until today, there is no doubt he was the one who has been providing us with reliable intelligence information for the past 4 years, constantly keeping us one step ahead of those wishing to find us." Heero looked shocked, as did Fumio. "You mean he's been protecting Fumio all this time?" Lama Benai nodded, "And I'm sure he will continue to go on doing the same thing." Wufei leaned forward. "I guess I was wrong about him," he said hesitantly. "Now I feel guilty for being so hard on him." "Do not worry yourself, my young friend," suggested the Lama, "I'm sure he knows that, he is an intelligent man, he will understand." He turned his eyes back to Fumio. "Now then, young Master Yui, shall we proceed?" Fumio nodded, and sat down in the chair that Yoshiyuki had previously sat in. The strange stone was passed around the room to the monks, each wearing white cotton gloves to handle it. In turn, each monk seemed to quote something in the ancient language whilst gesturing a kind of blessing over it. Eventually, it was returned to Lama Benai. "What is this stone, Lama?" asked Fumio. "Why is it so special?" Lama Benai looked kindly at him. "That's what we're about to find out," he said, finally offering the stone to Fumio. At first, the boy seemed reluctant to take it, afraid of what might happen. "It's all right," whispered the Lama, "it was always meant to belong to you, you have nothing to fear from it." "Don't I need to wear gloves too?" asked Fumio. The Lama shook his head negatively. "No, Fumio-kun, you are the one person on this world who doesn't need to wear them." Slowly, gently, Fumio took the stone from Lama Benai and held it in his small, cupped hands, examining it curiously. As he looked closer, the other monks began leaning in, watching it carefully as if expecting something to happen. "Do you sense anything?" asked Lama Benai in a whisper. "It's heavy, heavier than I thought it would be," replied Fumio. He looked closer. Deep within the translucent stone's center, a faint glow began to appear, gradually getting brighter as if coming to life. The excited whispering returned amongst, not only the monks, but now the rest of the Gundam group as the light gradually grew brighter. Suddenly Fumio let out an excited gasp. "I hear it, Lama! It's trying to communicate with me!" He beamed excitedly at the old monk. Lama Benai nodded his head approvingly, as if that's what he was expecting. "What is it saying, Fumio?" he whispered. And now, slightly giggling grin was fixed on Fumio's face. It's It's saying, "Hello." The Calling, Chapter 22. Final Chapter. For several minutes Fumio continued to stare at the stone as if locked in a deep thought conversation with it. The smile never left his face. Eventually, the artifact's glow began to fade until it became dormant once again. Fumio seemed to come out of his trance-like state with a contented sigh. "Wow!" he gasped quietly. "What just happened there, Fumio?" asked Noin. Fumio looked up at her. "They were communicating with me," he beamed. "It was incredible." His voice became excited, "And I think they've just somehow given me some new information. It's like it's just been uploaded into my head. It's so strange, but I feel like I know a lot of the answers to everything that's happening here. You want to fill us in a little?" asked Duo, "because frankly, I've been confused from the moment our orange-robed friends arrived." "How can a stone communicate with you? Do you mean, like, a little guy is living inside it or something?" Fumio grinned. "Not quite, Duo-san, it's hard to describe, but I think I've got a basic understanding of it." The room quietened down as he began to explain. The monks seemed as keen to hear his words as the Gundam gang were. "I think the stone is a bit like a radio receiver and transmitter, except I think it intersects all space and time in the universe." There were several whispered murmurs as he explained. "I know this is going to sound very strange, but while I was concentrating on it just now, I could hear what felt like other consciousnesses intercepting with my own thoughts. It was like they were trying to reach out to me so they could communicate with me." His face frowned as he concentrated hard, trying to put into words the amazing new thoughts and ideas now swimming around in his head. "I'm sorry, this is hard to explain in words, but..." He looked up at the Gundam group, "but there is another who might be able to explain it better than I can." "What do you mean?" asked Duo. Fumio peeled his eyes towards Quatre. "I believe Mr. Quatre knows what I'm talking about." Suddenly all eyes were on Quatre. "Me?" He looked confused. "I don't understand, how could I know?" Fumio did not reply but just looked back at him, nodding slightly, urging him to think carefully. "Wait a minute," suddenly gasped Quatre, "do you mean the heart of space?" he asked in a gasped whisper. Fumio nodded. "They told me that you were capable of sensing some things related to this," replied Fumio. "What do you mean by the heart of space?" Quatre thought for a moment. "Well, the heart of space is the name I've given to a feeling I sometimes get whenever something major or significant happens," he replied. "Can you describe it more?" asked Fumio. Quatre nodded. "It sounds a bit silly, but it's as if all things are inextricably linked throughout nature. Whenever something significant happens, it's as if there is a ripple, a kind of shockwave that resonates across the whole universe." Fumio smiled. "It's not silly at all," he replied. "What you're saying is the same as this new information that seems to be in my head." "Really?" gasped Quatre, looking surprised. Fumio nodded. "I think what you've been able to sense is of a similar nature to what I just sensed from the stone. The only difference is, that what you can sense, Quatre-san, is the resonance of the entire cosmic consciousness. What I seem to have sensed coming from the stone was just a very small number of selective consciences." Lama Benai, who had been listening very carefully, suddenly clapped his hands together in gleeful excitement. "Yes!" he gasped animatedly. Fumio turned his inquiring eyes toward him. "Fumio, the consciousnesses you speak of, are from the minds of the greatest saints and humanitarians this Earth and the wider universe have ever seen. There are many, from all eras, and they span across many sentient species. They are the chosen, the universal guardians who, like you, have been blessed with very special and unique gifts, positive gifts of good that help to influence and steer the universe onto the ultimate path of universal peace." "Fumio, this is so exciting!" he gasped again, unable to contain his exhilaration. "What you have just described, is exactly what has been written in the hidden historical texts." Fumio looked at him with slight confusion. "You mean you already knew what was going to happen, Lama?" Lama Benai nodded. "Oh yes, we all did, but we needed to keep this information from you, and that you told us about what you have discovered with the stone, using your own words. Your testimony today has validated the ancient texts beyond all doubt." He continued in an excited voice. "Today, Fumio, you had your first lesson from the very consciousness of the universe itself. It's called the Calling Stone, and today it has provided you with preliminary data to answer your immediate questions. Over time, it will gradually provide you with a vast knowledge of the universe, our reasons for being and your purpose. You will eventually be using this knowledge, combined with your gifts, to make the most profound, wonderful changes to this world that will bring about a wave of peace and a richness of life to lead the Earth into becoming a shining beacon of hope for the rest of the universe." There was a numb silence amongst the Gundam group as they tried to digest what Lama Benai had just said. Eventually, Sally spoke up. She still wasn't entirely convinced about what she had just witnessed or heard and remained skeptical. "Lama, isn't this a little heavy to be putting on the shoulders of a 12-year-old? She protested. "Surely after everything he's been through, he'd want nothing more than to be able to get on with his life without all of this complication?" Lama Benai smiled compassionately at her, but before he could speak, Fumio answered her. "You don't need to be worried about me, Miss Sally," he said quietly. "I have known for a long time what my future holds, and if I am to be honest with you, I'm very excited about it, even if it does seem a bit scary and crazy at times. If you could change the world and help bring about a new era of peace, well, who wouldn't want to take that opportunity? This is all I've ever really wanted, ever since I first knew about the powers inside me. It just feels so right to me. I completely understand your concerns," added Lama Benai, "but it will be years before Fumio-kun is ready to engage fully in this. By then he will be a grown adult. Do not worry yourself, he will have a rich and rewarding life, and that includes the rest of his childhood, I personally promise you that, and we will always continue to do our best to make up for the shortcomings from his earlier years too." Sally nodded, seeming reassured by the Lama's words. Fumio turned his eyes back to Lama and carefully offered him back the Calling Stone. "Lama, please could you look after this?" Lama Benai gently took it from him. "Of course," he replied, signaling to the other monks, two of whom picked up a small wooden chest from the floor behind them and placed it on the table. They opened it, and the stone was placed carefully inside. "This will be its home for now," he suggested. The Lama stood up and asked the other monks to prepare to leave. They all bowed to him, then to the rest of the group, and began to silently shuffle back out of the rear door, taking with them the small wooden chest containing the stone. The Lama turned to Heero. "Was Yoshiyuki-san able to help you fulfill your mission, Heero-san?" Heero stared back for a moment, before finally cracking a smile. He nodded. "Yes, Lama, the blueprints are here," he replied quietly. A look of great relief fell onto the old man's face. "That's wonderful news indeed," he turned to Fumio, who was also sporting a cheerful grin. The Lama crouched down and gripped the boy by the shoulders. "I am so very happy for you, Fumio-chan." He beamed sincerely, looking with great affection into the young monk's eyes. "Now we can get rid of these troubling issues, once and for all." Fumio nodded enthusiastically, looking happy and grateful. Without saying anything, he leaned forward and gave the kindly man a sincere hug, which the Lama warmly returned. "We will be leaving now," Lama Benai said, directing his words to Heero. "Have you decided when you and Fumio will return to us?" "Well, I guess now we've got the blueprints, there's no reason why we couldn't return today," replied Heero. He saw the sudden look of disappointment on Fumio's face. "Or, on the other hand, we could always come home tomorrow, as that's when many of our friends here will be leaving too," he added. Fumio grinned in obvious approval. The Lama nodded, agreeing. "A good choice, Heero. Time spent with good friends is always very important," he replied, "so enjoy the rest of your time here, and we'll all look forward to your safe return, both of you, tomorrow," he said, smiling. The Lama acknowledged the rest of the group with a nod. "It was lovely to meet you all," he said, "and truly an honor to be able to share this rather important moment with good and decent people. I am certain that our paths will cross again." The kindly monk affectionately ruffled Fumio's hair, then turned and walked through the door to join the other monks waiting to depart. The Gundam group watched as the orange-robed monks all walked away in silence. "What a nice man," commented Sally quietly. Turning her eyes towards Heero, she smiled. "The monastery, Heero, you called it home," she said in surprise. "That's the first time I've ever heard you refer to anywhere as home." He didn't know how to reply. He just looked at her and shrugged, smiling. It was around 4 in the afternoon the next day as Quatre's four-wheel drive vehicle pulled up and parked by a gate at the end of a bumpy forest track. The monastery was about a quarter of a mile further up the mountain track but was inaccessible by vehicle. The whole group had decided to tag along while Quatre dropped the brothers back at the monastery on the far side of town. They all disembarked and wandered slowly up the forested mountain path together. Heero had a small rucksack across his shoulder while Wufei insisted on carrying Fumio's small tatty brown suitcase. It was a beautiful, warm and sunny day. The gang had spent most of it in the winter mansion gardens just relaxing, and playing games as they had done earlier in the week. Despite the enjoyable time had by all, this day was different. There seemed to be an underlying feeling of sadness, as everyone knew this would be the last day they would all be together. Apart from Duo and Hilde, the others would all be leaving that weekend to continue with their regular lives. Some would be local, others would be far, far away, like Noin, who would be returning to outer space to continue on the terraforming project with Zex. Sally and Wufei would also be returning to space to continue their work with the Preventers. There was a somber mood as the gang walked along the path. Hardly anyone spoke. They eventually reached the large wooden perimeter gate of the monastery. "Well, I guess this is it," said Wufei. Heero nodded. "Perhaps the next time we see you, Heero, you might be in the same clothes as your brother," he said humorously, pointing to the traditional orange robes that Fumio was wearing. Heero forced a grin. "Well, I don't know about that," he replied, "but I guess anything's possible." Heero extended a hand to his former comrade, which Wufei took firmly and shook. "Thanks for everything," said Heero, a hint of sadness in his voice. "I mean it, all of you. We are indebted to you all." "It's been fun," commented Quatre extending his hand, "and it was great to see you again, Heero, to see everyone again." They shook hands, "and to meet new friends too," added Quatre now extending his hand to Fumio. Fumio stood close to Heero's side, trying to put on a brave face and not show his sadness, but as everyone continued to say their farewells, his emotions were becoming harder and harder to mask. By the time he got to Noin, tears were streaming down his face. "I'm not very good at saying goodbye," he sniffed in a whispered, croaky voice, as a teary-faced Noin leant in and gave him a firm hug. "Neither am I, Fumio," she whispered back, sniffing. "Neither am I." They held each other tightly for a long time. "I'll never forget you," whispered Fumio quietly, at which point Noin gave a suppressed sob and squeezed him even tighter. Then she planted a long kiss tenderly on his forehead. She took one last look at him with her tearful eyes, pressing her fingertips onto his reddened cheeks, then she quickly spun around and began hurrying back down the hill away from the group. "I'll wait for you guys by the car, okay?" she managed to sniff as she left. Sally stepped in to take her place as Fumio watched her hurrying away, wondering if he'd done something wrong. "Don't worry, Fumio-chan," she assured him, her own voice sounding a little saddened. "She'll be okay, she's just really sad at having to say goodbye, that's all." Fumio nodded, identifying with her situation, unable to comment any further through his own tears. "She's going to miss you very, very much," whispered Sally, pursing her lips together as her own sadness began to well up, "and so am I." She gasped. Instantly, Fumio flung his arms around her and hugged her tightly. "You know you can visit us here, anytime," he sobbed quietly into her shoulder. Sally nodded, and cupped her hand onto the back of his head, but she was unable to answer. It was all she could do to stop being overcome with emotion herself. Eventually, reluctantly, they broke apart. Heero stepped in and squeezed a reassuring hand onto his brother's shoulder. "Come on," he smiled, ushering Fumio towards the main gate that had been opened by one of the monks who had come down to meet them. Fumio nodded, and they began slowly walking away towards the monastery entrance, while the rest of the group began the walk back down the hill. Just around the corner, the group found Noin, perched against a large rock at the side of the path, still drying her eyes. On sight of the others, she stood up and walked with them. Trowa put a comforting arm around her as they all continued their solemn walk back to the car. "Sorry about that, guys," she sniffed, "I don't usually get so emotional like that." "Don't worry about it, Miss Noin, we completely understand," replied Quatre, who also sounded a little quiet and croaky. "Saying goodbye can be so hard sometimes." Noin grinned as she wiped her eyes again. "I knew I was going to be in trouble from the moment that kid said hello." She chuckled and sniffed again, then gave a long sigh. "Such a sweet and gentle soul, I'm gonna miss him so much." "We all are," added Quatre, "and Heero too, in fact, I'm going to miss all of you guys when you leave." There were general mumblings of agreement. "Hey," suddenly chirped Duo, "we should make a point of having a reunion at least once a year." "Yeah, why not?" added Sally. "I think that's a great idea," added Hilde. "I admit, this is an idea I can approve of," added Wufei. Quatre nodded. "Leave it with me," he suggested excitedly, "I'll see what I can do about arranging something for next year." "You okay now, Fumio?" asked Heero, gently wiping Fumio's tears away with his thumbs as they stood just outside the main entrance. Fumio nodded. "I'll be alright, thanks Heero," he sniffed, forcing a slight smile. "Well, you certainly made an impression on those guys, especially Noin," he commented, "I've never seen her act like that before." They turned to face the placard embedded on the entrance torii, identifying the beautiful building beyond as the Sakuragawaka Monastery. "Hey! Welcome home, Fumio!" Heero smiled. Fumio looked up loyally at him. "You too, Heero! Welcome home, brother!" Epilogue. By the autumn of that same year, and with the help of Lama Banai, Fumio was finally cured of his terrifying flashback episodes. Heero stayed on at the monastery and was later appointed the official position head of security. For his very first task in that role, he tracked down Yoshiyuki-san and invited him to become a personal bodyguard to Fumio. Yoshiyuki accepted and loyally remains at Fumio's side to this very day, regaining the sense of honor and dignity he never thought he would get back, as well as earning a strong friendship with Fumio, who no longer has any anxiety issues being in his presence. Wufei, who now teaches at a famous martial arts academy in China, also became a reserve bodyguard to the boy monk and remains enlisted for immediate call-up whenever he is needed. Quatre remains at the Winter Mansion nearby, overseeing the family business mainly from there. He still visits the brothers regularly at the monastery. In the early autumn, with no heart to sell her after what had happened, he gave Yatama, as a gift to Fumio. She now lives in the huge field next to the monastery and has never been more happy or contented. The summer gathering of AC 197 was the first of what became an annual event that still continues to this day. The end. I hope you enjoy this story. Please leave feedback if you can. It encourages me to do more.